Chapter 491. A Tale of Two Perspectives. Upon hearing the words of Gong Zhenglu, Nurhaci pondered for a moment before speaking. In that case, I request you, sir, to act as my esteemed envoy to negotiate an alliance with Khalkha and the Khan Linde. Gong Zhenglu hastily responded, Great Khan, my status is humble. If I were to go alone, I fear that Khan Linde might harbor discontent, believing that you lack sincere intentions for the alliance. Instantly, Nurhaci grasped the underlying implication of Gong Zhenglu's words and inquired, Among the four great princes, whom do you deem suitable to represent us in this alliance with Khan Linde? Without hesitation, Gong Zhenglu replied, Prince Huang Taiji. Had anyone else suggested Huang Taiji in Nurhaci's presence, he would undoubtedly have questioned their motives. However, he held no doubts regarding Gong Zhenglu's counsel. Among the four great princes, Mangkuertei was but a brute, Daisan lacked wisdom, and Amini was outright dismissed, leaving only Huang Taiji as a viable candidate. Thus, Nurhaci nodded in agreement and stated, In that case, I request you to take Huang Taiji with you to Khalkha to discuss the alliance with Khan Linde. Gong Zhenglu promptly rose to accept the task. Subsequently, the two deliberated on the specifics of the alliance, after which Gong Zhenglu departed in haste. A few days later, Nurhaci convened a meeting at the Khan's palace, announcing that Huang Taiji and Gong Zhenglu would represent him in the alliance discussions with Khan Linde. He further ordered Daisan and Yodo to lead the Red Banner and the Red-Striped Banner in capturing the Shunyue people to bolster their ranks. He also commanded Hastily and Irdu to replace him in leading the two Yellow Banners to capture Han Chinese for agricultural labor. Finally, everyone departed to fulfill their respective duties. While the members of the later Jin were preoccupied with their tasks, Amini enjoyed a rare leisure. He frequently sought out Lu Xingzhua for drinks, a relationship that Nurhaci, upon learning of it, chose to overlook, as the two shared a rapport. Although Lu Xingzhua had been adopted by Nurhaci and given the name Lu Ida, his Han heritage often subjected him to disdain from the higher echelons of later Jin, a situation Nurhaci could do little about. Amini, being a target of significant suppression himself, found camaraderie in their shared plight, resulting in a close friendship. Initially, Lu Xingzhua believed Amini sought to offer him solace, but as time passed, he sensed a shift. During their drinking sessions, Amini occasionally lamented Nurhaci's injustices towards them and the various oppressions they endured. This revelation startled Lu Xingzhua, prompting him to caution, Prince, you ought not to speak thus. If these words reach the great Khan, we may find ourselves facing punishment. Yet, Amini, blushing with indifference, retorted, Punishment? Have we not faced enough already? At worst, they might execute us. What else could happen? Lu Ida, I do not exaggerate. With our capabilities, we would surely thrive in the Ming realm. My father was once the right commander of the Jianzhou Guard, conferred by the Ming dynasty. Listening to Amini's drunken ramblings, Lu Xing's heart raced. Was Amini genuinely considering aligning himself with the Ming, or was he merely testing him? In a fleeting moment, Lu Xing's mind raced with countless possibilities. Yet he dared not take the gamble. If Amini were to be deceiving him, the consequences could be dire. Hence, Lu Xing's feigned intoxication, resting his head on the table and drifting into a deep slumber. This caused Amini, who had been pretending to be inebriated, to falter. Had he perhaps laid on the groundwork too heavily? Yet, that seemed implausible, for he was well aware of Lu Ida's drinking capacity. Left with no choice, Amini resolved to seek another opportunity to probe Lu Xing's thoughts. Days later, Amini approached Lu Xing's once more for a drink, but Lu Xing's hastily declined, citing health concerns. Upon receiving this news, Amini brought a bottle of wine to Lu Xing's residence. Lu Xing's, utterly at a loss, wondered about Amini's intentions. Nevertheless, Amini exhibited an unusual level of concern for Lu Xing's health, showering him with various expressions of care and admonitions. Faced with Amini's peculiar behavior, Lu Xing's found himself at an impasse, promptly dispatching a trusted aide to relay the information to Liaoyang City for a report to Yuanfeng. Meanwhile, the situation in Jiangning was dire. As the date of the Crown Prince Zhu Siren's full moon celebration approached, the adoptive father in Jiangning was left in a state of distress, his hair nearly turning white from worry over what gift to present. Monetary gifts felt too commonplace, while other valuable offerings were scarce in his household. On that day, Jiangning sat in his courtyard, lost in thought, when Li Ruoyan hurriedly arrived, carrying an official document, seeking Jiangning's directives. Upon reviewing the document, Jiang discovered that by Maokong and Wang Zheng had made progress on the grinding machine, necessitating funding from the 5 armies governor's office for mass production to facilitate the manufacture of flintlock firearms. With a spark of inspiration ignited, Jiang promptly took Li Ruoyan and rushed to the 5 armies governor's office, where he signed his name and affixed his seal, subsequently dispatching someone to summon the technological visionary Wang Zheng. Before long, Wang Zheng arrived in haste, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "May I ask what business has summoned me?" "My lord." Jiang scrutinized Wang Zheng, appraising him from head to toe. Feeling an unexpected tension, Wang Zheng's apprehension grew. He had not heard of any particular predilection of the lord for male companionship, and he feared for his own reputation. After a moment, Jiang lips curled into a peculiar smile, causing Wang Zheng to retreat a few steps, stammering, "My lord, whatever you need, merely command me, and I shall obey." With a smile, Jiang replied, "Wang Zheng, I have a favor to ask of you, one only you can fulfill." Wang Zheng immediately shook his head, "My lord, other matters may be discussed, but this one is truly beyond my capability. I do not engage in such affairs, and moreover, I am soon to be wed. If this were to leak, I would be the subject of ridicule." Jiang paused momentarily. "My request for your assistance has nothing to do with your impending marriage." With that, he tossed a blueprint to Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng caught it and examined the design, revealing several small vehicles he had never encountered before. A sigh of relief escaped him. It was clear the lord sought his help in crafting an object, not in pursuing him personally, thus preserving his integrity. He then inquired, "My lord, what is this?" "It resembles a wooden toy for children." Jiang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is a wooden cart. But the design I have conceived diverges from the simple wooden toys typically enjoyed by children." He then proceeded to elucidate to Wang Zheng. It turned out that Jiang was illustrating a children's pedal tricycle and a baby carriage, both of which required not only adept carpentry skills, but also a considerable understanding of mechanics to bring to fruition. Upon hearing Jiang explanation, Wang Zheng's interest was piqued. "My lord, I grasp your insights, yet I must verify them." Jiang responded with a smile, "Of course, the sooner, the better." Wang Zheng hastily departed with the blueprints, but Jiang remained apprehensive, for while Wang Zheng was indeed a research enthusiast, his reliability was often questionable. It seemed prudent to prepare additional resources for his godson, Zhu Taidan. Consequently, Jiang promptly dispatched messengers to summon Qian Wansan, Qin Yi of the Qin Merchants Association, and other managers from various trading guilds in the capital. The gathering arrived at Jiang residence, perplexed by the sudden call. Jiang, getting straight to the point, stated, "Esteemed merchants, I have summoned you today to request your assistance." Hearing this, the attendees were taken aback and rose in surprise. Qian Wansan and Qin Yi, old acquaintances, stepped forward, saying, "My lord, please do not hesitate to command us. We hardly merit such an honor." Jiang replied with a smile, "It is merely a minor matter. As the emperor is soon to celebrate the full moon of his firstborn son, I am uncertain what gift would be most appropriate." The merchants, seasoned travelers with vast experience, instantly comprehended the situation. Qian Wansan and Qin Yi inquired with a smile, "What type of congratulatory gift does the lord have in mind? This will aid us in our search." Jiang articulated, "Naturally, the more exquisite, the better, yet it should not entail excessive expense nor be too commonplace. It must also possess significance." Upon hearing this, the merchants contemplated thoughtfully before bidding farewell to commence their search. The following day, a plethora of offerings was delivered to Jiang residence for his selection. As he surveyed the array of ornate boxes, he discovered golden longevity locks embedded with jade and various exquisite jade artifacts crafted from premium Hitian jade, an impressive assortment indeed. However, none of these treasures captured his fancy. It was not that he had overly lofty standards. Rather, each item was exorbitantly priced. Observing Jiang countenance, the gift-bearers hastily remarked, "If these do not meet your approval, we can arrange for another batch to be sent forthwith." Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. His reluctance to lavish money on his godson was not due to a lack of generosity, but rather a desire to avoid appearing ostentatious. Shortly after the merchants departed, Shun Shuzi entered, jovially humming a tune while clutching a wine gourd. Seeing Shun Shuzi inebriated, Jiang admonished, "Master, the prince is soon to celebrate his full moon. Do you still find time to indulge in drink? Have you prepared the gift?" In response, Shun Shuzi produced a brocade box from within his robes, grinning. It has long been ready. As Jiang Ning reached for it, Shen Shuzi deftly evaded his grasp, laughing. Ah, young one, do you intend to seize it outright? Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly. I merely wish to have a glance. With a smile, Shen Shuzi remarked, you should have mentioned it sooner. As he spoke, he opened a brocade box, revealing a translucent jade pendant carved in the shape of a dragon, crafted from sheep fat white jade. Prominently etched in the center was the character Ran, while the reverse side bore Taoist symbols. Jiang Ning instantly recognized it as an artifact from the palace and, puzzled, inquired. Master, where did you acquire this? Shen Shuzi chuckled. I had Eunuch Wei assist me in commissioning a craftsman from the palace to create it. Eunuch Wei even spent 5,000 silver taels out of his own pocket. Jiang Ning was momentarily rendered speechless, exclaiming, Master, you are a grand master bestowed by His Majesty. Can you not maintain a semblance of dignity? Is it appropriate to present something procured with Eunuch Wei's funds as a favor? Shen Shuzi laughed. What is inappropriate about it? I personally consecrated this jade pendant at the Shinshu temple, making it a priceless treasure. Jiang Ning, taken aback, thought to himself, goodness, it can be played this way. Subsequently, Shen Shuzi tucked the pendant away and departed without a backward glance. In the days that followed, various merchant associations sent an array of luxurious gifts. Yet Jiang Ning remained dissatisfied, much to the perplexity of the merchants. At that moment, his younger brother, Wen Tian, visited the residence. Upon learning that Jiang Ning was troubled over the full-month celebration for his godson Zhu Taidan, he chuckled, My lord, your cleverness has backfired. The entire court is aware of your relationship with His Majesty. Thus, the nature of the gifts is not paramount. The sentiment behind them is what truly matters. Jiang Ning replied with a wry smile. Old one, I understand your point. That is why I specifically asked Wang Zheng from the Royal Academy of Sciences to help create a few trinkets, which should arrive shortly. However, I feel that merely sending these may not suffice. When Tian, intrigued, eagerly inquired about what Wang Zheng had crafted. Just then, a servant rushed in with news. My lord, Master Wang Zheng requests an audience. Jiang Ning, elated, promptly had Wang Zheng ushered into the residence. Wang Zheng arrived with several craftsmen, unloading a pedal tricycle and a baby stroller from a cart. Jiang Ning hurried over to inspect them, finding the craftsmanship exquisite and the materials robust. Even the chains and gears were meticulously fashioned by the artisans, and he expressed his satisfaction, saying, Master Wang, I truly owe you for this. Wang Zheng replied with a smile, It was but a small effort, my lord. You flatter me. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. For I have a multitude of matters awaiting my attention at the Armaments Bureau. Jiang Ning nodded and personally escorted Wang Zheng out of the residence. Upon returning home, Wen Tian marveled at the pedal tricycle and baby stroller, repeatedly exclaiming, My lord, you truly are a prodigy to conceive such inventions. Jiang Ning responded with a smile. They are merely trivialities. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired about the gifts Wen Tian had prepared. Wen Tian replied with a grin. I have prepared a set of fine scholar's stationery for His Highness. Jiang Ning nodded in approval, praising, Old one, you truly are astute. This gift is both exquisite and understated, avoiding any semblance of ostentation. At this moment, Jiang Ning suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he could emulate Wen Tian. He hastily summoned Wen Tian to provide annotations for the Luanyu. Jiang Ning dictated while Wen Tian diligently transcribed. Fortunately, Jiang Ning spoke swiftly, and Wen Tian wrote equally fast. They completed the annotations before Wen Tian's worldview shattered. Upon gazing at the freshly written Luanyu annotations, Wen Tian felt utterly dazed, as if all his years of arduous study had been in vain. Noticing Wen Tian's stupor, Jiang Ning chuckled and asked, Old one, what troubles you? Why the long face? Regaining his composure, Wen Tian managed a strained smile and replied, My lord, are you certain these annotations are appropriate? Jiang Ning responded with a grin, Of course. They are fitting. Yet, Wen Tian remained visibly apprehensive. My lord, should His Majesty inquire about this, you must shield me. Jiang Ning understood Wen Tian's concerns. If the Luanyu annotations were to circulate, Wen Tian might find himself besieged by the scorn of scholars, perhaps even branded as a heretic leading others astray. Thus, Jiang Ning reassured him, Do not worry. If trouble arises, I shall bear the burden alone, and you shall not be implicated. Hearing this, Wen Tian finally exhaled in relief. Though still haunted by apprehension, he asked, My lord, if His Majesty were to see these annotations, might he be enraged? Jiang Ning dismissed the notion nonchalantly. How could that be? My interpretations are grounded in reason. For instance, regarding the phrase to hear the way in the morning and die in the evening, my explanation is that knowing the way to your home in the morning allows one to come and eliminate you by nightfall. Upon hearing this, Wen Tian wore a pained smile. My lord, while that may sound somewhat plausible, upon closer examination, it is entirely misleading. Jiang Ning, unfazed, replied, if anyone finds fault, let them ask Grand Eunuch Wei to consult Confucius directly for clarification. After this, Wen Tian quickly sealed his lips and hurriedly took his leave. Fearing Jiang Ning might compel him into further insubordination, Jiang Ning gazed at the tricycle before him, the baby stroller, and the Luanyu annotations. Feeling a deep sense of satisfaction, iron courage. Your godfather has truly gone to great lengths to prepare a full moon gift for you. I hope you do not disappoint his expectations in the future. Time passed swiftly, and soon the full moon celebration for the crown prince, Zhu Siren, arrived. All officials and nobles of the capital, along with their families, flocked to the palace to offer their congratulations. Civil and military officials presented their gifts, and Zhu Youjiao appeared particularly elated. Upon seeing that Jiang Ning's gift consisted of the Luanyu annotations, a tricycle, and a baby stroller, Zhu Youjiao, were it not for the decorum of the occasion, would have immediately sought to examine them, for he was quite knowledgeable in carpentry. When Shun Shuzi presented a jade pendant, he seized the opportunity to promote the Shinshu temple, earnestly stating, this was personally blessed by me, guaranteed to ensure the crown prince's lifelong safety. Zhu Youjiao rejoiced and promptly praised, the old immortal is truly thoughtful. Subsequently, he rewarded the officials generously, using private funds from the inner treasury, which moved the left vice minister of revenue by Zissou and the right vice minister Wei Jun to tears, repeatedly exclaiming their gratitude for the emperor's immense grace. Following this, Zhu Youjiao hosted a grand banquet for the officials, and the atmosphere between the ruler and his ministers was harmonious, much to the delight of the pro-monarchy officials. Amidst the joyous laughter and merriment of the gathering, numerous officials extolled the exquisite quality of the imperial cuisine, remarking how it had greatly improved compared to the past. Previously, although the dishes presented at the palace banquets appeared visually stunning, their taste was rather mediocre. Now, they were not only pleasing to the eye, but also delightful to the palate. Old Wei, brimming with pride, proclaimed, these are the culinary talents trained by Lord Jiang. Their skills are undoubtedly exceptional. One might have thought that Old Wei himself was the chef behind it all, as the esteemed officials indulged in their libations. Whether intentionally or inadvertently, they toasted to Zhu Youjiao, before seeking out Jiang Ning for further toasts. Jiang Ning, perplexed, wondered to himself, what is the matter with this wine today? It is genuine. Why is everyone coming to toast me? However, unable to resist their fervent enthusiasm, he graciously accepted each toast, gradually feeling the effects of the drink. Fortunately, Jiang Ning possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol. At that moment, the sound of drums and music erupted, and a troupe of elegantly attired palace maidens began to dance gracefully, captivating the audience with their performance. Initially, Jiang Ning was thoroughly engrossed, but as the music played on, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Once the performance concluded, a familiar melody resonated, and before Jiang Ning could fully grasp the situation, he heard the musicians sing, as flowers bloom and wither in the sky, you appear and vanish, day by day, yet can sketch your visage in the twilight. It was then that Jiang Ning realized, exclaiming, good heavens, the damning unfortunate tune. Who on earth is responsible for this? Zhu Youjiao, cradling Zhu Siren, suddenly found his eyes welling with tears, while Zhu Siren, initially curious, burst into loud sobs. A nearby wet nurse hurriedly took Zhu Siren in her arms, trying to comfort the child. Jiang Ning, unable to remain seated, was inwardly astonished. Good heavens, the damning unfortunate tune has such a profound effect on the Zhu family? Even the newborn is frightened to tears. He promptly sought out Old Wei to inquire who had orchestrated the performance of the damning unfortunate tune. Upon learning it was Old Wei's unilateral decision, Jiang Ning's nose crinkled in irritation as he retorted, Wei Gong, this tune must never be played in the palace again, otherwise, it will surely lead to calamity. Old Wei, bewildered, listened as Jiang Ning elucidated, today is a momentous occasion. The prince has not cried since his birth, and now he weeps. If his majesty were to pursue this matter, it could spell disaster. Old Wei's face paled in terror, and he hurriedly instructed the musicians to cease the performance of the damning unfortunate tune. Yet, Jiang Ning remained uneasy, insisting that Old Wei personally inspect the statue and spirit tablet of the founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, in the ancestral temple for any anomalies. Terrified, Old Wei dashed away, and soon returned, drenched in perspiration, plopping down beside Jiang Ning and exclaiming, "My lord, you possess remarkable insight." When we arrived at the ancestral temple, the statue of the founding emperor actually fell from the wall, and the spirit tablet toppled beside it. Fortunately, no one noticed. Otherwise, countless heads would have rolled. Jiang Ning inwardly chastised Old Wei for his impulsiveness, pondering how such chaos had ensued. It was not until the evening that the guests began to rise and bid farewell. Concluding the banquet, Jiang Ning, along with his companions, staggered towards the palace gates, and upon finally exiting, several guards hurried to assist him. Jiang Ning, with a slurred tongue, protested, "Do not touch me. I am inebriated, and I refuse assistance from anyone. Only the wall shall support me." The guards, bewildered, realized there were no walls outside the palace for the lord to lean against. At that moment, Gao Wenkai and Li Ruoyan emerged, witnessing Jiang Ning throwing a tantrum outside the palace, and promptly rushed to assist him back home. Upon their return, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan had already prepared a concoction to sober him up. After consuming several bowls of the restorative brew, Jiang Ning soon regained his clarity. Inquiring about the time from a servant, he learned that there was little left before court assembly. So he opted to forego sleep and proceeded to the backyard to practice his swordsmanship. As he immersed himself in his training, a voice suddenly echoed from the rooftop. "Well practiced." Jiang Ning paused, momentarily taken aback, and upon looking up, he nearly doubted his vision, for his rather unconventional master, Shinshuzi, had somehow perched atop the roof. Sheathing his sword, Jiang Ning swiftly scaled the wall to join him. Perplexed, he queried, "Master, why are you awake at this late hour, and what brings you to the roof?" Scratching his head, Shinshuzi replied with a smile, "I am observing the celestial phenomena." Jiang Ning jested, "Master, have you discerned any significant revelations?" Shinshuzi retorted with irritation, "Of course, I have perceived that His Majesty's royal son is extraordinary, destined to become a sage ruler." Jiang Ning scoffed, "Enough, master. Spare us your fantasies. His Majesty is not here to reward you for such proclamations." Fuming, Shinshuzi glared at him. "Is this how you perceive me?" Jiang Ning nodded earnestly. Shinshuzi's expression darkened, and in a fit of rage, he kicked Jiang Ning off the roof before leaping down himself. Jiang Ning landed in a disarray, grumbling about Shinshuzi's fiery temperament despite his age. Dusting himself off, he made his way to the study to rest his eyes. As the servants called out, Jiang Ning realized it was time for court assembly. After a quick wash, he donned his official robes and rode towards the palace gates. Upon arriving, he noted that the officials had gathered unusually early. The court was not yet in session, yet most were already present. He stepped aside to engage in conversation with Chen Su, Xin Yurong, and Zhang Weixian. Before long, the palace gates swung open, and the officials advanced into the inner sanctum. Upon reaching the Fengtian Hall, they took their positions in an orderly fashion. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Youjiao, clad in his dragon robe, ascended the imperial throne, prompting the assembly to bow and chant their respects. Zhu Youjiao gestured for them to rise, and the usual proceedings of petitions and administrative reports commenced. Chapter 493, The Godfather's Ascendancy. As per usual, Jiang Ning remained silent. The spot he previously occupied against the pillar had been taken by Zhang Weixian, leaving him without support. However, he had honed the skill to stand without leaning, allowing him to discreetly close his eyes and rest amid the gathering. Just as the assembly seemed poised for a smooth conclusion, Inspector Li Xian stood up to address the court, stating, "Your Majesty, I wish to submit a formal complaint against General Zhao Shuijiao of the Western Expedition." He continued, "During the campaign against Myanmar, Zhao Shuijiao has deceived us out of money and provisions, and even tricked tens of thousands of Myanmar troops into surrendering, thus tarnishing the esteemed reputation of our great Ming dynasty. I implore your Majesty to issue a reprimand." Zhu Youjiao responded with irritation, "Do you understand the art of war? What Zhao Shuijiao employed is known as strategy. As the ancients said, all warfare is based on deception." The king of Myanmar and the military had remained silent. "Yet you seem agitated. Are you an official of the Ming dynasty or of Myanmar?" Li Xian's face flushed with anger as he spoke again, "Your Majesty." Zhao Shuijiao did not seek prior approval from the court, Instead, he made various promises to the surrendering Myanmar troops in private, clearly showing disdain for the court. During the campaign against Myanmar, he disregarded the casualties among the soldiers, repeatedly capturing and releasing the enemy, which unnecessarily increased our own losses. This must be severely punished, otherwise it may appear as if he disregards the court's commands. As Li Xian prepared to continue his indictment of Zhao Shuaijiao, Zhu Youjiao became thoroughly enraged and coldly remarked, "Li Xian, you must not so casually speak of a military general with great achievements. The situation at the front is ever-changing, and the opportunity is fleeting. The soldiers engaged in the campaign against Myanmar only made judgments based on the circumstances. I cannot simply blame them. What the court must do now is extend a helping hand, not impose punishment." Seeing Zhu Youjiao's pale face, Li Xian felt intimidated and dared not speak further. Zhu Youjiao then coldly ordered, "Dismissed." He led Fang Zhenghua out first. The other dignitaries followed suit, except for Jiang Ning, who remained behind, fast asleep. When Tiran, noticing this, hurried over and gently tugged at Jiang Ning, whispering, "My lord, the court has adjourned." Jiang Ning finally opened his eyes. "Oh, so the court has dismissed. Then let us depart." With that, he led Wen Tiran toward the exit. Just then, Fang Zhenghua hurriedly returned, saying, "My lord, Elder One, His Majesty requests your presence." The two were momentarily taken aback, but followed Fang Zhenghua to the imperial study. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao sat upon the dragon throne, and the two hurriedly paid their respects. Zhu Youjiao waved his hand. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Fang Dabin, please serve them tea." After Jiang Ning and Wen Tiran were seated, a young eunuch promptly presented hot tea. Jiang Ning took the lead in asking, "May I inquire as to the reason for your Majesty's summons?" Zhu Youjiao smiled. "Jiang Aiqing, you are wise. Why not venture a guess as to my purpose?" Jiang Ning fell silent. "Your Majesty, could it be regarding an increase in our salaries?" Zhu Youjiao hastily replied, "The matter of salary increases will be discussed once Guo Yunho returns to the capital." He then waved his hand, and Fang Zhenghua brought forth two memorials. Jiang Ning took one and found it filled with a long list of items, signed by his younger brother Zhu Yujian. Upon examining the second memorial, he became infuriated. "Your Majesty, this is utterly outrageous." Wen Tiran, upon hearing this, swiftly picked up the memorial to review it. Moments later, he turned crimson with indignation. "Your Majesty, this is truly an act of rebellion." Observing their reactions, Zhu Youjiao nodded. "I share your sentiments. Korea, as a vassal state of the Ming dynasty, increasingly disregards us, daring to submit a petition to accuse my fifth brother of misconduct within their territory, showing utter contempt for the Korean monarch and ministers. They request that I recall my fifth brother to the Ming and assign another to command the forces stationed in Korea. Do they think of the Ming as their personal restaurant, choosing whatever they desire?" Originally, Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian, in celebration of his elder brother, Zhu Yushao, for the birth of a son, prepared an extensive array of gifts, enlisting the assistance of the King of Korea, Li Zhong, to facilitate their delivery, which were ultimately dispatched to the capital of the Ming dynasty under Zhu Youjian's name. Although Li Zhong dared not openly confront Zhu Yujian, he resolved to undermine him by simultaneously sending a petition accusing Zhu Yujian of misconduct in Korean territory, hoping to have him recalled to the Ming capital. This prompted the furious reaction from Jiang Ning and Wen Tiran. Zhu Yushao, rubbing his temples, stated, "The attitude of the Korean monarch and his officials is of no concern to me. However, with numerous vassal states under the Ming, neglecting this matter is not a viable solution. How should we address this situation, my esteemed ministers?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning fell into contemplation. At that moment, Wen Tiran rose to pay his respects and, with a smile, suggested, "Your Majesty, the Prince Xn has yet to be granted a fief. Why not take this opportunity to bestow one upon him?" Zhu Yushao furrowed his brow. It is known that according to the ancestral protocols of the Ming, he could have conferred a fief upon Zhu Yujian upon his ascension, but had refrained from doing so, due to their deep fraternal bond, which was the reason Zhu Yushao had kept Zhu Yujian in the capital. Furthermore, given that Zhu Yujian had become the mightiest general of the Ming, both as an emperor and as a brother, Zhu Yushao could not easily release him. Noticing the change in Zhu Yuxiao's demeanor, Wen Tiran quickly clarified, "Your Majesty, my suggestion is to grant the fief to Prince Xian in Korea. This way, he could rightfully govern from there." Jiang Ning's heart leaped with joy, internally exclaiming, "Indeed, Old one, you never cease to astonish me with your cunning ideas. After careful consideration, Zhu Yuxiao replied, when Aiqing's proposal is excellent, let us proceed with it. When Tiran continued, Your Majesty, currently, the provinces of Pyongyang-do, Wanghe-do, and Hamjiang-do are under Prince Xian's control, separated from the invaders only by the Yalu River. Shall we temporarily designate these 3 provinces as his fief? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yuxiao nodded in agreement. Let it be so. He then ordered Wen Tiran to draft an edict, to which Wen Tiran promptly complied. Finally, Zhu Yuxiao inquired of the 2. The captured leader of the invading forces has arrived in the capital. How shall we execute him? Before Wen Tiran could respond, Jiang Ning stood and declared, Your Majesty, the invaders have long wreaked havoc in Liaodong, slaughtering our people and encroaching upon our territory. To spare him would not quell the public's outrage, nor would it honor the fallen heroes of Liaodong. I propose we bring him before the Ming's Hall of Heroes and inflict 1,000 cuts upon him before scattering his ashes. Zhu Yuxiao nodded in agreement. In that case. However, before he could finish, Jiang Ning quickly interjected, Your Majesty, I volunteer to carry out the sentence. Taken aback by Jiang Ning's willingness, as he usually delegated such matters to Old Wei, Zhu Yuxiao found this surprising yet favorable, and smiled. Very well then, I shall entrust you with the execution. Subsequently, the 2 took their leave, but Jiang Ning was halted once again. After when Tiran departed, Jiang Ning lamented, Your Majesty, is there no end to this? With 2 shoulders bearing 1 head, there is only so much that can be accomplished in a day. Are you intent on exhausting me? Zhu Yujiao hurriedly placed a plate of delicacies beside Jiang Ning, smiling as he said, Brother Jiang, having concluded our official matters, I wish to discuss some private affairs with you. Jiang Ning, slightly irritated, inquired, What is it? Speak. Zhu Yujiao, with an inquisitive expression, asked about the tricycle and baby carriage he had gifted to Prince Zhu Ran. Jiang Ning replied, somewhat petulantly, Your Majesty, who else would care for my godson if not I? Naturally, I personally designed the blueprints, which were crafted with the assistance of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujiao was struck with admiration, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, I never imagined you possessed such knowledge. Why have you not mentioned this before? Jiang Ning, still annoyed, retorted, Your Majesty, could you not indulge in more serious matters? If there are no pressing issues, I shall take my leave. As Jiang Ning stood to depart, Zhu Yujiao grasped his sleeve once more, saying, Brother Jiang, there is another matter I wish to consult with you. Reluctantly, Jiang Ning sat down again. Zhu Yujiao then spoke earnestly, to prevent any future infiltration of the harem when Iron Darren ascends to the throne, I would like to hear your thoughts. Jiang Ning immediately grasped Zhu Yujiao's concerns, recalling the myriad issues plaguing the harem of previous emperors, where even several empresses and their families bore the influence of bureaucratic factions. Deep in thought, Jiang Ning eventually articulated, Your Majesty, I propose a rather unconventional solution. Zhu Yujiao, filled with anticipation, urged, Brother Jiang, do share your proposal. Observing Zhu Yujiao's expression, Jiang Ning understood that the turmoil surrounding the harem of previous emperors had profoundly unsettled him. After all, the death of Emperor Wuzong during the Zhengde era had involved his mother, Empress Zhang, and even Zhu Yujiao's own empress, Zhang Yan, had been introduced to the palace under the guise of the Donglin party. For both personal and political reasons, Jiang Ning was determined to prevent such occurrences from reoccurring. Thus, he stated solemnly, Your Majesty, my proposal is to have the Imperial Guard discreetly seek out dozens of girls of similar age to the prince within the populace, monitoring them and their families from a young age to ensure they are not entangled with any factions. When the time comes for the prince's marriage, suitable candidates can be selected from among them, effectively isolating any ill-intentioned individuals. Zhu Yujiao pondered this for a moment before nodding. It seems this is indeed the only course of action. You and Wei Zhongxian shall handle this matter. Jiang Ning agreed, pondering that if he, as the godfather, did not step forward, who else would? He then took his leave, departing with 2 additional bags of delicacies freshly prepared by Zhu Yujiao. Upon returning to the Wujun Duda mansion, Jiang Ning promptly summoned Lao Wei and Gao Wenkai to inform them of the plan to pre-select a marriage candidate for the prince. Lao Wei, after hearing the details, confidently declared, Leave this to us. Jiang Ning was not surprised, knowing that Lao Wei was a loyal servant of the royal family. Subsequently, Gao Wenkai nodded in agreement, saying, Rest assured, my lord, I understand and will arrange for the personnel to commence the investigation and selection immediately. Jiang Ming acknowledged him with a nod. After Li Ruoyan was assigned to the Wujun Dudu mansion, Gao Wenkai became the third-ranking official in the Jinhui and one of Jiang Ming's most trusted aides. Due to Gao Wencai's ascension to the position of commander of the Jinhui, having taken over from Master Zhang Wuya, this news was known only to Jiang Ming and Zhu Youjiao. Gao Wencai's composed demeanor made him the most suitable person to handle this matter. Chapter 494. Old Wei's craftsmanship. Once the task had been assigned, Old Wei, beaming with joy, remarked, "My lord, we have heard that you have undertaken a most significant assignment." Jiang Ming, puzzled, responded, "Wei Gonggong, what rumors have you heard this time? I am not even aware of it myself." Old Wei chuckled, "My lord, given our relationship, there is no need for pretense. I have inquired with Gonggong Fong and learned that His Majesty has entrusted you with the task of executing the traitorous general." Jiang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I have accepted this responsibility." Old Wei, visibly excited yet somewhat shy, inquired, "My lord, might we bask in your glory?" Jiang Ming sighed, "Wei Gonggong, the Emperor's decree has been issued. I cannot simply go back to request it again." Old Wei quickly waved his hand. "My lord, there is no need for a second request. I merely wish to personally carry out the execution of this traitorous general. While I may not be capable of delivering 3,600 strikes, 3,000 strikes should pose no challenge." Jiang Ming was taken aback, astonished that Old Wei possessed such a skill, one he had been oblivious to all along, revealing the depth of Old Wei's concealment. However, considering their rapport, Jiang Ming readily consented. Old Wei, overjoyed, resembled a child who had just discovered a cherished toy. As the execution of Dudu was a momentous occasion, being the first capture of a traitorous general since the Battle of Saru in Liaodong, and moreover, a grandson of Nurhaci, it warranted grand promotion. Thus, Jiang Ming promptly summoned Zhang Wenhe to feature this event prominently in the Tianqi Times. 3 days later, dressed in a grand crimson robe and adorned with a precious sword, bearing the imperial edict, Jiang Ming, alongside Old Wei in a purple robe, led the Jinhui and Dongchang guards to the Ministry of Justice to retrieve the prisoner. Minister Wei Guangwei had prepared everything and quickly ordered for Dudu to be handed over to Jiang Ming. Subsequently, Jiang Ming and Old Wei mounted their horses, leading the crowd to escort Dudu in a prison cart for public display. The citizens of the capital, armed with stones, hurled them at Dudu, shouting, "Kill this dog traitor. He has slain so many of our kin." Some even bore excrement, ready to douse Dudu with it. Seeing this, Old Wei exclaimed, "Good people, let us maintain our dignity. Such filth is too vile to be used in this manner." Upon hearing his words, the citizens reluctantly set down their buckets. Meanwhile, Dudu, confined within the cart, glared ferociously, his eyes almost ablaze, yet powerless in his predicament. After the procession concluded, Jiang Ming and Old Wei brought the cart before the memorial hall of the great Ming heroes. A throng of people had gathered, citizens, students from the Royal Military Academy, scholars from the Guozijian, and soldiers on leave, all came to witness the event, including many officials who joined in the spectacle. Jiang Ming ascended the platform, unfurled the imperial edict, and announced Zhu Youjiao's decision regarding Dudu's punishment. Old Wei, shedding his python robe and rolling up his sleeves, ordered several guards from the eastern depot to bring forth several boxes of tools. They stripped Dudu of his clothing and bound him to a pillar. Subsequently, 2 guards presented a fishing net, tightly ensnaring it around Dudu's body. This was Jiang Ming's first time witnessing the brutal execution method of lingqi at such close quarters, igniting a flicker of curiosity within him to see what tricks Old Wei would employ. At that moment, Old Wei instructed others to set up a medicinal furnace beside the wooden post, though the contents of the pot remained a mystery. Then, raising his voice, he addressed the gathered crowd, expressing his gratitude for their attendance. "Today, we shall take the lead, and shortly, we will be slicing off the flesh from this dog-like traitor. There is no need for anyone to pay. Simply line up to receive your share. However, due to the overwhelming number of attendees, we may not be able to distribute meat to everyone. One crucial point to remember: this flesh may be fed to dogs, but must never be consumed by humans. For this traitor is more beastly than the wildest of creatures." Upon hearing Old Wei's proclamation, Jiang Ming recalled historical accounts of ancient criminals subjected to lingqi, where it was said that some would pay for the privilege of swallowing the flesh. One such individual, Yuan Dudu, had reportedly returned to his hometown to farm peacefully. Farming was not without its merits, especially considering the treacherous nature of the officialdom, which was fraught with peril. The crowd erupted in applause, with some audacious voices calling out, "Lord Wei, be sure to cut deeper, avenge my brothers who fell in Liang." Old Wei nodded with a smile. Soon, 2 guards approached him with tools in hand, and he inspected a small knife with a gleam in his eye, then turned to Du, saying, "Do not worry, nor be afraid. Our craftsmanship is remarkably refined. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is quite normal." With that, the guards tightened the fishing net around Du's body, causing his flesh to bulge. Old Wei swiftly wielded the knife, slicing off a piece of meat, quickly applying medicinal ointment to the wound before discarding the flesh onto a nearby wooden platter. A villager, witnessing this, hurried forward to claim his share, exclaiming, "This traitor's meat must be brought home for my dog to savor," before retreating joyfully outside the arena. At this moment, Du's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror. He finally grasped the true nature of death's fear. Especially as he watched his own flesh being methodically carved away, there was no more dreadful way to die. As the execution progressed, Old Wei's pace quickened. Yet he meticulously applied ointment after each incision to staunch the bleeding, ensuring that Du did not succumb to excessive blood loss. After more than 300 cuts, Du's chest was already laid bare, revealing stark white bones without a single intact piece of skin. Jiang Ning turned away, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, Old Wei, drenched in blood, reveled in the gruesome spectacle. He then commanded that a bowl of prepared medicine be poured down Du's throat, prolonging his life. This grisly execution persisted from noon until nightfall, culminating in over 600 cuts, yet the villagers remained fervently engaged, unwilling to depart. Consequently, Jiang Ning ordered torches to be lit, allowing Old Wei to continue the grim task into the night. Thus, the butchery continued until the following morning, with the total number of cuts reaching a staggering 1,300. At this moment, Du's arms had been reduced to stark white bones. Jiang Ning could not help but slap himself in frustration, regretting his rash decision to accept this task. Now, it was too late to flee. Just then, Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai hurriedly arrived. Noticing Jiang Ning's bloodshot eyes, Li Ruoyan took out several steamed buns from her bosom, saying, "My lord, you must have gone all night without food. We bought some buns on our way here. Please have a few." Jiang Ning, already famished, eagerly seized a bun and began to eat. After finishing, he inquired, "What filling is this?" Li Ruoyan pondered for a moment before replying, "It's pork and green onion." Upon hearing it was meat, Jiang Ning immediately expelled the contents of his stomach, and soon only clear water remained. At that moment, Gao Wenkai approached with a bowl of medicinal soup, stating, "My lord, if you cannot eat, perhaps you could drink some soup." Jiang Ning glanced at the somewhat familiar broth and asked, "Where did this soup come from?" Gao Wenkai calmly responded, "I obtained it from Lord Wei." Jiang Ning's face turned pale as he remarked, "It couldn't tea possibly be?" Gao Wenkai nodded, "Rest assured, my lord, it is clean. This is a ginseng broth." Jiang Ning was left speechless, thinking how these two, who usually appeared quite astute, seemed so unreliable today. He waved them off, gritting his teeth to endure. Thus, 2 full days and nights passed, with Old Wei also suffering from bloodshot eyes. At the 3,157th cut, Du finally breathed his last, and the task was deemed complete. Jiang Ning rose to report back to the palace, leaving the matter of pulverizing the bones to Old Wei, who was, after all, the professional in such grim affairs. Upon reaching the imperial palace, Jiang Ning reported to Zhu Youjiao. After listening, Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction, intending to praise Jiang Ning, only to find him already asleep in his chair. He then called out, "Fang Dabin, bring a cloak for Brother Jiang." Fang Zhenghua, embarrassed, replied, "Your Majesty, last time the Lord mentioned that he fights in his dreams, and one must not approach him while he sleeps. Had it not been for my modest skills, I might have been struck down by him last time." Zhu Youjiao, taken aback, said, "In that case, let Brother Jiang sleep undisturbed. No one should approach, lest there be bloodshed in the imperial study." Thus, time passed until the afternoon. Zhu Youjiao had long finished reviewing the day's memorials. Jiang Ning yawned and opened his eyes groggily, perplexed. "Why am I in the palace? Was I not at home sleeping? Have I sleepwalked into the palace?" Seeing Jiang Ning's bewildered expression, Zhu Youjiao chuckled. "Brother Jiang, you came to report to me this morning. Have you forgotten?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning scratched his head and smiled. These past 2 days have truly exhausted me. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. Zhu Youjiao waved his hand. We're like brothers. There's no need for such formality. Fang Zhenghua, perceptive as ever, quickly brought a cup of hot tea to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled as he took the teacup and sipped gently. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao spoke up, Brother Jiang. I have a matter I would like to consult you about. Jiang Ning replied with a smile, Your Majesty, please go ahead. Thus, Zhu Youjiao retrieved 2 lists of gifts from the imperial desk and handed them to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took a glance and immediately chuckled, for it was the gift list from the renowned banquet enthusiast of the Ming dynasty, Prince Zhu Jishu of Shu. As he examined the densely packed array of various gifts on the list, Jiang Ning estimated, astonishingly, that their value exceeded 100,000 taels of silver. The Shu prince certainly displayed remarkable generosity. Another list belonged to Prince Zhu Gongshao of Kaifeng, which he roughly estimated to be no less than 80,000 taels of silver. It is worth noting that during the full-month celebration of Zhu Siren, apart from his younger brother Zhu Yujian, who generously received assistance from the king of Joseon with a contribution of 200,000 taels, the Shu and Zhou princes offered the most, whereas even the Jin and Fu princes from the imperial clan only contributed 50,000 taels each. In Chapter 495, Lawlessness, Zhu Yushao spoke up. In addition to sending congratulatory gifts, the Zhou prince has also submitted a letter expressing his desire to contribute to the court, particularly in the field of medicine, as his lineage is well-versed in medical knowledge. The Shu lineage, on the other hand, excels in the art of education. Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, Your Majesty, do you have any ideas? Zhu Yushao nodded. As for the Shu prince, he has already been compelled by my 5th brother to part with quite a sum. In these past 2 years, the court has been in dire need of funds and provisions, and the Shu prince has generously opened his purse. Among the Ming royal family, the descendants under the Shu prince's command have demonstrated remarkable capabilities, and the Shu vassals in the Ming military are all valiant warriors who charge into battle with fervor. As it stands, Zhao Shuijiao has initiated a second round of warfare against Myanmar, having already captured several territories. I intend to send the Shu prince to lend his support. After all, he cannot remain idle all day. Jiang Ning pondered and nodded, recognizing that this indeed suited Prince Zhu Jishu, as he had long wished to serve the court. Zhu Yushao continued, Brother Jiang, however, I have yet to decide on the official position to appoint the Shu prince in Myanmar. A position too low may be inappropriate. Yet if too high, considering the Shu prince's lack of administrative experience, it could lead to complications. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning suggested, Your Majesty, why not appoint His Highness the Shu Prince as the Governor-General of Northern Myanmar? Grant him no military authority, solely overseeing civil affairs and logistics, allowing him to assist Zhao Shuijiao and Gao Di in managing the reclaimed territories. Zhu Yushao agreed. That is acceptable. The governors of the Ming are categorized into permanent and temporary positions. Given the ongoing conflict in northern Myanmar, appointing a temporary governor is reasonable. I shall issue an edict shortly for the Shu prince to assume his duties promptly. Then, Zhu Yushao inquired, Brother Jiang, what about the Zhou prince? I cannot possibly assign him to the Imperial Medical Office. How would that reflect on us? Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on, as he was not well acquainted with this Zhou prince. After some thought, he replied, Your Majesty, perhaps we could have His Highness the Zhou prince temporarily assist Gui Yunho and Zhuo Guangdou in the development of water conservancy. After all, the Zhou Princess fief is in Kaifeng, Hunan, which is nearby, allowing Gui Yunho and Zhuo Guangdou to assess the Zhou Princess capabilities. Zhu Yushao nodded. In that case, let the Zhou Prince temporarily assume the position of Grand Overseer of the Rivers. After some consideration, Zhu Yushao found this arrangement to be quite suitable and agreed. Just then, he seemed to recall something, his face lighting up with excitement. Brother Jiang, had you not mentioned Gualauku, I nearly forgot. A few days ago, Gualauku brought me the latest report, stating that he intends to present me with 2 grand gifts. Now, a significant gift is nearly prepared, while another is being sought. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Gui Yunho is indeed the esteemed guardian of the passes and an archaeological expert of the Ming dynasty. Surely, he wouldn't unearth something from the earth to present to the emperor, would he? Zhu Youjiao rummaged through his documents and handed Gui Yunho's memorial to Jiang Ning. Upon opening it, Jiang Ning was rendered speechless, his voice trembling slightly as he exclaimed, The imperial seal of the realm? Zhu Youjiao nodded with palpable excitement. When Gui Yunho first submitted this memorial, I was equally astonished. You must understand. Ever since the late Tang Emperor Li Tsongke immolated himself at the Xuanwu Gate of the Luoyang Imperial Palace with the imperial seal, it has remained lost to history. Countless sovereigns across dynasties have sought it, yet none have succeeded. Jiang Ning retorted with a hint of irritation, Your Majesty, if so many have failed to locate it, how could Old Guo possibly find it? You should take this with a grain of salt. Sometimes, greater hopes lead to greater disappointments. Zhu Youjiao rolled his eyes. Responding with indignation, Brother Jiang, could you not wish for me to have some hope? Old Guo has clearly stated he has already found some leads. Where there are leads, there is hope. One must always have something to look forward to, no? Jiang Ning fell silent, realizing that as the emperor, Zhu Youjiao held a profound obsession with the phrase mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. He then half-heartedly responded, I wish your majesty a prompt acquisition of the imperial seal. Zhu Youjiao smiled. I shall borrow your auspicious words, Brother Jiang. Old Guo is set to return to the capital at year's end. I hope he can bring the imperial seal back for me. Subsequently, seeing that the hour was late, Jiang Ning took his leave and collapsed into slumber upon returning home. The next day, while Jiang Ning was at work in the Five Armies Commander's office, Fang Dachui rushed in with urgency, summoning Jiang Ning to the palace. Uncertain of the situation, Jiang Ning hurriedly accompanied Fang Dachui into the palace, arriving at the imperial study. At that moment, several prominent officials from the cabinet and a few ministers in the capital had already gathered. Zhu Youjiao's countenance was dark, evidently enraged. Jiang Ning quickly bowed in greeting, prompting Zhu Youjiao's expression to soften slightly as he said, Grant a seat to Minister Jiang. After sitting, Jiang Ning witnessed Zhu Youjiao slam his palm upon the imperial table, shouting in fury, This is an affront to heaven. Minister Yuan's inspections have revealed a multitude of officials privately requisitioning taxes from Liaodong, and even more unheard of oppressive levies. The court has implemented practical silver dollars within the realm of the Ming. My earlier decree allowed the common people to pay their taxes with a portion of money and grain, intending to ease their burdens. Yet now, these unscrupulous officials demand silver while rejecting grain, daring to engage in their nefarious schemes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning finally grasped the source of Zhu Youjiao's ire. It seemed these lower-level officials, after numerous reforms, remained undeterred, continuing their rampant corruption. The assembled dignitaries also wore grim expressions, for they knew these illicitly imposed taxes had not been submitted to the national treasury, but were instead pocketed by the corrupt officials beneath them. The court was left to shoulder the blame, as if they toiled from dawn till dusk in the court merely to serve the corrupt. Who could possibly swallow such indignation? At that moment, Zhu Youjiao spoke coldly. Yuan Aiqing will escort this group of corrupt officials back to the capital in 3 days. At that time, they shall face my wrath, and not one shall be spared. The attendees felt a tightening in their hearts. Zhu Youjiao rarely exhibited such intense murderous intent before his ministers. The last time was during the treasonous dealings of the 8 notorious merchants, and now, 2 years later, another scandal had arisen. Zhu Youjiao continued. Upon Yuan Aiqing's return to the capital, a thorough investigation and severe punishment must be executed against these corrupt officials. Swift action is necessary to provide an explanation to the people of the realm. Jiang Aiqing and Wei Zhongxian, I command you both to lead the imperial guards to assist Yuan Aiqing in this matter. Jiang Ning and Old Wei promptly stood up to accept their orders. Subsequently, the attendees took their leave one by one. As they walked out of the palace, Old Wei hurried to catch up, his face beaming with delight. My lord, who would have thought we would have such good fortune? Just yesterday, we obliterated that treacherous Manchu, and we had yet to savor our victory when Yuan Gulao brought us such a surprise. Jiang Ning was speechless and retorted, Wei Gonggong, this is not a surprise. It is a fright. Just look at Lord Yanghe. He appears utterly dazed. Hearing this, Old Wei lifted his gaze and saw Minister Yang He walking out of the palace, lost in thought. With a sigh, Old Wei acknowledged that he usually focused solely on the act of killing, never concerning himself with subsequent matters. Noticing this, Jiang Ning quickly approached the poor, bewildered Yang He, intending to offer some consolation. However, before he could speak, Yang He burst into laughter. Jiang Ning was perplexed. How could Lord Yang find humor in such a dire situation? Yang He laughed heartily. My lord, I have come to an understanding. I have finally comprehended. Jiang Ning silently exclaimed, Oh no. Could it be that Lord Yang has lost his sanity? At that moment, Old Wei approached with a serious tone. Lord Yang, do not force yourself. If you wish to cry, feel free to do so. We are all comrades here, there is no shame in it. Yang He paid no heed to Old Wei. Continuing to laugh uproariously, Old Wei turned to Jiang Ning and whispered, My lord, look at Lord Yang. He is likely mad. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Old Wei continued, My lord, with all due respect, your bloodthirst is excessive. Just look at how you have driven Lord Yang to this state. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded, internally cursing, Old Wei. Do you even hear yourself? Old Wei spoke earnestly, My lord, when dealing with corrupt officials, I only advocate for the lightest punishment of exterminating their entire families, and the heaviest of annihilating their 3 clans. Yet, you threaten the destruction of 9. Just see how you have reduced Lord Yang to such a condition. Jiang Ning's mouth hung open, at a loss for words, yet he thought, Oh, Old Wei, is that what you consider reasonable discourse? I merely mentioned the annihilation of 9 clans in jest. How many truly meet such a fate? But exterminating 3 clans is a genuine execution. Suddenly, Yang He interjected with a smile, My lord, Wei Gong, do not hold back. In the future, when encountering corrupt officials, feel free to slay them without restraint. I am quite eager to see just how many corrupt officials exist in our Ming dynasty. In the era when the illustrious founding emperor reigned, he executed a staggering 100,000 corrupt officials, while the entire court of the Hongwu period comprised only 50,000. This implies that the emperor had eradicated 2 entire cycles of officials. However, since your majesty ascended the throne, merely over 30,000 have been disposed of, a figure significantly lesser than that of the founding emperor. In the past, the Hongwu court operated smoothly. I find it hard to believe that in the Tianqi era, the execution of a few corrupt officials would lead to the court's dysfunction. Is it merely a matter of personnel? Rest assured, I shall find a way to replenish the ranks. Amid the astonishment of Wei and Jiangning, Yang He erupted into hearty laughter as he strode toward the palace exit, reciting, Evading the will of heaven, escaping the consequences, all manner of shackles confine my true self. Embracing the will of heaven, following the consequences. Today I realize that I am me. Upon awakening to the path, I behold my true self. What fear I have of past shackles. The worldly bonds are but a dream, formless, faceless, and devoid of self. Old Wei and Jiangning stood in dumbfounded silence as they watched Yang He depart, his demeanor reminiscent of one who laughs heartily at the heavens. Jiangning, momentarily at a loss for words, followed Old Wei out of the palace, exchanging farewells. Upon returning to the Wujuan Dudu mansion, Jiangning promptly summoned Gao Wenkai. Gao Wenkai presented the various pieces of evidence that the Jinyui had secretly gathered during this period. After perusing the documents, Jiangning's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he exclaimed, Damn it! With the emperor far removed, they have become lawless. These wretched corrupt officials have been illegally collecting tributes and imposing additional taxes, employing every conceivable means. The petty exchanges and petty tricks do not even satiate their greed. Shockingly, local gentry have even forged imperial seals and counterfeit documents to seize the meager rations of the common folk. At this moment, Jiangning's eyes burned with rage, and his face was a mask of fury. His murderous intent could no longer be contained. He coldly commanded, Xiao Gao, immediately relay a message to the brothers to prepare their skills. When these corrupt officials enter the capital, we shall give them a proper welcome. Gao Wenkai nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Old Wei returned to the Dongchang office and hastily instructed his subordinates to prepare the instruments of execution. 3 days later, Yuan Kelly led the Jinyui and Dongchang guards in a grand procession, escorting over 3,800 individuals into the capital. This act caused an immediate sensation throughout the city. Upon learning of this, Zhu Youjiao swiftly convened all civil and military officials present in the capital to the palace for a discussion. When Jiangning arrived in a flurry at the Fengtian Hall, he found Yuan Kelly already clad in official robes, standing beside Sun Qingzong, weary yet resolute. Soon, all civil and military officials were assembled. Yuan Kelly stepped forward and reported loudly, I, Yuan Kelly, have been commanded to investigate the private collection of tributes and the illegal imposition of taxes, and I have now unraveled the matter. A total of 3,857 officials, gentry, and involved individuals have been apprehended, including 3 provincial governors, 2 inspectors, 13 prefects, 8 subprefects, 16 judges, 15 assistant judges, 38 county magistrates, and a further 177 officials, alongside numerous minor officials and local gentry. These corrupt officials and unscrupulous gentry have privately requisitioned 135,000 stones of grain and over 327,620 taels of silver. The elderly ministers have returned all excess grain and silver to the populace. Moreover, I have seized 127 forged official seals. I hereby report to your majesty. Upon hearing Yuan Kelly's report, all the civil and military officials present were greatly astonished. This was undeniably a monumental case. It is worth noting that Yuan Kelly is famously known as Yuan Qing Tian among the populace, renowned for his integrity and unwavering sense of justice. This time, under the command of Zhu Youjiao, Yuan Kelly was entrusted with the imperial sword to conduct inspections in the provinces. In his urgent pursuit to provide the common people with an explanation, Yuan Kelly managed to apprehend over 800 individuals in just a month and a half. Had he been afforded more time, the number of arrests could have easily exceeded 10,000. The scale of this case is no less significant than the Guahuan case among the 4 great cases of the Hongwu era, and it may even be more severe. Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, turned pale with fury, rising to his feet as he laughed bitterly in anger. Truly, what a peculiar affair has arisen during my reign of Tianqi. Bring forth the officials involved, the Minister of Revenue and the Inspector, so I may inquire whether their consciences have been devoured by dogs. Shortly thereafter, several guards ushered in a few officials clad in prison garb. As they entered the hall, they hastily knelt and prostrated themselves in apology. Zhu Youjiao began to peruse the documents presented by Yuan Kelly, coldly stating, Zhao Quan, the Right Minister of Revenue from Hunan, Lu Lin, the Right Minister of Revenue from Shaanxi, and Zheng Qinwen, the Right Minister of Revenue from Shandong. What exemplary officials you are! Under the guise of the imperial court, you have illicitly levied taxes and imposed various extortions. Pray tell, who is your backer? Who has sheltered and instructed you? Upon hearing these words, all present understood that the emperor was genuinely enraged and clearly intended to investigate thoroughly. The 3 officials hastily cried out, Your Majesty, we were momentarily foolish. Please grant us mercy. Zheng Qinwen lamented, crying out, Your Majesty, I am willing to surrender all my possessions, if only you would spare my life. Zhu Youjiao glared at them, cursing vehemently. With death imminent, you still have the audacity to plead for your lives? When you unlawfully taxed the people and extorted them, did you ever consider sparing their lives? What you plundered was not merely their money and grain. It was, in fact, their very lives. Observing the officials kneeling before him, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, recognizing some while being unfamiliar with others. He quickly leaned towards Zhang Weixian and inquired, Duke of England, do you know the backgrounds of these individuals? Zhang Weixian's expression became somewhat peculiar as he replied, My lord, these individuals are somewhat connected to Lord Wei. Jiang Ning's face contorted in disbelief. Surely not? Lord Wei is famously known for his aversion to evil. How could he associate with such people? Zhang Weixian whispered. When His Majesty first ascended the throne, the political landscape was chaotic, and many officials sought to align themselves with Lord Wei for connections. These individuals took advantage of that time to gain access to Lord Wei. In an instant, Jiang Ning understood that when Zhu Youjiao took the throne, he inherited a chaotic situation devoid of loyal supporters. Old Wei had been tasked with recruiting personnel, and in his eagerness to accept all, he inadvertently brought these calamities into proximity, leading to the current disaster. At that moment, Old Wei, standing beside the throne, wore a stoic expression. Jiang Ning silently lamented. Old Wei was not omniscient, and he must have been deceived. Now that he was aware of these individuals' misdeeds, Old Wei would undoubtedly ensure their entire clans were sent on their way to meet their fate. In the midst of chaotic thoughts in Jiangning, Zhu Youjiao observed several individuals fervently bowing and pleading for mercy. He coldly remarked, In order to apprehend you corrupt officials, I have mobilized the cabinet, the imperial sword, and the secret police. At this juncture, do you truly believe you can escape with your lives? I intend not only to execute you to uphold the law of the land, but also to eradicate your entire lineage to rectify the court's order. Upon hearing his words, Zheng Qinwen fainted on the spot, while Zhao Quan and Lu Lin trembled like aspen leaves. Zhao Quan gritted his teeth and implored, Your Majesty, if I divulge the mastermind, may I spare my family? Zhu Youjiao's face darkened as he glared at him, remaining silent. Yuan Kelly, witnessing this, erupted in anger, rebuking, at death's door. You dare to haggle with His Majesty. You are utterly oblivious to your fate. Do you think I cannot uncover the true instigator? The assembly understood that such brazen actions indicated the existence of protection from within the court. Clearly, Yuan Kelly had already identified the puppet master. He pointed directly at Inspector General Ruan Dach and Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue Wei Jun, both of whom were taken aback by the accusation. Ruan Dach hastily protested, Yuan Gulao, without evidence, how can you unjustly tarnish another's reputation in front of His Majesty? Wei Jun's complexion darkened to an extreme, coldly stating, Yuan Gulao, do you possess any proof? Otherwise, I shall initiate impeachment proceedings against you. Yuan Kelly let out a cold laugh, producing a memorial from his sleeve, raising it above his head and declaring, Your Majesty, this is a letter penned by Ruan Dach and Wei Jun to Zhao Quan, Lu Lin, and Zheng Qinwen, which has been seized by the secret police. I humbly present it for your review. Upon witnessing the evidence, Ruan Dach collapsed in fear, while Wei Jun turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Zhu Youjiao gestured, and Old Wei promptly fetched the letter. After perusing it, Zhu Youjiao coldly uttered 3 words of approval, the murderous intent palpable to all present. Even Old Wei, standing beside the throne, wore a grim expression since Ruan Dach and Wei Jun were his subordinates, now implicated as the masterminds of this grave affair, making it difficult for him to distance himself from the situation. With the evidence irrefutable, Zhao Quan surrendered, collapsing to the ground. In contrast, Lu Lin burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, Yuan Gulao lives up to his reputation as Yuan the Just, discerning the truth with remarkable clarity. It is indeed Inspector General Ruan Dach and Deputy Minister Wei Jun who conspired with us to unlawfully collect military funds and excessive taxes. Zhu Youjiao regarded the now unconscious Ruan Dach and the ashen-faced Wei Jun with great sorrow. Both had previously demonstrated commendable performance in the court, and even the Minister of Revenue Guo Yinho often praised Wei Jun, while the cabinet lauded Ruan Dach's capabilities. Yet, they had audaciously overstepped their bounds. Zhu Youjiao, with a heavy heart, lamented, I am aware that holding an official position in the Ming is no easy task, with meager salaries making it difficult to support one's family without resorting to corruption. However, I have endeavored to amend this situation, having tripled all official salaries, not to mention my regular rewards, and I have even permitted you to purchase shares in the Ming Royal Commerce Association. Ruan Dashang, if I am not mistaken, you receive an annual dividend of 50,000 silver dollars from the Royal Ming Trading Company alone, not to mention your existing family wealth. As for you, Wei Jun, with the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yinho, absent from the capital, you and Bai Zissou essentially run the entire ministry. Bai Zissou is often preoccupied with his duties, managing both the Royal Ming Bank and the postal trade, leaving you to largely oversee the ministry alone. Your shares in the Royal Ming Trading Company must yield an annual dividend of at least 30 to 40,000 silver dollars. I had initially intended to wait until the end of the year for Minister Gui's return to the capital to increase the official salaries, allowing everyone to enjoy a more comfortable life. I myself possess no more than 8 sets of seasonal clothing, and my diet consists of merely 4 dishes and a soup. While I do not expect all of you to live as I do, I sincerely hope you consider the plight of the common people before taking action. Many are unable to afford food or warm clothing, yet are still required to pay taxes to the court. The salaries I grant you are not gifts from the heavens, nor are they blown in by the wind. They are derived from the meager savings of the populace. In this time of desperation for the people, how can you continue to seize their only means of survival and sustenance? Have you lost all sense of conscience? Since the day I ascended the throne, I have persistently admonished you to abide by the law and to act with integrity, without abusing your power to oppress the people. Despite my fervent pleas, your greedy hearts remain unmoved. Since my ascension, I have executed nearly 30,000 officials, most of whom fell due to corruption and exploitation of the populace. I had hoped this would serve as a wake-up call for you. Yet you seem to embody the spirit of reckless bravado, fearing neither heaven nor earth. Do you believe that serving in the court grants you ownership of this realm, allowing you to indulge at will? Let me clarify. This realm does not belong to me, nor does it belong to you. It belongs to all the people. I merely serve as their steward. Upon hearing this, those present lowered their heads, unsure if it was from shame or another emotion. In stark contrast, several implicated officials collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. They understood that this sovereign, typically gentle and magnanimous, possesses a formidable temperament akin to that of Emperor Hongwu. Blood has flowed in Jiangning and under the command of Lao Wei, all in accordance with the sovereign's will. As Chapter 467 of the Great Decree of the Ancestor unfolds. Witnessing Emperor Zhu Youjiao on the verge of uttering a curse, Wei Jun was immediately moved to tears, stammering, "Your Majesty, I grew up in a poor household, with parents who scrimped and saved to provide for my education. During my examinations, I was often ridiculed and looked down upon by the sons of wealthy families. That experience is etched in my memory for life. Thus, upon becoming an official, I have always treaded carefully, as if on thin ice. It was not until I attended a banquet at Lord Ruan's residence that I witnessed true extravagance, money spent like dirt. In comparison, I felt like a beggar on the roadside. I could not accept that while others revel in luxury and delicacies, I must endure hardship and poverty. Since I assumed the position of Right Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, I have embezzled and accepted bribes amounting to 200,000 taels of silver. However, I have not spent a single coin, for I have been deeply afraid of poverty since my youth, truly terrified of destitution." Upon uttering these words, Wei Jun burst into tears. The onlookers expressed their lamentations, for this esteemed official, known for his exceptional capabilities, was once considered a likely successor to Gui Yunho as the Minister of Revenue. Who could have anticipated that a moment of folly would irrevocably ruin his promising future and cost him his life? At that moment, Lu Lin, in a fit of madness, laughed uproariously, his eyes gleaming with insanity, and declared, "Your Majesty, indeed, you have increased the salaries of all officials and permitted them to purchase shares in the Royal Commercial Society of the Ming to enhance their livelihoods. Yet you have overlooked a fundamental truth. The pursuit of officialdom is primarily for wealth, if not for the purpose of amassing riches. What significance does holding an official position hold? May I inquire, among those gathered in this golden hall, who has not engaged in corruption since entering public service? Can even half of them claim to be untainted?" The crowd, upon hearing these words, wore expressions of complexity. Prior to Emperor Zhu Youjiao's salary increments and the allowance for share purchases, many officials had indeed accepted gifts from local authorities, exploiting their positions for personal gain. Although such occurrences have become rare, the reality of their past misdeeds remains unchanged. Subsequently, laughter erupted throughout the hall, tinged with derision. "Your Majesty, today you have executed the guilty Lu Lin, but tomorrow there will be countless others like him. The world will never be rid of corrupt officials." Enraged by these remarks, Zhu Youjiao pointed at Lu Lin, his voice thunderous. "Rest assured, from this day forth, whenever I encounter corrupt officials, I shall execute them without exception. I will eradicate all corrupt officials from the realm. You, Lu Lin, are neither the first nor the last." Thereafter, Zhu Youjiao spoke coldly. "Minister Yuan, I appoint you as the presiding judge in this case, with the Left General of the Central Army of the Five Armies, Marquis Jiangning, and the Chief Eunuch of the Palace, Wei Zhongxian, as your deputy to jointly handle this matter. All implicated officials shall be punished according to the edicts of the Great Ancestor." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly, Jiangning, and Old Wei promptly accepted their orders. The other officials present were struck with shock. The edicts of the Great Ancestor, once thought to be distant, had unexpectedly descended upon them. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao waved his hand, commanding the apprehension of all implicated officials from the Grand Hall. He then seated himself upon the dragon throne, enveloped in silence, with no official daring to speak. For Zhu Youjiao was clearly in a furious mood. After a considerable time, Zhu Youjiao rose, sighed, and remarked, "I am aware that within this Grand Hall, there are still some who continue to engage in corruption, albeit undetected thus far. However, I must advise you, as officials, one should aspire to noble aspirations, cultivate moderate relationships, and enjoy humble fortunes. Choose to stand at heights, yet sit at levels, and act with magnanimity. Those punished today include high-ranking officials, governors of provinces, as well as local magistrates and gentry, yet it is the countless commoners who suffer the most. My heart aches profoundly. My failure in selecting capable individuals has brought guilt upon the state. I am deeply remorseful towards my ancestors above and the common people below. I am inclined to resign from my position. You courtiers, why not take a moment to expose your hearts, to lay bare your souls, and discern whether your intentions are noble or nefarious?" With that, Zhu Youjiao descended from the imperial throne and approached his ministers, declaring, I am increasingly aware that the true peril facing the Ming dynasty lies not beyond our borders, but within this very court, within the hall of heavenly purity. A slight corruption here could lead to the decay of the entire dynasty. Should you all fall into moral decay, the common folk across the realm would rise in rebellion, and neither monarch nor minister would find a place to rest in death. At this poignant moment, many officials were moved to tears, wiping their eyes as they sensed the fury, helplessness, and sorrow emanating from this young emperor. Zhu Youjiao sighed deeply before continuing. I often wish to convey something to all of you, yet some truths are best left unsaid, and actions must be measured. There must be a limit to our discourse. After much contemplation, I have distilled it to 8 words. Take heed of your actions. The law spares no one. From this point forward, I shall not show leniency, even at the cost of being labeled a tyrant, for I will no longer permit officials to wantonly exploit the people. I present you with something different today. With a wave of his hand, dozens of young eunuchs entered the hall, bearing wooden trays upon which rested 2 tomes. The gathered officials were perplexed. Zhu Youjiao then spoke. I bestow upon you these 2 books. One is the great edict of our founding emperor, and the other contains records of officials punished during his reign. In your leisure, I urge you to peruse these works. May they serve as a warning to you. With that, he commanded, court dismissed. The officials received the seemingly light books, yet they felt as though they bore an immense weight. After Zhu Youjiao departed, the officials made their way out of the palace, many drenched in sweat, some even weak in the knees. Only Yuan Kelly, Jiang Ning, and Old Wei strode forth with heads held high in laughter as they exited the palace gates. Following closely were Inspector Zhu Dadian and Minister Wei Guangwei. Once outside, Yuan Kelly, Jiang Ning, and Old Wei briefly conferred before bidding each other farewell. Jiang Ning did not return to the military governor's office, but directly proceeded to the office of the Jinhui, instructing Tian Urging and Gao Wenkai to deliver all collected evidence to Yuan Kelly. Upon his return to the Eastern Depot, Old Wei made similar arrangements without delay. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Old Wei each submitted a letter of apology, acknowledging their shared responsibility for the grave events that transpired under their watch. The following day, Zhu Youjiao issued punitive edicts against various officials. Jiang Ning, the commander of the Jinhui, was penalized for negligence and fined a year's salary. The head of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, Old Wei, faced a similar fine, along with 20 strokes of the court's cane, temporarily suspended. Inspector Zhu Dadian was also penalized for negligence, facing a year's salary reduction and a demotion in rank while remaining in office. Minister of Revenue Guo Yinho, left Deputy Minister of Revenue by Zissou, and the governors of Shaanxi and Shandong, Chen Qiu and Xie Shuilong respectively, were all subjected to a year's salary fine and a demotion while retaining their positions. The governor of Shaanxi, Xiao Yinsheng, received a penalty of 1 year's salary reduction and a demotion, yet was allowed to remain in office under duress. Concurrently, Emperor Zhu Youjiao issued another decree, sentencing the implicated officials, Ruan Dajing and Wei Jun, to execution along with their 3 generations. This unprecedented move sent shockwaves through the court, as such extensive punishment of pro-imperial officials had never been witnessed before. The sanctioned officials, Jiang Ning and Old Wei, promptly mobilized personnel to conduct thorough investigations of the Jinhui and Dongchang operatives across various regions. Given the gravity of the case, the sluggish reporting from these agencies suggested that collusion was at play. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ning and Old Wei approached Yuan Kelly, and after a brief discussion, they proceeded through the necessary formalities, subsequently detaining over 800 implicated individuals for execution at the Shiji Palu. On the day of execution, the capital was teeming with spectators. All executioners from the Dongchang, Jinhui, and Shuntian prefecture were summoned due to the overwhelming number of condemned prisoners. Old Wei even took the knife himself, seizing a rare opportunity to experience the gruesome task, as the great proclamation of the founding Emperor Hongwu explicitly mandated that officials guilty of embezzling over 40 taels be subjected to flaying. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was not as morbidly inclined as Old Wei. He benefited from the expertise of Yang Lian, a master of interrogation, who had trained numerous professionals in the Jinhui before departing the capital. After 3 days of executions, culminating in methods such as lingqi, flaying, dismemberment, beheading, strangulation, and breaking on the wheel, every prescribed form of capital punishment from the Great Proclamation was meticulously carried out, resulting in rivers of blood at the Shiji Palu. Subsequently, The three returned to the palace to report to Zhu Youjiao. Observing their fatigued expressions, the emperor offered words of comfort, permitting them to rest. Thereafter, Zhu Youjiao appointed Hou Sun, the Minister of Revenue in Nanjing, to the capital as Deputy Minister of Revenue. Simultaneously, he promoted Xiong Mingyu, the Right Deputy Censor of Nanjing, to the position of Right Censor of the Central Censorate, succeeding Huang Taiji. Just as many believe that the case regarding the illicit requisition of tribute from Liaodong in the third year of the Tianqi era had reached a conclusion, the court showed no sign of relenting. The surveillance by the Dongchang and Jinyue intensified, leading to the apprehension of additional officials and local gentry. Even in Shaanxi, which had previously been scrutinized by Jiangning and Old Wei, several corrupt officials were exposed, instilling fear throughout the provincial bureaucracy. Governor Qiao Yunxing submitted 3 formal apologies, and upon noting this, Zhu Youjiao offered him reassurance, clarifying that the investigation targeted corrupt officials nationwide rather than specifically targeting Shaanxi, urging him to focus on his duties without unnecessary worry. Relieved by the emperor's response, Qiao Yunxing exhaled deeply, stowing away the poison he had prepared, and subsequently hung a noose in the hall of the governor's office. Meanwhile, far away in Chengdu, Prince Zhu Jishu received the imperial edict appointing him as the Governor-General of Northern Myanmar. Overcome with emotion upon receiving the decree, Zhu Jishu summoned all members of the Zhu clan to the princess residence, where he conducted a grand ancestral ceremony in the royal temple. With fervent excitement, he proclaimed to his ancestors that he, the unfilial descendant Zhu Jishu, had achieved distinction as the Governor-General of Northern Myanmar, thus bringing glory to his lineage. And he admonished all the disciples of the Shu fief that upon his departure from Chengdu, they must conduct themselves with propriety and refrain from unruly behavior. Anyone daring to engage in misconduct would not need to await the arrival of the ancestral court, for he, Zhu Jishu, would personally return to send them to meet their forebears. He appointed several esteemed elders and his own cousins to assist his son, Zhu Pingzhang, in managing the affairs of the Shu fief, advising that if any dilemmas arose, they should seek counsel in northern Myanmar. Following this, Zhu Jishu hastened to take up his post in northern Myanmar. He was acutely aware that his long-standing efforts were finally bearing fruit. Though he was merely the governor of northern Myanmar and not ruling over a fief abroad, this was undoubtedly a pivotal first step that illuminated a path of hope, compelling him to strive mightily in his new role. However, upon his arrival in northern Myanmar, he was taken aback by the unexpected circumstances that greeted him. Zhao Shuijiao, the commander of the Western expedition, seemed more focused on deceiving the king of Myanmar and his ministers into providing financial support and supplies to the Ming army, rather than strategizing troop deployments. Simultaneously, the northern Myanmar governor, Gao Di, was preoccupied with persuading local chieftains to attack Myanmar on behalf of the court, pushing their soldiers into the fray. Zhu Jishu soon realized that the situation in northern Myanmar was intricate and fraught with challenges. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to follow suit in the charade. Chapter 468. Yang He hangs himself as over 800 individuals were executed at the Shiji Palu. The political landscape of the Ming capital was thrust into the most severe anti-corruption campaign since the ascension of Zhu Youjiao. The Ministry of Justice dispatched inspectors far and wide, instilling fear across the realm, as it became evident that the court was serious about reform. In the imperial court, with Yuan Kelly at the helm, the Ministry of Justice, the Supervisory Court, the Supreme Court, and the Jinyue, along with the Eastern Depot, collaborated to conduct a thorough investigation of the capital's officials. This inquiry unearthed numerous cases of embezzlement and bribery involving various officials. For those newly engaged in corruption with relatively minor sums involved, Zhu Youjiao dealt leniently, opting for demotion with reprimands or monetary penalties. However, for those with substantial embezzlements, Zhu Youjiao showed no mercy, administering penalties in accordance with the edicts of the great ancestor. Among those investigated, a significant number were officials from the Donglin party and the Zhujiang faction who had defected. Thus, the Shiji Palu witnessed yet another wave of purges. Following these extensive cleansings, the entire Ming bureaucracy was profoundly shaken. Initially, many believed the court would cease its fervor. However, this was merely the beginning. Minister of Personnel Yang He declared his unwavering support for Yuan Kelly, Jiang Ning, and Lao Wei, urging a relentless pursuit of thorough investigations and unhesitant action against the corrupt. The assembly was left astounded by Yang He's declaration. While such remarks might have been expected from others, it was particularly astonishing coming from Yang He, the Minister of Personnel, given the current shortage of officials. Subsequently, Yang He promptly proposed to Zhu Youjiao that the scholars who had been brought back from Jiangnan, adherents of the burgeoning new doctrines, be summoned to the court for assessment to fill the vacancies. Zhu Youjiao, after conferring with the cabinet, readily acquiesced to the proposal. After all, among these over 2,000 students of emerging doctrines, even the least distinguished possessed the status of a scholar, with many holding the titles of Jinshi and Jiren. Previously, the court had re-established local academies in the north to suppress the literary culture of Jiangnan, thereby appointing these students as academic officials in local schools, county schools, and prefectural schools. Now that the implementation of these academies has begun to show results, it is only natural that these scholars can be recalled for service to the court. To hedge against any uncertainties, Yang He further proposed that officials in mourning at home be compelled to prioritize state affairs and return to their posts. Thus, with this dual approach, Yang He swiftly gathered over 2,000 deputy officials. However, he still felt it was insufficiently secure, so he personally visited the military governor's office, seeking assistance from Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong, hoping to draw a portion of commanders from the capital's military to serve as local officials at a lower rank. Upon hearing Yang He's request, the three elder comrades, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong, immediately opposed. They thought to themselves that the Ming dynasty's military commanders and the capital's garrison had endured such hardships for years, and now that they had finally regained their dignity, Yang He sought to exploit the garrison commanders, which was tantamount to extracting flesh from the garrison and shedding its blood. They could not agree to such a proposal under any circumstances. Seeing that Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong were resolutely opposed, only Jiang Ning remained silent. Observing this, Yang He was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he implored Jiang Ning for help. "My lord, you cannot turn a blind eye. Ever since you recommended me as Minister of Personnel, I have not experienced a single day of peace. I rise before the rooster crows and retire later than the dog, laboring more than a donkey, tirelessly striving to maintain the situation. Moreover, the Royal Military Academy now supports the capital's garrison, alleviating any concerns about a shortage of commanders. Please assist me. Consider it an act of virtue and kindness." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning found himself in a dilemma. After all, Yang He's current awkward position in the court was directly related to his association with the former Wei. Yang He was previously known as a man of integrity in the court. To neglect him seemed inappropriate. However, as a military figure, Jiang Ning generally preferred to offer opinions on civil matters without becoming overly involved. Noticing Jiang Ning's furrowed brow and continued silence, Yang He, in a fit of desperation, unfastened his belt and prepared to commit an act of self-destruction in the hall of the military governor's office. This alarmed everyone present, prompting frantic attempts to dissuade him. After all, if a current minister were to hang himself in the military governor's office, the repercussions would be immensely detrimental, and even Jiang Ning could not contain the situation. After much effort, they managed to pull Yang He down, who, amidst tears and shouts, declared, "Do not stop me. Whoever interferes today, I shall confront them. Rather than perish from exhaustion, it is better to end it all." Witnessing Yang He's attempt to hang himself, Jiang Ning was genuinely startled. With no other option, he reluctantly nodded in agreement to select a portion of commanders from the capital's garrison and appoint them to lower-ranking local positions. Only then did Yang He, satisfied, fasten his belt and hurriedly rush to the palace to seek an imperial decree from Zhu Youjiao. Watching Yang He depart, Zhang Weixian lamented, "This Yang is truly a foolish creature. I once believed that Lord Yang was an honest man. But it seems that even the most seemingly upright individuals can resort to unscrupulous tactics, such as threatening with death. How utterly despicable." Chen Su, his face flushed with anger, turned to Jiang Ning and exclaimed, "Lord Jiang, we have all emerged from the crucible of battle. How could you falter at such a critical moment? By agreeing to this old rascal, we are merely cleaning up his mess. Should we succeed, it would be commendable, but should we fail, we will bear the burden of responsibility." Xin Yurong, equally distressed, added, "Lord Jiang, do you comprehend the immense effort and time required to cultivate a commander? And you would so casually relinquish them. The students of the Royal Academy of the Ming Dynasty are not mere chives in a field, easily severed. They too require time to mature and must undergo rigorous training. Faced with their accusations, Jiang Ning, in a sudden burst of frustration, slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Enough! Let us cease this clamor. It is merely a matter of personnel. Lord Earl, you must immediately take the official document from the Ministry of War to the Imperial Academy, with the primary aim of recruiting students from humble backgrounds." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the three were momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Zhang Weixian slapped his thigh and remarked, "Ah, Lord Jiang, this truly is akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart, a needless endeavor. Why not send Lord Yang directly to the academy for recruitment? Why the roundabout approach?" Jiang Ning refrained from elaborating further. He understood well Yang He's intentions. The current students at the Imperial Academy were preoccupied with lofty philosophical discourse, utterly lacking in practical governance experience. In contrast, the commanders of the capital's army had seen battle, shed blood, and undergone systematic training. Moreover, the capital's military was known for its strict discipline, with commanders executing their duties with remarkable efficiency. What the current Ming bureaucracy lacked was precisely this decisive spirit. If they were to recruit directly from the academy, Yang He might bring in a multitude only to later face a reckoning for corruption, resulting in a far more regrettable situation than the current one. Ultimately, under Jiang Ning's earnest persuasion, Zhang Weixian reluctantly led Chen Su and Xin Yurong to the Imperial Academy for recruitment. Upon learning their intentions, the Academy's president, Su Kachio, promptly expressed his full support. Having once served as a provincial governor, Su understood the dynamics of the Ming bureaucracy all too well. Although his advanced age limited him to teaching at the academy, he was nonetheless eager to contribute to the court. With Su Kachio's cooperation, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong meticulously selected 300 students from the Imperial Academy, all of whom hailed from humble origins. They brought these students back to the capital's army for allocation. However, upon their arrival, these 300 individuals were swiftly claimed by the various commanders, for the capital's army had already tasted the benefits of having educated personnel among their ranks. The day-to-day logistics, military law, internal affairs, and the ideological work with soldiers all necessitated leaders from scholarly backgrounds. Subsequently, the three returned to the Ministry of War. Zhang Weixian, his face etched with concern, lamented, "We have siphoned off hundreds from the academy. If that scoundrel Yang comes seeking more recruits again, I shall have no choice but to send the dogs of the Ministry of War to him." Chen Su and Xin Yurong nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning comprehended the sentiments of the three venerable generals and promptly offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Your Excellencies, the Duke of England, Lord Chun, and Lord Shun, let us not allow anger to cloud our judgment, for we must prioritize the greater good. To address the issue of the officers being reassigned, I propose that we select a number of exemplary grassroots soldiers and leaders from the capital's garrison and send them to the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty for an intensive 3-month training session, after which they can fill the current vacancies." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's suggestion, the three men were enlightened and deemed it a commendable plan. Thus, after a brief discussion, Zhang Weixian took up the pen and drafted a formal memorial, which was subsequently signed and sealed with the official stamp before being dispatched to the palace for Emperor Zhu Youjiao's approval. Not long after Zhu Youjiao had bid farewell to Yang He, he received the memorial from the Five Armies Command. He then convened discussions with several prominent members of the cabinet, ultimately reaching a consensus. After all, in order to maintain stability within the Ming court, the Five Armies Command and the capital's garrison had indeed made substantial sacrifices. Zhu Youjiao was acutely aware of the current state of affairs within the Ming bureaucracy, and he understood that the campaign against corruption must be thorough and relentless. If corrupt officials were left unchecked, no matter how many new officers were appointed, they too would be tainted by the prevailing corruption, necessitating a resolution at its roots. 2 days later, Zhu Youjiao summoned the cabinet, the Five Armies Command, and several ministers in the capital to the palace for deliberation. Addressing the esteemed assembly of court officials, he stated candidly, "My loyal ministers, you are my right and left arms, the pillars of our court. The salaries originally allocated to officials were indeed insufficient, forcing many to resort to corruption in order to sustain their livelihoods. Since my ascension to the throne, I have tirelessly endeavored to improve the conditions for officials. I have tripled their salaries, dispersed them in cash, provided regular rewards, and permitted the purchase of shares in the Ming Commercial Association, all in hopes of curtailing corruption. It is disheartening to discover that the recent military funding scandal has implicated so many individuals. However, salary increases must be judicious. We cannot simply raise salaries in response to corruption, lest we fail to rectify the prevailing malfeasance while burdening the state treasury. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of Zhu Youjiao's words. The culture of corruption within the Ming bureaucracy had persisted for ages. Even invoking the edicts of the great Hongwu emperor would scarcely deter avarice. It appeared that a significant overhaul was indeed necessary. Zhu Youjiao continued, "My esteemed ministers, I invite you to voice your thoughts on how we might prevent officials from engaging in corruption and bribery." The room fell into contemplation, and Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. Presently, corruption within the Ming bureaucracy manifested in two primary forms. Firstly, paltry salaries made it difficult for officials to make ends meet, compelling them to engage in petty corruption, which often escalated into more significant offenses. Secondly, individuals from affluent backgrounds continued to amass wealth. For instance, the former right minister of the censorate, Huang Taiji, hailing from a wealthy family in Jiangnan and possessing substantial assets along with shares in the Royal Commercial Association, was nevertheless embroiled in a monumental case of embezzlement of military funds, exemplifying the insatiable nature of human greed. At this juncture, the chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, rose to pay his respects, stating, "Your Majesty, during the early years of the Hongwu reign, the salaries established for officials were not meager. However, at the inception of the dynasty, the nation faced numerous challenges, and the treasury was in a precarious state. A few years later, the founding emperor decided to reduce the salaries of officials, intending to restore them once the treasury improved. Unfortunately, this led to rampant corruption among officials. In a fit of rage, the emperor enacted severe measures, resulting in the continuation of official salaries to this day. Previously, the court compensated officials primarily in rice, cash, copper coins, silver, cloth, and salt. Now, the court has tripled the salaries, paying them entirely in silver dollars. Take, for instance, the senior official who, as a first-rank officer, originally received a monthly salary of 87 stones and an annual salary of 1,044 stones. Following the salary increase, his monthly compensation has risen to 261 stones, amounting to an annual salary of 3,132 stones. When calculating salaries for officials of various ranks, each stone was valued at 2 silver dollars, which is quite considerable. This means the senior official's annual salary totals 264 silver dollars, and with the emperor's regular gifts, his family's living expenses are more than adequately covered. Currently, in the marketplace, 1 silver dollar can purchase a stone of fine rice, 2 stones of ordinary rice, and nearly 3 stones of millet or brown rice. This does not even account for the nearly 20,000 silver dollars in dividends from the Ming Royal Merchants Association each year. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the salaries of Ming officials are indeed substantial, fully paid in silver dollars without any extraneous deductions. Wen Tian then stood and bowed, stating, "Your Majesty, what Lord Sun has articulated is indeed accurate, but there is an additional point that requires clarification. The transportation expenses for officials attending court, as well as the costs incurred for distant duties, are not included in the court's salary calculations. This is particularly true for local officials, whose expenditures for their subordinates, clerks, and other aides must be managed by the local government itself. This is also one of the reasons why local officials persist in corrupt practices." Zhu Youjiao nodded, acknowledging that the recent military funding scandal predominantly involved local officials. Zhu Youjiao then inquired, "Esteemed ministers, what solutions do you propose?" Shui Guoguan rose and bowed, suggesting, "Your Majesty, I believe we could evaluate the routine administrative expenses of local governments and allocate silver to cover these costs, thereby preventing such issues." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with simultaneous opposition from Yuan Kelly and Wen Tian. Yuan Kelly, with a serious expression, stated, "I cannot agree with Lord Shui's proposition. If the court were to allocate these expenses as silver to local governments, it remains uncertain whether they would be utilized effectively. Should corruption and oppression of the populace persist even after such distributions, what then?" Upon hearing this, Shui Guoguan's face turned awkward, realizing he had overlooked this crucial point. After all, human nature is susceptible to temptation. Jiang Ning closed his eyes in contemplation, recognizing that such issues have long been entrenched. The absence of clear standards for local government expenditures, combined with the recruitment of non-official personnel by local authorities, creates vast opportunities for malfeasance. Just as in the technologically advanced future, temporary workers exist, so too in ancient times, roles such as errand runners and clerks, those serving the government, were often viewed as lowly and wielded power over the common populace. Seeing the assembly fall into silence, Zhu Youjiao felt a wave of helplessness. At that moment, Jiang Ning stood and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I have some rather undeveloped thoughts." The crowd brightened at Jiang Ning's words, knowing that this noble lord rarely spoke, but, when he did, often provided solutions or significant suggestions. Zhu Youjiao hastily remarked, "Minister Jiang, regardless of maturity, let us first discuss matters together as sovereign and subjects." Jiang Ning responded, "Your Majesty, the rampant corruption primarily resides within local governments. As the esteemed elder one has pointed out, aides, clerks, and local officials, though not of court rank, are recruited by local authorities yet act on behalf of the court. While they may be deemed of the lowest class, they are more than capable of managing the common populace. Given this, I propose we integrate these individuals into the court's official system. The officials of the Ming dynasty are classified from 1st to 9th rank. I believe we could introduce a 10th rank, specifically for these aides and local officials." Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows. Historically, only in the twilight years of a dynasty would there be a proliferation of official positions to enhance local governance and suppress potential rebellions. In prosperous times, the trend is to reduce the number of officials, leaving Jiang Ning's proposal rather perplexing. Observing their reaction, Jiang Ning smiled and continued, "Your Majesty, while aides and local officials are regarded as the lowest of the low, the court relies on their services. By incorporating them into the official hierarchy, we can ensure they are uniformly managed and their salaries regulated by the court, while also overseeing the personnel of local governments at the prefecture, state, and county levels, ensuring they are appointed through the court's authority. Take aides for instance. They are typically recruited by local heads, often comprising failed scholars. It would be prudent to integrate them into the court's ranks, granting them the 10th rank, so that in the future, local aides will be appointed by the court and cannot be privately recruited. This would also apply to local officials and aides, thereby allowing the court to maintain firm control over local administrations, preventing arbitrary actions." The assembly nodded in agreement with Jiang Ning's elucidation. At that moment, Bai Zissou, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, while your plan is commendable, it will undoubtedly increase the Treasury's expenditures. Moreover, where will we find such a multitude to fill these positions in local offices?" Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "Minister Bai, there is no need for concern. Local governments reserve a portion of the tax revenue they remit to the court each year for their operational expenses, and salaries can be drawn from this fund. The Ministry of Revenue must take the lead in this matter, as only it knows how much silver is retained by the various states and local governments within the Ming territory annually." Bai Zissou nodded. It was common knowledge that local governments retained a portion of the silver, and if that amount were reclaimed by the court and redistributed to the newly created ranks, the treasury would not incur significant additional expenses. Zhu Youjiao then inquired, "Minister Jiang, where will we source these personnel? It is well known that many of the local aides and officials are ruffians and scoundrels, which is why they are regarded as the lowest class." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, aside from the capital garrison and the soldiers from the 9 borders, the northern provinces are currently training their own troops to maintain local stability with a service term of 3 years. Upon completion, those who excel may continue in military service and be promoted, while those of average performance may retire and seek their own livelihoods. We could assign these veterans to the roles of aides and local officials, allowing them to continue serving the court while providing them with stable employment. Many soldiers from the capital garrison, having endured numerous battles, have sustained injuries that prevent them from continuing to serve in campaigns. Although some serve as lecturers at the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty, many still rely on the court for support. These soldiers, having endured the trials of battle, remain absolutely loyal to the court and His Majesty. Though physically disabled and unable to fight, they can still serve the state by taking up positions as local officials or captains. Additionally, a selection of personnel from the internal military trained in various regions could be appointed as messengers and constables. This way, The wounded soldiers who have risked their lives for the Ming dynasty might secure a dignified livelihood, continue contributing to the court, and simultaneously prevent local officials from recruiting ruffians to oppress the populace, thus tarnishing the court's reputation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded thoughtfully and inquired of the assembly, "What do you gentlemen think?" After a moment of contemplation, the young official Wen Tiran promptly stood to express his support for Jiangning, followed closely by Shui Guoguan. Even the typically stern and incorruptible Yuan Kelly voiced his agreement. Only the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, appeared pale and distressed, internally lamenting the burden of having to source these personnel himself. He mused that it would be simpler to return to farming. Just as Yang He pondered resigning on the spot, Zhu Youjiao spoke. "In that case, this matter is settled. I will issue an edict to inform the world. The cabinet will take the lead, delegating responsibilities to Master Sun and Minister Yuan, and all departments, both civil and military, must offer their full support." At this moment, Sun Xingzong suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, what should be done with the original clerks, messengers, and constables in local governments? We cannot simply dismiss them all, can we?" Zhu Youjiao contemplated for a moment before responding with a smile. "This is quite simple. The clerks will be entrusted to Minister Yang for assessment. Those deemed capable will be retained, while those lacking ability will be dismissed. And any who commit crimes will be dealt with according to Ming law." Yang He, upon hearing this, was elated, recognizing an opportunity to select talented individuals. Despite the clerk profession being looked down upon, it is not devoid of knowledgeable individuals. Although the selection process may feel akin to sifting for gold in refuse, having some talent is better than none, prompting him to rise and accept the task. Zhu Youjiao then shifted his tone. "As for the constables and messengers, most are common ruffians. With the factory guard currently inspecting the realm, let them conduct thorough investigations. Those who engage in criminal activities will be dealt with harshly under Ming law, preventing them from misusing the court's name to harm the people and sully the court's reputation." The assembly quickly acknowledged their orders, and Old Wei felt a surge of joy, believing he had another chance to showcase his skills and accumulate merit, bringing him a step closer to establishing a shrine and enjoying the incense of devotion. As the discussions concluded, and everyone prepared to depart due to their busy schedules, Zhu Youjiao spoke again. "Inspired by the insights of you gentlemen, I have decided to temporarily refrain from increasing official salaries. However, every official will receive an additional annual transportation allowance. For those traveling far for work, an extra subsidy will be provided. This matter will be entrusted to Minister Bai for careful calculation and reporting back to me." Bai Zissou promptly stood to accept the task, recognizing that while salary increases are costly and potentially ineffective, providing subsidies is less expensive and can enhance one's reputation, prompting him to handle this diligently. Moreover, Jiangning had just reminded him that the silver unlawfully intercepted by local officials was to be returned to the court for centralized distribution. This way, the Ministry of Revenue would not have to bear the entire financial burden, while simultaneously resolving the issue. After all, his immediate superior, Gui Yinho, was notoriously known for his ruthless pursuit of money, often prioritizing wealth over dignity, and he was soon to return to the capital for an official report. Although the ministry had contributed a portion, the provinces had shouldered even more. Surely, Gui Yinho would not resort to self-harm in the grand hall of the ministry upon his return. Following this, Zhu Youjiao cleared his throat and proclaimed, "In order to encourage local officials to diligently perform their duties, in addition to their salaries, I have decided to reinstate the assessment method of zhangjuzhing for all officials across the realm. Those who excel will receive an additional reward in their salary. Those with average performance will receive no commendation, while those who perform poorly will first receive a warning. If they fail to amend their ways, they will be dismissed from their positions, and in severe cases, face punitive measures according to their transgressions. This matter shall be jointly handled by the cabinet and Minister Yang." Upon hearing this, the audience felt a tightening in their chests, fully aware that the officials' arduous days were about to return. After all, Zhang Juzhing's assessment method had once brought great distress to those officials who merely coasted through their duties, requiring them to submit 3 work reports daily, provide monthly summaries, and undergo comprehensive evaluations at year-end, leaving them utterly exhausted. Yet, despite its severity, this assessment method significantly enhanced administrative efficiency. No wonder Zhu Youjiao had retained everyone. It turned out he had a grand strategy in mind. However, after a moment of contemplation, the dignitaries deemed it acceptable. The current workload of the court was not vastly different from that during the assessment method's implementation. It merely entailed writing a few more reports and conducting additional inspections. They already had plenty on their plates, so this slight increase was manageable. More importantly, the dignitaries were exceedingly busy in the capital. While those officials who had been idling away their time in the provinces, engaging in unscrupulous activities, now faced what could only be described as hellish days ahead. After all, Zhang Zhuzhing's assessment method primarily targeted local officials, and now, with Jiangning's counsel to elevate the ranks of officials, cutting off avenues for petty gain. Zhu Youjiao's introduction of the assessment method would reveal how these local officials would choose to act. Those who wished to remain in office would have to work diligently. Those who did not want to remain should return home to farm, and those hoping for riches should prepare for a grim fate. If one wished to take the easy path, they would be left to languish in prison, subsisting on the emperor's rations. Seeing that the assembly accepted the assessment method, Zhu Youjiao smiled and bid them farewell. Chapter 500, mandated by heaven, may his reign be eternal. Meanwhile, in Kaifeng, Prince Zhu Gongxiao received the imperial edict appointing him as the grand supervisor of the riverways, tasked with assisting Gui Yunho and Zhuo Guangdou in the improvement and maintenance of waterways. This news filled Zhu Gongxiao with elation, and he promptly summoned all the royal family members under the Zhou prince's estate to hold a grand ancestral ceremony at the ancestral hall. During the ceremony, tears streamed down Zhu Gongxiao's face as he addressed his ancestors. Unfilial descendant Zhu Gongxiao has now achieved success, taking on the role of grand supervisor of the riverways. Although the Zhou royal lineage was renowned for its medical expertise, which did not directly align with the field of hydraulic engineering, what mattered most was that he could now leave Kaifeng and contribute to the court. After the ancestral rites concluded, Zhu Gongxiao hurriedly set off with the imperial edict to meet Zhuo Guangdou and Gui Yunho. Upon arriving at the riverworks site, he found Zhuo Guangdou alone, and with a puzzled expression, he inquired, "May I ask, where is Minister Gua? Why did I not see him?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Guangdou awkwardly replied, "In response to your highness, Lord Gua is currently in Luoyang." Zhu Gongxiao grew even more perplexed, pondering what could have prompted this esteemed Lord Gua to venture to Luoyang. Since the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, the military powers of all vassal kings had been curtailed, and without an edict, they were not permitted to leave their territories. Even exiting the city required notification to the local authorities. Having grown up, Zhu Gongxiao had left Kaifeng only a handful of times, and each occasion was dedicated to honoring his ancestors, accompanied by officials dispatched by the local government to oversee the proceedings. Thus, he was unaware of Gui Yunho's archaeological endeavors, fully engrossed in assisting Zhuo Guangdou with river management. Although Zhu Gongxiao lacked expertise in hydrology and irrigation, he was well versed in medicine. Observing the emaciated monks and Burmese captives laboring with little vigor, an idea struck him, and he instructed his attendants to brew a revitalizing medicinal concoction, distributing a generous bowl to each individual. After consuming the restorative brew, the previously listless monks and captives suddenly brimmed with energy, working as though fatigue were a foreign concept. This spectacle astounded Zhuo Guangdou. While he was aware of the Zhu royal family's proficiency in medicine, the prowess displayed by Zhu Gongxiao was remarkable. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that this was a newly formulated invigorating tonic developed by Zhu Gongxiao over the years. Although it proved effective in enhancing alertness, the potential side effects could not be overlooked, as it posed certain harm to the human body. Zhuo Guangdou instinctively chose to disregard these adverse effects, issuing orders that this concoction should never be administered to the common folk, but solely to the monks and Burmese captives. It is noteworthy that the Zhu royal family's medical knowledge was hereditary. Among the numerous vassal kings in Hunan, only the Zhu royal estate cultivated a majority of medicinal herbs, with only a small portion devoted to grain, while the estates of other vassal kings exclusively grew grain. Therefore, Zhu Gongxiao could easily bear the cost of the medicinal herbs for these tens of thousands of individuals. After a period of diligent effort, Zhu Gongxiao still found no sign of Gui Yunho and sent someone to inquire, only to learn that Gui Yunho was excavating in Luoyang, leaving him utterly astonished. Nonetheless, he resolved to pay a visit to this esteemed Lord Gua, recognizing the significant influence of the current Minister of Revenue. Establishing a good rapport with Lord Gua would undoubtedly facilitate his own advancement. Consequently, he requested a few days off from Zhuo Guangdou and hastily set out for Luoyang. Upon arriving in Luoyang and witnessing the chaotic scene before him, he was taken aback. Thousands of individuals had turned the area surrounding Luoyang into a veritable mess. The townsfolk claimed they were preparing to dig wells in search of water sources, but Zhu Gongzhao was not convinced. Recalling Gui Yunho's peculiar inclinations, he sought out Gui Yunho for an inquiry. The sudden appearance of this prince of the Zhu royal family startled Gui Yunho. Upon discovering that this prince was now also the governor of river management, Gui Yunho treated him with great courtesy. Previously, Gui Yunho had boasted about his intention to locate the imperial seal to present to Zhu Youjiao, yet now he had found not even a trace of it. His urgency grew, compelling him to command over 1,000 members of the Guan Mountain Taibao to excavate tirelessly day and night. Yet according to ancient texts and various historical records, they remained empty-handed. On that day, King Zhou Zhu Gongshao once again sought out Gui Yunho, inquiring with a smile, "My esteemed elder, what treasure are you excavating? You have been at it for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho sighed, feeling that his search for the imperial seal might ultimately be in vain. He then exhaled deeply and recounted his intentions to seek the treasured imperial seal to present to Zhu Youjiao, followed by a vehement tirade. "Damn it. The historical records and ancient texts left by our predecessors are nothing but nonsense, devoid of any usefulness. They pale in comparison to the vernacular tales of the common folk. While those tales may lack authenticity, they are undeniably raw." Listening to Gui Yunho's exasperated outburst, Zhu Gongshao scratched his head and replied with a chuckle, "My dear elder, your words remind me of a long-standing folk tale. As for its veracity, that remains unverified." Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and promptly urged, "I beseech your highness, please share it with me." Zhu Gongshao then began his narration. In the past, Shi Jingtang led the Khitan forces to besiege Luoyang. The late Tang's last emperor, Li Tsongka, ascended to Xuanwu Tower with his son Li Chongmei, his wife Empress Lu, and the Dowager Empress Chao, clutching the imperial seal as they perished in flames. From that moment on, the imperial seal vanished without a trace. Gui Yunho nodded in acknowledgement, a look of resignation on his face as he remarked, "Your Highness, this is common knowledge among us old officials." Zhu Gongshao, unfazed, continued with a smile, "What I wish to impart concerns the folk tale surrounding Li Tsongka's daughter, Li Yuqing. After the late Tang's Emperor Min ascended, to prevent a rebellion from Li Tsongka, he first stripped Li Tsongka's eldest son, Li Chongji, of his imperial guard command and reassigned him to the position of military commander in Boizhou. He then summoned Li Tsongka's daughter, Li Yuqing, into the palace. Eventually, when Li Tsongka rebelled, Li Chongji was killed in Boizhou. Regarding Li Yuqing, while some accounts suggest she was slain, another folk tale claims that she chose to become a nun, taking refuge at the esteemed Xiangshan Temple, renowned as the foremost of the 10 Dragon Gate temples. After Li Tsongka ascended, feeling guilt towards his daughter, he decreed the renovation of Xiangshan Temple, and even Empress Lu frequently visited to pay her respects there. Though I have never been to Longmen Temple, I have heard that years ago, someone discovered a dragon and phoenix motif at Xiangshan Temple, which are royal insignias not to be used by commoners. Of course, time has passed, and many years have gone by. Such findings have long since vanished, and I merely consider this a tale to share. Unexpectedly, after absorbing Zhu Gongshao's words, Gui Yunho's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Highness, for this revelation." He hurriedly sought out Xiang Feng, who was still digging with a Luoyang spade, seizing Xiang Feng's arm with fervor and declaring, "Xiang Feng, stop your digging. I have unearthed a new lead." Xiang Feng, taken aback, replied with a blank expression, "Esteemed elder, point me in the right direction, and I shall dig." Gui Yunho retorted impatiently, "Digging is out of the question. I shall take you to a location where you can discern something of significance." With that, Gui Yunho promptly gathered his team and led over 1,000 individuals towards Xiangshan Temple. As a millennium-old temple with a rich heritage, Xiangshan Temple withstood the scrutiny of the recent inspections of temples and Taoist establishments, ensuring its preservation. When the elderly host, over 80 years of age, beheld the sudden arrival of more than 1,000 individuals, he was momentarily rendered speechless, fearing that the court was about to initiate another round of scrutiny. He promptly expressed his unwavering support for the court and his readiness to cooperate with all inspections and directives. In response, Gui Yunho wasted no time. He immediately dispatched his subordinates to disperse and meticulously search, leaving no stone unturned. After 3 days and nights of relentless searching, a discovery was finally made within the stupa where generations of eminent monks were interred in the back mountains. They uncovered a stupa adorned with faint carvings of dragons and phoenixes, which, despite the ravages of time, remained discernible. Without delay, Xiangfeng commenced excavation, yet ultimately, all that was unearthed was a decayed child's coffin, leaving Gui Yunho in a state of acute distress. Was their last glimmer of hope destined to vanish? Even Xiangfeng wore a look of shock, as he too had not anticipated that their final hope would slip away. Just as despair enveloped the group, Xiangfeng suddenly turned his gaze towards the mountain summit. After a brief moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and hurriedly retrieved a compass from his pocket for a closer examination. Observing Xiangfeng's demeanor, Gui Yunho, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Enough of this, Xiangfeng. You know very well why we are here. Given our inability to locate anything, it is futile to indulge in fanciful thoughts." However, Xiangfeng remained undeterred. Moments later, he brandished a luoyang shovel and ascended directly to the mountaintop. There, before 2 ancient trees, lay a grave whose mound had become indistinct, with the tombstone long since fractured. Xiangfeng swiftly employed his iron spade to dig, and before long, he unearthed a fragment of a tombstone buried in the earth. He hurriedly wiped it clean, revealing the words Princess of the Jin State. Upon this revelation, Xiangfeng burst into laughter, exclaiming, "We have found it. At last, we have found it. Heaven rewards the diligent." He promptly resumed his excavation. Meanwhile, Gui Yunho, noticing that Xiangfeng had not yet returned, dispatched Sun Yunhe and Li Laowa to fetch him. After all, with their last hope seemingly extinguished, further efforts appeared pointless. When Sun Yunhe and Li Laowa reached the summit, they were taken aback at the sight of Xiangfeng, who had dug a pit deep enough for a man. They quickly inquired, "Xiangfeng, what on earth are you doing? Lord Gui has sent us to bring you back." Hearing this, Xiangfeng replied with a smile, "I truly believe we may have found it. Look at the half-buried tombstone leaning against the tree." The 2 men glanced at it and gasped, "Princess of the Jin State." This was the title bestowed upon her by Li Tsongka for his daughter. Without hesitation, they leaped into the deep pit to join in the excavation. After a considerable time, Gui Yunho, waiting at the base of the mountain, grew concerned as Xiangfeng had still not returned, nor had Sun Yunhe and Li Laowa. He decided to ascend the mountain himself to investigate. Upon arrival, he was astonished to see the 3 men, covered in sweat, diligently working beside the half-tombstone leaning against the ancient tree. After a day and night of tireless digging, they finally unearthed a stone tablet inscribed with an epitaph and a stone box. The group eagerly examined the inscription, while Gui Yunho carefully set the stone box aside, forbidding anyone from touching it, fearful that this final hope might also be dashed. As the soil was brushed away, a long-buried truth from history emerged before the eyes of the crowd. It was revealed that Li Yucheng had indeed renounced the world at this very place. Consequently, Li Tsongka had no choice but to publicly declare that his daughter had been murdered and posthumously bestowed her the title of Princess Chong of Jin. Her mother, Empress Lu, and Li Tsongka often visited her. At that time, Shi Jingtang was leading the Khitan army, poised to arrive in Luoyang. Li Tsongka, fully aware of his impending doom, was unwilling to succumb to defeat. Thus, he discreetly sent one of his grandson's young children along with the imperial jade seal to Shangshan Temple, entrusting them to Li Yucheng, who had taken vows there, in the hope of nurturing the child and eventually restoring his dynasty. However, fate proved unyielding. The child passed away shortly after arriving at the temple due to illness. Reflecting on this misfortune, Li Yucheng lamented the will of heaven and chose to bury the imperial jade seal alongside himself. Upon reading the inscription, the onlookers displayed expressions of elation. Gui Yunho tremulously approached the stone box, extending his frail hand to exert all his strength in opening it. Inside, wrapped in decayed yellow silk, lay an object. Gui Yunho hastily retrieved it for a closer inspection. It was the size of an infant's fist, translucent and resplendent, adorned with golden edges. Inscribed with the characters commanded by heaven, "May it endure forever," and on the opposite side, "The Great Way inherits the Han's imperial seal." Gui Yunho instinctively felt that although the jade seal was light in his grasp, it bore an immense weight. Trembling, he exclaimed, "It cannot be wrong. It cannot be wrong. This is indeed the legendary imperial jade seal. We have finally found it." The crowd erupted in excitement. Quickly regaining his composure, Gui Yunho immediately issued a strict confidentiality order, ensuring that this matter would remain undisclosed. He then arranged for a team to meticulously refill the ancient tomb before hastily leading everyone down the mountain. Upon their descent, Gui Yunho summoned Yang Lian and reported the discovery of the imperial jade seal through the channels of the Jinyui to the capital. Aware of the significance of this event, Yang Lian swiftly dispatched 500 Jinyui to guard Gui Yunho's vicinity. Initially, Gui Yunho intended to escort the jade seal back to the capital with Yang Lian. But Yang Lian insisted that the matter was too grave, recommending they await a response from Zhu Youjiao in the capital. Should the jade seal be lost en route, both he and Gui Yunho might meet their end at Yama's door. Thus, Gui Yunho and Yang Lian had no choice but to take turns guarding the imperial jade seal for 12 hours. Chapter 501. The Emperor's Lesson. As Gui Yunho and Yang Lian took turns vigilantly watching over the imperial jade seal, hoping for a swift response from Zhu Youjiao. The capital was alive with activity. Over 2,000 officials received the Ministry of Personnel's edict and gradually arrived in the city, including those who had previously been in mourning yet were compelled to come. At the military commander's office, Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong, the left commanders, gathered in the capital to conduct a solemn ceremony for the generals who would soon be demoted to local officials. Watching the more than 200 generals about to shed their military attire, Jiang Ning felt a pang of regret. These individuals were the backbone of the capital's military, and nurturing them had demanded immense effort from the military commander's office. Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong, seasoned veterans, wore solemn expressions, refraining from an outburst at the scene, thus showing Jiang Ning considerable respect. Jiang Ning cleared his throat and stepped forward, speaking in a solemn tone. "Gentlemen, I trust you have received the official documents from the 5 armies command and the Ministry of Personnel. From this day forth, you shall don civilian attire and serve in local governance, thereby benefiting the populace. This transition marks your transformation from military commanders to civil officials. Among you are those who abandon the pen for the sword, as well as those who, through diligent study, have attained their current stature. You are all valiant sons of the Ming dynasty, having braved the tumult of battle. Now, as you lay down your arms and take up the quill to administer local affairs, I have faith that you shall excel in this new endeavor. It is my hope that, regardless of your position, you will never forget that you were once soldiers of the Ming Imperial Guard, who fought valiantly to safeguard the stability of our realm. As you embark on your new roles, remain steadfast to your original intentions, and strive to bring prosperity to the people." The faces of the several hundred commanders and attendants were immediately filled with emotion. Many hailed from scholarly backgrounds, some from humble beginnings, while others had been persuaded by Jiang Ning to join the imperial ranks. Initially reluctant, they had grown to love the military life through the rigors of camp, harboring disdain for those who only spoke of literary pursuits. The thought of shedding their armor for official robes was indeed difficult to accept. A young commander clasped his hands in salute, tears brimming in his eyes, and said, "My lord, I have something to say. The Jurchen bandits in Liaodong remain unvanquished, and Lin Danhan has merely retreated to Khalkha. My brothers and I had hoped to first eradicate the bandits and defeat Lin Danhan. At that point, whether we were to take up local office or return to farming, we would have no complaints. However, now, when our efforts are most needed, we are to become local officials. I find this incomprehensible." With this, he wept, and his fellow commanders shared his sentiment, their eyes glistening with tears. On the platform, Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong felt a deep pang of sympathy, wishing they could take up arms against Yang He. Yet Jiang Ning, aware of the court's difficulties, understood the necessity of prioritizing the greater good. He addressed them earnestly. "You are all commendable sons of the Ming. Many of you have assisted me in quelling the insurrections of the southwestern chieftains, and I remember your contributions well. I recognize your resolve to serve the nation through both battle and governance. Recently, many corrupt officials have been dealt with at the West Ji Paifong, an event many of you have witnessed. Your assignments to local governance are intended to ensure that the people live prosperous lives. If you are solely focused on achieving military glory, can you truly bear to see your fellow townsfolk oppressed by corrupt officials?" The soldiers fell silent. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Ning continued, "Today, I, along with 3 esteemed generals, honor your service. I hope you will retire without losing the spirit of your dedication to the Ming." He then commanded the removal of their armor. The commanders, with tearful eyes, reluctantly began to disarm, their comrades stepping forward to assist them with heavy hearts. Once their armor was shed, they surrendered their weapons. Subsequently, Jiang Ning ordered wooden trays to be brought forth, and alongside Chun Su and Xin Yurong, he adorned them with the first-class Tianqi metal. After the ceremony concluded, a feast of wine and meat was prepared. With a single command from Jiang Ning, the commanders and the soon-to-depart officers gathered around to drink and share stories. Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, and others, devoid of pretense, engaged in lively conversation, reminiscing about their past campaigns in the southwest, the pacification of Shandong, and the battles beyond the pass. One commander broke down, laying his head on the table in tears, while others voiced their grievances, lamenting the plight of the people under corrupt officials. They accepted their appointments, yet found it hard to sever their ties with the Imperial Guard. Jiang Ning and his companions did not intervene. Even the military inspection team stepped forward to offer comfort. The farewell ceremony extended into the late hours, and as the crowd dispersed, several hundred generals remained seated together, reminiscing about their military lives in the capital. The following day, Jiang Ning personally took them to report to the Ministry of Personnel. He refrained from bringing Zhang Weixian and others along, fearing that these hot-tempered veterans might erupt in anger and disrupt the ministry. After completing the handover with Yang He, Jiang Ning bid farewell to the generals and returned to the military governor's office. Upon his arrival, he found Zhang Weixian and the others sitting in the grand hall with gloomy expressions. Chun Su handed him a document. "Lord Jiang, please take a look." Jiang Ning took it and discovered it was a notice from the cabinet regarding the reassignment of personnel for local duties, including minor officials and constables. At that moment, Xin Yurong slammed the table and exclaimed, "It is one thing for us to assist local officials in need, but must we also provide personnel for such menial tasks as constables and errand boys? Even if our soldiers are wounded, the military governor's office can support them. Why should they endure such indignities?" Chun Su echoed his sentiments. Jiang Ning then understood that because Chun Su and Xin Yurong had not attended the imperial meeting, they were unaware of the new appointments at the lower ranks. He explained that sending wounded soldiers to local positions would allow them to continue serving the court while elevating their status, thus ensuring a stable livelihood. Zhang Weixian remained silent, evidently incensed by the loss of talent from the capital garrison. After Jiang Ning's persuasion, Chun Su and Xin Yurong reluctantly acquiesced, and subsequently, they declared that if anyone dared to mistreat these injured veterans, the military governor's office would not stand for it. Jiang Ning smiled in agreement, secretly acknowledging the long-standing tradition of military loyalty to its own. Meanwhile, Yuan Kelly, Old Wei, Zhu Dadayan, Wei Guangwei, and others were at the Shiji Paolu conducting executions. This time, over 300 officials, clerks, and local gentry implicated in the Liao tribute scandal were condemned. Yuan Kelly publicly read the charges and sentences, while Old Wei set up a furnace to prepare a herbal broth, shedding his ceremonial robe to handle the instruments of punishment. Zhu Youjiao decreed that all officials in the capital, students from the Imperial Academy, and over 2,000 preparatory officials brought by Yang he should witness the executions as a form of admonition. With a command from Yuan Kelly, the Shiji Paolu ran red with blood, beheadings, dismemberments, and flayings unfolded, with Old Wei himself participating in the gruesome display, relishing the brutality. The scene terrified the students and preparatory officials, while Old Wei reveled in the chaos. 2 days later, Zhu Youjiao summoned the over 2,000 preparatory officials in the square of the Tia Hall for a briefing, accompanied by several ministers from the military governor's office and the cabinet. Observing the throng before him, Zhu Youjiao rose and addressed them. "You are the pillars of the Ming dynasty, whether hailing from Jiangnan as academic officials, mourning the loss of loved ones, or transitioning from the capital garrison. As you prepare to serve the local populace, you have all witnessed the executions at Shiji Paolu, have you not? Let the fate of those corrupt officials serve as a cautionary tale. Remain ever vigilant." Except for those from the capital garrison, the crowd visibly stiffened, acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited corrupt officials. Zhu Youjiao continued, "Being a local official is the most challenging yet the simplest task. As long as you ensure the people are fed, clothed, and protected from harm, you shall be deemed a good official. Should one desire to embezzle and oppress the common people, the laws of the Ming dynasty and the edicts of the founder shall keep a vigilant watch. So do not harbor any illusions." The crowd lowered their heads in trepidation, yet the generals from the Jingying remained unfazed. They had long grown accustomed to the sight of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, their singular focus now being to serve the people. Thus they feared not the fate of corrupt officials. Zhu Youjiao clapped his hands, and several members of the Jinui brought forth baskets of grain for the populace. Food is paramount, and ensuring their sustenance is an art. Observe these baskets of grain. What can you discern? Some stepped forward to inspect closely, accurately identifying the origins, years, and qualities, earning Zhu Youjiao's nod of approval. With these 3 baskets of grain, I shall impart a lesson, rewards for merit and penalties for transgressions. Pointing to the first basket of corn, he declared that it was sourced from the military fields of Taiyuan and Shaanxi, cultivated diligently by both the common folk and soldiers. And a proclamation of commendation would soon follow. He then indicated the second basket of rice, from Huangzhou in Hubei, which suffered greatly due to previous land being converted for mulberry cultivation, leading to dismal growth. The governor of Huangzhou faced execution, and many officials in Hubei were thus implicated. Lastly, he pointed to the third basket of wheat, which was the public grain from Taicang, now rotten and infested, a clear indication of official dereliction, warranting a thorough investigation into Taicang. The onlookers in the square cowered, while Jiang Ning felt an eerie familiarity, reminiscent of the tactics employed by the elder Zhu in history. It was surprising to see Zhu Youjiao adopt the methods of his ancestors. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao bellowed, "Raise your heads." Behind these 3 baskets of grain lie corrupt officials, inept bureaucrats, and capable ministers. I shall be clear with my ministers. Rewards and punishments are distinct. As you prepare to assume your posts, I hope you will remember my words today and keep the welfare of the people at heart. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao bestowed upon each person 2 bolts of northern cotton cloth, smiling as he remarked, "You will serve in the north and southwest. Many of you hailing from the south. Yet in my eyes, there is no division of north and south. All are subjects of the Ming." When the founder rose against the Yuan, he fought from south to north, and the northern populace also resisted the Mongols. In recent years, when Jiangnan faced calamities, it was the northern grain that saved you. The north is bitterly cold, and this cotton cloth, when fashioned into garments, serves as a reminder of the life-saving grace of the northern people. Do not fail the expectations of the court. The assembly expressed their gratitude and departed the palace to assume their duties, leaving Jiang Ning behind. Upon entering the study, Zhu Youjiao dismissed those around him, his demeanor exuberant as he gesticulated, "Brother Jiang, I bear momentous news." He pulled out a document from a pile of memorials. Jiang Ning opened it, stunned to discover it was a joint report from Gui Yunho and Yang Lian, declaring that they had found the imperial seal. Zhu Youjiao, brimming with pride, stated, "This was delivered by the Jinui at dawn. I initially doubted it, but after reading it thrice, I confirmed its authenticity." Jiang Ning hastily responded, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The imperial seal has resurfaced. The Ming dynasty shall endure." Jiang Ning sincerely congratulated him. Zhu Youjiao, feigning modesty, remarked, "The seal is merely a stone. Governing the realm well is what truly matters," though the delight on his face was unmistakable. Zhu Youjiao tasked Jiang Ning with personally retrieving the seal from Luoyang, also issuing a decree for troop deployment. After bidding farewell, Jiang Ning returned to the Wujuan Duda mansion, signed the troop deployment document, and organized 5,000 cavalry from the Jingying, sending someone to the Jinui to summon Zhang Wenhe. The 5,000 troops swiftly departed the capital, heading directly to Luoyang. Zhang Wenhe, puzzled, inquired, "My lord, what purpose do we have in Luoyang?" Jiang Ning informed Zhang Wenhe about Gui Yunho's discovery of the imperial seal. He then chuckled, saying, "Surely we cannot divulge to the world that the seal was unearthed by Gui Yunho from the earth, can we? Therefore, Wenhe, your literary finesse shall come into play," adding a touch of mystery to this matter. Zhang Wenhe smiled knowingly, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, this is my forte." Jiang Ning further advised, "Upon the seal's return to the capital, His Majesty will proclaim it to the world, and the Tianqi Times must also make grand announcements." Zhang Wenhe nodded eagerly at this. Jiang Ning's personal involvement in the military operation caused some distress for Old Wei of the Eastern Depot. With someone of Jiang Ning's stature taking the lead, was another case of corruption being unearthed? Yet, the Eastern Depot had received no information. After much contemplation, he could only lament, friends travel together throughout life. Those who wish to go solo are akin to dogs. How could you, Lord Jiang, indulge in solitary feasting? Meanwhile, in Luoyang, Yang Lian and Guo Yinho anxiously awaited news from the capital. Each day without a reply left them restless. Soon, Zhou Gongxiao sought out Guo Yinho, expressing a desire to inspect the river office and hoping for Guo Yinho's company. Yang Lian, seated nearby, interjected with a smile, "If your highness has no pressing matters, perhaps you could visit the river construction site to see if Masters War requires assistance. The river office can wait until after the new year." Though puzzled, Zhu Gongxiao recognized Yang Lian's remarkable background, once a key figure in the Donglin party, renowned as a formidable debater and now a celebrated figure in the Jinyue, known for his expertise in interrogation. Such an impressive career, spanning both civil and military domains, was rare in the Ming dynasty. Understanding that Yang Lian's words carried deeper meaning, Zhu Gongxiao excused himself to assist Master Zhou with the river management. Chapter 502. Old Guo's shyness. What was originally a 15-day journey was completed by Jiang Ning and his 5,000 cavalry in just 7 days, thanks to their relentless pace. Upon learning of Jiang Ning's arrival, Guo Yinho and Yang Lian were filled with excitement and hurried to greet him. Jiang Ning dismounted and, observing the somewhat disheveled appearance of the two, remarked with a smile, "Old Guo, in just half a year, how have you come to look this way?" Guo Yinho scratched his head and chuckled. "I am destined to toil. Since my arrival in Henan, I have worked day and night, unlike you, my lord, who retains your poise in the capital." At that moment, Jiang Ning approached Yang Lian and patted him on the shoulder, praising, "Master Yang, you have done exceedingly well. Uncovering numerous corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants in Henan, we frequently receive reports from the capital." Yang Lian smiled in response. Subsequently, Jiang Ning produced an imperial decree from his bosom and handed it over. After Guo Yinho and Yang Lian scrutinized it carefully, they promptly retreated to retrieve the stone box containing the imperial seal. Jiang Ning stepped forward, opened the box, and gazed at the revered seal that had driven many to madness, exclaiming, "I never expected to behold this marvel in my lifetime." He then closed the lid and arranged for its placement on a carriage. At this juncture, Guo Yinho spoke up, "My lord, please allow me a couple of days. I must finalize my official duties before returning to the capital with you." Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, Guo Yinho, as the Minister of Revenue, had a multitude of affairs awaiting his attention as the year drew to a close. Subsequently, he accompanied Jiang Ning and Yang Lian to the river construction site. Observing the bustling scene, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the people's simplicity and selflessness. Despite the gradually cooling weather, the workers remained ardently engaged. Before long, Zhuo Guangdou and Prince Zhu Gongxiao also arrived, and Jiang Ning greeted everyone individually while inquiring about the progress of the work. Zhuo Guangdou responded with remarkable clarity and organization. Listening to Zhuo Guangdou's coherent and orderly report, Jiang Ning mused that this eminent debater of the Ming dynasty had been misemployed. Had he been tasked earlier with dredging the river and improving irrigation, many troubles could have been averted. At that moment, Zhuo Guangdou, with a hint of regret, remarked that as the weather was turning colder, work would cease once the snow arrived, resuming only in the warmth of spring. He noted that the thousands of captured Myanmar soldiers and monks would not be working during this time, yet the court would still need to provide for their sustenance, which seemed rather impractical. Guo Yinho furrowed his brow in agreement, stating that these individuals were indeed in a state of punishment, and providing for them without labor was hardly cost-effective. Jiang Ning, after a moment of contemplation, smiled and suggested, "Why not have them build kilns and fire bricks during their idle time? As I have observed, many common folk reside in wooden or thatched houses. We could distribute these bricks to the people for rebuilding their homes. The esteemed Wei Gonggong is already doing so in the capital, and the citizens are immensely pleased." Guo Yinho quickly smiled in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, Wei Gonggong has many clever ideas." Zhuo Guangdou nodded in agreement. Prince Zhu Gongxiao, standing nearby, chuckled and added, "Lord Jiang is quite right. I shall personally oversee this matter. Anyone who dares to be lazy will find themselves placed in the brick kiln." Jiang Ning glanced up, taking a moment to scrutinize the legendary figure of Prince Zhu. Historically, during the siege of Kaifeng by Li Zicheng, this prince had not only opened the granaries, but had also distributed the royal treasury to reward the defending soldiers. Despite suffering a grievous injury, he managed to escape with the help of palace guards and the populace, earning a commendable reputation, far superior to those feudal lords who merely awaited their fate. At that moment, several soldiers brought wooden buckets to the construction site, shouting, "Soup is ready. Line up, one by one." The Myanmar captives and monks instinctively formed a queue to receive their soup. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Ning inquired, "What kind of soup is this? Why is it only given to the Myanmar captives and monks, and not to the common folk?" Zhuo Guangdou hastily clarified, "Your Grace may not be aware, but this is a revitalizing medicinal soup personally concocted by His Highness Prince Zhu, designed to invigorate and enhance stamina for labor. It is not distributed to the common folk due to its potential side effects and harm to health." Jiang Ning, taken aback, exclaimed, "Goodness! I had underestimated His Highness." Soon after, the group continued their inspection along the river. Jiang Ning gazed at the riverbank constructed from yellow earth and blue stones, furrowing his brow slightly. He understood that this was currently the best method for fortifying the riverbank, yet it was nowhere near as sturdy as the cement structures of later generations. If it were to be a city wall, one could utilize egg whites, glutinous rice flour, and lime for reinforcement, which would yield a quality no less superior than cement of the future. However, such materials could not be employed for river construction, as grain was a scarce resource, and the imperial court could scarcely bear the burden of such a massive undertaking. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Ning. Why not attempt to have people produce cement? After all, there was an abundance of free labor available. After a brief contemplation, he requested paper and ink, meticulously detailing the method and process for producing cement, which he then entrusted to Zhuo Guangdou. With utmost seriousness, he declared, "Master Zhuo, this is the method of cement production discovered by the Royal Academy of Technology of the Ming Dynasty from the Yongle Encyclopedia. Please have it tested." Zhuo Guangdou, perplexed, inquired, "Your Grace, what exactly is this cement? Is it water or mud?" Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before explaining the properties and utility of cement. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Guangdou was astounded, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. "Can it truly be as hard as stone?" he exclaimed. Jiang Ning nodded, adding, "If we can incorporate steel into it, it will undoubtedly be even more resilient." Zhuo Guangdou hastily responded, "Incorporating steel would be too extravagant. If this cement possesses the qualities you describe, it should suffice for constructing the riverbank." He then carefully stored away the method Jiang Ning had penned. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Prince Zhu Gongxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just assumed office and was eager to make an impression. Initially, he thought he would be returning home shortly after a few days at the construction site, feeling rather disheartened. However, he was thrilled at the prospect of more work and the chance to shine. Subsequently, Jiang Ning proposed that Zhuo Guangdou commence the cement production trials, assuring him that assistance would soon arrive from the capital. Jiang Ning then set off for the capital with Gui Yunho and Yang Lian. As they journeyed, the group hastened towards the capital, knowing that Zhu Youjiao awaited Jiang Ning's report. Along the way, Gui Yunho inquired about the happenings in the capital, to which Jiang Ning provided a brief overview. Gui Yunho's eyes lit up upon learning of the numerous developments in the capital during his prolonged absence in Hunan, particularly the significant revenue increase in the national treasury, which filled him with delight. Yet, he felt it insufficient and jestingly remarked, "Your Grace, I have toiled for over half a year in Hunan and earned a mere 4 million taels. Might you devise another plan to help me reach 6 million taels, so we can total an even 10 million? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression darkened, and he retorted with irritation, "There are indeed methods, but I wonder if you, old fellow, can endure them." Gui Yunho's spirits soared at this response, and he eagerly replied, "Your Grace, please do not hesitate, whether I can endure it or not. I shall persevere, even if it costs me my life." Jiang Ning chuckled. Nowadays, in the capital, and even in North Jili, many commoners are heavily engaged in livestock farming, with the court purchasing at market prices, particularly the military's demand for livestock being exceptionally high. However, with the frigid weather, many households are waiting for their sows to breed, yet there is a shortage of boars. Why not give it a try, old Gua? The pay is 30 a day, and you might even get to pet the pigs. As soon as the words were spoken, Gui Yunho stood momentarily stunned, his face flushing crimson, leaving one to wonder whether it was from shyness or excitement. Yang Lian and Zhang Wan, who were beside Jiang Ning, burst into laughter, resembling the sounds of pigs. Following this, the group hastened their journey, taking another 7 days to return to the capital. Jiang Ning promptly brought the imperial seal along with Gui Yunho, Yang Lian, and Zhang went into the palace to meet Zhu Youjiao. Upon reaching the study, Jiang Ning presented the stone box, which Fang Zhenghua carefully accepted, placing it upon the table. Zhu Youjiao gazed at the stone box before him, his heart racing, and with a quivering voice inquired, "Minister Jiang, is the imperial seal contained within this box?" Jiang Ning nodded. Zhu Youjiao's hands trembled, yet he refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he summoned the cabinet ministers and several department heads present in the capital to convene in the study, while Jiang Ning and the others patiently awaited their arrival. Before long, a multitude of dignitaries had gathered. Sun Qingzong and others, noticing Jiang Ning and Guo Yunho among them, expressed a hint of curiosity. Zhu Youjiao, with an excited demeanor, declared, "I have summoned you all today to share a momentous occasion." Minister Guo, while engaged in water conservancy projects and river dredging in Hunan, has astonishingly discovered the long-lost imperial seal, which has just been delivered to the palace. Due to its prolonged absence, its authenticity is uncertain, and I seek your esteemed assistance in its appraisal. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback, converging upon Guo Yunho with eager inquiries. Guo Yunho could only nod vigorously, and given his specialized archaeological profession, the others began to surmise the origins of the seal. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao opened the stone box and placed the imperial seal upon the table for the ministers to examine. The dignitaries, filled with fervor, scrutinized it closely. Sun Qingzong was the first to take the seal into his hands, inspecting it intently before cautiously passing it to Yuan Kelly. Yuan Kelly examined it with a furrowed brow, occasionally nodding and then falling into deep thought, before handing it over to Wentiren. After reviewing it, Wentiren closed his eyes in contemplation and began to consult his records. The assembly of dignitaries soon fell into hushed discussions. Eventually, Sun Qingzong led the way in bowing and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. This indeed is the imperial seal." The corner adorned with gold was repaired by Wang Mang during his usurpation of the Han dynasty, after the Empress Dowager had cast the seal to the ground, causing damage. He continued, "As for the inscription on the opposite side, the imperial seal of the Great Wei, passed down from the Han. It was commissioned by Emperor Chao Pai of Wei after the abdication of Emperor Xian of Han, to validate his legitimacy." Yuan Kelly echoed, "Your Majesty, this is indeed the imperial seal, perfectly aligning with ancient records." Wentiren added, "I report to your Majesty, based on its material and texture, it is undoubtedly an artifact from the pre-Qin period." Upon hearing the conclusions of the esteemed officials, Zhu Youjiao erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, heaven blesses the Ming dynasty. Soon, I shall issue a decree to announce to the world that the imperial seal has been found. Thus, the people will recognize that I am destined by heaven, and the Ming shall surely enjoy divine favor." After his excitement subsided, he pondered aloud, "But how shall I convey to the world the tale of its discovery? Surely, I cannot state that it was unearthed from the ground." Chapter 503, Old Wei versus Yonglian. At this moment, Jiang Ning glanced at Zhang Wen and quickly signaled with his eyes. Zhang Wenhe immediately rose to speak, "Your Majesty, this object is the result of a celestial omen bestowed upon Grand Master Guo during his governance of the Yellow River. A millennial-old turtle emerged from the waters, clutching a stone box, to present the imperial seal to your Majesty. Within the stone box, alongside the seal, lies a roll of silk manuscript inscribed with the words, 'The sun and moon shine together, upholding the heavenly way, establishing the cosmos, the greatness of the Ming. Unparalleled in the world, the brilliance of the Ming, everlasting through the ages. Might your Majesty wish to search once more?'" Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao hurriedly rummaged through the stone box and, indeed, discovered a pristine roll of silk beneath the yellow cloth that wrapped the seal. As he opened it, he found the very phrases Zhang Wenhe had mentioned, prompting him to clap in approval. In his heart, Zhu Youjiao exclaimed, "Zhang Wen, you truly know how to handle affairs. Splendidly done." The assembled dignitaries cast admiring glances toward Zhang Wenhe, thinking to themselves, "What a remarkable young man, truly worthy of being a trusted aide to Lord Jiang." With a light cough, Zhu Youjiao declared, "The emergence of the imperial seal is an immense joy. Shortly, I shall personally visit the Grand Ancestral Temple to pay homage to our forebears. Moreover, the Tianqi Times shall also announce this, albeit discreetly." The assembly promptly acknowledged his command. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao generously rewarded his ministers. Zhang Wenhe was immediately promoted to the rank of deputy commander of the Jinyue and General Zhao Yong, attaining the distinguished third grade. Minister of Revenue Gui Yunho was elevated to the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, receiving a dragon robe and jade belt. Amidst the joyous laughter, Yang Lian stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Zhu Youjiao nodded. "Proceed." Yang Lian produced a memorial from his sleeve and began. "I report to your Majesty that I have been ordered to safeguard Grand Master Gua in his river governance. I have thoroughly investigated the river office in Hunan. Since the 23rd year of Wanli, the funds allocated by the court for river management have been repeatedly embezzled, involving 117 officials, including local administrators, river office officials, and even some retired officials." Upon hearing Yang Lian's words, Zhu Youjiao was taken aback, and even Jiang Ning beside him was momentarily stunned before realization dawned. When Prince Zhu Siren was a month old, Gui Yunho had mentioned presenting 2 grand gifts, leaving Zhu Youjiao puzzled at the time, but now Yang Lian's revelation made sense. Zhu Youjiao instructed Fang Zhenghua to present the memorial for careful examination. After reviewing it, his expression darkened, and with a forceful slap on the table, he exclaimed, "This is an affront to the heavens. This is all the court's money. They embezzled 1 million from the 2 million allocated by the court, and the remaining million was not utilized properly. Should I be grateful to them? Minister Yuan, I entrust this matter to you entirely. Conduct a thorough investigation and strict enforcement. Even those retired officials living in comfort must not be spared." Yuan Kelly responded solemnly, "This old minister shall obey the edict." With Zhu Youjiao's thunderous wrath, the assembly quickly took their leave, for they had much to attend to. Jiang Ning also departed with them, anxious to avoid any additional tasks assigned by Zhu Youjiao, especially as he still had a considerable amount of unfinished work. After the crowd departed from the palace, they did not return to their respective offices immediately. Instead, at Jiang Ning's suggestion, they decided to host a welcome banquet for Gui Yunho, the financial magnate of the Ming dynasty, who had been away for over half a year. Now that he had returned to the capital, it was only fitting for his fellow officials to express their goodwill. Although Gui Yunho was somewhat reluctant, he was eventually escorted to the drunken immortal pavilion. When Tiran ordered an exquisite array of dishes, and upon seeing the sumptuous feast before him, Gui Yunho winced in pain. Nevertheless, the others had already gathered around the table, indulging in both food and conversation. Noticing Gui Yunho's gloomy demeanor, Jiang Ning chided, "Old Gua, why the long face? Enjoy the food and drink." Gui Yunho then began to lament his burdensome role as the Minister of Revenue, reciting the difficulties he faced. Jiang Ning jested, "Old Gua, why do you neglect to appreciate the beauty of spring flowers and autumn moons, and find peace in the passage of time? Have you given any thought to what we discussed earlier? If 31 a day seems insufficient, I can speak to someone to increase it to 51. Would that suffice?" Gui Yunho's face darkened instantly at this remark, while Jiang Ning erupted in laughter. Although the others were puzzled, Gui Yunho, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, began to partake in the feast as well. Amidst the revelry, a loud bang echoed through the room as the door to the private chamber was kicked open. Gui Yunho nearly choked on the food he had just taken, rolling his eyes in distress. Standing at the threshold was Old Wei, looking utterly aggrieved. Jiang Ning, not having the time to ponder, rushed forward and shook Gui Yunho by the shoulders, exclaiming, "Old Gua, what's wrong? If you're in trouble, just say something." When Tiran quickly intervened, "Your Grace, you're gripping Lord Gui's neck. Release him at once, or you may cause harm." Only then did Jiang Ning realize and hastily let go. When Tiran stepped forward to pat Gui Yunho's back, allowing him to expel the food from his throat, his face flushed, he pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, however, laughed, "Old Gua, no need for gratitude. Given our friendship, I could hardly stand by and watch you suffer." Once Gui Yunho had recovered, the group turned their attention to the distressed Old Wei. Jiang Ning inquired playfully, "Old Wei, what brings you here? I was just about to send for you." Old Wei replied, somewhat irked, "Oh, Jiang Howie, you've truly left me feeling dejected. You departed without so much as a word. What significant case did you handle in Hunan this time? Whenever something good happens, I always think of you, yet you've never considered me." The others then realized that Jiang Ning had not informed them in advance about his trip to Hunan to retrieve the imperial seal, which explained Old Wei's jealousy. Believing Jiang Ning had gone there to investigate a major case again, Jiang Ning invited Old Wei to join the table and recounted the tale of recovering the imperial seal. Old Wei's expression softened, but then he turned serious and asked, "Howie, Didn't you bring anything else back with you? Perhaps some local specialties? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback by the question, and upon noticing his reaction, Old Wei's expression fell once more. Yang Lian, eager to assist, promptly stood up. Old Wei, I brought back some local delicacies from Hunan and just handed them to Elder Yuan. If you don't mind, perhaps you would like to sample them. Old Wei's spirits instantly lifted as he raised his cup to toast with Yang Lian, exclaiming, "Ah, it's always you, Lord Yang, who understands our needs." Yang Lian chuckled, "Not at all. We are merely receiving the court's stipend, working for the benefit of the people. I have heard of Lord Wei's culinary skills in Hunan and would like to seek his guidance another day." Old Wei waved his hand dismissively. "It is you, Sir Yang, who is the true master of this craft. I am but a novice in your esteemed presence." Witnessing the camaraderie between the two, Jiang Ning was taken aback. His mouth agape. It is worth noting that, according to the original history, these two would have been eager to eliminate each other. Now, they were exchanging compliments as if they were about to become sworn brothers. Amidst the laughter, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and remarked, "I shall handle the investigations, while the culinary arts shall be entrusted to Lord Wei and Sir Yang, for both are renowned artisans in the capital, and their skills are well recognized." Only the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, appeared pale, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at Jiang Ning, who quickly turned away, feigning ignorance. Yang He then turned to the inspectorate's left deputy minister, Zhu Dadian, who, frightened, pretended to be inebriated, resting his head on the table. Ultimately, after Guo Yinho expressed his heartfelt concern by settling the bill, everyone dispersed. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning found his two wives, both heavily pregnant, preparing winter garments for him. His heart ached, and he hurried to grasp Lu Ruin and Lu Qingyin's hands, saying, "Ladies, please leave these matters to the servants. You are with child, and I cannot bear to see you overexert yourselves." Lu Ruoyan blushed, replying, "I find myself idle, wishing to prepare a few sets of winter clothing for my husband in advance." Lu Qingyin nodded shyly in agreement. After sharing a tender moment with them, Jiang Ning proceeded to his study. In the vast realm of the Ming dynasty, individuals balancing multiple roles like him were indeed scarce. Shortly thereafter, Gao Wenkai entered the study. Holding a document from the Jinyue, Jiang Ning received it for inspection, while Gao Wenkai took a seat nearby, awaiting his turn. After perusing the document, Jiang Ning inquired, "Young Gao, how has Yang'an fared in Shangxi with regards to Li Ziqing and Zhang Xinzhou? What news has reached us?" Li Ruoyan, deep in thought, shook his head. "My lord, Yang'an has been there for over 2 months, and there has been no word returned." Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. He had never dared to forget these two grave threats to the Ming dynasty. Thus, he had dispatched the first-class Jinyue officer Yang and to track their movements, hoping to bring them under control as soon as possible. Their silence now caused him considerable unease. Gao Wenkai, smiling, reassured him, "There is no need for concern, my lord. I shall arrange for Jinyue's secretive operatives to assist in the inquiry shortly." Jiang Ning nodded, and then inquired about the recent security situation within the palace, particularly regarding his godson, Zhu Taidan. Gao Wenkai responded earnestly, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, the prince is currently under the protection of reliable brothers from the Jinyue, handpicked by Lord Wei from the Eastern Depot, along with capable personnel selected by Lord Fong from the Tingxiang Four Guards. Even the eunuchs and palace maids attending to the prince have been jointly chosen by Lords Wei and Fong." Only then did Jiang Ning feel reassured. Throughout history, many princes had met untimely ends, and he could not allow anything to befall his godson, Zhu Taidan. With the protection of the Jinyue, the Eastern Depot, and the Tingxiang Four Guards, along with the expectation that Lord Fong would also deploy personnel from the Western Depot following the previous incident, the situation appeared secure. Subsequently, Jiang Ning inquired about the selection of a future spouse for Zhu Taidan. Gao Wenkai promptly responded, "In reply to your lordship, I, a humble servant, have followed your instructions and selected 100 young girls of suitable age from the 14 provinces within the Great Ming, all of impeccable lineage and untainted by any affiliations. They are currently under discreet surveillance, with Lord Wei also having arranged for personnel from the Eastern Depot to monitor them, ensuring absolute security." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Days later, Zhu Youjiao proclaimed to the court the news of receiving the imperial seal. While Zhang Wenhe extensively publicized the circumstances of the court's acquisition of the seal in the Tianqi Times, numerous versions quickly circulated among the populace. adding an air of mystique to the event. The announcement spread like a stone cast into a lake, rapidly reverberating throughout the Great Ming. And the people's sense of identification with the court grew ever stronger. The Son of Heaven's diligent governance and benevolence towards the people heralded the flourishing strength of the Ming dynasty, with the situation progressing favorably. Undoubtedly a sign of an impending golden age. The emergence of the imperial seal at this juncture further affirmed the current emperor's status as a sagacious ruler. Meanwhile, Yuan Kelly pursued leads provided by Yang Lian, uncovering not only those listed but also implicating numerous officials. Given the case's historical depth, the investigation proved quite laborious. However, Yuan Kelly remained resolute, determined to uncover the truth. Jiang Ning and Old Wei hastily dispatched agents to apprehend suspects in the capital. Notably, as the investigation into the Liao tribute case deepened, over 100 corrupt officials and unscrupulous local gentry were brought to justice in the capital. Yuan Kelly once again convened a trial at the Shiji Paolu, and upon returning to the capital, Yang Lian eagerly requested to personally engage in the proceedings. He was acutely aware that if he did not display his prowess soon, he risked losing his reputation as the foremost expert in interrogation to Old Wei. Old Wei, too, quietly sought to outshine Yang Lian, as both showcased their unique skills at Shiji Paolu. Yang Lian employed a myriad of techniques to deal with the officials guilty of skinning the innocent, while Old Wei perfected the art of slow slicing on those sentenced to death. Such a spectacle undoubtedly opened the eyes of the capital's citizens. In the midst of his busy schedule, Jiang Ning summoned Song Yingxing and Chen Zilong, instructing them to document the method of producing cement and set about its fabrication. Both individuals were among the finest scientific talents of the Ming dynasty, and their curiosity regarding the properties of the cement was piqued. They promptly took the official document issued by Jiang Ning to Old Wei, ready to commence the endeavor. Old Wei, equally invested, swiftly cleared a space in the Xishan coal mine to establish a cement production workshop, even going so far as to inform Wei Peng to provide full assistance. Before long, Song Yingxing and Chen Zilong gathered craftsmen to commence their attempts at cement production. Initially, the results were less than satisfactory, but after several trials, they gradually mastered the technique and soon succeeded in producing cement. The two wasted no time in bringing the cement to Jiang Ning. At that moment, Jiang Ning was at the Wujuan commandant's office when two dirt-covered individuals burst in, momentarily unrecognizable to him. Song Yingxing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My lord, as per your directive, we have successfully produced the cement. Would you care to take a look?" Only then did Jiang Ning recognize them, hurrying forward to grasp a handful for inspection. After a moment, a glimmer of delight appeared in his eyes. "Indeed, this is it, but we must further test its quality." He then instructed them to fetch sand and water, mixing them in precise proportions, and proceeded to lay a wall in the courtyard of the office using bricks. Observing the completed wall, Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction, remarking that in 2 days, once the cement had fully dried, its quality would be evident. Song Yingxing and Chen Zilong, intrigued, decided to reside at the Wujuan Duda mansion. 2 days later, the cement was completely dry. Jiang Ning instructed someone to fetch a heavy hammer to test the wall. Song Yingxing and Chen Zilong took turns swinging the hammer for half the day. While the bricks shattered, the cement remained intact, merely shedding a few fragments. They then used an even larger iron hammer, which ultimately brought down the brick wall, yet it did not collapse into disarray like an ordinary brick wall, but rather fell in connected sections. Jiang Ning personally attempted to knock down a brick, but after several tries, the brick shattered, and he could not remove a whole one. He expressed his contentment, stating that the quality was entirely satisfactory. The two men were overjoyed and promptly returned to Xishan to commence mass production. As for any potential leaks, Jiang Ning felt no concern. Xishan was guarded by the Jingying and patrolled by the Dongchang and Jinyue, rendering any breach of secrecy impossible. Days later, Gu Bingxian, the Minister of Rights, and Su Xianshun, the Deputy Commander of Jinyue, completed a thorough investigation of the temples and palaces in the northern provinces and returned to the capital to report to Zhu Youjiao. Before Zhu Youjiao could summon them, a host of dignitaries hurried to the palace to inquire about the treasures they had uncovered. Zhu Youjiao convened everyone in the imperial study, where Gu Bingxian and Su Xianshun presented their findings. An audit of 214 acres of land and confiscated assets amounting to a staggering 150,000 taels of silver. The assembly was astonished, for they had not anticipated such wealth within these temples. Gu Yunho, in particular, was so exuberant that he gestured animatedly, suggesting to Zhu Youjiao the initiation of a campaign against Buddhism within the Ming territory. Zhu Youjiao quickly intervened, urging, "My dear Gu, do not be hasty. Not all temples harbor corruption. Many have adhered to their precepts, and to indiscriminately eradicate them would invite public outcry." Gu Bingxian echoed this sentiment, adding, "Indeed, Lord Gu, currently, there are only 26,000 monks in the northern provinces holding permits. Those previously ordered to return to secular life or who have violated the law have already been sent to Hunan for river management. Even if we were to suppress Buddhism further, the returns would be minimal." Gu Yunho acquiesced, yet all understood that once Li Ryu and Chao Huachun returned from the south, their discoveries would undoubtedly surpass these findings, given the prosperity of Jiangnan, with its countless temples and affluent patrons. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao proceeded to confer rewards. He promoted Gu Bingxian to the position of Grand Protector of the Crown Prince and the Deputy Inspector of the Right, bestowing upon him a dragon robe, a jade belt, and a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Su Xianshun was elevated to the rank of General of the State, receiving 5,000 taels of silver. After bidding farewell to the palace, Gu Yunho promptly took charge of the seized assets and lands. His frugality had always appreciated the abundance of the treasury, but he placed greater value on the acquisition of land. The court's ability to accomplish numerous significant matters stemmed not only from a well-stocked treasury, but also from the distribution of land to the populace, thus winning the hearts of the people and simultaneously curbing the influence of the bureaucratic gentry. A few days later, General Wang Zhujian returned to the capital. Zhu Youjiao instructed Fang Zhenghua to personally greet him outside Yongding Gate while he awaited in the imperial study. Observing that his brother had grown increasingly composed during his 6-month campaign, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned general, Zhu Youjiao felt immense joy and subsequently summoned the cabinet, the Wujuan Duda mansion, and the ministers of various departments to the palace to extend a warm welcome to Zhu Youjian. Jiang Ning arrived at the palace and, upon seeing the long-unseen Zhu Youjian, could not help but nod in admiration. The once impulsive youth, quick to draw his sword at the slightest provocation, had matured significantly. It seemed his endeavors in Korea had proven quite successful. After the banquet concluded, Zhu Youjian discreetly produced 2 gift lists from his bosom, quietly handing them to Zhu Yuxiao and Jiang Ning, who understood and accepted them, recognizing them as tokens from his travels. Zhu Yuxiao engaged Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian in a lengthy discussion within the palace, and only as the evening deepened did he allow Fang Zhenghua to escort them out. On their way, Zhu Youjian recounted his experiences in Korea, even sharing the tale of how he had nearly shot Huang Taiji. Jiang Ning listened in astonishment, reflecting on Huang Taiji's remarkable resilience, truly deserving of his status as a foundational figure of the Manchu dynasty. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves at the Meridian Gate, where Zhu Youjian suddenly turned to walk in another direction. Jiang Ning, puzzled, called out, "Fifth brother, where are you going?" "The Prince of Xian's residence is this way." "You are headed the wrong way." Zhu Youjian chuckled, "Second brother, I wish to pay a visit to Rui." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, privately lamented the Zhu family's penchant for affection and advised, "Your Highness, it is not an opportune time to visit the Marquis of Zhongxing. Perhaps it would be better to go tomorrow." Though reluctant, Zhu Youjian nodded and turned back toward the residence of the Prince of Xing. The following morning, Zhu Youjian visited Jiang Ning's estate with Tian Rui. Jiang Ning welcomed them warmly and personally prepared a sumptuous feast. Tian Rui engaged in lively conversation with the sisters Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, and they chatted animatedly until dusk, at which point Zhu Youjian took his leave with Tian Rui. Just before departing, Zhu Youjian, seizing an opportunity when Jiang Ning was distracted, stealthily took one of the puppies belonging to Wang Kai and to Huang. Jiang Ning could only chuckle in exasperation, questioning why his younger brother had such an affinity for his dogs. In the days that followed, the court became increasingly bustling. As the year drew to a close, the workload in various government offices multiplied significantly, leading Jiang Ning to spend several sleepless nights at the Wujuan Dudu office. Li Ruoyan, having recently transferred, often sought Jiang Ning's guidance on various matters and consequently moved into his office to work alongside him. Veteran generals Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shun Yurong also toiled late into the night, their brushes smoking from overuse, their tempers flaring. Zhang Weixian even found excuses to summon his son, Zhang Zhiji, for a good thrashing as a means of relieving his stress. Jiang Ning and the others were accustomed to this behavior. One day, Deng Yunfei arrived to deliver documents. Smiling as he remarked, "Uncle Jiang, I just saw the Duke of England beating the young prince again." Jiang Ning nodded. "Quite normal. This isn't the first time. Once this busy period passes, things should settle down." He placed the documents on the table and, noticing Deng Yunfei's relaxed demeanor, inquired, "Yunfei, why do you appear so idle? No work to do?" Deng Yunfei replied with a grin, "Uncle Jiang, there truly is nothing to occupy my time. With the cold weather, there has been little training for the troops. I find myself quite restless in the barracks." Jiang Ning chuckled. "Would you like to make some progress?" Deng Yunfei's eyes lit up with excitement. "Uncle Jiang, I long to. I dream of it, but there has been no opportunity. My father is in Shaanxi training the new army and won't return until after the new year. I have no one to guide me." Jiang Ning responded. "Then stay and assist Uncle Jiang with his work." Deng Yunfei expressed his confusion. "Uncle Jiang, although my nephew holds the position of commander of the right guard of the 5 armies, the military drills in the capital are organized uniformly by the commander's office of the 5 armies. He has never been on the battlefield, nor has he commanded troops individually. How could he handle official documents?" Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "Why don't you read the documents on the table aloud for Uncle Jiang? I will provide my comments. Otherwise, we would be stuck reviewing each one individually until nightfall." Deng Yunfei pondered for a moment, then fetched a chair and sat beside him, dictating the documents while Jiang Ning immersed himself in reviewing them. Initially, Deng Yunfei felt unfazed, but after 3 hours of continuous reading, his throat became parched, and he wore a sorrowful expression as he begged for a break. Jiang Ning retorted, "As your uncle, I haven't taken a break. How can you have the audacity to ask for one? Do you still wish to make progress?" Upon hearing this, Deng Yunfei's face fell. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Ning encouraged him, saying, "Yunfei, if you wish to progress, the first lesson you must remember is to work hard until you can't work anymore." Deng Yunfei's expression changed instantly as he clenched his teeth and replied, "Uncle Jiang, I understand now." Satisfied with Deng Yunfei's resolve, Jiang Ning nodded appreciatively and had someone bring tea to soothe his throat. In the following days, Deng Yunfei became the echo of the commander's office of the 5 armies. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to periodically report to Zhu Youjiao in the palace. When Zhu Youjiao noticed Jiang Ning's frequent visits, he jested, "Brother Jiang, with so much to do at the year's end, don't you dare seek opportunities to slack off?" Jiang Ning rolled his eyes. "Your Majesty, am I truly that kind of person?" Zhu Youjiao laughed. "I cannot speak for others, but you certainly are." Jiang Ning, hearing this, retorted, "In that case, may I borrow His Highness Prince Xian for a few days? He is currently idle, wandering aimlessly." Zhu Youjiao considered this and nodded in agreement. Elated, Jiang Ning promptly took his leave and returned to the commander's office of the 5 armies, where he summoned Zhu Yujian. Zhu Yujian arrived in haste, puzzled by the urgency, only to find Jiang Ning buried beneath mountains of documents while Deng Yunfei dictated beside him, and Li Ruoyan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, slumped nearby. Jiang Ning looked up with a smile. "Fifth brother, you seem rather unoccupied lately. Knowing you wish to serve the court, I have brought you here to lend a hand for a few days. The desks and chairs are ready. Please have a look at those documents." Initially, Zhu Yujian paid little heed, but after reviewing a few documents, he found it unbearable and wished to sneak away to find Tianqi, only to be stopped by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning spoke earnestly. "Fifth brother, if you aspire to govern a region in the future, mere knowledge of warfare will not suffice. You must also handle military and political affairs. This is a splendid opportunity for you to hone your skills. Romantic affairs are trivial. National matters take precedence." Zhu Yujian, clearly reluctant, replied, "Second brother, I have only just returned to the capital and wish to spend more time with Rui." Jiang Ning smiled and proposed, "If you can manage 100 documents a day for 10 days, I will grant you a holiday to spend time with Miss Rui. How does that sound? Am I generous?" Zhu Yujian, upon hearing this, could only grit his teeth and persist. To his surprise, the more he worked, the more invigorated he felt, ultimately managing to review 280 documents in a single day, an impressive feat, considering that Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan, both young, could muster only about 100 each. Jiang Ning, feeling a twinge of concern, worried that Zhu Yujian might be merely going through the motions. However, upon reviewing the documents he had processed, he found them to be quite satisfactory, reflecting Zhu Yujian's diligent nature, truly a workaholic as history records. Though this young lad possesses a somewhat extreme temperament, he has finally discovered the appropriate stage for his talents. With the industrious Zhu Yujian joining the ranks, the pressure in Jiangning has significantly alleviated, and through his daily reviews, Zhu Yujian has gleaned a wealth of invaluable experience. Chapter 505. Zhang Xinzhong's aspirations simultaneously. Yang, leading a contingent of the Jinui, set forth to Yan'an Prefecture, specifically to the Lijiqian stronghold in Meiji County, to inquire about the whereabouts of Li Zicheng, based on the address provided by Jiangning. Upon seeking the wisdom of the local elder, he was met with the bewildering response that no one by the name of Li Zicheng existed. Hastily, Yang retrieved his documents for verification, revealing the names Li Hongji and Huang Lair, and promptly corrected himself. Perhaps I have erred. This young man seems to be called Li Hongji or Huang Lair. The elder chuckled and replied, "Ah, you mean Huang Lair. He indeed bears the surname Li, known as Li Hongji. Not long ago, he expressed a desire to venture out into the vast world, and thus he departed. No one knows his current whereabouts." With a sigh of resignation, Yang lamented his ill fortune for arriving too late. He speculated that the individual might be working as a courier in Yinchuan, prompting him to hastily make his way there. However, after thorough inquiries, he was informed that no such person was present. In that moment, doubt began to cloud his judgment. The esteemed Lord Jiang would never jest about such matters. He had explicitly stated that Li Zicheng, also known as Li Hongji, along with Zhang Xinzhong, harbored rebellious intentions, urging him to ascertain their whereabouts and, should any treachery be detected, to detain them, even resorting to lethal measures if necessary. Yet now, devoid of any trace, he found himself powerless, compelled to seek Zhang Xinzhong instead. Yang departed Yinchuan, returning to Yan'an Prefecture, and dispatched men to Zhang Xinzhong's hometown in Dingbian to continue the search. Days later, he received word that Zhang had already vacated Dingbian. At this juncture, Yang was utterly exasperated. He, who prided himself as the foremost benefactor of the Jinui, had faced 2 consecutive failures, just as despair threatened to consume him. One of his subordinates returned with new intelligence. Zhang Xinzhong might be in Yan'an Prefecture. At last, a concrete lead emerged. He immediately commenced a covert search within Yan'an, as it was a secret mission and he could not reveal his identity. After an extensive search, he still found no trace. One day, while enjoying lamb noodles on the street with a few of his Jinui, after settling the bill and preparing to depart, a slight young man collided with him, hastily apologizing. "I beg your pardon, I did not notice. I hope you will not take offense." Without delay, he turned to leave, but Yang called after him, "You brat. Return my purse." The youth, seeing the situation, attempted to flee but was promptly subdued and beaten by the Jinui. Yang scolded, "Damn it! How dare you pull such tricks in my presence? Let this serve as a lesson to you." The frightened townsfolk scattered in every direction, and soon a group of patrolling constables arrived, led by a robust young man of about 18 or 19, his complexion sallow yet commanding respect without anger. Yang raised his hand, signaling his men to cease their actions, as the constable approached with an authoritative demeanor, questioning, in broad daylight, why engage in such violence. Yang, with a stoic expression, replied, "This young man pilfered my silver purse. Is he not deserving of punishment?" The beaten youth scrambled to his feet, clinging to the constable's leg, crying, "Brother Huang Hu, save me. They are going to beat me to death. Look at my injuries. You must stand up for me." The constable, named Huang Hu, frowned and reprimanded. "Zhao San, you spend your days stealing and scheming. Did you not deserve the beating you received earlier? Return what you have stolen immediately, and then go to the yamen to receive your punishment." Zhao San reluctantly extracted his purse from his bosom and handed it over. Yang accepted the purse, coldly threatening, "Kid, consider yourself fortunate this time. Should there be a next, I shall have you split in 2. Huang Hu's expression darkened. "In this Yan'an Prefecture, no one dares utter such brazen words before my presence. It is true that Zhao San pilfered your silver, yet the money has now been returned. He will soon go to the yamen to receive his punishment. And you still dare to threaten?" Yang snorted disdainfully. "Who knows if you 2 have colluded to swindle my silver?" Huang Hu's face turned pale with anger. "I, Huang Hu, have always upheld the law with fairness. Should there be disputes, one must seek redress at the yamen. How can one resort to private vengeance? If everyone acted as you do, what need would there be for the laws of the court? Observing that you are outsiders, I shall overlook your reckless words this time. But do take heed in the future. After saying this, he looked at Zhao San, whose face was bloodied, sighed, and tossed 2 silver coins his way. Take this to procure medicine for your mother. Zhao San hurriedly knelt and bowed in gratitude. Yang En and his companions frowned at this scene. While the noodle shop owner stepped forward to explain, esteemed guests, Huang, who is a renowned constable in our Yan'an prefecture, unafraid of power, upholding justice without sheltering anyone. Zhao San is a filial son, driven to such deeds only due to his frail health and his mother's prolonged illness. Huang, who has reprimanded him on numerous occasions. But without funds for her treatment, she is destined to perish. The owner sighed as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang En produced 5 silver coins and tossed them to Zhao San, saying, "Take this to treat your mother. Henceforth, refrain from such disgraceful acts and seek an honest livelihood." Zhao San knelt in gratitude, publicly vowing never to steal again. Huang, who, witnessing Yang En's generosity, smiled and instructed everyone to disperse, leading the constables to continue their patrol. As he observed Huang, whose retreating figure, Yang En murmured, "Why does that name sound so familiar?" A member of the Jinyui hastily retrieved a document to examine, exclaiming, "Sir, he may very well be Zhang Xianzhong, also known as Huang Hu." Yang En was taken aback and quickly approached the noodle shop owner to inquire, "Owner, what is the full name of that constable Huang Hu, and where does he reside?" The owner replied with a smile, "Are you referring to Huang Hu? His surname is Zhang, given name Xianzhong, a native of Dingbian. He became a constable in Yan'an prefecture last year. And due to his impartial enforcement of the law and fearlessness against power, the common folk praise him highly." Yang En thanked the owner and promptly set off in pursuit. Before long, they caught up with Zhang Xianzhong, who, upon noticing their approach, became instantly alert, recognizing that this group was no ordinary assembly, but rather skilled fighters. At that moment, Yang En stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Constable Zhang, I apologize for any offense earlier. I wish to invite you for a drink to make amends. Would you be so gracious as to accept?" Zhang Xianzhong, now even more vigilant, shook his head solemnly. "I am currently on duty patrolling the streets and cannot partake in alcohol. If you have matters to discuss, please feel free to express them directly." Yang En was momentarily taken aback. Was this rebel truly so dedicated as to act as an inconsequential constable? After a brief contemplation, he smiled and said, "I am a guard for the Royal Merchant Association of the Ming Dynasty, sent by the manager to inspect Yan'an Prefecture. The association intends to conduct business here after the new year, and as we are unfamiliar with the local conditions, we wish to inquire about Yan'an from Constable Zhang." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianzhong relaxed. The reputation of the Royal Merchant Association was well known throughout the Ming realm, having provided employment opportunities wherever they went in recent years, earning an excellent reputation. After a moment's thought, he replied, "There is a tea stall ahead. Let us converse there." Yang En nodded and followed to the tea stall, where the proprietor greeted with a smile, "Brother Huang, who has arrived?" Serving the tea, Zhang Xianzhong produced several coins and handed them over, which the owner accepted without hesitation. Yang En observed with perplexity, Shangxi is far removed from the capital, and its people are known for their fierceness. It would not surprise him if Zhang Xianzhong were to dine and dash, but paying for tea was a different matter altogether, one that the owner seemed accustomed to. This man appeared virtuous, diligent in his duties, and held in high regard. How could he possibly be a rebel? Yet, the Marquis would not jest. He resolved to probe further. Zhang Xianzhong began to recount the local customs and culture of Yan'an Prefecture. Then, with pride etched on his face, he declared, "Originally, I intended to resign from my position as constable to enlist in the army at Xi'an Prefecture. The Dingyuan Marquis and the Zhongjing Marquis are recruiting new troops in Xi'an. Though they cannot compare to the border forces or the capital garrison, at least I would receive imperial rations." The conscription notice states a term of 3 years, with the possibility of promotion for commendable service. Even upon discharge, there is a resettlement allowance. I am confident that I would achieve a significant position, perhaps even joining the garrison in the capital. Yang En inquired, "Then why have you not resigned to join the military?" Zhang Xianzhong's expression grew troubled. Recently, the court issued an edict stating that all positions such as porters, constables, and clerks would be incorporated into the official system, classified into ranks. Though the lowest rank, it still qualifies as a government official, entitled to a salary, hence my hesitation to this day. Yang An felt his mind falter. A rebel contemplating imperial rations and salaries? This hardly resembled a rebel's demeanor. He cautiously probed further, asking, "What is your view of the current court, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Xianzhong replied with a smile. "The Son of Heaven is wise, surrounded by capable ministers. The people eagerly anticipate a flourishing era for the Ming dynasty. They say that today's emperor can restore the grandeur of the Hongwu era of our founding ancestor." After numerous attempts at further inquiry, Yang An found that Zhang Xianzhong revealed no rebellious inclinations. Rather, he expressed profound admiration for the court's policies. Yang An then invited Zhang Xianzhong to join him for drinks after their duties. Zhang Xianzhong took his leave. One of his subordinate Jinui remarked, "My lord, this lad truly does not seem to harbor any rebellious thoughts." Yang An nodded in agreement. "We must continue to observe." That evening, they gathered at the agreed location, where the proprietor served food and drink. The atmosphere was lively, and Zhang Xianzhong was exceptionally generous, which only deepened Yang An's confusion. This man was either genuinely benevolent or possessed of a deeply concealed cunning. At that moment, an elderly gentleman dressed in exquisite clothing approached, accompanied by 2 attendants, and cheerfully said, "Brother Huang Hu, so you are here enjoying wine?" Zhang Xianzhong looked up and coldly replied, "What business does Lord Huang have with me?" The elder chuckled. "Constable Zhang, regarding my son's recent drunken mishap, it was you who handled the matter, correct? My son, being young and ignorant, has caused you trouble. I hope you can forgive him." Zhang Xianzhong, in earnest, stated, "Lord Huang, you exaggerate. I merely enforce the law. The Ming has its regulations, and violations are met with appropriate measures." Lord Huang paused, then smiled again. "I have only this one son, and he has now been sentenced to 3 years in prison. I wish to request that Constable Zhang show leniency and grant him a chance at redemption. I have already taken care of matters at the Yamen. Should you agree, I would be willing to offer 50 silver taels." Zhang Xianzhong slammed the table in anger, rebuking, "What sort of individuals have you bribed at the Yamen, Lord Huang?" The elder was taken aback and fell silent. Zhang Xianzhong continued, "The court is currently conducting rigorous investigations into corrupt officials. Do they still dare to accept bribes? Tomorrow, I shall go to the Xi'an prefecture to report the misdeeds of these parasites. We cannot allow them to oppress the common people." Lord Huang's demeanor shifted. "Huang Hu, you are merely a constable. Were it not for my son, I would never seek your assistance. Do not overstep your bounds. In Yan'an Prefecture, a single word from me could render you without a burial place." Zhang Xianzhong chuckled coldly. "What is your son, if not a scoundrel? You know better than anyone the extent of his villainy. He has committed countless atrocities, and last time he fell into my hands, breaking a leg was lenient. Now, sentenced to 3 years, do you still wish to rescue him? I refuse to believe that under the Ming dynasty, you can act with such impunity. Tomorrow, I will report to the Xi'an prefecture. Whoever accepted your silver should prepare for imprisonment." Faced with this, Lord Huang could only leave, hurling a few harsh words. Yang An understood the situation. Lord Huang's son had committed a crime and sought to bribe his way out. Yet Zhang Xianzhong remained unyielding, indicating his solid reputation. After several rounds of drinks, Yang An inquired, "What kind of life do you aspire to lead, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Xianzhong pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "If I continue as a constable, I aspire to become the head constable of Yan'an Prefecture, to enforce the law impartially and protect the elders and villagers from corrupt officials. At that point, I would hold a respectable position, no longer a mere underling. Should I choose to enlist, I would take to the battlefield, serving my country and bringing honor to my ancestors." Yang An, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless, concluding that this man harbored no ulterior motives. After bidding farewell, the next day, Zhang Xianzhong indeed prepared his belongings to report to Xi'an. The prefect of Yan'an, Zhang Chongwen, was taken aback and came with officials to dissuade him, but Zhang Xianzhong remained resolute. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Zhang Chongwen ordered Lord Huang to be imprisoned for bribery, prompting Zhang Xianzhong to relent. This scene left Yang An and his companions in awe from a distance. He promptly arranged for someone to return to the capital to inform Jiang Ning, while he stayed behind to monitor Zhang Xianzhong, preparing to seek out Li Zicheng. Chapter 506. The aspirations of Li Zicheng. As he reached the city gate, he encountered Zhang Xianzhong on patrol. Zhang Xianzhong hurriedly approached, greeting him warmly. "Brother Yang, are you leaving already? Won't you stay a few more days?" Yang An smiled and replied, "My visit to Yan'an was not only for an inspection on behalf of the shopkeeper, but also to search for a distant cousin. I have sought him in Yan'an Prefecture for quite some time without success, hence my desire to explore other locations. Zhang Xinzhong, upon hearing this, patted his chest and declared, Brother Yang, tell me your cousin's name, hometown, and age. I shall assist you in the search and notify the Royal Merchant Association of the Ming Dynasty with any news. Yang nodded and provided the name, origin, and nickname of Li Zicheng. Zhang Xinzhong's expression turned peculiar as he exclaimed, Brother Yang, are you certain your cousin's name is Li Hongji, with the nickname Huang Lair? Yang nodded affirmatively, and Zhang Xinzhong burst into laughter. Then I may indeed know where he is. Yang rejoiced, realizing that his search had yielded results without much effort. Zhang Xinzhong continued with a smile. Your cousin, Li Hongji, has now changed his name to Li Zicheng. He intended to work as a courier in Yinchuan, but, upon arriving in Yan'an, he opted to remain as a courier there, as the conditions in Yinchuan were harsher than in Yan'an. He is doing quite well now. I met him during my previous official duties at the post station. Yang, filled with excitement, implored, I would greatly appreciate it if Brother Zhang could take us to find him. Zhang Xinzhong's expression darkened. Brother Yang, a certain household is currently on duty patrolling the streets and cannot leave their post. Would you prefer I provide the address for you to find your way? Or shall I accompany you once my shift ends? Yang stood there in astonishment. This rebel, personally appointed by the Lord, took his duties as a constable so earnestly? It seemed the Lord might indeed have erred in his judgment. He requested the address from Zhang Xinzhong and promptly made his way to the relay station. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a steady stream of merchants, while the station hands busily tended to the horses and unloaded goods. Yang approached one of the station hands and inquired, might there be a Li Hongji or Li Zicheng here? The station hand chuckled and replied, indeed. He is in the kitchen cooking. Allow me to fetch him for you. Yang and the Imperial Guard exchanged bewildered glances. The rebel Li Zicheng was currently in the kitchen of the relay station. Had the insurrectionist turned into a cook? Such a reversal of fortunes was almost laughable. Before long, the station hand returned, leading a young man clad in an apron. The youth, with fierce eyes and a broad nose, looked perplexed. What brings you gentlemen to seek me? Yang, wishing to avoid arousing suspicion, threw his arms around Li Zicheng and exclaimed, Cousin, at last, I have found you. It has been a long and arduous search for your elder brother. I first visited your hometown, only to learn you had ventured out. Then I went to the relay station in Yinchuan, where they informed me you were not there. It was only through Constable Zhang that I discovered your whereabouts. Li Zicheng, taken aback by the embrace, soon found his eyes welling with tears. Elder brother, you have endured much hardship. It is I who should apologize for making you travel so far. He then began to weep uncontrollably, leaving the Imperial Guards utterly speechless. They were perplexed by the antics of the esteemed officer. Yang's tears were genuine, as he had indeed suffered greatly in his quest to find Li Zicheng. After a moment, they released each other, and Li Zicheng, still bewildered, remarked, Elder brother, I do not recall having a cousin such as you, nor have I heard mention of you from my family. Yang scratched his head and chuckled, Cousin, I am the son of your maternal grandfather's third sister's eldest daughter, which, in terms of kinship, makes me your elder brother. He then recounted the lineage of Li Zicheng's ancestors with remarkable accuracy, allowing Li Zicheng to finally recognize him as the long-lost elder brother. He once again buried his face in Yang's embrace, weeping like a child. To accommodate this unexpected elder brother, Li Zicheng took to the kitchen and prepared several dishes, bringing forth 2 jugs of wine to invite everyone to the table. With reddened eyes, he inquired, Elder brother, do you know Huang Hu? Yang smiled and replied, Indeed. I met him during my time as a guard for the Ming Royal Chamber of Commerce, when he was sent to Yan'an for an inspection. He was the one who informed me of your whereabouts. By the way, were you not a station hand? How did you come to be cooking? Has someone been mistreating you? If so, please tell me, and I shall stand up for you. Li Zicheng, startled by Yang's willingness to defend him, quickly interjected. Elder brother, please do not misunderstand. I am still a station hand. Recently, when Uncle Zhao in the kitchen fell ill and took leave, I voluntarily took on the role of cook to earn a little extra silver each month. Yang, upon hearing this, felt relieved. Li Zicheng continued, Fortunately, I did not go to Yinchuan. Otherwise, life would have been quite miserable. In contemporary times, the Qin Merchant Association has risen to prominence, and the Yan'an Prefecture has also flourished. Moreover, with the court's recent reforms in postal stations facilitating trade, I have amassed quite a fortune. He exclaimed with uncontainable joy. If I work for just 2 more years, I shall return to my hometown to build a house and marry Jiner from the village. At the mere mention of Han Jiner, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yang furrowed his brow. His cousin was wholly absorbed in thoughts of wealth, family, and domestic bliss, displaying not a hint of ulterior motives. He then inquired about Li Ziqing's current perspective on the court, to which Li Ziqing responded with excitement. The current emperor is wise, surrounded by capable ministers. Otherwise, how could I enjoy my present life? Without this, I would be content merely to have enough food to stave off hunger. Yang further probed into his visions for the future, and after a moment of contemplation, Li Ziqing earnestly declared, "If I work at the postal station for a few more years, I will return home to acquire some land, build a few houses, marry Jiner, and have 2 chubby sons. Just thinking about it fills me with happiness." Yang tentatively asked, "Cousin, is it not said that a man without dreams is akin to a salted fish? A true man should aspire to great heights. What else do you desire?" After a moment's reflection, Li Ziqing replied, "Then I shall take 2 wives and have 4 children." Yang promptly pressed further, "And what else?" Li Ziqing, looking somewhat troubled, responded, "Cousin, with more wives and more children, there simply wouldn't be enough room on the Kong." Yang was left speechless at this remark. Just then, Zhang Xianzhong arrived, and Li Ziqing rose to greet him. "Huang Hu, come and sit." Once Zhang Xianzhong was settled, Li Ziqing hastily poured him a drink, expressing his gratitude. "Huang Hu, thank you, or I would have missed my cousin." Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Zhang Xianzhong downed his drink in one gulp and laughed heartily. "Enough of that, Huang Lian. It's a joyous occasion for brothers to reunite, no need for tears." Wiping his eyes, Li Ziqing invited everyone to drink and feast. As the spirits flowed, Li Ziqing inquired about Yang's activities over the years. Yang had already prepared a tale, recounting his travels across the land as a bodyguard for the Ming Royal Merchant Association, now being valued by the shopkeeper and capable of handling matters independently. Li Ziqing's eyes lit up as he grasped Yang's sleeve. "Cousin, could you lend a hand to a brother? Following you would allow me to accumulate silver more swiftly and return home to marry and start a family." Yang nearly spat out his drink at this revelation. Here were 2 rebels, personally chosen by the lords. One desired to partake in the court's salary to serve the state, while the other merely longed for domestic tranquility. How could such individuals be considered rebels? If they were, it seemed the Ming dynasty had few virtuous souls left. He spoke earnestly. "Cousin, one must learn to be content. In every profession, excellence can be found. Although I appear to be thriving, my years in the Southwest were fraught with peril and danger. You should appreciate the position of a postal worker. Though it may be somewhat arduous, your cleverness will lead you to prosperity in due time." Upon hearing Yang's account of the dangers in the Southwest, Li Ziqing's face turned pale, and scratching his head, he chuckled. "Cousin is right. I should not be greedy. The life I lead now was once but a dream I dared not entertain." The gathering continued late into the night before dispersing. In the following days, Yang remained at the postal station, carefully observing Li Ziqing. He noted that Li Ziqing was astute and affable, maintaining harmonious relationships with the postal officer and other workers, eagerly taking on tasks and earning the most among the 100 or so individuals at the station. "At this rate, in 2 years, I shall return to my hometown to build a house and marry." Thus, Yang swiftly ordered the reported findings to be sent to the capital. Although the 2 individuals currently held no treacherous intentions, their allegiance could not be taken at face value. It was a matter that required the personal judgment of Jiangning. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Zhu Yujian and Deng Yunfei, Jiangning's workload significantly diminished, allowing him to return home at night to rest, no longer burdened by late nights at the office. In stark contrast, the other officials remained exceedingly busy, as governors from various regions returned to the capital to report on their duties. They first checked in at the Ministry of Rights, where Zhu Youjiao summoned them in succession to inquire about the welfare of the populace and governmental affairs. Minister of Personnel Yang, he led a group of officials in a thorough search for candidates to fill vacant posts, as the upcoming year promised to be challenging without proper staffing. Only the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, found himself in high spirits during this period. The National Treasury continued to see an increase in revenue. Although expenditures were substantial, the income outweighed them. More importantly, the court's taxation no longer relied solely on Jiangnan or entirely on the agricultural taxes of the common people, but began to favor commercial taxes. Alongside customs duties from places like Tianjin, Tongzhou, and Denglai, which far surpassed the taxes collected from the populace's agricultural contributions and were received in full in cash. Guo Yunho expressed great satisfaction with the current developments of the Ming Royal Bank, where merchants facing financial shortages could secure loans with equivalent asset collateral, at interest rates considerably lower than those of private lenders. The citizens gradually grew accustomed to depositing their money in the bank, enabling the court to mint new currency profitably. Furthermore, the government encouraged trade, improving postal stations for commerce, which facilitated numerous benefits for merchants and gradually revitalized impoverished areas. The mere sale of postage stamps generated a modest income for the treasury, while the value of commercial taxes was not to be underestimated. After the reconstruction of the main roads in several southwestern provinces and the court's vigorous development of the region, trade caravans became incessant. This year, those southwestern provinces not only required no subsidies from the court, but achieved self-sufficiency and even began remitting taxes to the treasury. Although the amounts were modest at present, given time, they would undoubtedly evolve into one of the court's significant sources of revenue. Guo Yunho busily calculated the financial expenditures for the coming year alongside the officials of the Ministry of Revenue, the only concern weighing on him being the consistently high military expenses over the past 2 years. While warfare yielded some spoils, the current revenues evidently fell short of his expectations. Minister of Revenue's deputy Bai Zisu stood by, equally helpless. The treasury's reserves had grown beyond what he had once dared to imagine, yet the minister remained unsatisfied. After all, the conflict in He-Tao had concluded, and the court was focusing on fortifying cities and enhancing trade with Mongolia, which would not yield substantial profits in the short term, as the resources the nomadic tribes could offer were inherently limited. However, various Mongolian factions had begun sending individuals into the borders to learn agriculture, work in trade associations, and many had already enlisted in the border forces, indicating that the overall situation was progressing positively. As for Zhao Shuijiao's troops in Myanmar, the court's expenditures were primarily for provisions and military supplies, as Zhao had already extorted a considerable amount of money and grain from the king of Myanmar. After finalizing the accounts, Guo Yunho suddenly turned to Bai Zisu and inquired with a smile, "Sir Bai, has the debt owed to us by Lord Jiang been settled?" Bai Zisu was taken aback, asking, "May I inquire, Minister, what exactly does Lord Jiang owe us?" Guo Yunho remarked, "He previously promised to find 2 avenues for financial prosperity for me." Bai Zisu then recalled and hurriedly said, "The modification of the post station for trade and the inspection of temples and palaces were both suggestions from Lord Jiang. Now that the Lord is no longer indebted to our Ministry of Revenue." Chapter 507. Offering him a helping hand, Guo Yunho, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and said with a mischievous grin, "Is that so? That is but one avenue. There is another to consider. Make sure to remind Lord Jiang to fulfill his promise later." Bai Zisu was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "No, that is not right, my lord. Lord Jiang has also tasked us with sending officials to collect taxes in northern Myanmar, and we are already seeing initial results." Guo Yunho retorted, "But northern Myanmar was not conquered by Lord Jiang. What does he have to do with it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zisu was utterly speechless. Guo Yunho continued with a chuckle, "But there is no rush. Everyone is busy at year's end. After the new year, I plan to go to Hunan. You can handle the matter with Lord Jiang once I return." Bai Zisu's face turned crimson as he imagined the furious expression of Jiang Ning. For in the entire Ming dynasty, only their own minister would dare to trick Lord Jiang in such a manner. Seeing his troubled expression, Guo Yunho spoke earnestly, "Minister Bai, I have spent many years outside, and this ministry relies heavily on your support. You must stand firm, otherwise, the Ming dynasty will face difficult days ahead." Bai Zisu stammered, But what if we anger Lord Jiang? What shall we do?" Guo Yunho laughed heartily. "One must rely on oneself. Why not take a page from the book of Minister Yang, he of the Ministry of Personnel? Not long ago, he went to the Wujuan commandery to threaten to hang himself, forcing Lord Jiang to demote several hundred generals from the capital to local positions. Just follow his example." Upon hearing this dubious suggestion, Bai Zisu felt as if all his years of service had been in vain, yet he nodded thoughtfully. Guo Yunho was satisfied. That's the spirit. If an opportunity does not present itself, create one. As he spoke, he poured Bai Zisu a cup of tea. "The budget for next year is nearly settled. I must enter the palace to meet with His Majesty. I leave the affairs of the office in your hands." Bai Zisu, slightly puzzled, asked, "My lord, it is not yet time for the imperial meeting. What is your intention? Guo Yinho chuckled. I seek an imperial edict to combat private lending among the populace. For this indeed competes with the royal bank of the Ming. Even a mosquito, small as it may be, is still flesh. With that, he hurriedly made his way to the palace. Meanwhile, in the cabinet, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly, after days of discussion, finally confirmed the regulations regarding the official rank of the 10th grade, including the number of officials and their positions, and quickly sought an audience with Zhu Youjiao. After reviewing the documents, Zhu Youjiao summoned Jiang Ning for further confirmation. Upon his arrival at the palace, Zhu Youjiao got straight to the point, saying, Minister Jiang, Master Sun and Minister Yuan have finalized the number and positions for the 10th grade officials. Please take a look and see if there are any issues. Jiang Ning carefully examined the documents, noting that the monthly stipend for a 10th grade official was 4 silver coins, and for a 9th grade official, 2 silver coins. Encompassing the various roles of constables, clerks, and attendants across the 3 classes and 6 departments. The clerks in various provinces were categorized from 8th grade to 9th grade, with the clerks of directly governed prefectures designated as 8th grade. He nodded and responded, Your Majesty, the positions and numbers proposed by Elder Sun and Elder Yuan are appropriate. But I believe a few additional remarks are necessary regarding the position of constables. The constables are entrusted with maintaining local order, possessing the authority to detain and apprehend, and directly engaging with the populace. Currently, a regular constable is ranked at the 10th grade, while the head constable holds the title of a regular 10th grade. However, if all the chief constables in various provinces and states are assigned the same rank, future conflicts in governance may arise. After all, they are of equal standing. Zhu Youjiao pondered this and inquired, What is your opinion, Minister Jiang? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, I believe that the head constable of the county should indeed be ranked at the regular 10th grade, while the head constables of the state should be categorized into the 9th and 8th grades. The chief constable of the province can be designated as a regular 7th grade, overseeing all constables and head constables within the province, directly managed by the 13th Bureau of the Ministry of Justice. This arrangement would undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of case handling. Zhu Youjiao turned to Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly, seeking their opinions. The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Yuan Kelly rose respectfully and stated, Your Majesty, what Lord Zhang proposes is indeed wise, as it would not only improve case handling efficiency, but also strengthen the court's control over local governance, achieving a perfect balance. Zhu Youjiao nodded approvingly and said with a smile, Then let us implement Minister Zhang's proposal. Please revise it and present it to me for review. Upon receiving the command, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly promptly took their leave. Jiang Ning, however, continued to sip his tea in quiet contemplation. Zhu Youjiao set down his brush and remarked with a smile, Brother Jiang, your suggestion to rank the chief constables of each province at regular 7th grade, under the jurisdiction of the 13th Bureau, surely aims for more than just improving case handling efficiency, does it not? Jiang Ning chuckled softly and replied, Your Majesty, your keen insight sees through all matters. Zhu Youjiao rolled his eyes and retorted, Enough with the frivolities. Let us speak of serious matters. Jiang Ning set down his teacup, his demeanor turning serious as he stated, Your Majesty, the local officials wield excessive power. Take, for instance, the case of the Liao tribute. Despite prolonged investigations, over 1,000 officials have already been slain. Their audacity stems not only from having supporters in court, but also from the distance between the emperor and the provinces. They act as local sovereigns, resembling petty emperors. The populace speaks of county magistrates who ruin families and prefects who annihilate clans, highlighting the vast authority local officials hold. Continuing, Jiang Ning elaborated, Consider a county magistrate. He is supported by a deputy magistrate, a chief clerk, and a record keeper to manage affairs. Beneath them are 6 departments, colloquially known as the Little 6 Ministries, which oversee rituals, selections, conscriptions, taxation, and criminal justice, all directly under the magistrate's control. Were it not for the current oversight by the Imperial Guard, they might transform their territories into realms within a realm. Therefore, I propose gradually diminishing the power of local governments, consolidating the authority of the 6 departments under the court, akin to the 6 ministries. This way, the court can ensure smooth governance and reinforce its control over local matters. Zhu Youjiao, after a moment's reflection, nodded in agreement and remarked, Brother Jiang, you are correct. The excessive power of local officials emboldens them to exploit the common folk. The Liao tribute case has served as a wake-up call for us. This matter must be prioritized and addressed promptly. Jiang Ning promptly nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Huang Taiji, stationed outside the hall, hurried in and knelt down, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, Minister Gui seeks an audience." Zhu Youjiao nodded and replied, "Admit him." Huang Taiji complied, and soon after, Gui Yunho entered the hall briskly. Bowing deeply as he said, "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." Upon noticing the urgency in his expression, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "What brings you here in such a frantic state, dear Minister Gua? With the year drawing to a close, all departments are exceedingly busy. I trust you are not here to discuss a grave matter?" Gua Yunho, forcing a smile, replied, "Your Majesty, I seek your decree to regulate the rampant private lending among the populace. Currently, the chaos surrounding private loans not only disrupts the normal operations of the Ming Royal Bank, but has also led to numerous legal disputes. Worse still, individuals are being tricked into signing deceptive documents, resulting in usurious debts that ultimately lead to their ruin. This situation warrants intervention." Zhu Youjiao, somewhat perplexed, responded, "I am aware that the interest rates of the Royal Bank are significantly lower than those of private lenders, so they should ideally coexist without conflict. However, Gua Yunho was relentless. But Your Majesty, those who lend at exorbitant rates exploit the common people excessively. This cannot end well. The court should take this opportunity to rectify the situation and promote the lending policies of the Ming Royal Bank." Zhu Youjiao, growing impatient, remarked, "Isn't this a matter for the criminal department? It hardly pertains to your Ministry of Revenue." A hint of embarrassment crossed Gui Yunho's face. Observing his demeanor, Zhu Youjiao retorted, "Speak plainly, without these pretenses." Gui Yunho then smiled. "Your Majesty, may I boldly inquire whether the court intends to deploy troops to Liaodong to eliminate the Jianzhou bandits, or to address the gentry in Jiangnan after the new year?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened, and he coldly fixed his gaze upon Gui Yunho, stating, "That matter will be discussed at a later date. The court has just begun to stabilize. Our immediate priority must be the restoration of the people's livelihoods." Jiang Ning, observing the exchange, grasped that Guo was preparing to undermine his rivals while contemplating the post-New Year strategies, likely aiming to enrich the national treasury. Recognizing Zhu Youjiao's frosty tone, Gui Yunho realized his haste and quickly offered his apologies. Zhu Youjiao rose and firmly declared, "To repel external threats, we must first ensure internal stability. Though the people of Jiangnan appear compliant, their clandestine activities persist. The court is in dire need of time and cannot afford further disturbances. Cease your incessant worrying and focus on your responsibilities within the Ministry of Revenue. The Astronomical Bureau has reported that this winter is considerably colder in the north than last year, and we may face calamities in the coming year. The ministry must prepare accordingly." Hearing this, Gui Yunho promptly responded, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Our national treasury holds nearly 10 million taels of silver and over 58,000 taels of gold. Granaries in the capital, Tianjin, and Tongzhou contain over 875,000 stones of grain, ready to assist in disaster relief if necessary." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Dear Minister Gua, you have been busy in Hunan for half a year. What have you accomplished?" Gui Yunho's countenance changed instantly, and with a look of grievance, he replied, "Your Majesty, despite my diligent efforts, the returns have been meager, barely sufficient to supplement my colleagues' year-end salaries." Zhu Youjiao, noticing his expression, reproached, "With such a demeanor, it seems you think I intend to seize your silver. Is there truly a need for such wariness?" Gui Yunho, growing increasingly awkward, hurriedly replied, "I would not dare, Your Majesty." With that, he hastily took his leave, fearing Zhu Youjiao would raise the issue of silver once more. Having departed from the royal palace, Gui Yunho immediately made his way to the Ministry of Justice, seeking an audience with Minister Wei Guangwei. He earnestly requested the ministry to collaborate with the Supreme Court and the Supervisory Court to address the rampant issues of usury and informal lending in the populace. Minister Wei, preoccupied with pressing matters, could only acquiesce for the time being. Days later, an urgent intelligence report from Yan'an, relayed through the Jinyue, reached the capital. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Ning hastened to the town government office. Gao Wenkai personally presented the report, which Jiang Ning opened and scrutinized, his gaze falling upon the contents relayed by Yang An. The whereabouts of Li Ziqing and Zhang Xianzhong had finally been ascertained. Both men were currently in Yan'an. Initially, Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy, but as he read further, his brow furrowed with concern. These two figures, known in historical texts as the grave diggers of the Ming dynasty, now found themselves in vastly different circumstances. One had become a constable, upholding justice and aspiring to become the chief constable of Yan'an, while the other worked as a courier, dreaming of financial stability and a simple life with his family. What was even more perplexing was that Yang An, whom he had dispatched, had inexplicably become Li Ziqing's cousin and shared a close bond with Zhang Xianzhong. This revelation left Jiang Ning with a disconcerting sense of unreality. Noticing Jiang Ning's fluctuating demeanor, Gao Wenkai softly inquired, "My lord, does the news from Yan'an regarding Li Ziqing and Zhang Xianzhong give rise to any concerns? Should I personally take action to eliminate them?" Jiang Ning, after a moment of contemplation, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. They are currently behaving themselves, and there is no cause for alarm." He then passed the report to Gao Wenkai, who examined it closely and was left momentarily speechless. Having traversed the world for 16 years, Gao Wenkai had encountered countless trials. Yet he never anticipated that the two rebels designated by his lord would now be a constable seeking to serve the people and another merely hoping to establish a modest livelihood, both reliant on the imperial treasury for sustenance. This news was indeed unexpected, and after a lengthy pause, he hesitantly spoke, "My lord, could there be a mistake?" Jiang Ning responded with a wry smile and a shake of his head, having come to a realization. Historically, Li Ziqing had fled to Ningxia after a fit of rage led him to kill two individuals due to his wife's infidelity, only to enlist in the military and face issues of unpaid wages. Despite such tribulations, he had no desire for vengeance against society. Instead, he sought mere survival as a courier, but an unfortunate loss of official documents had forced him into exile, ultimately leading him down the path of rebellion. Zhang Xianzhong, too, had endured numerous hardships before resolving to stand against the Ming to the bitter end. Now, however, due to Jiang Ning's interference, history had taken a different turn. These two men, who could have incited tremendous upheaval, were now living lives of stability and adherence to the law. Even if one were to order Yang An to act against them, who could guarantee that a second or a third similar figure would not emerge? Furthermore, as they were currently law-abiding, what reason did Jiang Ning have to complicate their lives unnecessarily? A moment later, Jiang Ning smiled at Gao Wenkai and said, "Xiao Gao, promptly send a reply to Yang An, instructing him to continue his covert surveillance without revealing his identity, and to maintain a harmonious relationship with these two individuals. Since Zhang Xianzhong aspires to be the chief constable of Yan'an Prefecture, I shall lend him a hand by facilitating his acquisition of that position shortly. As for Li Ziqing, he seeks to amass wealth. Therefore, please convey a message to Changqiu, urging the Ming Royal Chamber of Commerce to extend their support to the Yan'an Post, and observe what Li intends to do once he accumulates silver." Gao Wenkai nodded in acknowledgement and immediately began drafting the reply. Before long, he completed it and presented it to Jiang Ning for review. Jiang Ning verified its accuracy, affixed his signature, stamped it with the official seal, and entrusted it to Gao Wenkai to be swiftly delivered to Yan'an via the Jinyue Channel. Chapter 508. Aspiring for progress and cultivating skills. While the ministers of the Ming court were preoccupied with various affairs in the capital, far away in Nanjing, the Minister of Revenue, Ho Sun, and the left deputy censor, Xiong Mingyu, received an order from the Ministry of Personnel, commanding them to head north to the capital, where they would assume the roles of Right Deputy Minister of Revenue and Right Censor, respectively. Both men, upon receiving the decree, experienced a mix of emotions, yet busily packed their belongings in preparation for their journey north. Outside the city of Jinling, several carriages converged, and upon seeing Ho Sun, Xiong Mingyu greeted him with a joyful expression, clasping his hands together. "What a coincidence, dear friend. Your order arrived a few days earlier than mine. I had thought you had already departed." Ho Sun, with a complicated expression, returned the gesture. "My esteemed brother speaks in jest. I was delayed by some trivial matters, but I am fortunate to travel alongside you." Xiong Mingyu stroked his beard and chuckled. "If that is the case, let us journey north together. It must be fate. The court has summoned only the two of us from Nanjing for this appointment, so once we reach the capital, we ought to grow closer." Ho Sun nodded with a bittersweet smile and turned to gaze at the bustling city of Jinling, a wave of melancholy washing over him. In his ambition to align himself with the Donglin party, he had forsaken the opportunity to remain in the capital and had volunteered to descend southward. He had struggled to attain the position of Minister of Revenue in Nanjing, contributing significantly to the Donglin cause. Yet, in just a few short years, the tides had turned dramatically. The Donglin party faced severe repression from the court, with its leaders either captured or executed, while the remaining members either defected to the royalist faction or were exiled to the fringes, utterly marginalized. As a native of Hunan, he had not feared retribution, anticipating merely a return home as a wealthy gentleman. However, since his only son, Ho Fangyu, had taken the esteemed Jiang Ho as his adoptive father, he had become a laughingstock in the Nanjing political arena. The Donglin members mocked him, while the Jiangnan faction frequently jested at his expense, making his days feel like a bed of nails. Despite several petitions requesting transfers to other positions, his pleas had fallen on deaf ears. Now, at last, he had achieved his long-desired goal, yet the capital was drenched in blood due to the Liaoxiang incident, with reports of thousands slain, and the court showed no signs of abating its wrath. Contemplating his son, who now served as a 1,000-man commander in the capital, he felt a profound sense of uncertainty. The officials of Jiangnan regarded him as a traitor, and he had no connections in the capital. His only son had aligned himself with Jiangning, further tarnishing his reputation. Regret consumed Ho's son. If it were not for this rebellious son, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Had I known that this ungrateful child would exhibit such filial piety, I should have struck him against the wall from the very beginning. What further compounded his humiliation was the fact that, upon departing for his post in Nanjing, not a single person came to bid him farewell. Years of painstaking efforts had come to naught, and his mind was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Xiong Mingyu stood beside him, brimming with confidence. Xiong Mingyu had previously held a position in the capital. Though his rank was modest, he wielded significant power. Observing the tumultuous factional strife in the court, the Qi, Chu, Zhujiang, Donglin, and northern parties embroiled in fierce contention, he had requested to move south to avoid the chaos. After lying low in Nanjing for several years, he now finally had the opportunity to return north, his heart set on achieving remarkable accomplishments. He sought to cultivate a friendship with Ho Sun, for it was well known in the political circles of Nanjing that Ho Sun's son, Ho Fangyu, had taken the loyal and righteous Ho Jiangning as his adoptive father. This connection was one to be skillfully exploited. However, Ho Sun found Xiong Mingyu's enthusiasm somewhat perplexing. This esteemed official was renowned for his integrity and had remained unaffiliated with the Donglin faction, the local factions, or the complacent retirement faction during his years in Nanjing. Despite their acquaintance, they had never been particularly close. Thus, his sudden overtures of camaraderie were unexpected. Later, as they paused at an inn, Xiong Mingyu generously prepared a feast, inviting Ho Sun to partake in the revelry. Although Ho Sun harbored some doubts, he eventually accepted the invitation after ensuring his family was settled. During the meal, Xiong Mingyu personally poured wine for him and engaged in light conversation, to which Ho Sun responded with half-hearted acknowledgement. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Xiong Mingyu, noticing the furrowed brow of Ho Sun, chuckled, "Dear Jean, I, your foolish elder brother, being a few years your senior and now sharing a post in the capital, wish to inquire about your forthcoming plans." Ho Sun paused for a moment, then with a bitter smile replied, "Good brother Liang, to be candid, I have no specific plans. I can only take it one step at a time. Previously, I was close with the Donglin faction, but now that they have been eradicated, the officials in Jiangnan treat me with coldness. In the capital, I lack a foundation and cannot fathom the court's intentions behind my transfer. Whether it is for retribution or a trap, I am resigned to whatever fate awaits me." With a sigh, he downed his drink in one go. Xiong Mingyu, however, shook his head with a smile, saying, "Jean, you fail to perceive the true nature of the mountain, simply because you are within it. I have heard that your esteemed nephew Fangyu has recognized the loyal and righteous Ho as his adoptive father. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Ho Sun's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground, yet he gritted his teeth and nodded. Xiong Mingyu laughed heartily. "In my humble opinion, your nephew has far greater prospects than you. Seeking advancement by aligning oneself with a powerful ally is no disgrace. I hear your nephew is already a 1,000-house commander in the capital, commanding tens of thousands of elite troops. His future achievements will undoubtedly surpass ours. Even if he is dispatched elsewhere, he will surely attain the rank of a commanding officer, holding sway over a significant military force. Furthermore, with the connection to the loyal and righteous Ho, once you arrive in the capital, you should make an effort to foster relations with the Ho. He may not make things difficult for you, especially in consideration of your nephew, if you work diligently and achieve political success. Earning the admiration of His Majesty and the courtiers, there is no telling how far you may rise in the future. Then, Xiong Mingyu shifted his tone, adding, "You are also aware that in the Liaoxiang case, the right Deputy Minister of Revenue Wei Jun and the right Supervisor of the Censorate Zhu Dadian were both annihilated along with their 3 clans. Currently, the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, despite his remarkable capabilities, is advanced in years. On the other hand, the left Deputy Minister, Bai Zisu, possesses talent. Yet his elder brother Bai Zian serves as the Minister of Revenue. His Majesty would undoubtedly refrain from allowing a scenario where 2 ministers hail from the same family. Thus, Bai Zisu is likely to remain as the left Deputy Minister, with a high probability of being dispatched to govern a distant territory in the future. At that juncture, you, as the right Deputy Minister, should you achieve notable accomplishments, would have an excellent chance of succeeding to the ministerial position. Moreover, the Ministry of Revenue in the capital is currently overflowing with wealth, and the Treasury's income far surpasses that of the Wanli era. Otherwise, how could the court have the audacity to undertake so many initiatives in recent years? Ultimately, it all hinges on financial resources. Xiong Mingyu's words jolted Ho Sun into realization. Unexpectedly, that rebellious son had become his most substantial support. If he could leverage his son's connections in Jiangning, his career path would not only be smooth, but perhaps he might even ascend to the role of Minister of Revenue. Furthermore, upon reflection, many of the court's regulations have transformed. The former stipulation that only Hanlin members could enter the cabinet has now evolved to require that only those with territorial governance experience may do so. Having some experience in administration, he barely meets the criteria. The thought of potentially entering the cabinet made his breath quicken, and he hastily raised his cup in a toast to Xiong Mingyu, expressing, "Thank you, dear brother, for enlightening me. I am immensely grateful." Observing the rekindled spark in Ho Sun's eyes, Xiong Mingyu also lifted his cup, laughing, "I hope you will extend your support to me in the future." To this, Ho Sun replied with a smile, "You jest, dear brother. We shall undoubtedly support one another." As they indulged in more drinks and engaging conversation, they grew increasingly inseparable. Xiong Mingyu's earnest guidance was not without his ulterior motives. After years away from the capital, he had lost all connections in court, and with the political landscape uncertain, one must find a reliable ally to advance. Ho Sun was not only among those reassigned to the capital, but also had the connection of Ho Fangyu, making him the ideal candidate. As for Ho Fangyu's acknowledgement of him as a foster father, it was a matter that reflected poorly on Ho Sun, but it was of no consequence to him. Seeking advancement through such ties was not disgraceful. Meanwhile, within the 5 armies command in the capital, Jiang Ning leisurely savored his tea. Beside him, Deng Yunfei, with a vacant expression, recited the official documents sent from various regions. Jiang Ning listened intently while pondering, occasionally voicing his opinions on how to handle matters, while Li Ruoyan swiftly took notes based on his dictation. Meanwhile, Zhu Yujian was in full swing, tirelessly processing the stack of documents that had initially numbered over 100, clearing them all within a mere 2 hours. After rising to stretch, he cheerfully remarked, "Second brother, I'm done. I shall return to the residence first, as Rui has prepared soup for me." Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, "Go ahead." Zhu Yujian responded affirmatively and hurriedly departed. Watching Zhu Yujian's retreating figure, Deng Yunfei felt a lump in his throat, his eyes reddening as he whimpered, "Uncle Jiang, I too wish to return home for some soup." Jiang Ning shot him a disapproving glance. "Yunfei, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but one must have ambition. After merely a few days, you're either complaining about a sore throat or yearning for soup. Where do you find so many grievances? Look at His Highness, Prince Xian, who effortlessly completed 100 documents without breaking a sweat, swiftly and accurately. You are merely assisting Uncle Jiang in reading the documents. You need not provide commentary." Deng Yunfei sulked. "Uncle Jiang, His Highness has experience in military command, naturally handling affairs with ease. I lack such foundation. Each day, my nephew is required to read through hundreds of official documents. After finishing with you, he must proceed to read for Lord Chun and Lord Shun," leaving his voice nearly hoarse. Young Master Zhang Zhiji, too, dedicates his time from dawn till dusk assisting the English Duke with official papers. only to return and manage his own duties. This morning, I witnessed young Master Zhang in tears, pleading to return home, insisting he would cease his work, only to be forcibly brought back by the English Duke's men. Jiang Ning rose, his expression solemn, and declared, "To progress, one must toil diligently. What is effort?" As he spoke, he picked up several documents before him, stamped and signed them, and handed them to the scribe. He then turned to Deng Yunfei, asking, "What do you consider effort?" He subsequently directed his gaze toward Li Ruoyan, saying, "Old Li, what is your perspective?" Before either could respond, Jiang Ning continued, "Effort is honed through the passage of time." With that, he pulled out an unapproved document and tossed it to Deng Yunfei. As Deng Yunfei began to read, Jiang Ning swiftly penned a comment alongside. By the time Deng Yunfei finished, Jiang Ning presented both the comment and the document to Li Ruoyan. After a meticulous verification, Li Ruoyan marveled, "My lord, it is flawless." He hastily emulated the comment. Deng Yunfei, witnessing this, was left in astonishment. Jiang Ning, brimming with pride, remarked, "This is the result of 3 years of training by Jiang Shu." He then tossed several more documents, and indeed, each time Deng Yunfei reached the halfway mark, Jiang Ning had already completed his commentary, devoid of error. Jiang Ning, with righteous fervor, proclaimed, "Can you attain such skill in 3 years?" Deng Yunfei was rendered speechless by awe. Jiang Ning slammed the table and bellowed, "Continue reading." Startled, Deng Yunfei quickly composed himself and resumed reading the document. Jiang Ning, sipping his tea, listened intently with closed eyes, occasionally offering directives, while Li Ruoyan diligently recorded his words. Under Jiang Ning's encouragement, Deng Yunfei became invigorated, feeling as if he had been electrified, oblivious to his dry throat or fatigue, reading the documents with renewed vigor. Jiang Ning savored his tea, casually dispensing suggestions, while Li Ruoyan noted them with unwavering focus. In the afternoon, Zhu Yujian rushed to the Wujuan Dudu mansion, carrying a food box, and cheerfully announced, "Second brother, Ruei has made chicken soup for you." Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, appreciating his younger brother's thoughtfulness. He silently reflected on how his little brother truly had no words to express his care. Opening the food box, he first ladled a bowl for Li Ruoyan, then filled another for himself. Noticing this, Deng Yunfei hastily set down the document and reached out to take it, only to see Jiang Ning raise his head and drink the soup in one go, leaving Deng Yunfei momentarily stunned. After wiping his mouth, Jiang Ning chuckled, "Yunfei, you are still young. Jiang Shu is of advanced age. I need to replenish myself with some soup first. You can taste the remaining chicken." As he handed over the pieces of chicken, Deng Yunfei's eyes glistened with emotion, and he choked out, "Uncle Jiang, you care for me more than my own father. My father only scolds me and allows me to eat only the chicken's backside at home." Jiang Ning, taken aback, thought to himself how harshly Lord Deng treated his son. He patted Deng Yunfei's shoulder, offering comfort. "Yunfei, work hard, and in the future, Uncle Jiang will provide you with opportunities for advancement." Deng Yunfei's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly seized the chicken and devoured it with gusto. Beside him, Li Ruoyan observed Deng Yunfei, a faint smile gracing her lips. Zhu Yujian had long since immersed himself in his work, swiftly reviewing the documents before him with a brush. Before long, having completed his tasks, he noticed a pile of papers still awaiting attention on Jiang Ning's desk. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to assist, gathering a stack and placing it on his own desk, then resumed his diligent efforts. Witnessing Zhu Yujian's dedication, Jiang Ning silently nodded, recognizing him as the famously industrious emperor throughout history. Chapter 509. Wang Zhaijin. On this day, Jiang Ning was at the Wujuan Duda mansion when Fang Dazhuan suddenly arrived, bearing an imperial edict from Zhu Yuxiao, summoning him urgently to the palace for a meeting. Although unaware of the reasons, Jiang Ning followed Fang Dazhuan hurriedly to the imperial palace. Upon reaching the imperial study, he found Zhu Yuxiao seated upon the dragon throne, with an elderly civil official, dressed in a bright red official robe, seated below. The man, approximately 50 years of age, bore white hair and a weathered appearance, exuding an air of gravitas. His expression was stern, devoid of levity, and he sat upright, his brow hinting at a certain martial vigor, despite his scholarly attire. Jiang Ning promptly offered his respects, to which Zhu Yuxiao responded with a smile, "There is no need for excessive formalities, Minister Jiang. Fang Dazhuan, please offer a seat to Minister Jiang." Fang Zhenghua hurriedly summoned a young eunuch to bring a chair, and Jiang Ning seated himself across from the elder. At that moment, the elder scrutinized the young rising star of the court, noting how Jiang Ning appeared remarkably youthful, almost of similar age to the emperor himself. Yet, he exhibited a composure and restraint that belied his years, lacking the arrogance often associated with youthful success. Instead, he resembled a seasoned official, demonstrating the steadiness and precision characteristic of a military leader. With a smile, Zhu Yuxiao introduced, Minister Jiang, this is Huang Taiji, the inspector of Jizhou. When I ascended to the throne, I initially intended for Huang to succeed Xiong Tingbai in overseeing Liaodong. However, with Xiong Tingbai's continued tenure, I appointed Huang to oversee Jizhou instead. Jiang Ning clasped his fists in greeting. It is an honor to meet you, Minister Huang. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Huang Taiji reciprocated the gesture, smiling. In Jizhou, I have heard of your illustrious name, Lord. Today, meeting you in person, it is indeed true that heroes emerge in youth. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ning found himself favorably inclined towards Huang Taiji. According to the original historical trajectory, after Xiong Tingbai was executed at the Nine Borders, it was this very Huang Taiji, in his capacity as left vice minister of the Ministry of War, who succeeded in overseeing Liaodong. Upon his arrival in Liaodong, he meticulously assessed the military deployment, formulating a defense strategy akin to that of Xiong Tingbai, aimed at fortifying defenses while gradually advancing. He also proposed the construction of a new city at Balipu near Shanhaiguan, planning to station 40,000 troops there. What was particularly commendable was his candid report that the situation in Liaodong was worse than anticipated, advocating for strengthened defenses at Shanhaiguan, a proposal that garnered Zhu Yuxiao's approval. Unfortunately, due to the tumultuous factional struggles within the court at that time, the plan could not be advanced. Later, when Sun Qingzong inspected Liaodong, a divergence in their philosophies arose. Sun Qingzong sought to reinforce the Guaningjin defense line, while Huang Taiji deemed that line excessively costly, fearing it would deplete the national treasury, resulting in an unhappy parting. Their differing views, while a minor issue, were ultimately driven by a shared commitment to serve the nation. Yet, at this juncture, the military preparation officer Yuan Chonghuan reported to the court, alleging that Huang Taiji was ineffectively standing idle in Liaodong, only knowing how to defend, and was engaging in extensive construction at Shanhaiguan in preparation for retreat. News reached the capital, sending ripples throughout the political landscape, with various factions directing their ire towards him, ultimately resulting in his reassignment to Nanjing, where he was relegated to obscurity. It is noteworthy that Huang Taiji initially held Yuan Chonghuan in high regard, promoting him on numerous occasions. However, at a critical juncture, Yuan delivered a treacherous blow, rendering his actions utterly contemptible. At this moment, Emperor Zhu Yuxiao, seated upon the dragon throne, spoke. When I first ascended the throne, the court was rife with chaos. I intended to send you, Huang Aiqing, to Liaodong to take over from Xiong Tingbai, but ultimately, Xiong was retained, and you were assigned to Jizhou as the supervising general, overseeing military affairs there. Fortunately, the situation in Liaodong has stabilized somewhat, and Jizhou has remained unscathed. Pray, tell me, Huang Aiqing, about the current state of Jizhou. Huang Taiji rose respectfully, bowing and responding earnestly. Your Majesty, since I have been tasked with overseeing military preparations in Jizhou, I have endeavored to organize and ready the troops while rigorously verifying personnel numbers. Currently, Jizhou has an official roster of 40,000 soldiers, all young and vigorous. Under the command of General Sun Zushou, morale within the ranks has improved significantly, and instances of vacant positions and unclaimed rations have diminished considerably. More importantly, the ties between Jizhou's commanders and the military elite of Liaodong have gradually been severed, and the forces of Jizhou and Liaodong are now clearly delineated. He paused momentarily, then continued. However, influenced by Liaodong's military aristocracy, many commanders in Jizhou still employ personal retainers, blatantly disregarding the court's edict against maintaining private troops. This reflects poorly on my own capabilities, and I humbly request your Majesty's judgment. Zhu Yuxiao, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, Huang Aiqing, your efforts have been commendable, and I would not hold you accountable for this. The practice of commanders maintaining personal retainers to wage war, thereby siphoning off the court's resources and expanding their own power, has persisted since the time of Li Changliang. The deep-rootedness of such issues cannot be attributed to a single day's neglect. Jiang Ning, listening attentively, began to grasp the situation. In the past, Li Chongliang had relied on personal retainers to wage war, usurping vast amounts of resources and transforming thousands of retainers into elite forces. This enabled him to dominate Liaodong for decades. Yet it also precipitated a significant decline in the military strength along the Nine Borders, fostering the current state of Liaodong's military factions. Commanders fortified themselves with the court's provisions, relying solely on their retainers in battle, treating the imperial army as mere fodder. Though Li Chongliang had long since passed, the repercussions of his actions began to manifest, with this detrimental trend continuing to spread across the Nine Borders. Jizhou, being adjacent to Liaodong, was particularly affected. Alarmingly, Jizhou's commanders sought to align themselves with Liaodong's military elite, and should that come to fruition, the court would find it impossible to maintain control over the Nine Borders. Historically, it was the military elite of Liaodong who, emboldened by their own forces, disregarded imperial commands, exacerbating the situation in Liaodong and dragging Jizhou, Xianzhou, and Datong into the fray, culminating in a coalition of local military factions that ultimately led to the collapse of the defensive system along the Nine Borders. It is no wonder that Zhu Youjiao assigned a formidable figure like Huang Taiji to Jizhou as a precaution against the spread of Liaodong's military influence. Zhu Youjiao then inquired, "Wang Aiqing, I wish to ask you, if the court were to mobilize the capital's army after the new year to march into Liaodong, would it be possible to eradicate the Jinlu completely?" Huang Zaijian's expression faltered, and he bowed, responding, "Your Majesty, allow me to speak candidly. Should we send troops to Liaodong to eliminate the Jinlu, the capital's army must serve as the unequivocal main force, and we must strive for a swift resolution. Otherwise, should the campaign be prolonged, we would inevitably suffer grave losses. Even if the Jinlu were vanquished, the capital's forces would be significantly weakened, resulting in a net detriment. Especially considering that the capital's army is currently the foremost elite of the Ming dynasty." He paused momentarily, his tone growing more grave as he remarked, "What is of greater concern is that if the capital garrison suffers severe damage, the warlords of Liaodong may seize the opportunity to grow stronger, potentially giving rise to a second Li Chongliang. Currently, the situation in Liaodong is somewhat stable, largely due to the restraining influence of Xiong Tingbai. Should that restraint be removed, those warlords would undoubtedly band together, making it exceedingly difficult for the imperial edicts to be enforced. Xiong Tingbai insists on a strict defense and a gradual advance for two primary reasons. First, following the Battle of Salhu, our Ming elite forces have been decimated, and our cavalry has been nearly annihilated, while the Jianzhou bandits excel in mobile warfare and archery, making it challenging for the Liaodong troops to gain an advantage. Thus, a defensive posture is paramount. Second, many of the former subordinates of Li Chongliang harbor a mindset of nurturing the bandits for their own gain, openly obeying imperial orders while secretly undermining them. They are natives of Liaodong and have intricate ties with the Jianzhou. Should we rashly engage in battle, if they were to betray us at a critical moment, the conflict would surely worsen. This risk is one that Xiong Tingbai is unwilling to take, and the old minister dares not take it either. In a few days, Xiong Tingbai will return to the capital to report, and your Majesty may inquire directly. The old minister stationed in Jizhou has limited knowledge of the internal affairs of Liaodong." Zhu Youjiao nodded and said, "Minister Wang, you have worked hard. Please take some rest. The situation in Jizhou is stable. You may stay in the capital for a few days before returning." After Huang Zaijin received the command and took his leave, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiang Ning, who was sipping tea, and asked, "Brother Jiang, what do you think of Minister Wang's words?" Without hesitation, Jiang Ning replied, "Whether sitting or lying down, it matters not how we observe." Zhu Youjiao, taken aback, retorted, "Brother Jiang, you are now a first-rank official, the left commander of the 5 armies. My right-hand man and brother. Is this how you speak? Where is your conscience?" Jiang Ning chuckled, "Your Majesty, I am fully aware of the situation Minister Wang described. However, the warlords of Liaodong currently command significant forces. They have neither defected nor rebelled. If the court wishes to act against them, there must be a valid pretext. In my view, Minister Wang's words hold merit. Should we hastily dispatch the capital's army to Liaodong and suffer heavy losses, the balance of power would be lost, allowing the local warlords to grow even stronger, which would indeed be a true loss." Jiang Ning continued, "I believe we should gradually redeploy the Liaodong troops in batches, replacing them with forces from the capital, and appoint trusted commanders to take charge, thereby slowly diminishing their influence. Once the warlord's power wanes, we can then assemble a large army to decisively eliminate the Jianzhou. Zhu Youjiao frowned. Brother Jiang, I have previously informed you that the cabinet, including Yuan Aiqing, Wang Zhaijin, and Xiong Tingbai, have repeatedly petitioned that the Jianzhou bandits are a grave internal threat that cannot be ignored. I am deeply concerned, hence my desire to swiftly eradicate them. Who could have imagined that a small Mongolian tribe could ultimately bring down the Jin and Song dynasties and seize control of the Central Plains? The lessons of the past are right before us. Jiang Ning nodded. These sentiments had been expressed by Zhu Youjiao on multiple occasions, and Yuan Kelly had also discussed them privately numerous times, all hoping for a swift plan to eliminate the Jianzhou bandits. Given the improving situation in the north and the gradual stabilization in the southwest, it is indeed an opportune moment to deploy troops. Yet he understood all too well that the Little Ice Age had arrived. If the court were to expend excessive resources and military provisions in Liaodong, the capital's forces would suffer significant losses. Even if they were to vanquish the Jinlu, confronting future crises would become exceedingly difficult. This was the very reason he continuously expanded the capital's military from an initial 170,000 to the current 300,000, not including the internal forces led by figures like Qin Liangyu in the northern provinces. After prolonged deliberation between the sovereign and his minister, two paths lay before them. Either swiftly march south to quell the gentry faction in Jiangnan or venture north to eradicate the Jinlu, each option bearing its own advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, Jiang Ning proposed waiting for Xiong Tingbai's return to the capital to ascertain the true situation in Liaodong. Should the circumstances permit, they would first eliminate the Jinlu to alleviate future concerns before gathering a grand army to head south. As for the Jiangnan gentry, both Zhu Youjiao and Jiang Ning shared a resolute stance. They must be annihilated without hesitation or room for compromise. Chapter 510, Fundraising Campaign. As the year drew to a close and winter arrived abruptly, an unusual heavy snowfall blanketed the capital. The city's dignitaries and young lords ventured out in groups to admire the snow. Scholars gathered in a locale, composing poetry, proclaiming it a harbinger of a bountiful year ahead. However, Jiang Ning, ensconced in the military governor's office, furrowed his brow. The Little Ice Age had indeed descended, rendering this winter particularly frigid. He pondered silently. Would the common folk endure this trial? In an era of low productivity, winter posed a life-and-death challenge for the ordinary citizens each year. Although the national treasury was replenished, this did not guarantee a stable existence for the lower classes. Just as Jiang Ning's brow knitted in concern, a resounding bang echoed as the office door was forcefully kicked open, allowing the cold wind mixed with snowflakes to rush in. Deng Yunfei, startled, trembled, and dropped the documents he held. Li Ruoyan, too, startled by the sudden commotion, let his pen slip, marring the document with ink. Only the young Zhu Yujian remained absorbed in his official duties, undisturbed by the chaos. Jiang Ning looked up to see the elder Wei, clad in a thick cloak, braving the snow, standing at the door with one leg raised. He quickly exclaimed, "What brings you here, Lord Wei? Come inside. It's bitterly cold outside." Lord Wei entered with a pained expression, shaking off the snowflakes as he settled by the hearth and sighed. "My lord, I have come to seek your assistance." Jiang Ning's brow furrowed further in confusion. "What troubles you, Lord Wei?" He was puzzled. Given Lord Wei's current standing, what could possibly weigh upon him so heavily? After all, he was revered as a formidable presence in the capital, almost a living bodhisattva in the eyes of the people. Lord Wei shook off the remaining snowflakes and continued, "My lord, you have witnessed the heavy snowfall these past days. Today, as I ventured beyond the city, I observed that the common folk are faring poorly. Many homes have collapsed under the weight of the snow, and numerous individuals lack clothing and shelter. They may not survive this harsh winter. I have already dispatched personnel from the Eastern Depot to assist the populace in clearing snow and repairing their homes. Yet this is merely a temporary solution. Before coming to see you, our family made a visit to the palace, specifically seeking His Majesty's decree to distribute 500 briquettes of coal to every household in the vicinity of the capital. His Majesty graciously consented. Yet this briquette coal is ultimately but a temporary measure." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning rose, his brow furrowing deeper. He was well aware of the circumstances that Old Wei had described. Most common folk resided in thatched cottages, while only those of slightly better fortune could afford brick and tile houses. Although the court had repeatedly reduced taxes and introduced various policies to benefit the populace, enabling the common people to genuinely enjoy a prosperous life would require time. It could not be accomplished overnight. However, neglecting this matter was not an option for Jiang Ning, especially since the court, from Zhu Youjiao at the top to ordinary officials at the bottom, proclaimed the slogan of creating a flourishing era of Tianqi and serving the people. This slogan was not merely for show. It necessitated genuine action. Consequently, Jiang Ning briefly instructed Deng Yunfei and Li Ruoyan before hastening into the palace with Old Wei to meet Zhu Youjiao. Upon entering the imperial study, Zhu Youjiao regarded the returning Old Wei and the accompanying Jiang Ning with a hint of curiosity, saying, "Brother Jiang, what brings you here today?" Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "The affairs of the 5 armies general's office are not overly burdensome at present. By chance, I encountered Lord Wei and accompanied him to seek an audience with your majesty." Zhu Youjiao chuckled, "Brother Jiang, you never come to the 3 Treasures Hall without a purpose. Speak your mind." Thereupon, Jiang Ning recounted the hardships faced by the common people due to the heavy snowfall in recent days in great detail. Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, also furrowed his brow, then stood and sighed, saying, "Brother Jiang, how could I not be aware of these matters? Yet, with countless subjects in the realm, it is impossible for us to attend to each one. I too am troubled by this situation. Previously, when Wei Zhongxin approached me, I promised to provide 500 briquettes of coal to each household in the capital, hoping it might offer them some respite from the cold." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "Your Majesty's love for the people is truly that of a wise ruler." Zhu Youjiao shot Jiang Ning a glare, saying, "Stop with the flattery, Brother Jiang. You know I aspire to be a wise ruler like Emperor Wen of Han, yet this is indeed a daunting task. It is easier said than done." After saying this, he sat down again, letting out a sigh. At that moment, Jiang Ning spoke, "Your Majesty, while the task is formidable, success is attainable through action. Though the road may be long, we shall arrive if we proceed. Natural disasters are merciless, yet humanity possesses compassion." Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Zhu Youjiao's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, "Brother Jiang, do you have a strategy to address this?" Jiang Ning, smiling, replied, "Your Majesty, I do not possess a flawless plan, but I have contemplated several feasible measures, which I hope to have your Majesty's support for." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, smiling, "Brother Jiang, please share. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall offer my utmost support." Jiang Ning then continued, "Your Majesty, the initiative to provide 500 briquettes of coal to each household in the capital was indeed commendable. Additionally, mobilizing all the officials of Shuntian Prefecture to assist in clearing the snow from the roads is also a prudent measure. However, at present, there is a shortage of manpower. Therefore, I humbly beseech your Majesty to issue a decree for troop mobilization, drawing soldiers from the capital garrison to assist the common folk in repairing their homes and clearing the accumulated snow. Simultaneously, I propose that the Ministry of Revenue procure cotton fabric, clothing, and blankets to distribute among the impoverished populace. During the recent inventory of temples and monasteries, many have been left vacant in the capital. It would be prudent to temporarily shelter those whose homes are damaged or uninhabitable in these places. Furthermore, let the Imperial Medical Institute and the Huimin Pharmacy take to the streets to provide medical care and distribute medicines to the populace. The court could also organize a fundraising initiative, with your Majesty taking the lead, calling upon various merchant associations to contribute and help the people endure this winter." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and replied, "Brother Jiang, what you propose is indeed feasible, and I shall lend my full support. However, I have received reports from the Astronomical Bureau indicating that the winters to come will be increasingly frigid, which would likely exacerbate the hardships faced by the people. We may be able to provide temporary relief, but can we ensure their long-term welfare? Brother Jiang, do you have any enduring solutions in mind?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning responded, "Your Majesty, currently, Lord Wei oversees the coal mines in Xishan. The prisoners there, aside from mining coal, are also engaged in brickmaking. Some of the bricks are purchased by various government offices for repairs, while others are bought by the common people to mend their homes. Perhaps after the new year, we could levy labor in the northern provinces to excavate and manufacture bricks, with all produced bricks dedicated to constructing houses for the populace. This endeavor should be spearheaded by the court, as brick houses are far superior to thatched ones in withstanding the cold." Zhu Youjiao pondered this for a moment and said, Brother Jiang, what you suggest is indeed a monumental undertaking. Although it may be challenging to execute, should we succeed, it would be a tremendous achievement. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded in agreement. Zhu Youjiao then added, let us first address the immediate issues at hand. As for your proposal regarding brickmaking for the people's housing, we shall deliberate on that later. He promptly issued a decree for troop mobilization and summoned all officials to the court to initiate fundraising efforts for the populace. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning expressed his willingness to donate 200,000 taels of silver. This surprised Zhu Youjiao, as Brother Jiang was typically quite frugal. It was unexpected for him to be so generous in this instance. Even Old Wei donated 150,000 taels, for he had no descendants and regarded wealth as a trivial matter, focusing solely on accumulating virtue and benefiting the people, hoping to ascend to immortality. Ultimately, Jiang Ning and Old Wei set off first to the military governor's office. Jiang Ning quickly gathered Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong, and together they signed the troop mobilization documents. Subsequently, Zhang Weixian personally carried the decree and documents to the capital garrison, mobilizing 50,000 soldiers to assist the citizens in repairing their homes and clearing the snow. Following this, Jiang Ning and Old Wei visited the headquarters of the Ming Royal Merchant Association, which had established a formidable presence throughout the northern and southwestern regions, while still maintaining its headquarters in the capital, exerting unparalleled influence across the entire North China plain. At this moment, Qian Jingxiu happened to be present. Jiang Ning wasted no time in articulating his intentions, expressing a desire for Qian Jingxiu to convene the representatives of various commercial associations in the capital to engage in a fundraising campaign. Upon hearing this, Qian Jingxiu immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. Before long, he had gathered the leaders of the major commercial associations, urging them to contribute, whether in the form of money, grain, or goods. Qin Yuyi, the head of the Qin Merchants Association, who regularly oversaw affairs in the capital and frequently interacted with the young and capable Qian, recognized that such an initiative could not be without the sanction of the court. As a result, he was the first to step forward with a donation. Following closely was Lin Xiaofeng from the Hunan Wai Merchants Association. The representatives from other provincial associations also joined in the spirit of generosity, as the merchants had benefited significantly from various government policies over the past 2 years. With the mobilization of 50,000 troops, a wave of excitement surged through the capital. Soldiers equipped with brooms, shovels, and various tools took to the streets to clear the snow and actively assist the populace in repairing their homes. This unexpected display of support astonished many struggling citizens, who, upon learning of the circumstances from the soldiers, praised the emperor's wisdom and expressed gratitude that the officials had not forgotten the plight of the impoverished. Many able-bodied young men among the citizens eagerly joined in to help with the snow removal and repairs. Simultaneously, the physicians from the Imperial Hospital and the Huimin Pharmacy ventured into the streets to offer medical assistance to the people. In the court, Zhu Yuxiao led by example, donating 500,000 silver dollars, prompting other officials to follow suit with generous contributions. After all, the emperor himself had taken the lead. Even prominent figures like Jiang Ning and Old Wei donated 200,000 and 150,000 silver dollars, respectively. Thus, a grand fundraising campaign unfolded within the court. Subsequently, Zhu Yuxiao ordered the total amount raised to be tabulated, resulting in an astonishing sum of 235,760 silver dollars. He then dispatched his trusted companion Fang Zhenghua to collaborate with the Minister of Revenue, Gui Yanhou, to procure various supplies with these funds for distribution to the citizens. Even the affluent and influential in the capital voluntarily took to the streets to make their donations at the government offices. As for Zhu Yuxiao, he changed into civilian attire and discreetly left the palace, joining Jiang Ning and Old Wei in shoveling snow on the streets. The three worked diligently, perspiration glistening on their brows, while their entourage of guards exerted themselves alongside them. Even Jiang Ning's reclusive mentor, Shen Shuzi, emerged from his home to assist the Imperial Hospital and Huimin Pharmacy in providing medical care to the populace. Students from the Imperial Academy, led by the Academy's president Su Kachio, also took to the streets to help with the snow removal. Scholars from the Royal Military Academy likewise joined in to lend a hand to the citizens. Meanwhile, under Jiang Ning's guidance, Zhang Wenhe was also busily engaged in similar efforts. The following day, the front page of the Apocalypse Times boldly proclaimed the phrase "Make the Ming Great Again." It clearly recorded the remarkable deeds of Zhu Youjiao, who personally led efforts to donate to the common people and took to the streets to clear the snow. This news spread throughout the capital within just a few hours. Countless citizens knelt in gratitude towards the palace, thanking the emperor for his personal donations and his unprecedented participation in snow removal. Despite the swirling snow and howling winds, the city buzzed with an unusual fervor. Officials, soldiers, ordinary citizens, and students alike were fervently engaged in the effort, chanting slogans to make the Ming great once more. Old Wei, who was shoveling snow alongside Jiangning, felt an exhilarating surge of energy. He never anticipated that his visit to Jiangning would create such a significant stir. He had merely hoped Jiangning could devise a solution. To his astonishment, even the emperor was moved enough to emerge from the palace to personally assist in the snow clearing. Simultaneously, the funds, clothing, quilts, fabric, and medicine that had been gathered began to be distributed to the populace. The long-deserted temples and monasteries took in the needy. Days later, the heavy snowfall finally ceased, and life for the citizens gradually returned to normal. However, the prestige of Zhu Youjiao and the court soared to unprecedented heights. Outside the palace's southern gate, throngs of citizens gathered to express their gratitude. Feng Dazue shouted from outside the palace, "There is no need for such reverence, dear citizens. His Majesty has declared that this is the duty of the throne." Yet the people were unwilling to depart without bowing to show their appreciation for the emperor's benevolence. Ultimately, Zhu Youjiao had to ascend the castle tower, holding a loudspeaker to converse with the people. Jiangning had prepared a speech for him well in advance. Upon seeing their sovereign personally appear, the crowd immediately fell to their knees, deeply thanking the emperor for his graciousness. After Zhu Youjiao earnestly counseled the citizens, they gradually began to disperse. Watching them depart, Zhu Youjiao sighed and said, "Brother Jiang, allow me to share a poem with you." Jiangning nodded, and Zhu Youjiao began to recite. The charcoal seller, cutting wood to burn charcoal in the southern mountains. His face is covered in soot, his hair gray, and his fingers black. What does he earn from selling charcoal? Clothes on his back and food in his mouth. Poor man, dressed scantily. Worries that charcoal is cheap in this cold. Last night, a foot of snow fell outside the city. At dawn, he drives his charcoal cart over the icy ruts. The ox is weary, the man hungry, the day is already high. He rests in the mud outside the southern gate. Who are the two riders approaching? A messenger in yellow and a lad in white. Holding a document, they proclaim a decree, urging the ox to turn north. 1 cart of charcoal, over 1,000 pounds. The palace envoy urges forward, unwilling to spare. Half a piece of crimson silk and a yard of fine silk, tied to the ox's head to replace the charcoal. Hearing this, Jiangning could not help but sigh. After a moment of silence, Zhu Youjiao slowly remarked, "Throughout history, the so-called prosperous eras have always been those of the high-ranking officials in the halls of power, while the annals of history only record the achievements of emperors and ministers. For countless years, the lives of the common people have remained unchanged. However, this situation must be reversed. I shall usher in an era of prosperity for the populace, ensuring that they have sustenance by day and garments by night. I aspire to broaden the horizons of our realm, to bring all under my dominion, and to forge a true nation and home." As Zhu Youjiao spoke these words, his tone was resolute and impassioned. Jiangning, equally earnest, declared, "I shall assist your majesty in establishing such a flourishing age, one that truly belongs to the people." Beside them, the elderly Wei, though somewhat perplexed by the underlying significance, enthusiastically echoed, "I too," to support Zhu Youjiao's vision of a prosperous society for the people. Jiangning began to contemplate various policies to benefit the populace and enrich the national treasury. Old Wei, however, was less inclined toward intricate deliberations, possessing his own straightforward methods. Currently overseeing the Shishan coal mine for Zhu Youjiao, he simply increased the production of honeycomb coal and expanded the scale of brick kilns. As for the convicts driven by whips to labor, he often turned a blind eye. In his view, sparing them from a swift demise was already a significant mercy. Allowing them to work for redemption could be considered a gesture of kindness. What harm would it cause if a few perished? They would die for the emperor's ideals, for the grandeur of the Ming dynasty, thus meeting their end with purpose. Regarding the issue of labor shortages, he never fretted. If necessary, he could request Jiangning to issue a document to Zhao Shuijiao, stationed in northern Myanmar, to procure some goods. After all, Zhao Shuijiao had earned a stellar reputation in Myanmar, returning with tens of thousands of captives each year, all ready-made free labor. Once the heavy snowfall ceased, the common folk busied themselves. With the new year approaching, it was time to prepare festive goods. After a year of hard toil, they looked forward to a joyful celebration. Meanwhile, in the imperial court, it was also the day for the distribution of dividends from the Royal Ming Merchants Association. The headquarters of the association was teeming with officials from the court. Jiang Ning, Fang Zhenghua, Old Wei, the Minister of Revenue Gui Yunho, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs Lu Wanming were all present, while other dignitaries, occupied with official duties, sent family members to collect their shares. As the dividends were distributed, the officials wore expressions of delight. Since acquiring shares in the Merchant Association, their lives had indeed become significantly more comfortable. Although the court had tripled their salaries, paid in solid silver, for some, it was merely sufficient to sustain their livelihoods, making it difficult to accumulate wealth. Now, with dividends, they could amass considerable assets without resorting to corruption, and when the time came to retire, they would be able to return home as prosperous individuals. More importantly, the dividends were lawful and above board, with the emperor as the association's greatest supporter, ensuring that all business dealings adhered to tax regulations and were secure. Staff members distributed the funds according to a list, and the officials were overjoyed. Gui Yunho smiled at Jiang Ning and remarked, "Your Highness, this scheme of yours is truly ingenious. It allows officials to earn income without resorting to corruption, thereby fostering greater diligence in their duties." Jiang Ning smiled in return, choosing not to elaborate. He was acutely aware that his earlier oversight in establishing the shares of the Royal Ming Merchants Association as permanent meant that the entire court was now behind the association. If not managed effectively, it could easily evolve into a financial conglomerate akin to those of later eras. Thus, he continually pondered how to impose constraints without stifling the association's growth. As for the dividends shared with several influential figures, Qian Jingxiu had dispatched individuals early in the morning to deliver the funds, some of which were directly deposited into the royal bank. Outside the headquarters, the representatives of other merchant associations in the capital congregated in a nearby tavern, their eyes glinting with envy as they observed the lively scene. Witnessing so many officials holding shares, they lamented their earlier misfortune in not seizing this fortuitous opportunity, for had they done so, their enterprises would undoubtedly have soared to greater heights. Only the brothers Qin Yud and Qin Yuyi from the Qin Merchant Association remained unfazed, merrily drinking and engaging in jovial banter. They had supplied grain to the court for the 9 borders and seized opportunities in overseas trade, amassing considerable wealth in recent years. Not to mention the profits garnered from selling cultural relics for Gui Yunho. Once the dividends were distributed, the officials departed, and Jiang Ning summoned Qian Jingxiu and his son Qian Sanwan, praising their contributions. Qian Jingxiu humbly responded, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. I have merely fulfilled my duties. The current success of the association is entirely due to your majesty and your support. I dare not claim credit." Qian Sanwan echoed, "Indeed, your Excellency. Without the backing of His Majesty and yourself, my father and I would be grateful just to establish ourselves in the capital, let alone aspire to such a grand enterprise." Jiang Ning nodded. "Modesty in achievement is commendable. Zhengxiu has performed admirably. He is truly a person of merit in my eyes. However, I have a task for you to spearhead." Qian Jingxiu rose and paid his respects. "Please instruct me, Your Excellency," he continued. "Now that the Royal Merchant Association and the Qin Merchant Association are rising, other provincial merchant associations are also gradually expanding. While they may not rival you, they should not be underestimated." Jiang Ning elaborated. "The court is presently lenient towards merchants, no longer suppressing them as in the past. Yet, without regulations, chaos will ensue. If left unchecked, we may find ourselves in a situation akin to Jiangnan, where relations with the court become irreparably strained." The hearts of Qian Jingxiu and his son tightened, as they were acutely aware of the situation in Jiangnan. Previously, they had sought to expand their business there, only to face a united front from local merchants who resisted their efforts, resulting in a fruitless return. The Qin Merchant Association had experienced a similar setback. They understood that the court would not idly observe such forces that defy its control. It was merely waiting for the opportune moment to act. Jiang Ning continued. "The court intends to establish the Great Ming Industrial and Commercial Association, led by the Royal Merchant Association, to gather influential merchants from the northern and southwestern provinces. with the headquarters located in Beijing. Each major merchant association will need to have a representative stationed in the capital to liaise with the court. The court will also assign personnel to supervise and regulate, ensuring peaceful coexistence among all, preventing market disruptions, while also controlling prices across regions. While the court does not interfere with legitimate business, it will not tolerate tax evasion, hoarding, or the exploitation of the populace. To my knowledge, there have been numerous incidents in the past 2 years involving injuries and fatalities among workshop workers associated with the Royal Merchant Association, resulting in legal disputes. Is that not so? Qian Jingqiu's expression grew serious as he quickly replied, "In response to Your Excellency, that is indeed the case. However, I have handled it appropriately and provided compensation to the families. You have done well, demonstrating compassion for the wealthy," Jiang Ning acknowledged. But other merchant associations may not be so benevolent. Take Jiangnan, for instance. How many workers toil day and night, suffering injuries or even death without receiving any compensation? The merchants over there exploit the common people and promote a culture of extravagance, leaving the populace without sustenance or wealth, forcing them to rely on these merchants for survival, with the grim prospect of starvation looming if they dare to dissent. Qian Jingqiu nodded in agreement. It was precisely for this reason that, when the workshop encountered troubles, he promptly dealt with the situation and reported it without hesitation, never daring to conceal the truth. At that moment, Gui Yunho smiled and remarked, "Master Qian, what the noble lord expresses embodies the sentiments of His Majesty and the court. In recent years, the court has encouraged commerce, offering numerous favorable policies. Maritime trade has flourished. And now, the porcelain, tea, silk, and cotton from the Ming dynasty are sought after in the east and west, with orders plentiful. The Royal Chamber of Commerce and the Qin Merchants Guild alone cannot possibly handle such immense demand. It is only reasonable to involve other guilds as well." Lu Wenming, the minister of the Ministry of Rights, concurred, stating, "What Lord Gui says is indeed correct. The principle of the court is that wealth should be shared among all, provided it is lawful and compliant. Since the establishment of the General Chamber of Commerce, mutual assistance among merchants is far superior to solitary endeavors." Qian Jingqiu understood the underlying dynamics. The Royal Chamber of Commerce had risen too swiftly in recent years, while it could not be said to rival the nation in wealth. It had undeniably become the dominant force in the entire North Jili region, not to mention its influence across several provinces in the north and the burgeoning southwest. The court would not permit such singular dominance to persist. Its previous support of the Qin merchants was clearly a measure of balance. Now that the Qin merchants had also risen, the potential alliance between the two could indeed instill caution within the court. Thus, he nodded vigorously. "I comprehend the noble lords and esteemed officials' intentions. I wholeheartedly support the establishment of the General Chamber of Commerce. I believe the Qin merchants will have no objections, and I shall endeavor to persuade other guilds as well. Thanks to the court's blessings over the past 2 years, they have all profited considerably, and with a share in maritime trade, they will surely be agreeable." Seeing Qian Jingqiu's acceptance, Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction and then, along with Gui Yunho and the others, took their leave to return to the palace and report back to Zhu Youjiao. Chapter 512. Xiong Yinbi enters the capital. Upon hearing the reports from Jiang Ning and the others, Zhu Youjiao nodded, remarking, "This Qian Jingqiu is indeed commendable. He understands the greater picture, knows his responsibilities, and demonstrates a sense of propriety. What is most remarkable is his unwavering loyalty to the court, devoid of any improper thoughts. Next, we shall observe the attitudes of the other guilds. Those willing to accept the court's oversight will be most welcome. Should they refuse, it matters not, as we can simply support another." Following this, the sovereign and his ministers conversed for a while longer, for the past 2 years had seen the treasury swell, providing a robust foundation for policy implementation. When their discussion drew to a close, everyone rose to take their leave, except for Gui Yunho, who remained seated. Noticing this, Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lord Gua, do you have further matters to discuss?" Gui Yunho chuckled softly, "Your Majesty, I wish to propose a matter for your consideration. Following the establishment of the General Chamber of Commerce, which department do you intend to assign for oversight?" Rubbing his hands together, he added, "If it pleases your Majesty, I and the Ministry of Revenue would be willing to take on this task." The others present shot him glances of ire, incredulous at his audacity to covet such a favorable position. Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened, and he retorted, "The Ministry of Revenue is already burdened with enough responsibilities. it would be unwise to delegate the oversight of the guilds solely to you. I plan to have personnel from the Ministry of Rights, the Imperial Guard, the Eastern Depot, the Taxation Department, the Ministry of Rights, and the Supervisory Office collaborate in this regulatory effort. Upon hearing that the Ministry of Revenue was not involved, Gui Yunho became agitated. Your Majesty, why not include the Ministry of Revenue as well? They oversee the nation's finances, and their participation would undoubtedly enhance our efforts. No other agency possesses their expertise. Zhu Youjiao merely smiled and remained silent. Gui Yunho, gritting his teeth, declared resolutely, Your Majesty, the national treasury is currently abundant. This year, I have proposed a budget of 5 million taels for the palace's expenses. As he uttered these words, his heart felt as if it were bleeding. The previous budget had been 3 million taels. Previously, Zhu Youjiao had consistently issued checks to the ministers, who presented them at the Ministry of Revenue for redemption. With no other option, he had reluctantly raised the budget to 4 million. Now, to ensure the Ministry of Revenue's involvement and oversight, he had increased it by another 1 million. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded with satisfaction. If that is the case, let the Ministry of Revenue be included. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gui Yunho quickly expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, Lao Wei, Feng Zhenghua, and others looked at him as if he were foolish. How could this matter possibly exclude the Ministry of Revenue? Gui Yunho's eagerness had inadvertently cost him 1 million taels. However, given the current surplus in the treasury, it was of little consequence. Subsequently, the group rose once more to take their leave. Jiang Ning returned to the military governor's office, entered his office, and found Deng Yunfei dictating documents while Li Ruolian annotated them, but he did not see Zhu Youjian's presence. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Old Li, where is His Highness the Prince of Xian? Has he returned to the palace for soup? Li Ruolian's expression appeared somewhat peculiar as he replied, My lord. His Highness just finished reviewing his documents and has gone to assist Lord Chun and Lord Shen. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback and approached Zhu Youjian's desk, where he saw all the documents had been meticulously reviewed and organized by type. Unable to restrain his admiration, he exclaimed, His Highness truly possesses remarkable talent. Turning to see Deng Yunfei looking dejected, he slammed the table in frustration and lamented, Yunfei, you are older than His Highness by a few years. Look at the work he accomplishes and then compare it to your own. Deng Yunfei, feeling wronged, dared not speak and nodded quickly. Uncle Jiang, rest assured. I will strive to improve. Jiang Ning's expression turned stern. While at work, please refer to your position. There is no Uncle Jiang here. Deng Yunfei immediately straightened up, as you command. My lord. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction and turned to go to Zhang Weixian's office. Upon entering, he found Zhang Weixian reviewing documents while Zhang Zhiji, sporting dark circles under his eyes, read aloud in a fatigued manner, appearing quite numb. Seeing Jiang Ning enter, Zhang Weixian quickly rose and smiled. My lord, what brings you here today? I am not busy today. I just came from the palace and thought I would drop by, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Zhang Weixian hurriedly had tea brought and engaged him in casual conversation, while Zhang Zhiji seized the opportunity to take a break and sat down beside them. Jiang Ning turned to Zhang Zhiji and asked with a smile, Duke of England, how is young master faring? Zhang Weixian's expression darkened instantly. This young man lacks experience. After only a few days of work, he is already crying for help. He is bringing disgrace to the Duke of England's house. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiji looked thoroughly wronged, nearly on the verge of tears. Jiang Ning hastily intervened. There is no need for such harshness, Duke of England. Since young master joined the military governor's office, his achievements are evident to all, and he must not belittle himself. Zhang Weixian listened to Jiang Ning praise his son, and his expression softened somewhat. He sighed, Lord Jiang, I shall not conceal from you that my health deteriorates year by year. In the future, the Duke of England's estate will rely entirely on him. If he cannot uphold the family name, how can I rest easy? Jiang Ning offered a few comforting words and then rose to take his leave, heading to Chun Su's office. Upon pushing the door open, he found Chun Su and Xin Yurong engaged in a discussion regarding official matters, while Zhu Yujian astonishingly wielded a brush in each hand, simultaneously reviewing 2 documents. Jiang Ning's mouth fell open in surprise. What remarkable progress this young brother had made, capable of multitasking with such innate talent. Upon noticing Jiang Ning's entrance, Chun Su and Xin Yurong quickly rose to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ning approached Zhu Yujian and said with a smile, If your highness has finished your work, Perhaps you could lend a hand to the Duke of England. He is advanced in years and lacks energy, and the young master has been quite exhausted lately. Zhu Yujian set down his brushes and smiled. Rest assured, second brother, I understand. With that, Jiang Ming took his leave and returned home. Recognizing that with such a capable younger brother, he need not linger in the office and could instead spend time with his two wives. Meanwhile, just outside the capital, a lone rider accompanied by a dozen attendants galloped towards the city, weary from travel. As he gazed upon the capital, Xiong Yinbi was filled with profound sentiments. Ever since the disastrous Battle of Saru in the 47th year of Wanli, the situation in Liaodong had been precariously unstable. Subsequently, he was assigned to manage Liaodong, and after a year of diligent effort, he had finally stabilized the region. However, due to rampant factional strife within the court and constant accusations against him, he found himself unable to continue and had to resign for self-preservation. Unexpectedly, after the current emperor ascended the throne, he was once again summoned to oversee Liaodong. Approaching for the third time, he did so with a heart resigned to death, fully aware of the dire circumstances in Liaodong. His only option was to hold fast and advance cautiously, knowing that any aggressive move could lead to certain demise. Moreover, as a member of the Chu faction, he had many conflicts with the Donglin faction. Should the latter gain power, his fate would be grim. Not to mention, the young emperor's ability to stabilize the court remained uncertain. Yet, in just a few short years, the youthful emperor had employed decisive measures to suppress the Donglin faction, quell factional disputes, and replace key ministers, offering him considerable support. He had even reassigned Wang Huazhen, with whom he had little in common, in favor of the more compliant Hong Laojiu. The backing from the court often left him feeling as though he were in a dream while in Liaodong. Previously, he had only hoped that the court would not hinder him, but now, the landscape had shifted dramatically for the better, greatly boosting his confidence and subduing the feudal lords of Liaodong. Upon returning to the capital to report on his duties, Xiong Yinbi first went to the Ministry of Personnel to check in and await an audience with the emperor. The Minister of Personnel, Yang He, personally received him. The two were already acquainted, and upon seeing Xiong Yinbi, Yang He smiled and said, "Brother Fei Bai, it has been a long time. You still possess your charm." Xiong Yinbi replied with a smile, "Xiao Ling, it has only been a few years since we last met, yet you have become the Minister of Personnel, wielding great power. Truly, congratulations are in order." Hearing this, Yang He's expression fell. "Brother Fei Bai, please do not jest. To outsiders, my position appears glorious, but in reality, each day feels like a year. This job is truly unbearable." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he began to weep openly. Xiong Yinbi had heard a little about the current state of affairs in the court, momentarily struck dumb, for everyone faced their own hardships, and he was at a loss on how to console Yang He. Just then, Yuan Kelly, the vice minister of the cabinet, made an unexpected visit. Upon seeing Xiong Yinbi, his face lit up with joy. "Fei Bai, at last, you have come." Xiong Yinbi promptly bowed. "I am Xiong Yinbi, here to greet you, Elder Yuan." Yuan Kelly waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. His Majesty has awaited your arrival for many days. However, due to pressing state affairs today, he has commanded you to enter the palace to meet him tomorrow." Seeing Xiong Yinbi acknowledge this, he continued, "His Majesty has instructed me to take you to the 5 armies command to discuss the situation in Liaodong with several left commanders." Xiong Yinbi nodded in agreement. He was well aware that in the north of the Ming dynasty, as well as in the southwest and the 9 border military affairs, all were under the jurisdiction of the 5 armies command, rendering the Ministry of War merely a logistical office. Just as Yuan Kelly was about to lead him away, Yang He hurriedly stepped forward, choking back tears. "Elder Yuan, when will the Liaoshan case be resolved?" Yuan Kelly's expression grew serious as he shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. The factory guards are still investigating." Upon hearing this, Yang He nearly fainted, then burst into tears. "Elder Yuan, you must assist me. There are hardly any officials left. If this continues, I truly do not know where to find people to fill the vacancies. The supervisory court and the Hanlin Academy's 6 departments are nearly exhausted." Yuan Kelly also showed a troubled expression. "Xiao Ling, you are well aware of the current circumstances. The emperor is in a difficult position, and the court is struggling. You must devise some means to overcome this. I cannot be of assistance in this matter." After saying this, he hurriedly pulled Xiong Yinbi towards the 5 armies command. Fearing that Yang He would detain them, for the reputation of this Yang, known as the most formidable bandit in the Ming dynasty, was well known throughout the court. Having spent a long time in Liaodong, Xiong Yinbi was largely unaware of the changes in the court. Along the way, Yuan Kelly recounted the fluctuations in the political landscape over the past few years. Xiong Yinbi listened, wide-eyed, growing increasingly curious about the legendary Jiang Haoi, who had recommended his partner, Hong Laojiu, in Liaodong. However, he wondered if this Jiang Haoi was rather petty. He had often berated Hong Laojiu during his time in Liaodong, fearing that the fellow might report him. With a heart full of trepidation, he arrived at the Five Armies Command, where Yuan Kelly immediately summoned Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong. When everyone gathered in the main hall, Xiong Yinbi, standing beside Yuan Kelly, quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. Although Jiang Ning did not know him, he was filled with curiosity about this historical figure. Xiong Yinbi, nearing 60, had white hair and beard, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of authority even without anger, a man of a fiery temperament. If Chen Su and Shen Yurong embodied the steadiness of great generals, Xiong Yinbi resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance that made one hesitant to gaze directly at him. Everyone returned the salutation. Although he was the commander in Liaodong, the individuals before him were all esteemed nobles of the court, belonging to an elevated rank, and he could not afford to be negligent. When he bowed to Jiang Ning, noticing his youth, he silently marveled. Although he had heard of Jiang Ning's youth, seeing him in person was indeed strikingly youthful. Jiang Ning smiled and returned the greeting. Xiong Dusher's name resonates throughout the capital. Today, to meet you in person is indeed a fulfillment of that reputation. Xiong Yinbi humbly remarked, Your Excellency, you overestimate me. I am merely a figure of modest renown, unworthy of such praise. Zhang Weixian gestured for everyone to take their seats. While Yuan Kelly elaborated on the purpose of their gathering, the emperor is preoccupied with state affairs. So I shall first present the situation of the Feibai 5 Army Governor's office, particularly concerning Liaodong, to provide everyone with a clearer understanding. Chen Su, a former general of Shanhaiguan and an acquaintance of Xiong Yinbi, was the first to inquire. Feibai, what is the current state of Liaodong? Do the remnants of Li Chongliang's forces and other military families still heed orders? Xiong Yinbi nodded in affirmation. Currently, the court is undergoing significant reforms. Party strife has diminished, and we have achieved several substantial victories in Hatao and the southwest. Our influence grows daily, and the local gentry in Liaodong dare not openly defy military orders. They have become considerably more compliant. Chen Su agreed, fully aware of the tenacity of the local military families in Liaodong. At this juncture, Jiang Ning interjected, Director Xiong, if I may be so bold, should the court mobilize a large army to eliminate the Jianzhou bandits after the new year? Would that be feasible? Xiong Yinbi paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. In reply to Your Excellency, it would indeed be feasible to dispatch a large army for such a campaign after the new year. However, prior to my return to the capital, I received word that Nurhaci intends to send envoys to ally with Lin Danhan. Should these two conspire, and the Jianzhou bandits rise in Liaodong, while Lin Danhan incites chaos on the plains, disturbing the borders, coupled with the court's ongoing military engagements in the southwest, we would face the grave risk of a three-front war. He hesitated briefly before continuing. Moreover, the court has previously ceased the collection of military funds for Liaodong, which has bred considerable resentment among the local military families. Were it not for the strength of the capital's forces and the court's prestige, they might have already revolted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow slightly, understanding the implications of Xiong Yinbi's words. While it is indeed feasible for the court to mobilize an army to eradicate the Jianzhou bandits in Liaodong, Lin Danhan, despite suffering numerous defeats, remains a formidable force. Should the Jianzhou bandits and Lin Danhan join forces, the court's hasty military intervention in Liaodong would irrevocably disrupt the current situation, exacerbating tensions among the already unstable Liaodong military families and local gentry. If these individuals were to act against us from behind the scenes, the repercussions could be dire. At that moment, Xiong Yinbi inquired, Your Excellency, if I may be so bold, should Lin Danhan invade Hatao, how many troops could the court mobilize to respond? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment and replied, Currently, Hatao is in the process of fortification, with He Kegong and Man Gui commanding 50,000 troops stationed there. Xuanfu possesses 70,000, Shangxi Zhun holds 30,000, and Datong has another 50,000. Additionally, there are 30,000 newly organized troops within Shaanxi. Should Lin Danhan lead an incursion, the court could mobilize nearly 150,000 troops. Xiong Yinbi was taken aback by this revelation. While he was not surprised by the number of troops, he was astonished at the prospect of mobilization itself. He was acutely aware of the financial strain of warfare. And Jiang Ning's assertion that they could mobilize 150,000 indicated the court's capability to sustain such an endeavor. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, if the court were to dispatch troops from the capital to Liaodong, how many could be sent? Jiang Ning responded, the capital currently commands a total of 200,000 troops, and it would not pose a problem to allocate 100,000 to Liaodong. Furthermore, Mao Wenlong has an additional 50,000 troops stationed on Pidao, and there are another 50,000 available within the Korean territory. Thus, excluding the existing forces in Liaodong, the court could mobilize a total of 200,000 troops. At this, Xiong Yinbi sprang to his feet, astonished. He was aware that the court had become quite affluent in recent years, yet he was taken aback by the extent of their wealth. Observing his demeanor, Chun Su chuckled. Fear not, Fei Bai. The soldiers of the capital garrison are seasoned veterans, having previously followed Lord Jiang to quell the southwest, then eradicate the White Lotus rebels in Shandong, and recently engaging in fierce battles against Lin Danhan in the Hetao region, rivaling even the elite forces of the Nine Borders. Moreover, the capital garrison is equipped with the most advanced artillery, and the court possesses ample resources to sustain the Grand Army. Xiong Yinbi silently marveled, realizing that his perspective had been rather limited. At this juncture, Yuan Kelly interjected, Fei Bai, if the court truly intends to confront the Jianzhou bandits in a decisive battle, will those generals from Liaodong be of any value? Xiong Yinbi's countenance grew troubled as he sighed, in response to Elder Yuan. The generals from Liaodong are predominantly local figures and remnants of Li Qingliang's old troops. Given the unique geographical position of Liaodong, many of these individuals maintain intricate ties with the Jianzhou bandits and Mongols. Previously, they allied with the Mongols, profiting from the trade of grain and military supplies with the bandits. Though they have been restrained by lower officials, they still engage in covert activities. Should a decisive battle arise, I cannot guarantee that they will not falter. They have emulated Li Qingliang's practice of nurturing their own retainers and being local denizens. They have grown accustomed to acting with impunity. Now that the court has halted financial support for Liaodong, if a confrontation is indeed imminent, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create disturbances. Yuan Kelly found himself in a quandary, while he could act without restraint against the enemy. Dealing with the peculiar presence of the Liaodong generals proved to be exceedingly tricky. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation in Liaodong was even more intricate than he had initially perceived. Xiong Yinbi continued, Elder Yuan, Lord Jiang. The current situation in Liaodong is vastly improved compared to the past. The registered troops originally totaled 170,000. But during my strategic oversight of Liaodong in the first year of the Tianqi era, I found only 120,000, of which 50,000 were empty positions. The military rations distributed were largely appropriated by the generals to sustain their retainers, leaving the common soldiers with meager provisions. This is why I have consistently advocated for a defensive strategy. Over the past 2 years, I have not been idle, working to dismantle the local general's power by reallocating commanders from other regions. Although this has yielded some results, it has also led to a division between local factions and external ones. When Mangkuertei, Zhao Shuaijiao, and Chao Bianjiao were in Liaodong, they often faced exclusion from local leaders. Even Mao Wenlong, had he not been stationed on Pidao, would likely have suffered the same fate. The room fell into a contemplative silence. Should these generals fully defect or rebel, it would merely necessitate a military response. However, their current stance of neither rebelling nor defecting could lead to a critical failure at a pivotal moment, posing the greatest challenge. Jiang Ning's frown deepened. It was no wonder that historically, those commanders from outside often met with death or exclusion. Even the astute Zhao Shuaijiao fell victim, likely due to the machinations of local factions. Mao Wenlong's demise was equally ignoble. As for Yuan Chonghuan, he too was likely a representative of the Liaodong faction. It is no surprise that throughout history, Liaodong commanders have been shuffled about, while the generals from Shanhai Pass remained untouched by local personnel, culminating in the emergence of Wu Sangui as a traitor. Noting the collective silence, Xiong Yinbi rose and stated, Elder Yuan, Lord Jiang. I believe that the current situation in Liaodong is stable, and the Jianzhou bandits will find it difficult to gain an advantage. With the court and my oversight, these local generals, despite their grievances, dare not act overtly. If the court were to rashly deploy troops, it would likely disrupt the existing situation, and even a slight misstep could jeopardize the entire endeavor. I am currently working to sow discord among them. In a few years, the effects will be evident. And at that time, gathering a formidable army will surely enable us to eradicate the Jurchens in one decisive strike. Otherwise, even if we were to extinguish the Jurchens, the costs may outweigh the benefits. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, Yuan Kuli also expressed his agreement. The court's ability to intimidate the northern regions, the southwest, and the 9 borders relies on the elite forces of the capital, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Should the capital's forces suffer significant losses, the situation could regress to its previous state. Yuan Kuli remarked, Fei Bai, I have noted your concerns. Tomorrow, when you enter the palace to meet the sovereign, you must report truthfully. Xiong Yanbai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yuan Kuli led him in farewell, while Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, and others returned to the main hall to continue their discussions. Chen Su sighed, my lord. The enemies we see in the open are not the most fearsome. The true danger lies in those lurking in the shadows, for one cannot predict when they will strike. He continued, take the Battle of Saru as an example. Li Chungliang's negligence in managing his troops led to a breakdown of discipline among the Liaodong forces. Many commanders, having been away from the battlefield for too long, became unfamiliar with warfare, resulting in disunity and hidden agendas, which ultimately sowed the seeds of disaster. What is more alarming is the number of commanders who secretly communicated with the Jurchens, causing renowned generals like Du Song, Lu Ting, Zhao Menglin, Wang Xian, and Ma Yin to suffer disgrace. The multitude of individuals and issues entangled in this matter is truly overwhelming to contemplate. Jiang Ning nodded, fully aware that war has always been an extension of politics. Confronting the Jurchens in Liaodong necessitates not only military consideration, but also political calculus. Xiong Yanbai's approach is indeed the most prudent at present. Although the overall situation of the Ming dynasty is improving, any misstep could lead to total defeat. This risk is one that neither Xiong Yanbai, nor Jiang Ning, nor the sovereign Zhu Youjiao can afford. At this moment, the situation in Liaodong is clear to all. We can only await Zhu Youjiao's decision. Suddenly, Jiang Ning inquired of Chen Su, Lord Chen. After you relinquished your post as the commander of Shanhai Pass and returned to the capital, who succeeded you in that position? Chen Su pondered for a moment and shook his head. I am of advanced age, and my memory fails me. It was likely some young commander. Shen Yurong also shrugged. At that time, I was idling at home and was unaware. Sitting silently nearby, Zhang Weixian observed with keen attention, his thoughts racing. Ah, Duke Dinghua, I have been exceedingly generous towards you. I readily relinquished the vital position of Shanhai Pass to you without hesitation. Even if you are recalled to the capital now, there is no place for you there. You cannot simply retire to your home, can you? Remaining at Shanhai Pass is advantageous. At the very least, one may earn merit for their hardships. In a few years, when the court gathers a mighty force to completely subdue the Jurchens in Liaodong, you shall be able to return to the capital. Your accomplishments in guarding Shanhai Pass during these years will surely be recognized by His Majesty. Thereafter, the group dispersed. The next day, Zhu Youjiao summoned Xiong Yanbai to the imperial study and inquired in detail about the situation in Liaodong. Xiong Yanbai recounted the truth in full measure. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow, then offered Xiong Yanbai some comforting words and bestowed a few rewards before allowing him to take his leave and rest. Immediately, Zhu Youjiao summoned Jiang Ning to the palace in haste. Upon arrival at the imperial study, Jiang Ning observed Zhu Youjiao's furrowed brow and inquired, Your Majesty, have you just met with Xiong Yanbi? Zhu Youjiao nodded. Xiong Yanbi has informed me of the situation in Liaodong. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Ning responded, What are your plans moving forward, Your Majesty? Zhu Youjiao asked, Brother Jiang, do you have any good suggestions? Jiang Ning sighed softly. Even someone of Xiong Yanbi's caliber can only stabilize the situation in Liaodong, proceeding cautiously without daring to launch a reckless assault. I possess no brilliant strategies either. Zhu Youjiao rose and paced within the hall, contemplating for a moment before stating, Brother Jiang, in that case, we shall adhere to Xiong Yanbi's plan. I shall allow him 3 years at most. After 3 years, regardless of the outcome, The court must mobilize a grand army to eradicate the Jian slaves in Liaodong. Following that, we shall execute our previous plan, with you leading the charge to Jiangnan, to decisively suppress the dissenters there, lest they engage in further subterfuge. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. The principle of securing the home front before addressing external threats aligned perfectly with Zhu Youjiao's perspective, particularly given the current state of the Ming dynasty. If domestic affairs were unstable, how could one have the energy to manage external matters? At that moment, Zhu Youjiao suddenly spoke. Brother Jiang, if I recall correctly, your two wives are due to give birth in April of the coming year? Jiang Ning affirmed with a nod. Zhu Youjiao continued. In that case, you may lead your troops southward after your wives have delivered. Jiang Ning felt a wave of gratitude. Thinking to himself, this brother Zhu still retains his humanity and compassion, sparing him the urgency of departure immediately after the new year. Zhu Youjiao then inquired, now that the plan is settled for the southern expedition after the new year, how many men do you intend to take? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, Your Majesty, our stance towards the gentry of Jiangnan has always been clear. It is one of slaughter, with no room for negotiation or compromise. However, since the literati have not openly rebelled, the court need not mobilize excessive forces. I intend to send 50,000 troops southward. Zhu Youjiao nodded. Aside from Wei Zhongxian and my fifth brother, who else do you require to accompany you? Jiang Ning pondered briefly. I request that your Majesty assign Guo Laoku and Yang Lian to me. Zhu Youjiao paused for a moment, then chuckled, Brother Jiang. The individuals you have chosen are all formidable characters, none of them mild. Jiang Ning smiled. Your Majesty, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Only these tough individuals can maintain order among the people of Jiangnan. Zhu Youjiao consented. In that case, you shall lead them south after the new year. Remember, let Wei Zhongxian take the lead in any matters. If he falters, have my fifth brother step in, and if he too cannot withstand it, then you may intervene. Jiang Ning promptly nodded, thinking to himself, this arrangement could not be better, allowing Old Wei to navigate the treacherous waters first while he rides alongside him. Wielding the formidable weapon that is my younger brother Zhu Yujian, how could one fail to thoroughly pacify Jiangnan? Subsequently, Jiang Ning brought up the alliance between Lin Danhan and the Jian slaves. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded. Brother Jiang, I am already aware of what you have stated. I intend to arrange things as follows. Xiong Yinbi will be stationed in Liaodong. His capabilities are well recognized, and maintaining stability there will pose no problem. If Lin Danhan dares to continue leading his troops to invade Hetao in the coming years, I shall muster the forces from Xianzhou, Datong, and Shaanxi, coordinating with the 50,000 soldiers stationed in Hetao to mount a defense. I will send Chen Su to Datong to command the entire army. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, stating, Your Majesty, this arrangement is most prudent. Chen Su is one of the last surviving veterans of our Ming dynasty, having devoted his life to military service and possessing a wealth of combat experience. Coupled with the fierce generals such as Man Gui, He Kegang, Ma Shilong, Yang Zhaoji, and He Yunlong, if we still cannot contend with a single Lin Danhan, then we might as well abandon our posts and return home to embrace our children. The two brothers further deliberated on the plans for the coming year before Jiang Ning took his leave. Chapter 514. Year-end Imperial Conference. As the festive season approached in the capital, the atmosphere was vibrant with cheer. The streets were alive with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, while many families began to procure items for the New Year celebrations. Children accompanied their parents through the bustling streets, their eyes filled with curiosity and envy as they beheld the myriad of goods. Those with slightly more affluence eagerly dispensed coins to purchase small trinkets for their little ones. The Ming Royal Merchants Association launched year-end promotional activities across the city, resulting in an extraordinary surge in business. It is said that competitors are often adversaries. Thus, other major associations were quick to follow suit, further enhancing the festive atmosphere in the capital, as everyone reveled in the joy of the impending celebration. Of course, behind the scenes, Jiang Ning strategized for the Ming Royal Merchants Association, and with the rivalry among the various merchant groups, an unintentional competition arose, ultimately benefiting the citizens of the capital. However, Jiang Ning would not allow the Ming Royal Merchants Association to incur losses without recompense. After discussions with Zhu Youjiao and several prominent figures, he decided that post-New Year, the court would introduce a series of supportive measures and tax reductions for the major merchant associations, along with preferential policies for certain remote regions. Simultaneously, under the joint persuasion of Qian Jingqiu and Qin Yuyi, along with the allure of maritime trade export shares and other policy incentives, the major merchant associations readily agreed to join the Ming Commercial Federation. Thus, in the presence of Jiang Ning, Lao Wei, Feng Zhenghua, Gui Yunho, Lu Wanming, Bai Zian, Wen Tian, and other influential figures, the Ming Commercial Federation was officially established. The representatives of the major merchant associations, following Jiang Ning's proposal, signed the Ming Labor Protection Law to safeguard the interests of the lower-tier workers. The influential figures sent by the court were of considerable weight. Jiang Ning represented the military aristocracy, while Lao Wei and Feng Zhenghua represented the sovereign, Zhu Youjiao. Wen Tian, Gui Yunho, Lu Wanming, and Bai Zian represented the Ministry of Revenue, the Tax Bureau, the Board of Rights, the Cabinet, and the Civil Service. With such esteemed figures present, the representatives of the major merchant associations felt reassured and committed to appointing representatives to remain in the capital year-round, under the jurisdiction of the court. As for the president of the Ming Commercial Federation, Qian Jingqiu would personally take on the role, with vice presidents appointed from the Qin Merchants Association, Qin Yi, and the Yu Merchants Association. Lin Xiaofeng, serving 3-year terms, after which elections would be held by the major merchant associations under the supervision of the court. Having accomplished this task, Jiang Ning felt an immense sense of relief. The court's unwavering support for these merchants stems not only from the substantial tax revenue they generate, but also from the crucial role they play in restraining market inflation, maintaining stability, and preventing stockpiling. Simultaneously, these merchants serve as vital assets in countering the influence of the gentry in Jiangnan. After their affairs concluded, Jiang Ning and a cadre of influential figures proceeded to the imperial palace to report to Zhu Youjiao. Upon entering the study, they found prominent officials such as Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, Shui Guoguan, Su Guangqi, Li Banghua, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong already present. Jiang Ning and the others promptly paid their respects, after which Zhu Youjiao invited everyone to take their seats, marking the commencement of the final court meeting of the 3rd year of the Tianqi era. At that moment, seated upon the dragon throne, Zhu Youjiao was in high spirits, exuding an air of confidence. He reminisced about his grandfather, the Wanli Emperor, who spent his days in the imperial harem, evading responsibilities and only addressing state affairs when absolutely necessary. His father, Emperor Guangzong Zhu Chongluo, had treaded cautiously for decades, and despite his initial ambitions upon ascending the throne, he had passed away merely a month later. When Zhu Youjiao first took the throne, the court was rife with chaos. Factional strife prevailed, and discontent among the populace was palpable, compounded by frequent incursions from external enemies. Initially, Zhu Youjiao harbored doubts about his ability to shoulder the burdens of the Ming dynasty's 2 capitals and 13 provinces, navigating his new role with trepidation. However, within a mere 3 years, the situation underwent a remarkable transformation. Factional disputes subsided, and officials rallied as loyalists, allowing him to emerge as a true sovereign, commanding authority rather than being a mere puppet of powerful ministers. This year, the court celebrated several significant military victories, enriching the national treasury and fostering a more upright and clean administration. He also acquired the legendary imperial seal of state and welcomed the birth of his first son, Zhu Siren, which filled him with uncontainable joy. Finally, Zhu Youjiao glanced at Jiang Ning, feeling a surge of satisfaction at his astute judgment in choosing allies. What began as a mere attempt to enlist Jiang Ning's help had blossomed into a partnership that significantly aided him, effectively transforming the Ming dynasty's 2 capitals and 13 provinces into 14 provinces. If this momentum continued, he was confident that his future achievements could rival those of the great founders of the dynasty, and the flourishing era of Tianqi was no longer a mere aspiration. Lost in thought, Zhu Youjiao inadvertently chuckled, prompting a wave of puzzled glances among the assembled dignitaries, who were bewildered by the emperor's laughter. Jiang Ning turned to his brother, amused by the silly grin he wore, akin to a foolish son of a landlord, and silently scoffed at his unrefined demeanor. How can one be so carefree, especially as a father? Clearing his throat, Zhu Youjiao regained his composure and promptly inquired, "Esteemed ministers, have you all dined?" At this, Jiang Ning erupted into a fit of coughs, his face flushing crimson, inwardly cursing, "What on earth? Are you intoxicated? Do you not comprehend why we are gathered today? Realizing his blunder, Zhu Youjiao quickly corrected himself, smiling as he explained, following today's meeting, all departments of the court shall be sealed and cease operations. Hence I summoned you all for this audience. Master Sun, it is your cabinet that shall first address the current situation of this year, as well as the plans for the coming year. Upon hearing these words, Sun Chengzong rose, performed a respectful bow, and spoke in a solemn tone, Your Majesty. Since the third year of the Tianqi era, the court has engaged in military actions, successfully reclaiming lost territories in the southwest and establishing the province of northern Myanmar. We have also regained control over the Hetao Plain. His Highness, the Prince of Xian, has completely expelled the enslaved from the Korean territory, and now the regions of Xinjiang, Pinyin, and Wanghe are under the dominion of our great Ming, serving as the prince's fief. Truly, we have much to celebrate. Moreover, the court has reformed the postal stations for commercial trade, leading to a continuous increase in collected trade taxes. Even the remote southwestern borderlands are gradually flourishing due to the court's encouragement of commerce, transforming once desolate counties into bustling hubs where merchants converge. This year, the southwestern tax burden, aside from being self-sufficient, has begun to be actively remitted to the court, significantly alleviating the court's expenditures. In addition, the court has conducted a thorough investigation of all temples and palaces within the Great Ming, recovering a staggering 8.5 million acres of land in several northern provinces, along with nearly 40 million taels of silver and other assets, not to mention the ongoing inspections in Jiangnan led by eunuchs Li Ryu and Chao Huachan. Even more importantly, the court has redistributed these lands to the common people through a system of installment sales, granting them ownership of land. They are no longer required to rent from landlords. And coupled with the court's tax reductions in the north, the populace has shown immense support for the court, fostering a spirit of prosperity. This year, although the court has exempted numerous northern regions from taxes, the collected tax revenues have increased rather than diminished. Furthermore, the promotion of new crops such as corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes has resulted in households having surplus grain. While it is true that sweet potatoes and potatoes are not easily preserved, the primary tax payments from the populace consist of wheat, corn, and currency, allowing them to retain a considerable amount of resources after fulfilling their tax obligations. Currently, grain prices have begun to stabilize at the levels seen in the 35th year of the Wanli era, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they are expected to maintain stability in the coming years. Most importantly, comprehensive promotion of these new crops in the northern provinces will commence after the new year, as previously. The court's focus on promotion was primarily military land. Upon concluding his remarks, Sun Chengzong appeared invigorated. The prominent figures present displayed expressions of delight, nodding in approval. Even Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a broad smile. Next, it was the turn of Guo Yunho, the Minister of Revenue, to speak. After all, the Ministry of Revenue manages the nation's finances, and the current prosperous state of the Great Ming relies heavily on its fiscal support. Guo Yunho raised his head high, a look of pride on his face. However, before he could begin, the elder Wei beside him suddenly darkened his expression and spoke in a grave tone. Minister Guo, please be mindful of your demeanor. It was only then that Guo Yunho realized his lapse in decorum, quickly offering an awkward smile. He then composed himself and stated, Your Majesty, the court's expenditures are currently within a reasonable and manageable range, and the treasury's income continues to grow, leading to an improvement in the livelihoods of the populace. However, two pressing issues remain before us. Upon hearing this, the attendees were visibly taken aback. Clearly, the issues raised by Guo Yunho were of significant import. Guo Yunho continued, Your Majesty, although the treasury has been well stocked in recent years, and we have engaged in several significant military campaigns, the expenditures on military expenses are persistently rising and remain alarmingly high. While warfare may alleviate some costs, it cannot address them all. If this trend continues, the court will inevitably face substantial annual expenditures on military funding. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao remained expressionless, while the esteemed officials present adopted a contemplative silence. The escalating military expenses of the Ming dynasty were, regrettably, to be expected. Currently, the empire is engaged on two fronts, with the likelihood of intense confrontations in Liaodong and Hetao in the coming year. Aside from the 120,000 troops already dispatched, there are still 200,000 stationed in the capital, and the sheer cost of their sustenance is astronomical. Fortunately, the court has successfully reclaimed military land from several northern provinces, thereby alleviating the issue of military provisions. Standing beside him, Jiang Ning also bore a stoic expression. Given the present circumstances, the capital's forces must remain stationary. While the internal troops being organized in the northern provinces will not be fully trained until after the new year, providing little immediate relief in military spending. Noticing the silence among the distinguished officials, Guo Yunho hastily shifted the topic. Although he was pained by the financial burden, he knew that proposing a reduction in military funding to Zhu Youjiao could very well result in dire consequences for him. He then ventured, Your Majesty. The second issue pertains to the expenditures on the stipends for the royal family. The court currently allocates an astounding 11.8 million stones annually for these stipends, equivalent to 1.18 million taels of silver. Previously, the court has invested significantly to accommodate the lower-ranking members of the royal family. Although some have voluntarily relinquished their titles and royal identities to engage in agriculture, commerce, education, or military service, the exorbitant stipends for the royal family have not diminished. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Zhu Youjiao. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow, rose, and after a moment of contemplation, responded, Allow me to ponder this matter. We shall revisit it after the new year. Guo Yunho promptly nodded in agreement and then withdrew. Chapter 515. The Ming Dynasty's Arms Dealers. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao turned his attention to Zhang Weixian, Jiang Ning, and other military officials. Observing the situation, Zhang Weixian stood up without waiting for Zhu Youjiao to call upon him. Respectfully bowing and then stating, Your Majesty, regarding the recent series of battles in the third year of Tianqi, as Elder Sun has just mentioned, I shall now speak on the recruitment of new troops by Duke Dingyuan and Duke Zhongjin in the northern provinces, as well as the inspection of military lands. Duke Dingyuan has organized 50,000 internal troops in Hunan and inspected 4.8 million mu of land, retaining only the necessary military lands, while transferring the remainder to the Ministry of Revenue for sale to the populace. He has also recruited an additional 50,000 new troops in Shaanxi, where 4.26 million mu of military land were inspected, with the surplus similarly handed over to the Ministry of Revenue for public sale. Furthermore, over 2,800 disabled veterans have been dispatched from the capital to serve as captains in various prefectures and counties, with 15,000 individuals drawn from the newly recruited troops in Hunan and Shaanxi appointed as constables. Previously, Shaanxi had seen General Ma Rulong recruit 30,000 new troops, and the military lands there were thoroughly inspected in the first year of Tianqi, thus requiring no further discussion. As for Shandong Province, apart from the 30,000 naval officers and soldiers under the command of Admiral Yuziga, there were also 30,000 troops under General Qi Jin. The military lands had been thoroughly inspected and accounted for after the suppression of the White Lotus Rebellion. After discussions among the old ministers and various left commanders, it was decided to retain a quota of 30,000 troops across the provinces of Hunan, Shaanxi, Shandong, and Shaanxi, while the remainder would be assigned as local constables. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in approval, satisfied with the outcome. After all, the military power of the Ming dynasty was predominantly concentrated in the capital troops, followed by the 9 borders, while the provincial forces were primarily tasked with maintaining local order. An excessive number of troops would undoubtedly become a burden on the court. Subsequently, Zhang Weixian spoke again, stating that after further consultations with the left commanders, it was decided to commence a comprehensive restructuring of the garrisons at the 9 borders after the new year. Given the current chaos in Liaodong due to the Jin invaders, the plan was to start with the Gansu garrison, eliminating the weak and elderly, and to draw commanders from the capital troops to train the army and enhance its combat effectiveness. Next in line would be the garrisons in Ningxia, Guyuan, and Yanshui, while those in Shaanxi, Datong, Xianzhou, and Jizhou would be addressed last. To this end, the old ministers, along with several left commanders and Minister of War Li, had conducted thorough calculations, determining that the court could save several million taels of military expenditure annually after the restructuring of the 9 borders. After all, the issue of commanders at the 9 borders being overstaffed was severe, with many positions left vacant. Although the court had previously dispatched capital commanders to the 9 borders, the results had been minimal. The factionalism among the commanders at the 9 borders was rampant, with many using the court's military salaries to support their private armies. openly defying the court's military orders. Some even colluded with foreign enemies, smuggling money and weaponry, although not as severe as in Liaodong. It was still a matter of great concern. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded, then rose to speak. A few days ago, when Xiong Yinbi returned to the capital to report on his duties, he also mentioned the situation in Liaodong. It is indeed time to reorganize the 9 borders. If we continue to allow this to persist, they may soon seek to carve out their own territories. The attendees were taken aback by Zhu Youjiao's words. The level of corruption at the 9 borders had become intolerable for this young emperor. After all, the previous dispatch of capital commanders to the 9 borders was meant as a warning to these military families. Yet they either marginalized or suppressed the capital commanders or dragged them into corruption alongside themselves. The annual military expenditure at the 9 borders was nearly 10 million taels. Even after the reduction of payments to Liaodong, if this was not addressed, it would inevitably lead to a situation akin to that in Liaodong, potentially igniting widespread chaos. With a decisive tone, Zhu Youjiao declared, "This matter must be reported to me by the 5 military commanders' office after the new year. But one thing is certain, the 9 borders must not descend into chaos." Hearing this, Zhang Weixian, Jiang Ning, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong quickly rose to accept the command. At that moment, Minister of the Li Fan Department, Lu Wanming, stood up to pay his respects and spoke. "Your Majesty, a few days ago, the Japanese shogun Tokugawa Iemitsu sent envoys with a national letter, hoping the court could sell them some firearms and military equipment." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's expression turned grave. What does Tokugawa Iemitsu of Japan intend? To purchase our Ming firearms? Such an absurdity. Simply refuse them outright. As Lu Wenming was about to accept his orders, Jiang Ning stood up and spoke. "Your Majesty, I have a word to share." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded. Jiang Ning, with a smile, continued, "May I report to your Majesty that the current shogun, Tokugawa Iemitsu, has just ascended to his position. Yet Tokugawa Hidetada has not fully relinquished his power. Clearly, the newly crowned Iemitsu wishes to achieve notable accomplishments, especially given that the daimyos of Japan are each acting independently. This third shogun aspires to create a legacy. Therefore, why not consider selling firearms and military equipment to them?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's expression changed, and he quickly interjected, "Minister Jiang, have you considered the implications of your words? Military equipment is the cornerstone of our nation. Should we sell it to Japan? They may develop their strength and threaten our coastal borders. After all, the pirates from Japan have long harassed our shores, and merely refraining from dealing with them should be seen as a concession." Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "Your Majesty, in recent years, our great Ming has been engaged in continuous warfare, resulting in a significant surplus of armor and weaponry. Among them, we have a vast array of outdated firearms that have accumulated over the years. With the successful development of flintlock guns, we can fully phase out the older matchlock firearms. These items are merely gathering dust in our warehouses. It would be more prudent to sell them to Japan for silver than to let them decay." Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment, but shook his head resolutely, stating with gravity, "Minister Jiang, I understand your reasoning. But it was once said by our founding emperor that the Japanese, under a tyrannical king, have turned their people into thieves, causing suffering to the innocent and drawing the wrath of spirits. If we, for the sake of fleeting profit, sell our military equipment to Japan, we may inadvertently foster a future threat to our great Ming." Soon after, the others present began to voice their concerns, either urging Jiang Ning to disregard such trivial profits or advising against investing effort into Japan, as our great Ming, being a celestial empire, has already bestowed a tremendous favor upon them by engaging in trade. Selling military equipment was entirely unnecessary, as Jiang Ning observed the esteemed officials urging him from various angles. He noticed only Guo Yunho sitting silently, his eyes darting as if contemplating something. When their gazes met, Guo Yunho saw the familiar mischievous smile on Jiang Ning's lips, instantly understanding that such a smile often heralded misfortune for someone. Thus, Guo Yunho promptly rose to support Jiang Ning. Seeing Guo Yunho endorse the sale of military equipment to Japan, Zhu Youjiao rolled his eyes and retorted, "Minister Guo, must you place such an excessive value on wealth?" The others cast him disdainful looks, yet Guo Yunho, known for his unyielding demeanor, remained unfazed and smiled. "Your Majesty, since Lord Jiang is so resolute, he must have a follow-up plan. Perhaps we should heed his insights." Zhu Youjiao nodded and inquired, Minister Jiang, do you have a follow-up strategy? Jiang Ning replied affirmatively, indeed. Your Majesty, I certainly do. Having spoken, he turned to look at Lu Wanming and Bai Ziyan, inquiring, Minister Bai, Minister Lu, besides our trade relations with the Tokugawa shogunate of Japan, do we not also engage in considerable trade with other Japanese daimyos? The two men, somewhat puzzled by the question, nodded in agreement. Lu Wanming replied, indeed, Lord Jiang, this is the case. Although the Tokugawa shogunate has repeatedly prohibited other daimyos from trading with our Ming dynasty, many daimyos disregard this and willingly engage in trade with us. Adhering to the principle of not turning down profit, I naturally welcome all who come, regardless of their nationality, as long as they offer payment. Bai Ziyan nodded in acknowledgement, for both had considerable dealings with the Japanese. Jiang Ning smiled, saying, in the coming years, you should inform the daimyos that Tokugawa Ieyasu intends to purchase firearms and military supplies from our Ming dynasty, and observe their reactions. Any sensible person will discern the implications of such preparations. As Jiang Ning's words resonated, the assembly grasped his intentions. It was a strategy that could yield mutual benefits. Zhu Youjiao then chimed in with a smile. If such arrangements are made, our firearms and munitions can indeed be sold to Japan. However, we must carefully regulate the quantities to avoid oversupply. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, praising, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Beyond the firearms, we must also consider ammunition. After all, Japan lacks the technology to manufacture firearms. Once they acquire our weapons, they will rely on us for ammunition. Should we cease our supply, their firearms would be rendered mere sticks, and their artillery mere scrap. Zhu Youjiao, beaming, addressed Lu Wanming and Bai Ziyan, Gentlemen, you shall proceed as Lord Jiang has advised. They promptly accepted the command. At that moment, Jiang Ning interjected, By the way, Ministers Lu and Bai, you might also inform those daimyos that after purchasing firearms, our Ming dynasty could send soldiers to Japan to instruct them in the use of these weapons. They must be provoked into conflict. Idleness is not an option. Should their funds prove insufficient, they may use their ports and mines as collateral. If necessary, our Ming dynasty could even dispatch a large army to assist them in battle, though assistance would not come without cost. Listening to Jiang Ning's words, the prominent figures present comprehended his ulterior motives. This was a self-sustaining scheme that would inevitably thrust Japan into chaos. Yet, the more tumultuous Japan became, the more advantageous it would be for the Ming dynasty, as the high-ranking officials had already savored the benefits of warfare. Not to mention, Zhao Shuijiao's recent maneuvers in Myanmar had fundamentally altered perceptions. It was rumored that recently, Old Wei had implored Jiang Ning to issue a decree for Zhao Shuijiao, enabling him to procure goods for the Xishan coal mine in Myanmar. Should the court seize the opportunity to conquer Japan, not only could they monopolize local mineral resources and maritime routes, but more crucially, they would also acquire the population. Even having the populace would yield substantial free labor, a thought that was undeniably enticing. Zhu Youjiao's spirits soared even higher. In reminiscing about the early days of the Ming dynasty, it is noteworthy that Emperor Hongwu, the founding sovereign, dispatched envoys to Japan, only for them to meet a tragic end. Enraged, Zhu Yuanzhang contemplated sending a formidable army to eradicate the Japanese. However, he was dissuaded by the wise Liu Bowen, who reminded him that the newly established Ming was still under the watchful gaze of the northern Yuan on the steppes. After careful consideration, Zhu ultimately abandoned his military intentions. Had he acted on his impulsive temperament, along with his fierce generals, Japan might have been rendered a barren wasteland long before now. Today, however, Zhu Youjiao has the opportunity to complete the unfinished business of his predecessor. Should he succeed, the annals of history may indeed bestow upon him a modicum of praise. As for Jiang Ning, its sentiments are less complex. He harbors nothing but disdain for the Japanese. With the affairs of the Ming Empire being exceedingly intricate, he finds himself unable to address them directly at present, yet he cannot permit them to remain idle. Thus, Jiang Ning takes on the role of an arms dealer, keen to observe just how chaotic the Japanese can become, ideally to the point where their minds are rendered as senseless as dogs. When the time comes, the Ming could send envoys to take control for a few days. Chapter 516. The essence of Jiangnan. Just as it seemed the Imperial Council was nearing its conclusion, Zhu Youjiao suddenly interjected, Esteemed ministers, in the coming year, I intend to dispatch Lord Zhongyi, Prince Xing, and Wei Zhongxian southward to inspect the military and political affairs of Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, The attendees were taken aback, except for Guo Yunho and Old Wei, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Observing Jiang Ning's impassive demeanor, the dignitaries understood that the emperor had preemptively conferred with him, and today was merely a formal announcement. Subsequently, the ministers expressed their support. The chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, was the first to speak. Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. Jiangnan is a malignant tumor on the body of our Ming dynasty, nearly dragging us into an abyss of despair. Now that the situation at court has improved, we cannot allow this tumor to persist. Better to undergo a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged agony. Let us excise it completely so that our dynasty may swiftly regain its vitality and have the strength to address other matters. The deputy chief minister, Yuan Kelly, nodded in solemn agreement. At this juncture, Wen Tian added, Your Majesty, your insight is indeed profound. It is time to address Jiangnan. To speak of nothing else, let us consider the salt tax. In the third year of the Hongwu era, the left chancellor of the Central Secretariat, Li Shanchong, was tasked by the founding emperor to devise the salt tax system for the two Huai regions, employing the opening method to ensure provisions for the border soldiers while retaining control of the salt trade within the court's grasp. That year, salt tax revenues amounted to 3.5 million taels, steadily increasing until they reached 5.98 million taels by the 28th year of Hongwu. However, since the reign of Emperor Xuanzong, the salt tax has seen a year-on-year decline. By the 5th year of Hongzhi, under the suggestion of Minister of Revenue Yi Qi, Emperor Xiaozong abolished the opening method in favor of the folding method, permitting merchants to purchase salt licenses with silver. Initially, the annual salt tax remained around 3.5 million taels, yet within a few short years, it dwindled significantly. By the third year of Tianqi, the court had collected a mere 810,000 taels in salt tax. It is worth noting that at the inception of the Ming dynasty, the nation boasted over 10 million households and a population of approximately 61.5 million. Today, the Ministry of Revenue records only 51.65 million individuals. Despite the passage of over 2 centuries since the founding of our great Ming, the population recorded by the ministry has not only failed to increase, but has, in fact, diminished. I suspect that at least half of the population is being concealed to evade taxes and labor obligations. In other words, the population of our great Ming dynasty currently stands at approximately 100 million, yet the revenue from the salt tax continues to dwindle. Moreover, the tea tax in Jiangnan is collected at a rate of 30-1, while in the Sichuan and Shaanxi regions, it is 11-1. However, over the past decade, the court has received a mere 20,000 taels of silver annually from Jiangnan's tea tax. Upon thorough investigation, I discovered that the purported reason for this paltry sum was that there was no one drinking tea, a claim that is utterly ridiculous. It is worth noting that the provinces of Sichuan and Shaanxi contribute nearly 200,000 taels of silver in tea tax each year. And considering Jiangnan's population far exceeds that of Sichuan and Shaanxi, it is evident how deranged these individuals have become. Listening to the report from Wen Tian, the expressions of those present darkened. While the officials toiled tirelessly in the court, the people of Jiangnan indulged in luxury, singing with maidens and occasionally sabotaging the court's efforts, which would frustrate anyone. The Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, hastily interjected, Your Majesty, what Elder One has said is indeed accurate. Let us not speak of anything else. Merely considering the population, Jiangnan is recorded in the ministry's records as having 11.3 million inhabitants, which is more than 3 times that of the North Zhili's 3.28 million. Yet the taxes remitted are still less than what North Zhili pays in a single year. I boldly speculate that Jiangnan's actual population is at least 30 million. Hearing the figures presented by Wen Tian and Guo Yunho, Jiang Ning was taken aback. Historically, the population estimates from the late Ming period have been wildly varied, some suggesting 50 million, others 80 million, and some even claiming 200 million. However, considering the current circumstances, it is evident that the population of the Ming dynasty must be around 100 million, yet the wealthiest region, Jiangnan, contributes the least in taxes, which is akin to rubbing the faces of the court officials in the dirt. Zhu Youjiao rose, speaking gravely. I am broadly aware of the situations you have described. For this reason, I cannot afford to be lenient with the people of Jiangnan. Initially, I plan to have Minister Jiang lead a campaign to Liaodong after the new year. But should Yanbai return to court with concerns that a hasty military endeavor could disrupt the current balance in Liaodong and lead to chaos, I have decided to send Minister Jiang south instead. After all, to repel external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. If the home front is not secure, how can we muster the strength to confront foreign foes? After his words, several prominent officials eagerly volunteered to accompany Jiang Ning southward. Despite the bloodshed that Jiang Ning and the old general had faced, the opportunities for advancement were boundless. One cannot progress without taking risks. Each of these high-ranking officials had fought tooth and nail to reach their positions. Among them, Minister Gui Yunho was particularly enthusiastic. Seeing the officials so eager, Zhu Youjiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. If anyone faltered now, they would simply be sent home to tend to their children. He waved his hand and declared, "You are all esteemed ministers of the state. How can you all accompany Minister Jiang south? I intend to dispatch Minister Gui Yunho along with Minister Jiang, my fifth brother, and Wei Zhongxian after the new year, and also send Yang Lian, the head of the criminal division of the Jinyue, to accompany them, along with personnel drawn from the Ministry of Revenue." With Zhu Youjiao's decision firmly made, the officials had no choice but to accept their orders. After all, if everyone went to Jiangnan, the affairs of the court could not rest solely on the emperor's shoulders, for that would be untenable. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao bestowed rewards upon the officials, who rose joyfully to take their leave. Jiang Ning followed suit, and Zhu Youjiao, unusually, did not keep him for additional duties. A group of esteemed individuals strolled out of the palace, engaged in lively conversation. Sun Qingzong remarked, "The long-standing conflict between the north and south of our Ming dynasty must come to a resolution. The actions of Jiangnan in recent years have been excessive, almost rendering it a nation within our nation." Yuan Kelly nodded solemnly in agreement. In the early days of the Ming dynasty, with the presence of both the founding Emperor Taizu and the accomplished Emperor Qingzu, Jiangnan dared not overstep its bounds. However, since the reign of Emperor Xuanzong, Jiangnan has grown increasingly audacious, not only seizing control of the national treasury, but also allowing its denizens to occupy too many official positions, turning the court of the Ming into a platform for Jiangnan's voice alone. Listening to the conversation between these two dignitaries, Jiang Ning could not help but nod in agreement. At that moment, when Tiran, standing nearby, rolled his eyes and began to connect to cloud data, Jiang Ning chuckled, "Old one, what occupies your thoughts?" When Tiran quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "My lord, I was pondering the potential increase in treasury income should we thoroughly address the situation with those in Jiangnan." Jiang Ning asked, intrigued, "How much can we expect?" When Tiran contemplated for a moment before responding, it could amount to around 30 million taels of silver. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had known that the national treasury barely held 10 million taels, a figure achieved only after the bloodshed of northern gentry officials. He had not anticipated Jiangnan's immense wealth. Observing Jiang Ning's astonishment, when Tiran chuckled, "My lord, I may have exaggerated. The affluence of Jiangnan is well known, which is why Emperor Taizu imposed heavy taxes there, in an effort to balance the north-south dynamics. Yet, the roots of Jiangnan run too deep. Even with the court's heavy taxation and the division of north and south, they remain uncontainable." Jiang Ning sighed in agreement. Indeed, thus there will be rivers of blood in Jiangnan once more after the new year. Unexpectedly, when Tiran responded with a smile, "My lord, might you speak to His Majesty about allowing me to accompany you to Jiangnan next year? It would provide me with some support." Jiang Ning, somewhat surprised, recalled that Old One had recently entered the cabinet as the youngest member, likely destined to become the prime minister in the future if he managed his duties well in the capital. He jested, "Old One, are you not afraid of getting blood on your hands?" When Tiran dismissed the notion, saying nonchalantly, "My lord, you jest. I am but a scholar, incapable of causing harm. I merely wish to assist you in navigating the complexities of Jiangnan." Jiang Ning detected an underlying message in his words and prompted, "Old One, do not speak in riddles. Express your thoughts plainly. I have never favored such ambiguity." When Tiran smiled and stated, "In that case, I shall be forthright. My lord, do you know why those in Jiangnan dare to oppose the court so boldly?" Jiang Ning replied, "Is it not because they possess a vast population, resources, wealth, and land?" When Tiran nodded, "You are correct, my lord, but there is an even more critical factor. The gentry of Jiangnan have never regarded themselves as subjects of the Ming dynasty. Rather, they harbor deep-seated animosity towards the court." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. "Old One, surely that cannot be the case? I have not heard of any large-scale rebellions in Jiangnan." Just then, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly approached, with Sun Qingzong stating earnestly, "Lord Jiang, elder one is not jesting. He speaks the truth." Observing the two venerable elders, Lao Taishan and Wen Tiran, both wearing solemn expressions, Jiang Ning swiftly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his readiness to listen attentively. In a grave tone, Wen Tiran remarked, "This matter is rather extensive. To avoid delving too far into the past, let us speak of more recent events." The Jingkong incident led to the southern migration of the Song dynasty, resulting in an unprecedented flourishing of the Jiangnan region. Although Huang Chao's rebellion had left Chang'an in ruins, decimating the nobility and reducing the once mighty houses to mere shadows of their former selves. The establishment of the Song dynasty by Zhao Kuangyin during the Five Dynasties and Ten Kingdoms era marked the ultimate downfall of these aristocratic clans. Nevertheless, following several migrations of the elite southward, the surviving families relocated to Jiangnan, where they amassed considerable wealth, population, and land. They cultivated influence within the court, securing a voice in governance. Though they lacked the official title of nobility, their power was unmistakable. The true ascendance of Jiangnan occurred during the preceding Yuan dynasty, when the Mongols implemented a tax farming system. As long as the Jiangnan gentry fulfilled their tax obligations to the Mongol rulers, they were permitted to allocate the remaining resources as they saw fit, effectively transforming them into regional sovereigns. Firmly grasping the reins of fiscal authority and sowing the seeds for future unrest, the Mongols categorized the populace into four classes for a reason. As they gained control over the central plains, the Jiangnan magnates, having secured tax powers, wielded wealth to influence Mongolian officials, masquerading as Mongols themselves to attain positions within the court. In response to this situation, the Mongols instituted a class system. Yet they were still unable to suppress the Jiangnan elite. Ultimately, they had no choice but to allow individuals from Jiangnan to ascend through the imperial examination system, leading to the complete inflation of the gentry's power. With both wealth and influence at their disposal, they could indirectly sway the fate of dynasties. Following the establishment of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Taizu enforced heavy taxation policies in Jiangnan to curb the power of the wealthy merchants, but the region's roots ran too deep. This also explains the repeated mass relocations during the Hongwu era, as removing these influential figures from Jiangnan was deemed essential to diminish their sway. The subsequent north-south examination controversy is well known. Even the initial formulation of the opening laws aimed to nurture northern power to counterbalance Jiangnan. Yet the overwhelming strength of Jiangnan proved insurmountable, leading to an aggressive suppression of the north. Chapter 517, Why the Blush? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback, realizing the intricate web of events extending back to the Hongwu period. In those days, the formidable Zhu, through personal renown and capability, managed to maintain control. But once the Zhengwen emperor ascended, Jiangnan began to regain prominence. It was not until the emergence of the Yongle emperor that this resurgence was curtailed once more. Following the incident at Tumu Fort, Jiangnan rose again, wielding significant influence over court decisions. No wonder Elder Wen wished to accompany him. It appeared prudent to contemplate this arrangement. With the astute Elder One by his side, affairs would undoubtedly be more manageable, especially considering that both Wei and the younger Zhu Yujian were more inclined towards direct confrontation than diplomatic maneuvering. At this juncture, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and, with a serious smile, inquired, "Lord Jiang, do you know why His Majesty did not dispatch officials from the Dali Temple, the Inspectorate, or the Ministry of Justice on this occasion?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning responded, "It is because the situation in Jiangnan cannot be handled according to Ming law. It is beyond such governance and requires extra-legal measures." Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement. As these gentlemen recounted their accounts, Jiang Ning's understanding crystallized completely. No wonder that historically, the gentry of Jiangnan, even at the brink of the Ming dynasty's collapse, indulged in lavish pleasures without a care. Perhaps in their perception, it mattered little who ascended the throne or governed the realm, as long as their enjoyment remained uninterrupted. Whether it was Li Zicheng's Shun or the Manchus from beyond the Great Wall, to these individuals, even with the Manchus establishing dominance over the Central Plains, they believed they could merely revert to the old tax exemption system of the Yuan dynasty, continuing to savor their opulence and reign as local sovereigns. However, they gravely underestimated the merciless nature of the Manchus. Ultimately, the Manchus forcefully conquered Jiangnan, reducing these gentry to utter servitude. Historical records reveal that when the Manchu forces advanced southward, they discovered over 1 million taels of silver within the estates of numerous wealthy gentry in Jiangnan. What was the outcome? The Jiangnan gentry found themselves utterly outmaneuvered. The Ming perished, Li Ziqing faltered, and the Manchus crushed their illusions with brutality. It is likely that by then, they regretted their choices profoundly. Had they known, even a fraction of the silver spent on indulgences could have fortified the Ming treasury, thus averting such a disastrous fate. This precisely corroborates the assertions made by Wen Tiren, Sun Qingzong, and Yuan Kelly. The Jiangnan gentry never regarded themselves as subjects of the Ming, instead harboring persistent hostility towards the court. After all, during the Hongwu era, the old Zhu imposed severe repression upon Jiangnan, levying heavy taxes and promoting immigration, shattering their dreams of local sovereignty. Yet, the gentry's roots ran too deep, outlasting several capable emperors. Furthermore, following the upheaval at Tumyabayo, the court's vitality was severely diminished, allowing them to expand unchecked and begin undermining the Ming. Ultimately, the Ming crumbled under this relentless erosion, and they themselves were crushed beneath the weight of the collapsing empire. Subsequently, each individual bid farewell in turn, with Jiangning returning home at last to a moment of respite. Little did he know, upon arriving, he would find Zhu Yujian accompanied by Tian Rui, paying a visit. Tian Rui was engaged in a fierce game of chess with Lu Ruoyan, their contest equally matched, while Zhu Yujian observed with keen interest. Upon Jiangning's return, he eagerly called out, "Brother, you are finally back. Quickly, prepare some food. I can hardly bear my hunger." Jiangning rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how he must have owed a debt to the Zhu family in a past life. Encountering these two brothers truly felt like a stroke of bad luck. Lu Qingyan promptly stepped forward to relieve Jiangning of his cloak. Jiangning turned and entered the kitchen, preparing several dishes before serving them at the dining hall, inviting everyone to the table. At that moment, Shun Shuzi also returned, glancing at the spread and chuckling. "Disciple, today, as I calculated, fortune favors us with a feast. And it seems all the dishes are to my liking." Jiangning rolled his eyes again. "Master, pray tell, which dish of mine do you not enjoy?" Shin Shuzi chuckled softly as everyone gathered around the table, eating and conversing, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiangning observed Tian Rui sitting beside Zhu Yujian and could not help but reflect. Although his younger brother had a fiery temper, his discernment was commendable. Tian Rui, well-educated and spirited, could easily be mistaken for a refined lady of Jiangnan. Yet, he pondered whether the historical figure, Empress Zhou, would still make an appearance, especially since his younger brother had declared his intent to wed only Tian Rui, leaving one to wonder if he spoke in jest or with sincerity. However, it matters little. Although Empress Zhou of history was virtuous, her father, Zhou Kuei, was far from admirable. Should Empress Zhou indeed make an appearance in the future, one must devise a way to eliminate Zhou Kuei, lest he become a source of annoyance for the younger brother. After indulging in food and drink, the gathered company engaged in leisurely conversation. Jiangning relished this rare moment of tranquility, as the sisters Tian Rui, Lu Ruoyan, and Lu Qingshan shared laughter and stories. Zhu Yujian discreetly summoned Shin Shuzi, intending to have their fates calculated, and Shin Shuzi, with no reservations, spun a series of nonsensical predictions that left Zhu Yujian bewildered, prompting him to dispatch someone to the palace for money. While Shin Shuzi verbally declined, his hands accepted the coins with honesty. Shortly, Li Ruoyan arrived with his wife, Wang Shi, and their son, Li Pingsheng, and Jiangning welcomed them warmly. The conversation flowed until dusk, at which point everyone dispersed. The following day, as Jiangning enjoyed a deep slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a servant's hurried announcement of Old Wei's visit. He rose and dressed promptly, entering the hall to find Old Wei, Fang Zhenghua, Zhu Yujian, and Zhu Yushao all in casual attire. Observing the group, Jiangning was momentarily taken aback and then inquired with curiosity, "Your Majesty, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Zhu Yushao chuckled heartily. "With a day free of obligations, I thought we might take a stroll together." Jiangning, momentarily at a loss for words, silently criticized Zhu Yushao for being rather selfish in utilizing his vacation time, yet he resignedly followed the group out. As they walked through the bustling streets, surrounded by a throng of people and thriving merchants, Zhu Yushao's enthusiasm grew. He inquired incessantly and purchased an assortment of trinkets, all at Old Wei's expense. Jiangning, seizing the opportunity, also took advantage of Old Wei's generosity, which the latter accepted with indifference, as money held little value for him. Before long, they arrived at a bookstall brimming with various titles, predominantly novels. Zhu Yuxiao and Zhu Yujian eagerly rummaged through the stacks, while Jiang Ning smiled and asked the stall owner, "Good sir, how fares your business these days? Your collection appears quite extensive." The stall owner, a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe that signified a scholar, replied with a smile, "Young master, my business is doing well, thanks to the court and His Majesty. The once declining community schools have experienced a revival, and the number of literate individuals is on the rise, thereby increasing book sales." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, his admiration for Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor, growing deeper. During the Hongwu era, the old emperor promoted community education in the north to balance regional disparities, mandating that all children attend school, even designating the books used in education. His educational philosophy was remarkably progressive, closely resembling modern approaches. He provided children with illustrated books and texts such as Hongwu Jingyun, leading to a remarkable increase in literacy rates during the Ming dynasty. It is no surprise that among the renowned literary works of later generations, 3 of the 4 great classical novels were penned during the Ming era, revealing a literacy rate significantly higher than that of the Qing dynasty that followed. Even many historical questions that had long puzzled Jiang Ning found resolution. For instance, the tale of Emperor Yongle, Zhu Di, in a fit of rage executing the 10 clans of Fang Xiaoru, is entirely a fabrication. Presently, descendants of Fang Xiaoru still thrive in Jiangnan. Had the emperor truly annihilated Fang Xiaoru's entire lineage, even his former students and neighbors would have faced execution. How could there be any descendants to this day? Moreover, this account was documented by the talented scholar Zhu Zhishan during the Mid-Ming dynasty, which illustrates how the literati of Jiangnan have vilified Emperor Yongle. Initially, the court exerted stringent control over various publications, but as the political landscape evolved, these restrictions gradually relaxed. Ultimately, half of the Ming dynasty's scholars congregated in Jiangnan, while the remaining half was dispersed across the provinces. Given the flourishing literary culture in Jiangnan, they could easily manipulate public opinion with their pens, inevitably misleading the common folk. It appears that such matters require regulation. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao and Zhu Yujian had already curated numerous books. Jiang Ning observed closely as Zhu Youjiao flipped through a book, his expression shifting, promptly concealing it beneath other volumes. Old Wei hastily approached with money, while Jiang Ning strode over and extracted the very book chosen by Zhu Youjiao. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Goodness, it is Jin Ping Mei." Subsequently, Jiang Ning regarded Zhu Youjiao with disdain, to which Zhu Youjiao, blushing, awkwardly replied, "Brother Jiang, do not misunderstand. I am examining it critically." Jiang Ning retorted with scorn, "No wonder I often see you blushing. It seems you peruse such material daily." In response, Zhu Youjiao shot Jiang Ning an irritated glare and reclaimed the book to hand it over to Fang Zhenghua. At that moment, Zhu Yujian, intrigued, inquired, "Elder brother, what book are you perusing? I wish to see it too." Zhu Youjiao hastily replied, "Fifth brother, you are still young. Perhaps you should wait a few years." Thereafter, the group continued to meander along the street. Soon, they arrived at an elderly vendor selling candied hawthorn, and upon seeing the treats, Zhu Youjiao and Zhu Yujian were immediately captivated. Old Wei, perceptively, produced a silver dollar and purchased all the candied hawthorn, delighting the vendor. Subsequently, the brothers indulged as they walked, while Old Wei carried the remaining treats atop his shoulder. Shops lining the street were engaged in various promotional activities, with clerks vociferously drawing attention, creating a rather competitive atmosphere. Jiang Ning, observing this, felt a wave of sentiment. It seemed the tendency for excessive competition among the populace had existed for quite some time. Fortunately, under the court's intervention, prices in the Ming dynasty remained relatively stable, averting disruptions to the normal market. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a shop selling an array of candies, preserves, and pastries. Without hesitation, Zhu Youjiao instructed the owner to pack a considerable quantity of assorted treats. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning, puzzled, queried, "Brother Zhu, why so much? Is your household running low on provisions?" Zhu Youjiao chuckled and replied, "These are for the children." Understanding immediately, Jiang Ning realized that the children Zhu Youjiao referred to were the orphans of the Ming dynasty's heroes, whom he had unified and adopted for various reasons, now numbering several hundred. Zhu Yuxiao had acquired an abundance of items, necessitating the assistance of a throng of guards behind him. The proprietor was exceedingly cordial, generously bestowing numerous additional gifts. Subsequently, under the proprietor's enthusiastic farewell, they departed, with Zhu Yuxiao leading the group directly to the Martyrs' Orphan School. As the year drew to a close, the school had ceased its lessons, housing a multitude of orphans who resided there, their daily lives organized by the palace. Zhu Yuxiao would occasionally visit to check on them. Upon seeing Zhu Yuxiao and his companions arrive, the children joyfully gathered around. Zhu Yuxiao instructed his attendants to distribute candies and snacks to the children, then approached to lift a younger child, inquiring about their daily lives and what they had learned in class. The child, filled with delight, eagerly recounted the various subjects and experiences at the school. Zhu Yuxiao listened with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, while Fang Zhenghua and Old Wei also expressed their contentment. The children were cared for by eunuchs dispatched from the palace, alongside some voluntary disabled veterans. The group promptly bowed to Zhu Yuxiao and Jiang Ning, who casually waved his hand, stating that they were incognito today and needed not stand on ceremony. At that moment, a cautious 10-year-old child inquired, "I heard that your majesty has a crown prince. Might we meet him?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuxiao observed the hopeful gazes of the children and smiled. "Of course, that is also your little brother. In a few days, I shall arrange for you to be brought to the palace, and then you will have the chance to see your brother." The children erupted in joyous applause, each expressing their desire to gift their toys to the new baby. Observing this scene, Jiang Ning felt a profound sense of admiration. Zhu Yuxiao was undeniably adept at winning hearts. Although these children bore no formal paternal ties to him, in essence, they were akin to his children. And with Zhu Yuxiao as their protector, their futures appeared bright. In the years to come, whether they pursued military service, civil examinations, or other professions, they would undoubtedly stand as staunch supporters of the imperial authority. Should any unrest arise in the future, these children would be the first to oppose it. And with Zhu Yuxiao as protection, their accomplishments would be significant, ensuring a life free from want, even if their talents were ordinary. Afterward, the group joined the children for lunch, bringing immense joy to the little ones. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning felt a deep sense of comfort. In other dynasties, these children might have struggled to survive. They could have ended up as beggars on the streets, sold into servitude, or, worse yet, fallen prey to human traffickers. However, the lives and futures of these children were now secure, allowing Zhu Yuxiao to win both the hearts of the people and the loyalty of the military, achieving a dual benefit. Once the meal concluded, as they prepared to depart, Zhu Yuxiao quickly signaled to Fang Zhenghua, who, upon clapping his hands, summoned 2 guards to distribute red envelopes to the children, much to their delight. Zhu Yuxiao smiled and announced, "Children, the new year approaches, and this is your new year's money from me. Make sure to keep it safe." Many children eagerly promised to safeguard their gifts, ensuring they would not be deceived. Upon hearing these words, a chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. The children's perceptions were remarkably innocent. They were kind to those who treated them well, regardless of whether the individual before them was an emperor. Observing the children unwrapping their red envelopes, which contained not only a silver dollar, but also a few copper coins, Jiang Ning wholeheartedly approved of Zhu Yuxiao's arrangements. After bidding farewell to the children, the group departed from the schoolhouse and, almost unconsciously, found themselves at the Ming Dynasty's Royal Memorial Hall for Heroes. At that moment, the hall was bustling with incense offerings, as countless citizens arrived to pay tribute to their loved ones. The soldiers stationed at the entrance stood tall, for they were not merely safeguarding the spirits of those who had sacrificed their lives for the nation. They were also upholding the highest honor of a soldier. Many citizens wore medals conferred by the court, and upon entering the hall, Jiang Ning and his companions also offered incense in remembrance. Although the faces of the people bore expressions of sorrow, their words were laced with pride and dignity. After all, the families of those who had died for the country were receiving various forms of support and assurance from the government. After paying their respects, as Jiang Ning and his companions exited the Royal Hall for Heroes, they spotted Li Ruoyan rushing towards them, visibly anxious. Just as he was about to bow, Jiang Ning raised his hand to stop him. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Ning inquired, "Old Li, what troubles you? Have you been chased by a ghost?" Li Ruoyan quickly composed himself and replied in a serious tone, "My lord, something terrible has happened." Jiang Ning's brow knitted in concern. "What is it? Speak slowly and clearly." After calming his nerves, Li Ruoyan continued, My lord, just now, several citizens from Yanqing Prefecture arrived at the entrance of the military governor's office, bearing honor certificates and medals, seeking justice for themselves. A group of individuals attempted to apprehend these citizens, but the soldiers at the entrance detained them. The entrance to the governor's office is now surrounded by a throng of citizens. I have already informed the Duke of England, Lord Chun, and Lord Shun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression darkened. Zhu Yuxiao, standing nearby, also frowned and said, Brother Jiang, in that case, let us go and see. Jiang Ning nodded, and the group hastily made their way to the military governor's office. By the time they arrived, the area outside the office was already teeming with people. A dozen soldiers were apprehending 7 or 8 young men who were kneeling at the entrance. As Jiang Ning and his companions squeezed through the crowd, they noticed an elderly man kneeling with a child, holding the medals and honor certificates issued by the military governor's office. Jiang Ning's countenance was dark enough to draw rain, and Zhu Youxiao's face was equally grim. In a solemn tone, Jiang Ning declared, I am Jiang Ning, the left military governor of the 5 armies. What grievances do you have? Please, speak freely. The crowd gasped upon recognizing Jiang Ning's identity. They had not expected the esteemed Lord Jiang to be among the first to arrive. The citizens echoed in unison, Speak of your grievances. With Lord Jiang here, justice will surely be served. Encouraged by the crowd's support, the elderly man summoned his courage. He quickly prostrated himself on the ground, raising the certificates and medals above his head, and choked out, I am Zhao Huaimin from Yanqing Prefecture, humbly beseeching the Lord to grant us justice. Jiang Ning nodded, saying, There is no need for such formalities, elder. Please rise. You are the family of a hero. I am unworthy of your reverence. As he spoke, he stepped forward to assist the elder and the child to their feet. Zhao Huaimin, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, My lord, I am but a humble citizen of Yanqing Prefecture. My son, along with the father of this child, both served as soldiers in the imperial army, sacrificing their lives in the campaign to quell the White Lotus rebels in Shandong. The court honored their bravery with military commendations and certificates, and even exempted my family from taxes for 20 years, along with other forms of compensation. We were profoundly grateful for the emperor's and the court's benevolence. However, he paused and continued, Not long ago, Commander Lu Wanmin of Yanqing sent someone to seek me out, expressing intentions to establish a workshop and encroach upon my farmland, offering only a meager sum as compensation. My land is my lifeblood, and the price they proposed was far below market value, so I resolutely refused. Later, Lu Wanmin dispatched more agents to threaten me, asserting that a commoner should not oppose a government official, warning that if I did not comply, they would forcibly seize my land and demolish my home. Reluctantly, after consulting with several families in my village, I decided to sell at a loss. Yet, after the paperwork was completed, Lu Wanmin brazenly denied any payment. When I confronted them, I was met with a brutal beating. As he spoke, the elder rolled up his sleeves, revealing numerous scars beneath the thin fabric of his garment. The onlookers were filled with outrage, and Jiang Ning's eyes burned with fury, while Zhu Youjiao's face turned ashen. Zhao Huaimin continued. Afterwards, we contemplated coming to the capital to seek justice, but local officials intercepted us, promising to advocate on our behalf. Thus, we temporarily set aside our grievances. To our horror, Lu Wanmin soon sent arsonists under the cover of night, attempting to burn down the homes of several families. Thankfully, I managed to escape, but others from my village perished in the flames. Upon investigation, I discovered that the governor of Yanqing was a distant cousin of Lu Wanmin. Consequently, a few of us resolved to travel to the capital to lodge our complaint. Upon learning of our intentions, Lu Wanmin dispatched agents to apprehend us, and those traveling with me were captured, leaving only me and this child to evade capture and ultimately reach the capital. Once in the city, someone recognized my military commendation and suggested I seek assistance from the Wujuan Dudufu. After some inquiries, I finally found my way there, beseeching the officials to advocate on my behalf. At that moment, Zhang Weixian, Shen Su, and Xin Yurong rushed to the scene, and upon witnessing the plight before them, they were momentarily speechless. The surrounding populace cried out, Please, my lord, stand up for this elderly man. Their suffering is unbearable. The elder's son and the child's father sacrificed themselves for the Ming. How can they be subjected to such oppression? We implore you to enter the palace and petition His Majesty for justice on behalf of the common folk. Just then, Zhu Youjiao spoke in a firm voice. I am here. This matter shall be addressed under my authority today. The court and the Wujuan Dudu Fu will ensure justice is served. As Zhu Youjiao revealed his identity, the crowd instinctively knelt. He commanded them to rise, then approached the few young men who were being detained by soldiers, followed closely by Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong. Chen Su stepped forward to examine them closely, coldly remarking, "To think they are soldiers." The calluses on his hands, a testament to years spent wielding a blade, and the provisions in his embrace, military rations, paired with the sturdy military boots on his feet, painted a vivid picture of a seasoned warrior. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Youjiao erupted in fury, demanding, "Do you truly possess such audacity? How dare you act so recklessly?" The soldiers of the Yanqing Guard were immediately struck with terror. Collapsing in fear, Jiang Ning, unfazed, turned to Old Wei and requested, "Kindly escort them for a thorough interrogation." Old Wei, eager to comply, replied with a smile, "Rest assured, my lord, in but a tea's worth of time, we shall have them divulge all they know." He then ordered the men to be dragged into the governor's mansion. And soon, the air was filled with the ghastly sounds of their anguished cries. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjiao approached the elderly man and child, examining the medals and certificates of honor adorning their bodies. After a brief exchange of glances, both men discerned a shared intent for vengeance in each other's eyes. Among the items were a first-class military merit medal, a third-class Tianqi medal, and 2 certificates of honor from the Ming dynasty, each stamped with the official seals of the 5 armies governor's office and the Ministry of War. Before long, Old Wei emerged, his hands stained with blood, presenting a confession. Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjiao perused the document, their resolve for retribution intensifying. Lu Wanmin's audacity was staggering. With the court's financial scandal regarding Liao still unresolved, he dared to act in such a brazen manner. Truly, he was courting death. Zhu Youjiao, addressing the gathered citizens, declared to Jiang Ning, loyal and righteous marquis, "I entrust this case entirely to your 5 armies governor's office. Conduct a thorough investigation and ensure justice for the families of the heroes." Jiang Ning promptly acknowledged the command, subsequently signing troop orders alongside Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Zhang Weixian. Zhu Youjiao also issued an imperial edict, commanding Chao Bianjiao to lead 2,000 soldiers from the capital to Yanqing Prefecture to apprehend Lu Wanmin, the commanding officer of the Yanqing Guard, and his associates. Concurrently, he dispatched personnel from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Inspectorate to thoroughly investigate the local officials of Yanqing Prefecture. For their audacity to act so defiantly, so close to the capital, was an outright challenge to the authority of the court. Afterward, Jiang Ning and his companions welcomed the elderly man and child into the 5 armies governor's office, hastily arranging meals and summoning a physician for their care. Observing the frightened child, Jiang Ning gently inquired, "Elder, does this child have any other family members?" The elder sighed. "In reply, my lord, the child only has his mother and grandparents remaining. On the journey to the capital, his grandparents and mother were taken away. Now, I know not their fate." The child's eyes brimmed with terror as Jiang Ning approached and tenderly stroked his head, reassuring him, "Fear not, child. Your father is a hero of the Ming dynasty. His Majesty shall not allow you to suffer unjustly." To his dismay, the child burst into tears, choking on his cries, "Father, I want my father." Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Jiang Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and the onlookers felt a profound sorrow. Before long, news of this incident spread throughout the capital. Jiang Ning and his companions found no respite, remaining at the 5 armies governor's office, quietly awaiting further developments. Chapter 519. The immediate execution simultaneously, Sun Liangru. The governor of Yanqing Prefecture was in the office meeting with Lu Wanmin, the commanding officer of the Yanqing Guard. With a furrowed brow, Sun Liangru remarked, "Cousin, had you offered those commoners some monetary assistance initially, this matter would have been resolved. Yet now, it has escalated to such an extent that they have journeyed to the capital to lodge complaints. You are well aware of the court's predicament. The issue of the tribute to Liao has implicated numerous individuals, and I have heard that the capital is awash with bloodshed. It is quite possible that I too may become ensnared by your actions." Lu Wanmin, however, remained unfazed. "Cousin, do not worry. I have already dispatched individuals to pursue them. An old wretch, barely clinging to life, accompanied by a mere child. How formidable can they truly be? It will not be long before we apprehend them." At that juncture, We shall take decisive action. Who can foresee the consequences? He paused and inquired further. Cousin, has the case concerning the deceased commoners been resolved? Sun Liangru nodded solemnly, responding, the case has been concluded as a result of the fire. There is nothing more to be said. Lu Wanmin chuckled and continued, Cousin, once the workshop is established, we ought to recruit some laborers and seize the opportunity to engage in trade with the Mongols beyond the borders. I have heard that Gaiweiqing is currently bustling with merchants from all quarters, and even many Mongol tribes that have submitted to the court are sending representatives to trade. This is indeed a tremendous opportunity. Even if we do not feast on meat, merely sipping broth would suffice for a life of wealth. Sun Liangru nodded in agreement. At that moment, a soldier from Yanqing hurried in, saluting, I pay my respects to the commanding officer and the magistrate. Sun Liangru acknowledged him with a nod. While Lu Wanmin inquired with a smile, what news? Have the graves been leveled? The soldier promptly responded, reporting to the commanding officer, they have all been flattened, and the ashes have been dug up and destroyed. Lu Wanmin nodded with satisfaction, well done. Now, I shall see who dares oppose me in Yanqing. Upon hearing this, Sun Liangru was taken aback, jumping up in astonishment, his face filled with exasperation as he pointed at Lu Wanmin. Cousin, why must you desecrate the remains of those soldiers who fell in battle? They were soldiers of the capital. If this news reaches the city, the military governor's office will not let this matter rest. Lu Wanmin dismissed his concerns. Cousin, you are far too timid. Without decisive measures, how can we instill fear in these commoners? Look at my current prosperity. While you remain empty-handed, it ultimately stems from your lack of courage. As the saying goes, the bold reap great rewards. How can one expect to earn wealth without taking risks? I have made all the arrangements. You need not worry. Sun Liangru, resigned, could only acquiesce. 2 days later, Qiao Bianjiao, leading 2,000 cavalry, swiftly arrived in Yanqing to investigate the situation. Due to the threats posed by Sun Liangru and Lu Wanmin, the commoners either remained tight-lipped or feigned ignorance. Consequently, Qiao Bianjiao produced the order from Jiangning and enlisted the assistance of the Jinui spies in Yanqing for the investigation. Upon discovering that the child's mother and grandmother had been murdered by Lu Wanmin, Qiao Bianjiao was consumed with rage. Had it not been for his status, he would have been inclined to take immediate action against Lu Wanmin. Further enraged by the news that the graves of several fallen heroes had been leveled and their ashes desecrated, he could no longer contain his fury. These soldiers had fought alongside him, sacrificing their lives for their country, only to be met with such disgrace and death. Qiao Bianjiao immediately issued a command, arrest Lu Wanmin and all his household, as well as the leaders of over 100 under his command in Yanqing. Anyone who dares to resist shall be dealt with on the spot. Subsequently, accompanied by soldiers, they proceeded to the martyrs' cemetery, where the graves lay in disarray. The ashes scattered across the ground. Qiao Bianjiao's eyes reddened with fury, while the soldiers behind him seethed with rage, their hands trembling around their swords, wishing they could cleave Lu Wanmin in half on the spot. Meanwhile, Lu Wanmin, indulging in revelry at home, was taken aback upon hearing of the approaching troops from the capital, hastily ordering his servants to prepare riches and personally stepping out to greet them. Upon realizing that the visitor was a captain from the capital, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the capital's leaders held a higher rank, they were nonetheless on par with his own authority as the commander. He promptly offered a wealth of treasures, thinking that this was merely a matter of the capital's soldiers hearing rumors, and a little money would suffice to placate them. To his astonishment, the captain did not even glance at the riches, coldly proclaiming, by the command of the Left General of the Fifth Army, Duke Zhongyi, you are to be apprehended along with all commanders of the Yanqing Guard and brought to the capital for trial. Without further ado, he ordered the arrest. Lu Wanmin was stunned, quickly pleading, let us speak as brothers. We are all soldiers here. If the sum is insufficient, we can negotiate further. The captain fixed him with a lifeless gaze. Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Did you not hear what I just said? With that, he ordered his men to act. Lu Wanmin, in a panic, saw his household servants beginning to resist. The captain, witnessing this, swiftly drew his sword and dispatched 2 of the rebellious servants, coldly declaring, those who dare to resist shall be killed on the spot. Lu Wanmin and his servants were taken aback. These ruffians, accustomed to bullying the weak, were utterly insignificant before the battle-hardened soldiers of the capital. Before long, all commanders of the Yanqing Guard were captured and taken to the martyrs' cemetery. Lu Wanmin, still clinging to the hope that Sun Liangru would come to his rescue, was brought before the cemetery, where he beheld Chao Bianjiao, clad in mourning garb, leading his soldiers in gathering the scattered ashes to be interred once more. Upon seeing Lu Wanmin brought forth, Chao Bianjiao erupted in fury, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap that sent Lu Wanmin reeling, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Stars dancing before his eyes, losing several teeth in the process. The other soldiers of the capital, filled with a desire to slay Lu Wanmin on the spot, watched in grim anticipation. Lu Wanmin, barely coherent, stammered, "My cousin is the governor of Yanqing Prefecture. We can negotiate. I can pay." Chao Bianjiao's rage intensified at these words. Seizing Lu Wanmin by the collar and forcing him to kneel before the martyr's grave. "Here lies my brothers. They fought alongside me, sacrificing their lives for the country. And now you dare to dig them up and scatter their ashes." He seethed, "I long to cleave you in two right here." With that, he drew his sword and severed Lu Wanmin's arm. Lu Wanmin let out a harrowing scream, collapsing from the pain. Chao Bianjiao ordered, "Stop the bleeding. This wretch must survive to face trial in the capital. Killing him would complicate matters." Reluctantly, the soldiers of the capital attended to Lu Wanmin's wounds, while the commanders of the Yanqing Guard trembled in fear, having not anticipated the ferocity of the capital's troops, and they immediately fell to their knees before the martyr's grave, begging for forgiveness. Chao Bianjiao commanded a return to the capital, as Jiang Ning and others awaited them at the Fifth Army Command. Simultaneously, officials from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Supervisory Bureau arrived in Yanqing Prefecture. Sun Liangru fainted upon hearing the news, and the investigating officials swiftly apprehended him and all officials of Yanqing Prefecture to commence their inquiry. 2 days later, Chao Bianjiao returned to the capital with his soldiers and reported to Jiang Ning at the Five Armies Command. Upon seeing Lu Wanmin, who had lost an arm and was barely recognizable, Jiang Ning expressed his surprise and inquired, "Little Chao, what has transpired?" With reddened eyes, Chao Bianjiao replied, "My lord, I accept any punishment you deem fit. However, that despicable Lu Wanmin dared to have the ashes of our fallen brothers exhumed from their graves and scattered across the ground, intending to intimidate the populace." Hearing that the ashes of the fallen soldiers had been desecrated, Jiang Ning felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting from rage. His fury surged, and he coldly commanded, "Little Chao, should you encounter such a situation again, execute that scoundrel on the spot without bringing him back to the capital. I will bear the consequences." Chao Bianjiao was taken aback, expecting reprimand, but finding the Lord even more incensed than himself. Beside them, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shun Yurong were also aflame with indignation, having witnessed many seeking their demise, yet none as brazenly as Lu Wanmin. Jiang Ning then ordered, "Bring them all to the front of the Five Armies Command and summon Lord Wei to personally wield the blade. Those who previously apprehended the elderly and children shall also be brought forth for execution." The group was momentarily stunned. "Executing without interrogation?" Deng Yunfei cautiously inquired, "Uncle Jiang, is it not improper to carry out execution without questioning? According to the law of the court, an inquiry is necessary. Besides, with the new year approaching, all offices have sealed their stamps. Should we not wait until after the new year to conduct the inquiries, and then proceed with the execution?" Jiang Ning coldly retorted, "Who says one cannot take a life during the new year? I have executed even on New Year's Eve. Take them away." Deng Yunfei quickly silenced himself, realizing that Uncle Jiang was in a furious mood, and provoking him would yield dire consequences. As Lu Wanmin and the others were brought to the front of the command, Old Wei arrived with his men, tools in hand. Shortly thereafter, Fang Zhenghua also arrived to deliver orders. The intention of Zhu Youjiao was unequivocal: execute immediately after the inquiry at the Five Armies Command. Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong had no objections. For the situation's severity was undeniable. It was a blatant affront to the court and the Five Armies Command, a challenge to the very foundation of military honor. None of them should expect to survive. By this time, a throng of citizens had gathered outside the command, a sea of humanity. Due to the gruesome nature of the proceedings, Jiang Ning allowed only Zhao Huaimin to attend, sending the young child away to be properly cared for. The onlookers hurled stones at Lu Wanmin and his associates, shouting, "Despicable scoundrels! Our soldiers risked their lives for the Ming, and you dare to oppress the families of heroes." Some bolder voices called out, "Lord Wei, make sure to deal with these rascals properly. Do not let their deaths be too easy. Wei Zhongxian responded with a smile. Rest assured, I shall ensure they find themselves in a situation where they cannot live nor die. Many soldiers from the capital garrison and students from the Ming Royal Military Academy had also come to witness the event, all filled with righteous indignation. For the fallen deserve utmost respect, especially heroes, and Lu Wanmin's actions were akin to courting death. Lu Wanmin, in despair, never anticipated such an uproar over a few lowly individuals. Now he deeply regretted his actions. Old Wei, with a cold smile, remarked while slapping his face, Commander Lu, you truly possess a great sense of authority. In order to accommodate you, the court has even disregarded its own rules today. Behold, the esteemed presence of His Majesty's personal attendant, the chief of the Imperial Censorate, who has personally come to proclaim the edict. Accompanied by 4 left generals from the military command, and myself, the presiding officer of the Censorate, along with the East Factory's chief, who engages in the execution. Your standing is indeed remarkable. Take heed in your next life to be more astute. With that, they constructed a wooden platform and bound the crowd upon it. Facing dozens of individuals, Old Wei found himself in a quandary. Executing them single-handedly would take an eternity. At that moment, Yang Lian, the foremost executioner of the Jinui, arrived to assist. Old Wei readily accepted, for in the capital, he and Yang Lian were the only masters of interrogation, often competing in secret for supremacy, making this the perfect opportunity to settle their rivalry. Meanwhile, an East Factory officer set up a furnace, preparing to brew ginseng soup. Old Wei scolded, what madness is this? To brew ginseng soup for this rabble? They would consider even a sip of urine a grand favor. The East Factory officer, taken aback, hastily dismantled the fire. Thus, Fang Zhenghua, Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong gathered within the governor's office to witness the execution, as Old Wei and Yang Lian unleashed their full prowess, tormenting the dozens until they begged for life, but found no respite in death. Simultaneously, Jiang Ning summoned Zhang Wenhe, instructing him to document this event in the Tianqi Times, widely publicizing it to embolden the populace to boldly report any oppression by the authorities in the capital. Zhang Wenhe promptly complied, beginning his writing. Although the court had reinstated the grand edict of the founding emperor, the distance from the emperor allowed many local officials to continue suppressing the common folk, leaving encouragement for citizens to report grievances as their only recourse. The execution lasted a day and night, with Yang Lian and Wei Zhongxian torturing dozens to death in various ingenious ways. Subsequently, they ordered the bodies to be dragged away and ground to dust, much to the satisfaction of the surrounding populace. Once the deed was done, the crowd dispersed. As the guards prepared to cleanse the blood from the entrance of the governor's office, Jiang Ning halted them, stating solemnly, there is no need to clean, let it remain. It seems the blood at the entrance of the military command will not dry for some time. Days later, personnel from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Inspectorate returned to the capital, having apprehended dozens of officials from Yanqing Prefecture. Zhu Youjiao issued an edict for Old Wei to oversee the executions, which filled him with joy. However, he was disheartened to see Yang Lian once again arrive for the spectacle, perplexed at how Yang Lian had now taken to the Jinui, consistently opposing him. The two then executed Sun Liangru and a host of corrupt officials at Shiji Paifang. At last, everyone could look forward to a proper celebration for the new year, while Jiang Ning remained at home, cherishing time with his family. Chapter 520. Urine mixed with wine. As the eve of the new year approached, the entirety of the Ming capital, from the high-ranking officials to the common folk, reveled in the joy of the impending celebration. Homes were adorned with lanterns and decorations, while children delighted in setting off fireworks and firecrackers. The imperial palace, too, was festooned with decorations, and the palace attendants donned their finest garments, having received rewards distributed by Zhu Youjiao. Jiang Ning's residence was equally vibrant. To commemorate the new year, he sent for Master Zhang Wuye from the Shinshu Temple to join in the festivities, for in a sense, he considered Zhang Wuye to be a mentor. Even Gao Wenkai was invited to partake in the New Year's vigil. Due to the pregnancies of the two sisters, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, all household affairs were managed by Jiang Ning. Fortunately, Gao Wenkai lent a helping hand. Otherwise, Jiang Ning would have found himself quite overwhelmed. As for his master, the enigmatic Shuzi, he was presently relegated to a role of idleness, engaging in leisurely conversations and tea-drinking with Zhang Wuye. After much bustling about, Jiang Ning accompanied by several elder women from the household, began to prepare dumplings. Faced with the dough and filling, Gao Wenkai found himself at a loss. Jiang Ning, deftly crafting dumplings. Joked, Xiao Gao, why not give it a try? Gao Wenkai chuckled awkwardly. Your Grace, when it comes to matters of life and death, I am well versed. However, dumpling making is truly beyond my expertise. As he attempted to fold the dumplings, the results were tragically unappealing. Noticing this, Jiang Ning approached to offer guidance, and after several attempts, Gao Wenkai finally managed to produce a somewhat presentable dumpling. After a considerable time, everyone completed their dumpling making. Jiang Ning instructed the servants to prepare several tables of food and drink, and he seated himself with Lu Ruoyan, Lu Qingyan, Gao Wenkai, Shen Shuzi, and Zhang Wuya. While the servants took their places at other tables, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan distributed red envelopes they had prepared earlier to the servants. And Jiang Ning also presented red envelopes to his master, Shen Shuzi, Zhang Wuya, and Gao Wenkai. Upon opening the envelope, Shen Shuzi discovered a silver note worth 1,000 taels and expressed mild dissatisfaction. Disciple, as my most cherished protege, is our bond worth only this sum? Jiang Ning responded with a smile. Master, the mountain's height is not what grants it fame, nor the river's depth its spirit. Wealth is not measured by quantity, but by sincerity. My filial piety towards you is genuine, whether it be 1,000 taels or a mere copper coin. It is the heart behind it that matters. Why would you find fault with that? Shen Shuzi was left speechless, and at that moment, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan hurriedly presented red envelopes to Shen Shuzi, Zhang Wuya, and Gao Wenkai, prompting Shen Shuzi to relent. Subsequently, the group dined amidst laughter and conversation. However, not long after they began, a servant rushed in to report, Your Grace, Lord Fong from the Bureau of Ceremonies has come to pay a visit. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Lord Fong should have been occupied in the palace at this hour. He rose to greet him at the door, where he found Fong Zhenghua clad in a resplendent red robe, a broad smile on his face. Your Grace, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Lord Fong. Jiang Ning replied cheerfully, What brings you here? Fong Zhenghua explained, Your Grace, these are dumplings personally made by His Majesty, sent over for you. Jiang Ning was taken aback as he received the food box from Fong's hands, opening it to reveal a bounty of frozen dumplings. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, Lord Fong, are these truly made by His Majesty? Indeed, Fong Zhenghua affirmed with a grin. His Majesty spent a considerable amount of time making them after completing official duties today. Surprised, Jiang Ning marveled at Zhu Xiong's hidden talents and promptly invited Fong Zhenghua into the residence. However, Fong Zhenghua repeatedly waved his hands. Your Grace, I am only here to deliver dumplings. I must return to serve in the palace, as there are numerous matters to attend to, and Lord Wei cannot manage them all alone. Jiang Ning no longer insisted, allowing others to pack several boxes of dumplings for him. He entrusted Fong Zhenghua to take them back for Zhu Yuxiao to savor. Following the customary practice of previous years, Jiang Ning presented Fong Zhenghua with a red envelope containing 10,000 taels of silver, while his good brother, Zhu Yuxiao, received 50,000 taels, and his godson Zhu Siren received 25,000 taels. Fong Zhenghua accepted the red envelope without hesitation and took his leave. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Ning instructed the servants to preserve the dumplings for cooking the next day, then returned to the dining table, where the company resumed their lively conversation. That night, Jiang Ning urged Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan to retire early, while he remained to enjoy tea and conversation with Shen Shuzi, Master Zhang, and Gao Wenkai, until they parted ways in the early hours of the following day. In the living room, Jiang Ning closed his eyes to rest. As dawn broke, he arranged for the servants to boil the dumplings and stepped outside to set off firecrackers, their crackling sounds filling the air. Just as he was about to return, Li Ruoyan appeared with his son Li Pingxing, also ready to light firecrackers. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the two exchanged warm greetings and well wishes. Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled Li Pingxing's hair, remarking, Another year older, Pingxing. He then produced a red envelope from his robes and handed it to the boy. Li Pingxing looked to his father, who nodded, It's from your uncle Jiang. Take it. Only then did Li Pingxing accept it, bowing respectfully and uttering auspicious phrases. Jiang Ning, pleased by this interaction, chatted briefly with Li Ruoyan before bidding farewell and returning home. At this moment, the dumplings were ready, and Jiang Ning called everyone to the table. Shen Shuzi emerged and inquired, Disciple, Have the offerings for our ancestors and your parents been prepared? Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Rest assured, Master, they were honored with fresh dumplings right after cooking. Shen Shuzi nodded in satisfaction. Before long, Master Zhang and Gao Wenkai arrived, and Jiang Ning assisted the Lu sisters to join them. The group gathered around the table, joyfully indulging in dumplings. Jiang Ning felt an immense sense of relaxation and delight. The overall situation in the Ming dynasty had improved, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing the dumplings, the servants brought out fruits and pastries. Jiang Ning retreated to his room to don a splendid red python robe, fastening it with a jade belt, and observed his reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Upon returning to the living room, he noticed Shen Shuzi still sipping tea and promptly reminded, Master, aren't you going to change your clothes? We are to pay our respects to His Majesty shortly. Shen Shuzi, slightly displeased, replied, Disciple, you can go in my stead. At my age, I need not run about. Jiang Ning, with a smile, reminded, Master, there are rewards for today's palace visit. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi vanished in an instant, reappearing moments later in a regal purple robe adorned with auspicious clouds, exuding an ethereal presence, and stated, Disciple, lead the way. Jiang Ning was secretly astonished by the old man's speed, and then guided Shen Shuzi and Gao Wenkai toward the imperial palace. Upon reaching the outer gate, all civil and military officials had gathered with their families, warmly greeting Jiang Ning as he reciprocated their salutations. Shortly after, the palace doors swung open, allowing everyone to enter and proceed to the Hall of Heavenly Purity. Before long, Zhu Yuxiao, clad in a magnificent red dragon robe, accompanied by the Venerable Wei and Fang Zhenghua, entered the hall alongside the Empress, Zhang Yan, adorned in her phoenix robe, to receive the homage of the officials. The civil officials, led by the Prime Minister Sun Qingzong, were the first to extend their New Year's greetings, presenting their auspicious wishes. The military officials, headed by the Duke of England, Zhang Weixian, followed suit, offering their respectful congratulations. Zhu Youjiao gazed upon the civil and military officials within the hall, his spirits soaring. He promptly hosted a banquet for the ministers, while the officials' female relatives were escorted by Empress Zhang Yan to another venue for their own celebration. Following this, Zhu Youjiao bestowed rewards upon the officials, who hastily expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Old Wei stepped forward, raising his voice to announce, by the emperor's command, all officials are to proceed to the Wenhua Hall to pay their respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince. The assembly was visibly stirred. Wenhua Hall was indeed the designated venue for the officials to pay homage to the Crown Prince. Although Zhu Siren was the eldest son, he had yet to be formally designated as the Crown Prince, and Zhu Youjiao's action clearly indicated his intentions regarding the succession. Under Old Wei's guidance, the civil and military officials made their way to Wenhua Hall to pay their respects to Zhu Siren. After the formalities were observed, Fang Zhenghua cradled Zhu Siren and approached Jiang Ning, saying with a smile, My lord, His Majesty has decreed that you should hold the Crown Prince and accompany the officials to the Fengtian Hall for the feast. Jiang Ning paused, then stepped forward to take the child from Fang Zhenghua. The little one, with his bright, dark eyes, beamed and giggled, causing Jiang Ning to smile in return. And together with Old Wei, they proceeded to the Fengtian Hall. The palace maids and eunuchs had prepared everything in advance, and the officials took their seats in accordance with their ranks. Jiang Ning, holding Zhu Siren, found himself uncertain of how to proceed. Observing Jiang Ning's awkwardness, Zhu Youjiao exchanged a glance with Fang Zhenghua. Fang Zhenghua approached with a smile, saying, My lord, allow me to assist you. Jiang Ning nodded, and Fang Zhenghua carefully took Zhu Siren. To their surprise, the little one burst into tears. Fang Zhenghua was nearly taken aback, and even Old Wei hurried to console him. But to no avail. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao could no longer remain seated. He walked over and cradled the child, yet Zhu Siren continued to wail. Seeing this, Jiang Ning stepped forward to soothe him, and the child abruptly ceased his cries upon seeing him. Zhu Youjiao chuckled softly, Brother Jiang, I did not expect that Tai Dan would be so fond of you. Today, let it be you who holds him. Jiang Ning, feeling resigned, settled down with his godson in his arms. As the banquet commenced, the officials took turns to toast Zhu Youjiao, uttering auspicious words about the prosperity of the nation, to which Zhu Youjiao responded with amiable nods. When it was Jiang Ning's turn, just as he was about to rise, Zhu Youjiao raised his hand to stop him, prompting him to remain seated. The officials then toasted Sun Chengzong and Zhang Weixian, and due to Jiang Ning's encumbrance with the crown prince, they merely offered greetings. Zhu Youjiao, who typically embraced simplicity, chose not to include entertainment in the banquet. Instead, the officials gathered in small groups, drinking and chatting, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Jiang Ning noticed that Zhu Siren was pouting and squirming in his arms. Investigating the cause, he discovered that the little one had wet himself. Initially inclined to disregard it, he realized that the child was persistently urinating, and fearing he would reek of urine, he reluctantly took up a nearby wine jug to discreetly catch the overflow. After several attempts, the jug, which had originally contained half a jug of wine, was filled to the brim. Once the little one finished, he sighed contentedly and fell asleep. Zhu Youjiao approached Jiang Ning, smiling. "Brother Jiang, you have worked hard today." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. Being close to His Highness is no burden at all." Zhu Youjiao bent down slightly and whispered, "Brother Jiang, I have received your red envelope. However, Tai Dan is still young. I shall keep his 25,000 taels for him until he matures." Jiang Ning jested, "Your Majesty, I shall remember this. When His Highness grows up, he must repay this sum. You must not squander my godson's New Year's money." Zhu Youjiao erupted in laughter, lifting his cup to toast Jiang Ning. Instinctively, Jiang Ning poured himself a drink from the flask filled with young boy's urine, while Zhu Youjiao downed his in one gulp. Yet Jiang Ning discreetly poured his aside. Zhu Youjiao, still craving more, poured another cup for himself and Jiang Ning. As Jiang Ning was about to caution him, Zhu Youjiao had already consumed his drink, only to reveal a peculiar expression, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Jiang Ning, who had yet to sip from his cup, and inquired, "Brother Jiang, why does this wine taste so strange?" Jiang Ning, suppressing his laughter and blushing, whispered, "Your Majesty, this flask contains your Highness's urine." Zhu Youjiao was momentarily stunned, his face flushing, yet he refrained from losing his temper, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nearly burst into laughter, but then, unexpectedly, Guiyinho, Su Guanqi, and Old Wei sequentially tasted the wine before them, mixed with the urine. Jiang Ning intended to dissuade them, but their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Before he could voice a word, each had poured themselves a cup and drank deeply. Old Wei, after finishing, changed color and approached Jiang Ning quietly, asking, "My lord, what is wrong with this wine? It has a hint of a foul odor." Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Do not be offended, Lord Wei. The prince just urinated, and there was nothing to catch it. So I had to use the flask." Old Wei, however, laughed. Who would have thought we would be so fortunate to share in the prince's blessing? Jiang Ning was taken aback, unsure if Old Wei had drunk too much or was merely speaking nonsense. Old Wei mysteriously continued, "My lord, you may not know, but urine from young boys is quite beneficial, as the old immortal once told us." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Jiang Ning in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Shen Shuzi, who was toasting with officials, approached, seizing the flask and declaring, "Disciple, my supply has run dry. I shall borrow yours." Without waiting for Jiang Ning's response, he dashed off to join the officials. After drinking, Shen Shuzi returned with an odd expression and quietly asked Jiang Ning, "Disciple, why does today's wine taste so unusual?" Jiang Ning feigned mystery, replying, "Master, today's wine is a rare treasure, not for just anyone." Shen Shuzi, puzzled, consumed the remainder of the half flask and remarked, "Disciple, why do I feel there is nothing special about it? Just a foul taste, somewhat reminiscent of urine." Jiang Ning laughed. "Master, do not let your imagination run wild." Shen Shuzi ceased his inquiries and returned to converse with Su Guanqi and Guiyinho. The banquet continued until the afternoon, at which point the guests began to depart in succession. Jiang Ning carefully entrusted Zhu Siren to Zhu Youjiao, who quietly warned, "Brother Jiang, this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable." Jiang Ning promptly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this affair is known only to heaven and earth, you and I. No third party shall be aware." Zhu Youjiao felt reassured. After all, the current emperor drinking urine, such news would surely invite ridicule, even if it were from his own son. Jiang Ning and Gao Wenkai assisted the inebriated Shen Shuzi home, where the Lu Ruoyan sisters had already prepared a meal. Jiang Ning approached them with concern, saying, "Today's banquet at the palace was held. You need not wait for us to eat." Lu Ruoyan resolutely stated, "A family must gather for a reunion dinner during the new year. If my husband has not returned, I dare not eat first. Jiang Ning had no choice but to sit down and share a simple meal with the two sisters. After a lengthy and casual conversation, noticing their growing fatigue, he assisted them to rest while he returned to his study to sleep. The following morning, Li Ruoyan, Tian Urging, Su Xianchun, Chao Wenjiao, and Chao Bianjiao arrived with gifts to pay their New Year respects. Jiang Ning warmly entertained them and presented them with return gifts. In the days that followed, officials visited one another to exchange New Year greetings. As a favored individual of the emperor, Jiang Ning's residence was bustling with visitors, and he found himself occupied for several consecutive days, leaving him quite exhausted. Finally, by the 7th day of the new year, the official visits came to an end. On the morning of the 8th, while Jiang Ning was still awakening, a servant hurriedly reported, "Lord, the esteemed Wei Gonggong of the Eastern Depot and Master Fong of the Ceremonial Office have come to pay their respects." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately surmised that Zhu Youjiao must have also arrived, as both Wei and Fong would not visit simultaneously otherwise. He hastily got dressed and went to greet them at the door, where he saw Wei and Fong in grand red robes, draped in cloaks, while Zhu Youjiao, adorned in a dragon robe, was crouched down playfully engaging with two small dogs. Just as Jiang Ning was about to pay his respects, Zhu Youjiao laughed and said, "Brother Jiang, gather your things, we are going on an outing." Jiang Ning, puzzled, asked, "Your Majesty, where to?" Zhu Youjiao replied with a smile, "To the military camp, to extend New Year greetings to the soldiers while we have the opportunity." Understanding that Zhu intended to win the hearts of the soldiers, Jiang Ning quickly prepared and, accompanied by the entourage, made their way to the military camp. Upon arriving at the camp entrance, soldiers immediately saluted upon seeing Zhu Youjiao in his dragon robe. Jiang Ning presented his waist token in accordance with protocol, and after verification by the soldiers, he led the group into the barracks. The news of Zhu Youjiao's arrival spread rapidly, and soldiers began to gather around, excitedly greeting him, their eyes filled with fervor, admiration, and exhilaration. At that moment, Jiang Ning grasped the immense influence the emperor held over the common soldiers, even without a single soldier at his command. The mere presence of the Ming emperor and a word from him could inspire tens of thousands to follow him into peril. This recollection brought to mind a historical event. After the southern Ming emperor Yongle was captured by Wu Sangui in Myanmar and was being transported to the capital for sentencing, the soldiers of the Blue Banner, upon seeing Emperor Yongle, were awestruck and knelt in reverence, pledging their loyalty to him and expressing their intent to restore the Ming dynasty. However, Wu Sangui swiftly suppressed the rebellion, resulting in thousands of deaths, preventing what could have been a catastrophic upheaval. The emperor's ability to rally ordinary soldiers is indeed formidable. This was exemplified by the Ming dynasty's Emperor Wu Zongxingde, who maintained authority over the scholarly officials precisely because he connected with the lower-ranking soldiers, earning their support, which allowed him to suppress the bureaucratic elite. At this juncture, Chao Wenjiao and Chao Bianjiao arrived on horseback, observing Zhu Youjiao engaged in lively conversation with the soldiers, which eased their concerns. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao visited the mess hall to dine with the soldiers, while Jiang Ning and the others sat alongside. The ordinary soldiers at the table were beside themselves with excitement. To share a meal with the emperor was a tremendous honor, one that could be celebrated for generations in their family lineage. Though the meal was simple, it was nonetheless hearty. The large pot of stew contained not only common vegetables, but also pork and black fungus, accompanied by staples such as rice, flatbreads, steamed pumpkin, and sweet potatoes. Zhu Youjiao dined with great delight, occasionally engaging with the soldiers by inquiring about their family situations and training progress. The soldiers, overcome with excitement, spoke in a flurry, yet unanimously expressed their willingness to risk their lives for the Ming dynasty. After the meal, Zhu Youjiao turned to General Chao Wenjiao and asked, "General Chao, do the soldiers of the Jingying have any other arrangements today?" Chao Bianjiao promptly replied, "Your Majesty, the soldiers have some leisure time. And today we have organized a martial arts competition among the elite soldiers from various thousand households." Zhu Youjiao's interest was piqued. "That is splendid. Let me witness the valor of the sons of Ming." The group exited the tent and made their way to the central drill ground. Despite the frigid weather, the soldiers' enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Chao Wenjiao explained, "Your Majesty, the soldiers participating in this competition are the top 3 from the regular martial arts contests of the Jingying, each a rare gem among many." Zhu Youjiao's enthusiasm soared. "General Chao, issue my decree. The top 10 competitors will be rewarded. Qiao Wenjiao hurried off to relay the message. Before long, dozens of square arenas were drawn on the vast drill ground, and soldiers began to take the stage, some barehanded, others wielding weapons, and some showcasing horseback archery, swordsmanship, and firearm drills, an array of dazzling displays. The soldiers from each battalion cheered from the sidelines, their voices echoing through the air like a roaring fire in the midst of winter. Zhu Youjiao watched in awe, clapping in approval. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, occasionally exchanging a few words with Qiao Wenjiao and Qiao Bianjiao. Although he held the esteemed position of left commander of the military governor's office, Jiang Ning seldom visited the Jingying. The training was primarily overseen by several right commanders, and he would only come to convey orders or conduct routine inspections, as frequent visits could invite gossip. At that moment, Jiang Ning inquired, "Your Majesty, what rewards do you plan to bestow upon the soldiers?" Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. Merely giving money feels rather commonplace. Perhaps medals would suffice. However, the court has regulations stating that the Loyalty and Bravery Medal, the Tianqi Medal, and the Military Merit Medal must be awarded based on military achievements. I am uncertain about the reward. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I have an idea." Zhu Youjiao replied with a grin, "Brother Jiang, do share." Jiang Ning patted the imperial sword at his waist. The soldiers of the Jingying are valiant and skilled in battle. To reward them with weapons would undoubtedly be the highest honor, far more meaningful than money. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, a reward of weapons is excellent. He then looked at Jiang Ning with a mischievous glint. "Brother Jiang, I rushed out today. May I borrow your sword for a moment?" Jiang Ning laughed. "Your Majesty, this sword was bestowed upon me by you. Borrowing it again would not reflect well." Zhu Youjiao felt slightly embarrassed. Jiang Ning continued, "Your Majesty could command the palace to forge a batch of swords, though they may not possess the authority of the imperial sword, which allows one to execute first and report later. They would represent honor and recognition, specifically awarded to those soldiers who have fought valiantly and achieved military merit. We could name them Tianqi swords." Zhu Youjiao, musing over the name Tianqi sword, suddenly clapped his hands. "Brother Jiang, you truly are remarkable. Such an idea is brilliant." Jiang Ning bashfully scratched his head. "I learned this from others as well." Zhu Youjiao did not press further, otherwise Jiang Ning would have to admit he learned from the principal, which was certainly not Zhu Youjiao. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao pointed to a soldier and said to Jiang Ning, "Brother Jiang, look at that soldier. Although he rarely takes the initiative to attack, he has already won 7 consecutive matches." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning looked over, observed for a moment, and quickly sought out Qiao Wenjiao for clarification. Qiao Wenjiao reported, "My lord, that soldier is named Su Mumu, from the 7,000 household of the left guard of the 5 armies. When he first entered the camp, aside from being obedient, he was utterly incompetent in every other aspect. He was constantly berated by Qinhu Gaochong, who referred to him as the worst soldier in the 7,000 household. Initially, everyone had little faith in him, but Su Mumu was diligent and eager to learn. After daytime drills, he would study alongside other soldiers at night, and in just a year, he made remarkable progress, becoming one of the finest soldiers in the 7,000 household. In the last major competition of the 7,000 household, he surged from the bottom to secure second place. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that this was the very Su Mumu he had encountered during his previous inspection of the capital garrison. He promptly descended from the platform and approached the training ground. After Su Mumu defeated his opponent and took a break, he noticed Jiang Ning standing nearby with a smile and hurried over to salute. "I greet you, my lord." Jiang Ning smiled and praised, "Su Mumu, your performance today is commendable. I hold great hopes for you." Su Mumu, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with excitement. "My lord, do you still remember me?" Jiang Ning nodded and smiled. "Of course I do," as he patted the sword at his waist. Su Mumu's eyes sparkled, fixating intently on the blade. Jiang Ning remarked, "His Majesty has stated that those who perform excellently today will receive a sword bestowed by him, akin to this one." Upon hearing this, Su Mumu's gaze instantly filled with determination as he resolutely declared, "My lord, rest assured, I will perform exceptionally well today." Jiang Ning nodded in encouragement. "Do your best. I have faith in you." With that, he turned and returned to the platform. Before long, Su Mumu re-entered the arena. Launching an offensive like a tiger released from its cage, swiftly bringing his opponent down in just a few moves. The surrounding soldiers erupted in cheers, and Zhu Youjiao, observing from the platform, looked at Jiang Ning with curiosity and asked, "Brother Jiang, what did you say to that soldier? He has become so fierce." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "I just informed him that if he performs excellently today, he will receive a sword bestowed by His Majesty, which is why he is giving it his all now." Zhu Youjiao, slightly intrigued, inquired, "Brother Jiang, is a sword such a significant temptation?" Jiang Ning explained, "Your Majesty, weapons, armor, and horses are the three treasures of a soldier. For a soldier, a weapon can be considered a second life to some extent. Would you not deem it precious?" Zhu Youjiao nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, Su Mumu continued to triumph over his opponents, consecutively defeating several foes and ultimately securing third place in the competition. The second place went to Wu Liuyi from the 7,000 household of the left guard, while the first place was claimed by Qi Heng from the first 1,000 household of the left guard. Witnessing their remarkable performances, even Qiao Wenjiao could not help but express his admiration. Soon after, the three were brought before the platform, where Zhu Youjiao personally announced their rankings and declared that they would each be bestowed with the Tianqi sword as a reward, while other participating soldiers would also receive corresponding accolades. The soldiers were thoroughly exhilarated, quickly kneeling to express their gratitude. Zhu Youjiao instructed everyone to rise and, with a smile, suggested to Jiang Ning, "Brother Jiang, why not share a few words with the troops?" Jiang Ning shook his head. Today was a pivotal occasion for Zhu Youjiao to win the hearts of the people, and he felt no need to take the spotlight. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao offered words of encouragement to the soldiers, mentioning that he would visit the capital garrison again at some point, before departing alongside them. Chapter 522. Jiang Ning's fury after leaving the capital garrison. Jiang Ning bid farewell to Zhu Youjiao and returned home. In the following days, Jiang Ning spent his time at home, cherishing the rare leisure moments with his family. A few days later, Zhu Youjiao, accompanied by Fang Zhenghua, hurriedly visited Jiang Ning's residence, with Fang Zhenghua carrying a wooden box. Upon entering the hall, Zhu Youjiao cheerfully remarked, "Brother Jiang, following your previous suggestion, I ordered several Tianqi swords to be reforged after returning. I brought one for you to see." Fang Zhenghua promptly presented the wooden box, and Jiang Ning opened it to reveal a magnificent sword, slightly different from his own. The blade measured over 3 feet, its scabbard crafted from shark skin adorned with brass fittings. As he drew the sword from its sheath, a cold gleam emanated from it, and its weight felt solid in his hand. One side of the blade bore the inscription granted by the emperor in the 4th year of Tianqi, while the other side was engraved with loyalty to the country. Jiang Ning effortlessly performed a few sword flourishes. The grip was exceptional, clearly a weapon of practical use. Surpassing his previous sword, he had no concerns regarding its quality, as it was a product of the noble lineage, undoubtedly a masterpiece. "Indeed, this is a fine sword," Jiang Ning praised. Zhu Youjiao beamed with delight, saying, "If you like it, I shall give it to you." Jiang Ning gratefully replied, "Then I must thank your Majesty." Shortly thereafter, Zhu Youjiao shamelessly stayed for lunch before taking his leave. When the 3 Tianqi swords arrived at the capital garrison, the entire camp erupted in excitement. Su Mumu trembled as he received the Tianqi sword from the inner official, his eyes glistening with tears. Wu Lu and Qi Heng could hardly contain their joy, examining the inscriptions on the sword with great enthusiasm. Soldiers who had not yet received a Tianqi sword cast envious glances, while others from different camps gathered to witness the spectacle. Qiao Wenjiao, observing the scene, proclaimed, "Soldiers, your hard work and achievements have not gone unnoticed by His Majesty. In order to earn a Tianqi sword in the future, you must train diligently and achieve merit on the battlefield." The soldiers nodded in agreement, resolving to train even harder, all hoping to soon possess a Tianqi sword. Zhu Youjiao, upon learning of the garrison's reaction, marveled at how a single imperial sword could invigorate the troops so profoundly. It seemed prudent to carefully regulate rewards in the future to prevent them from becoming overly abundant and losing their significance. Meanwhile, Xiong Mingyu and Ho Sun, arriving from Nanjing, reached the capital city. Gazing at the bustling splendor of the metropolis, they were deeply impressed. Years ago, when they served there, it was vibrant, but nothing compared to the present scene. After exploring the city and hearing of the various new policies introduced by the court, they were momentarily speechless, a surge of ambition rising within them, and they resolved to make a significant impact upon their return to the capital. Given that the court was currently in recess and all departments had suspended operations, they could only return to their residence to settle in. Awaiting the new year to report for duty, Ho Sun returned to his residence and was greeted by the sight of his son, Ho Fangyu, whom he had not seen for quite some time. The young man, exuding strength and vigor in his every gesture, was almost unrecognizable. Was this truly the delicate scholar he remembered? The contrast was indeed striking. Noticing his father in a state of astonishment, Ho Fangyu hurriedly approached with a smile. "Father, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. I thought it would be several more days." Ho Sun nodded in response. Once inside, he inquired about matters in the capital and his son's experiences in the military. Ho Fangyu spoke with great enthusiasm, which filled Ho Sun with pride. Initially vexed by his son's shift from the scholarly path to the martial one, he soon learned that Ho Fangyu had risen to the rank of 1,000 household commander in the capital garrison, equivalent to a commander's position in the provinces. In these years of continuous warfare, the status of military officials had surged, with the 5 armies command now wielding power on par with that of the cabinet. More importantly, his son was still young and had reportedly taken Lord Jiang as his adoptive father, a significant advancement indeed. After some time, Ho Sun finally asked, "My son, I have heard that you have taken the loyal and righteous Lord Jiang as your adoptive father. Is this true?" Ho Fangyu hesitated, his expression turning somewhat awkward. Thinking his son was afraid of his reaction, Ho Sun chuckled to reassure him. "My son, aspiring for progress by taking an adoptive father is nothing to be ashamed of. Cling to Lord Jiang's support, and it will be difficult not to advance. This is a good thing. How could I blame you? The future of our Ho family rests upon your shoulders. For me, striving for advancement has been exceptionally challenging, but you must work diligently to carve out a name for yourself." Seeing his father animatedly gesturing, Ho Fangyu cautiously replied, "Father, in truth, I wanted to take Lord Jiang as my adoptive father, but I was refused. That matter did not come to fruition." Ho Sun felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded. After confirming the situation repeatedly, he expressed his frustration. "You ungrateful son. How could you let such a golden opportunity slip away? If you had become Lord Jiang's adopted son, how many detours could you have avoided? Without that support, how many years would you struggle to rise above the crowd?" Ho Fangyu replied bitterly, "Father, it is not that I did not wish to. It was Lord Jiang who resolutely refused. Then why did you not persist?" Ho Sun retorted, "Should I recount the tale of 3 visits to the thatched cottage once more? Do not linger at home. Go visit Lord Jiang while you have the chance. The future of our Ho family depends on you." With determination, Ho Fangyu nodded and instructed his servants to prepare gifts for the New Year visit to Lord Jiang's residence. As Ho Sun watched his son depart, he silently prayed, "My son, do not hold it against me. In my past entanglements with the Donglin faction, I was fortunate not to face reckoning. Striving for further advancement now is exceedingly difficult. The future of our family relies on you. If you can secure Lord Jiang's support, even being adopted as a godson would be worthwhile." At that moment, Lord Jiang was resting at home when a servant announced Ho Fangyu's visit and presented his name card. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite some time since he had heard from this young man. Adhering to the principle of hospitality, he instructed his staff to invite Ho Fangyu in. Upon entering the hall, Ho Fangyu did not hesitate. Kneeling immediately, "I pay my respects to my adoptive father." Jiang Ning, taken aback, momentarily lost his composure before responding, "Ho Fangyu, what are you doing? Who is your adoptive father? I have made it clear that I do not take godsons. Do not speak recklessly." Under the guidance of his father, Ho Fangyu understood the significance of aligning himself with Jiang Ning. With a choked voice, he implored, "Adoptive father, if I have erred in any way, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly amend my ways." However, Jiang Ning, irritated by Ho's persistent entreaties, struck the table forcefully and declared, "I command you to rise." Startled, Ho Fangyu immediately stood up and respectfully positioned himself to the side. Jiang Ning, with a stern demeanor, asked, "Ho Fangyu, do you find yourself so idle that you come here merely to amuse me?" "I dare not." Ho Fangyu quickly shook his head in denial. Jiang Ning coldly reiterated, "I shall state this for the final time. I do not accept adopted sons, neither in the past nor in the future. Do not refer to me as your adoptive father. Should you dare utter such a title again, I shall have you sent to the Ingtian prefecture." Seeing Jiang Ning genuinely enraged, Ho Fangyu wore a pained expression and said, "I have been disrespectful, and I beseech you, Lord, to forgive my transgressions." Nevertheless, He continued to subtly suggest his desire to be adopted by Jiangning. Observing Ho's relentless pursuit, Jiangning raised his teacup, signaling for the guest to leave. Fearing the threat of being sent to the Yingtian prefecture, Ho Fangyu departed in a state of despair. Although Jiangning felt that this matter was peculiar, he chose not to delve deeper into it. However, a few days later, Ho Fangyu returned with an array of gifts, still insistent on being adopted. This infuriated Jiangning to the point where he nearly drew his sword. After dismissing Ho Fangyu, he pondered the situation, finding it increasingly odd that this young man, who had behaved properly in the capital's military for 3 years, had suddenly become so fixated on being adopted. He promptly ordered the Jinyui to investigate the matter. 2 days later, upon reviewing the intelligence provided by the Jinyui, Jiangning's expression darkened. He was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, Ho Sun who had instigated this behavior. Enraged, Jiangning recognized that this was a blatant attempt to entangle him, and he resolved to address the situation swiftly to prevent any rumors from circulating. As the government resumed its operations after the festival, Jiangning immediately went to the capital's military camp, instructing Cao Wenjiao to gather all commanders of 1,000 men or more. Although Cao Wenjiao was perplexed, he complied without delay. Shortly thereafter, dozens of commanders arrived at the central tent, where they found Jiangning seated in command, with Cao Wenjiao and Cao Bianjiao flanking him. They all greeted. "I have seen the Lord. I have seen the Earl. I have seen General Cao." Jiangning gestured for them to forego formalities, and once they rose, an uneasy silence enveloped the tent as the commanders exchanged glances, uncertain of the purpose of their summons. Jiangning stood, his countenance grave, pacing the tent as he spoke in a somber tone. "Gentlemen, these past 2 years have seen continuous warfare for the Ming dynasty, and in the coming year, we may face new conflicts. You may be called to the battlefield at any moment, risking life and blood and making sacrifices." The commanders, their faces etched with confusion, believed Jiangning was about to issue battle orders. Yet, he pivoted his discourse. "However, amidst this critical juncture, an extraordinary and bizarre incident has arisen within the capital's military. I have led troops to battle in the southwest. While I cannot claim to be seasoned in warfare, I have certainly fought valiantly. Yet, I have never encountered such a phenomenon before. Truly remarkable. There exists a powerful official from 1,000 miles away who has set his sights upon me." He paused, his anger intensifying. "You see, I am burdened with pressing duties, managing countless affairs, with time being an invaluable commodity. Yet this formidable official has the audacity to incite his son to approach my residence, seeking to adopt me as his father, hoping to secure a patron and bolster his son's prospects. What does he take me for? In the market, is it not enough to sell vegetables? Do you still wish to haggle? How audacious! To think someone would dare to plot against me, to trespass upon this battlefield stained with blood and sacrifice." Ho Fangyu trembled uncontrollably, his complexion ashen, cold sweat pouring down. He clearly understood that Jiangning was referring to him, and despair surged within his heart. Jiangning continued. "Who is the son of this official? Originally a student of the Imperial Academy, he later abandoned the pen to take up arms and join the capital's military. He has achieved some distinction, earning the rank of 1,000 household leader, and is currently serving in one of the 5 armies. Regardless of whether he is the son of a high-ranking official or a noble, if anyone dares to scheme against me, I shall ensure that his son is the first to charge into battle and fight the enemy to the bitter end." The assembled officers quickly expressed their loyalty, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, we will adhere to military law and fight to the death for the Ming." Only Ho Fangyu, utterly incapacitated, would have collapsed to the ground had he not been supported by someone nearby. Jiangning, slamming his hand on the table, declared, "Disperse." He then left the capital's military camp and returned to the 5 armies' command. After Jiangning's departure, everyone turned to the weakened Ho Fangyu, their expressions a complex mix of sympathy, disdain, and, more prominently, anger. Although Cao Wenjiao and his nephew Cao Bianjiao remained silent, their eyes were filled with contempt. In this moment, the capital's military was strictly disciplined, and promotions depended solely on merit. It was disgraceful that anyone would resort to such underhanded tactics. Upon returning to the 5 armies' command, Jiangning convened Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong to discuss matters. Currently, Zhao Shuijiao was stationed in northern Myanmar. Man Gui and He Kegong were at Hatao, and Qin Lianyu and Deng Wenming were training new troops in the north, leaving only Cao Wenjiao, and Chao Bianjiao to oversee the capital's military. Sun Xuanting was stationed in Pyongyang, and reinforcements were needed for the capital's forces. Consequently, Jiang Ning ordered the return of Liu Xiangxing and Ma Xianglin from the Northern Front, as well as the transfer of the Deputy General Yu Shihui from Yulanwei and Shaanxi to serve in the capital. Both Chen Su and Xin Yurong held high hopes for Yu Shihui, who was the brother of Yu Shigong stationed in Xinyang, and had another brother, Yu Shilu. The three hailed from a family of military heroes, renowned for their valor and prowess on the borders. In recent years, Yu Shigong had been reassigned to Liaodong, where he achieved numerous military successes and gained the favor of Xiong Manzi and Hong Laojiu. Meanwhile, Yu Shihui and Yu Shilu served in Yinsui Town and Yulanwei, respectively. More importantly, Jiang Ning was aware that the Yu brothers were not only brave in battle, but also fiercely loyal. Historically, all three had fought valiantly for the Ming, and Yu Shihui had engaged in many fierce battles against Li Zicheng, inflicting heavy losses upon the enemy. Had it not been for an old illness that incapacitated him, Li Zicheng would not have stood a chance against him. The group finalized the document, affixed their seals, and sent it to the palace for approval from Zhu Youjiao. Chapter 523. Sun Jixia. After the New Year festivities, government offices resumed normal operations. Xiong Mingyu and Ho Sun, who had traveled from Nanjing, reported to the Ministry of Personnel. Minister Yang He personally received them, and once the formalities were completed, Xiong Mingyu proceeded to the inspection office. Just as Ho Sun was about to leave, he was retained by Yang He for a private conversation. Confused, Ho Sun felt a tightening in his chest as he noticed Yang He scrutinizing him from head to toe. Did this esteemed gentleman possess an unusual penchant? Yet, he had never heard of such a thing. As Yang He pondered, he chuckled and remarked, "Lord Ho, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. You are now the right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a distinguished third-rank official, wielding considerable power. However, I must caution you that conducting affairs in the capital is not akin to enjoying a leisurely retirement in Nanjing. If you perform well, you may gain promotions and titles. But if not, dismissal from office is merely the beginning of your troubles. Moreover, do not entertain any reckless schemes. The waters of the capital run deep, and you may find yourself out of your depth." Ho Sun listened, bewildered yet apprehensive, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, Lord Yang. I shall heed your words." With that, he hastily took his leave. Observing his retreating figure, Yang He could not help but smirk. How foolish of this vice minister to covet the favor of Lord Jiang without understanding his reputation in the capital. There are no secrets within the court, and the rumor of Ho Sun encouraging his son, Ho Fangyu, to take Lord Jiang as a foster father had already spread. Yang He did not wish to see him walk into his own demise. Thus he offered this warning, hoping he might take it to heart. Yet, it was evident that Ho Sun had failed to grasp the underlying message. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Revenue, he was personally received by Minister Guiyun Ho, who greeted him with a beaming face. "Lord Ho, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Ho Sun quickly bowed in response. "Minister, your words are overly generous. What merit do I possess to deserve such attention?" Guiyun Ho stroked his beard and chuckled. "Let us not speak of other matters. Your audacity to pursue Lord Jiang's goodwill is commendable, for few possess such courage in the capital." Taken aback by Guiyun Ho's words, Ho Sun felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, the minister continued, "Now that you are in the capital, I am quite occupied with official duties, and I shall rely on you to share some of the burden." Ho Sun promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Minister, I will do my utmost." Subsequently, Guiyun Ho nodded and instructed Bai Zisoa to familiarize Ho Sun with the official matters at hand. As Bai Zisoa elaborated on the intricacies of their responsibilities, Ho Sun felt as though his mind might falter under the weight of information. He was well aware of the state of the Ming treasury, yet he was astounded to learn that, within just a few years, it had become exceedingly prosperous, boasting reserves amounting to 100 million taels of silver. Given the annual revenue of the Ming dynasty was approximately 25 million taels, this figure represented a sum equivalent to 4 years of frugal living. Despite the court having engaged in consecutive wars and implemented new policies during these years, the magnitude of this revelation was staggering, suggesting that his forthcoming duties would be considerably more manageable. After the transfer of responsibilities, Bai Zi regarded him with a bemused expression. Confused, Ho Sun inquired, but Bai merely patted his shoulder and departed. Troubled, Ho Sun returned home that evening to find his son, Ho Fangyu, looking despondent and furrowing his brow. Before he could speak, Ho Fangyu, with reddened eyes, erupted. Father, could you please stop causing me trouble? While others have sons who burden their fathers, you, as a father, have burdened your son. Furious, Ho Sun retorted, you ungrateful wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Ho Fangyu's anger intensified. It was your misguided suggestion that led me to seek Lord Jiang as a foster father, and I was promptly expelled from his residence. Just yesterday, in the capital's military camp, Lord Jiang summoned all commanders of 1,000 men and above to the central camp. Although he did not name me, he reprimanded us all and declared that in the next great battle, I would be the first to charge forth and fight to the last drop of blood against the enemy. I am now the laughingstock of the capital's military. All thanks to you. As if struck by lightning, Ho Sun stood frozen in place, suddenly recalling the attitudes of Yang He, Hui Yunho, and Bai Zise during the day. A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head. Preoccupied with having his son embrace Jiang Ning's thigh, he had forgotten that although this Jiang lord appeared gentle, he was, in truth, a ruthless man who would kill without a second thought. With an embarrassed expression, he took his seat, gazing at his furious son, and murmured, My dear son, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Ho Fangyu, surprised by his father's uncharacteristic humility, found himself at a loss for words, the argument he had prepared suddenly escaping him. He stepped forward and asked, Father, what should I do now? I cannot simply wait for the next battle and charge to the front lines, can I? Ho Sun pondered for a long while. My son, from now on, conduct yourself modestly within the military and apply yourself diligently. In time, this matter will pass. As long as you can achieve military merit, Lord Jiang will certainly regard you more favorably. There is little I can do to assist you now. Filled with helplessness, Ho Fangyu realized that he had been making good progress in the capital's military, but was now forced to start anew due to his father's misguided advice, which had tarnished his reputation. He nodded silently, exchanged brief farewells, and returned to the capital's military camp. Ho Sun, in a state of gloom, wished to invite Xiong Mingyu to his residence for counsel, but the servant reported that Xiong Mingyu was ill. Puzzled, he thought back to their meeting at the Ministry of Personnel that very day when Xiong had seemed well. How could he have suddenly fallen ill? He concluded that he would have to visit another day. Indeed, Xiong Mingyu was unwell, but his illness stemmed from fear. After conversing with the left minister of the inspectorate, Zhu Dadian, he realized that both he and Ho Sun had underestimated the complexities of the capital. This deep pool harbored peril, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. The news of Ho Sun pressing his son to pay respects to a godfather had become widely known, and should Lord Jiang unleash a massacre over it, he needed to distance himself from Ho Sun to avoid being implicated. Naturally, Jiang Ning was fully aware of these developments, but chose to disregard them. After all, he had already made it known that if the Ho father and son sought their demise, he would not hesitate to provide the idle old Wei with some tasks. On the following day, during the Grand Court Assembly, Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shun Yurong jointly recommended Yang Guozhu for the position of General of Northern Myanmar, citing his repeated military achievements in the region. However, they faced fierce opposition from the Qinglu faction, represented by Li Xian and Wen Mengzhen, who argued vehemently against the appointment. They contended that during Yang Guozhu's tenure as General of Shandong, the White Lotus Rebellion had erupted, leading to the destruction of the Kong residence. Although Jiang Ning and others had intervened to spare him from punishment, they insisted he should never again hold a significant position. The Royalists and the Qinglu faction engaged in a spirited debate, and Jiang Ning, rarely inclined to speak, looked at Li Xian and Wen Mengzhen with a cold smile. Since you both believe that Yang Guozhu is unworthy of this position, why not each of you personally take on the roles, one as general and the other as deputy general? With that, he directly recommended the two, inciting a ruckus among the royalist officials behind him. The two men found themselves in a dire predicament. To serve in northern Myanmar now meant aligning with the royalists, where their prospects were bleak. The dismal fate of Qinglu stalwarts Zhou Shunchong, Zhou Zongjian, and Zhou Qiyuan in northern Myanmar had already circulated, with rumors of their daily tears. They hastily declined, citing their status as civil officials and their lack of military expertise as reasons. Seeing their retreat, Zhu Youjiao decisively proclaimed, "Let Yang Guozhu be appointed as general of northern Myanmar, and recall Liu Xiangxing and Ma Xianglin back to the capital." Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao inquired of his ministers, "Gentlemen, since the previous governor of Shuntian Prefecture, Yao Zongwen, was punished for corruption, the position has remained vacant for quite some time. Let us now nominate a successor. The ministers pondered in silence. The role of the governor bore significant weight and influence, situated as it was beneath the emperor, presenting considerable risks but also opportunities for swift advancement. Liu Zhongzhou, the current governor of Baizili, had ascended to his prominent position from this very post. Cabinet members such as Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly remained reticent. Given their status, they were reluctant to put forth recommendations, wary of the repercussions should their nominee falter. At that moment, Minister of Personnel Yang He stepped forward, addressing the emperor. "Your Majesty, I recommend Ni Yuanlu, an editor at the Hanlin Academy. Since joining the academy in the second year of the Tianqi era, he has demonstrated diligence and considerable talent. It would be a disservice to confine him there. Thus, I propose he assume the role of governor of Shuntian Prefecture." Zhu Youjiao's expression brightened at this suggestion, for Ni Yuanlu was a protege of Yuan Kelly, who was renowned for his integrity. It seemed only fitting that his student would be equally commendable. Unexpectedly, Minister of Rights Gu Bingqian then came forward, stating, "Your Majesty, I recommend Sun Zhixia, a lecturer at the Hanlin Academy, having achieved first place in the imperial examinations in the second year of Tianqi. He possesses exceptional talent and a composed demeanor, making him well suited for this position." Jiang Ning felt a surge of alarm. The name Sun Zhixia was all too familiar. He was a historical villain. After the Manchu conquest of the Central Plains, this individual had led the charge in advocating for the shaving of heads and altering of attire, resulting in the destruction of Huaxia civilization. To think this scoundrel was now being recommended before him, he cast a disapproving glance at Gu Bingqian, questioning the wisdom of his choice. Gu Bingqian, noticing Jiang Ning's displeasure and confusion, pondered why the Marquis bore such an expression, as he had not offended him, nor could he imagine Sun Zhixia had done so. Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, found himself in a quandary. Yang He was a staunch royalist and not aligned with Jiang Ning or the Old Wei faction, while Ni Yuanlu, a recommendation from Yuan Kelly, was commendable. However, Gu Bingqian was aligned with the Old Wei faction and had diligently put forth Sun Zhixia, who, as the top scholar, seemed to be the stronger candidate. Jiang Ning, however, was unyielding. Sun Zhixia must be eliminated, and no one could thwart his resolve, not even Old Wei. He quickly signaled to Wen Tiran, who understood immediately and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe that the esteemed Yang's recommendation of Ni Yuanlu is indeed the more fitting choice. While Sun Zhixia may have once topped the examinations, Ni Yuanlu hails from the same scholarly lineage and is equally competent." With Wen Tiran's intervention, Zhu Youjiao formulated a decision, given Wen Tiran's usual closeness to Jiang Ning. His unusual support for Ni Yuanlu today likely reflected Jiang Ning's sentiments. He promptly declared, "Let Ni Yuanlu be appointed as governor of Shuntian Prefecture." A satisfied smile graced Jiang Ning's face, and Wen Tiran exhaled in relief, while Yuan Kelly remained impassive and Gu Bingqian appeared somewhat awkward. Jiang Ning had initially intended to personally impeach Sun Zhixia, but reconsidered. Taking such action at this juncture would unnecessarily embarrass Old Wei, especially after Gu Bingqian had already lost face. To further humiliate them would serve no purpose. However, a mere lecturer from the Hanlin Academy was insignificant in his eyes, easily crushed at any moment. Soon after, Zhu Youjiao announced the dismissal of the court, and the ministers gradually departed the palace. Wen Tiran walked alongside Jiang Ning, his expression filled with confusion as he inquired, "My lord, why did you choose to support Ni Yuanlu so fervently? Was it merely out of respect for Lord Yuan? Sun Zhixia is a man of Minister Gu, backed by Lord Wei, and as a governor of the Shuntian Prefecture, he hardly seems worthy of such favor from you." Jiang Ning's countenance darkened. "Old one, you do not comprehend the depths of this matter. You will understand in due time." With that, he paused to await Gu Bingqian's arrival. Before long, Gu Bingqian approached, hastily bowing in respect. Jiang Ning stepped forward with a smile. "Minister Gu, I trust you are not upset by today's events?" Gu Bingqian quickly replied, "My lord, you flatter me. All actions are for the sake of the court. How could I dare to harbor anger?" Jiang Ning patted him on the shoulder. "Old Gu, it is a relief to hear you say so. Truth be told, I saved your skin today." Gu Bingqian was taken aback. "My lord, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Ning chuckled. "To you, the appointment of the Shuntian Prefecture governor may seem trivial. But do not forget, it is a position held beneath the emperor's gaze. Success brings joy to all, but failure could lead to accusations of incompetence for those who recommended him. potentially dragging them into the mire. Gu Bingxian pondered, "My lord, are you suggesting there is an issue with Sun Jixia?" Jiang Ning cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "I harbor no prejudice against Master Sun, but I can assert with certainty that his ascension to the Hanlin Academy is attributed solely to the remnants of his forebear's glory and the flattery that accompanied his rise. For instance, his grandfather, Sun Guanghui, served as a Hanlin scholar but was demoted during the Wanli era for corruption and collusion in local affairs. How can one with such a history be deemed above reproach?" This illogical assertion left Gu Bingxian even more perplexed. "My lord, if what you say holds true, should Sun Jixia not face severe consequences?" Jiang Ning replied gravely, "I did not say that. However, there is certainly an issue. I shall instruct the Jinyui to investigate, lest you find yourself embroiled in trouble." Gratefully, Gu Bingxian expressed his thanks and departed hastily, with Jiang Haoi's words echoing in his mind. He knew there was merit in probing Sun Jixia's affairs, as it could render him a valuable witness and shield him from potential repercussions. Subsequently, Jiang Ning sought out Wei Guangwei, the Minister of Justice, and Zhu Dadian, the left supervisor of the Inspection Institute. Upon their arrival, the two men promptly paid their respects. Jiang Ning smiled. "No need for excessive formalities. Gentlemen, I suspect that Sun Jixia has issues. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Evidence will emerge shortly, and I advise you both to arrange for your own inquiries to prevent any fallout that could ensnare Minister Gu." The two men were taken aback and quickly vowed to take immediate action. After leaving the palace, Jiang Ning made his way directly to the Jinyui's pacification office, where he found Tian Urging. Upon seeing him, Tian Urging hurriedly bowed, and Jiang Ning waved dismissively. "Old Tian, we are brothers. No need for such formalities. I have come to inform you that Sun Jixia from the Hanlin Academy is suspect. Please ensure your men conduct a thorough investigation." Tian Urging nodded vigorously and summoned Sun Jixia's case files. As he perused the documents, he could only find trivial matters, leaving him bewildered. "My lord, judging from the records, this fellow appears to have no significant issues. Should we not dig deeper?" With a furrowed brow, Jiang Ning contemplated the situation. At present, Sun Jixia appeared to be unproblematic. Yet he was acutely aware of the man's historical, disgraceful actions. Had he merely pledged allegiance to the Qing dynasty, Jiang Ning would not have sought his demise. However, this individual had incited the shaving of heads and the adoption of foreign attire, thereby tarnishing the essence of Chinese civilization. Thus, he could not be spared. Glancing at the documents on his desk, Jiang Ning smiled slightly, saying, "Old Tian, let us embellish the case against this Lord Sun, and do it swiftly. The Ministry of Justice and the Inspectorate have already commenced their investigations." Tian Ergung was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. It seemed that Sun Jixia had incurred the ire of the Marquis, for it was unlike the Marquis to fabricate accusations without provocation. The methods of the Jinyui, adept at framing others, were still sharp despite their prolonged disuse. Within half an hour, he returned with new documents detailing Sun Jixia's embezzlement, bribery, usurpation of public funds, and even childhood misdemeanors such as petty theft and peeping at widows while they bathe, along with dining without payment. Jiang Ning was exceedingly pleased. At that moment, Tian Ergung presented another set of documents, causing Jiang Ning to leap in astonishment. His grandfather was also in league with the Japanese pirates? Tian Ergung nodded solemnly. "Indeed, Your Excellency. During the Japanese invasions in the 20th year of Wanli, his grandfather accompanied the army to quell the pirates, and it was then that he was found to have colluded with them." Jiang Ning examined the well-documented evidence, nodding thoughtfully. "Old Tian, hasten to deliver these to the Ministry of Justice and the Inspectorate, and do not forget to send a copy to Lord Gu of the Ministry of Personnel." Tian Ergung promptly agreed and set about his task, while Jiang Ning departed the town protector's office, heading towards the military governor's office. Meanwhile, Sun Jixia in the Hanlin Academy was still lost in dreams of imminent promotion. Previously, Gu Bingxian had hinted that he would recommend him after the new year, prompting Sun to exert every effort to showcase his loyalty. After all, the recent Liaoshan case had implicated numerous officials, and many positions in the capital remained vacant. With such a powerful backer, he believed his advancement to be a certainty. Colleagues from the Hanlin Academy came to congratulate him, and Sun Jixia responded to each with barely concealed excitement. In stark contrast, Ai Yuanlu sat quietly nearby, engrossed in his studies, indifferent to the surrounding discussions. When Tian Ergung dispatched messengers with the documents to the Ministry of Justice, the Inspectorate, and Gu Bingxian, Wei Guangwei, Zhu Datian, and Gu Bingxian were all taken aback upon reviewing the contents. It was indeed true. Sun Jixia had a questionable past, marked by misconduct from a young age. The revelation of his grandfather's collusion with the Japanese during the Wanli era was particularly egregious, raising serious concerns about his eligibility to serve in the Hanlin Academy as a lecturer, clearly indicating a failure in political vetting. Collusion with the Japanese was a grave offense in the Ming dynasty, and this matter required urgent investigation to prevent further ramifications. However, upon reflection, they realized that Gu Bingxian had just recommended Sun Jixia that very morning. If they were to apprehend him directly, it might implicate Gu Bingxian as well. Therefore, they hurried to the Ministry of Personnel to confer with Gu Bingxian to avoid inadvertently harming their own. At that moment, Gu Bingxian was drenched in cold sweat, realizing with horror that the person he intended to recommend was entangled in such a scandal. Had it not been for today's events, he might have unwittingly elevated this ticking time bomb to a significant position. Contemplating the potential consequences, he felt as if the specter of his grandmother was beckoning him, and he quickly began to discuss strategies with Wei Guangwei and Zhu Datian. Subsequently, Gu Bingxian promptly submitted a letter of apology to Zhu Youjiao and immediately initiated an impeachment against Sun Jixia, while Wei Guangwei and Zhu Dadian took separate actions. The following day, their memorials were presented before Zhu Youjiao. Upon perusing them, Zhu Youjiao was incensed, striking the table with fury. This is an affront to heaven. How could such a person gain admission to the Hanlin Academy and nearly be appointed as the governor of Shuntian Prefecture? This matter must be investigated and dealt with severely and swiftly. He was acutely aware that a thorough inquiry could have far-reaching implications and thus issued an order for expeditious handling. Upon receiving the directive, Wei Guangwei and Zhu Dadian immediately dispatched personnel to the Hanlin Academy, apprehending Sun Jixia, who was in the midst of receiving congratulations from his peers, and bringing him directly to the criminal department's main hall. Sun Jixia was taken aback, as he believed he was on the verge of advancement, yet found himself captured. Noticing Wei Guangwei's stern countenance, with Gu Bingxian and Zhu Dadian seated nearby, he was momentarily bewildered and inquired, "Lord Gu, what does this mean?" Gu Bingxian bellowed with anger. "Sun Jixia, your crimes have been exposed. Confess at once to avoid further punishment." Sun Jixia protested urgently, "Lord Gu, I am wronged. I do not know what crime I have committed." Wei Guangwei interjected coldly, "Sun Jixia, your family has a long history of colluding with the Japanese pirates, and the evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue? Colluding with pirates?" Sun Jixia felt as though struck by lightning, utterly stunned. "When did this happen? I was never aware." At that moment, Zhu Dadian ordered a Japanese sword be presented, sneering, "Sun Jixia, this sword was seized from your home. Do you dare claim you have no connection with the pirates?" Sun Jixia looked at the sword and hastily defended, "I am wronged. This is a trophy brought back by my grandfather during his campaign against the pirates." Wei Guangwei scoffed, "A trophy? There were many warriors who fought against the pirates. Why is it only your grandfather who possesses such spoils while others do not?" Sun Jixia was rendered speechless by the inquiry, and before he could react, Wei Guangwei ordered him to be subjected to severe punishment, causing him to faint on the spot. Following a brief discussion among the three, to safeguard Gu Bingxian from any repercussions, they condemned Sun Jixia for moral turpitude and collusion with the pirates, sentencing him and his entire family to execution. The news reached the Wujuan Dudu Fu, and Jiang Ning was greatly pleased, having eliminated yet another potential traitor, truly feeling like a paragon of justice. The Hanlin Academy was thrown into disarray. The previously promoted Sun Jixia was suddenly arrested, resulting in the demise of his entire family. Meanwhile, Envoy Yuanlu, who had been diligently working, unexpectedly ascended to the position of governor of Shuntian Prefecture, an astonishing turn of events. Envoy Yuanlu hailed from a distinguished background, and if he desired advancement, he could have sought assistance from his mentor, Yuan Kelly, yet he remained committed to his work at the Hanlin Academy. Upon learning that it was Wen Tiren and Yang He who recommended him, he felt a twinge of surprise, suspecting his mentor was operating behind the scenes. But he did not delve further into it, and promptly reported to the Ministry of Personnel, preparing to assume his duties at Shuntian Prefecture. Days later, Sun Jixia's entire family was paraded to the West Market Gate for execution on the grounds of collusion with the pirates. Jiang Ning made a point to attend, feeling that his actions were entirely selfless, upholding the law impartially, and that his sense of justice was beyond reproach. Upon returning to the Wujuan Dudu, he found the three veteran generals, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong, waiting for him. They inquired, "Lord Jiang, the adjustments among the military commanders across various regions are nearly complete, yet Wu Xiang has been sidelined for quite some time. Might it be time to reinstate him?" Jiang Ning gazed thoughtfully at Wu Xiang's name on the list, lost in contemplation. This individual is a newly appointed military scholar from the first year of the apocalypse, ranked prominently yet overshadowed by his father, Wu Sangui. To this day, he has held the position of deputy commander in the capital garrison, unable to lead troops independently. In contrast, figures such as Sun Chuanting, Lu Xiangxing, and Xiao Bianjiao have long since proven their mettle. Wu Xiang has demonstrated exceptional performance in the capital garrison, which explains why the three seasoned generals have interceded on his behalf. After careful consideration, Jiang Ning resolved to appoint Wu Xiang as the deputy general of Hunan province. He was acutely aware of Wu Xiang's familial ties to Zhu Dasho and Zhu Dabi in Liaodong. Historically, Wu Xiang had indeed ventured to Liaodong, becoming part of the military elite there, culminating in Wu Sangui's invitation to the Qing forces to enter the pass. However, times have changed, and Wu Xiang has proven himself diligent and outstanding. It is no longer justifiable to keep him subdued. Yet, he must not be dispatched to Liaodong. Instead, he would be stationed in the heartland of central China, in Hunan, to evaluate his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weixian grew anxious. Who will assume the position of general? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. Isn't there a noble scion named Su Yunjin in the capital garrison? I am unsure of his lineage, but he has performed adequately. Let him be sent to Hunan as the general. Hunan lies in the central plains, free from conflict. If these two cannot manage the 30,000 troops in Hunan, they might as well return to the garrison to tend to the horses. After a discussion, the three concurred. Jiang Ning took up his brush to compose a memorial, and with the signatures and seals of all present, the scribe swiftly dispatched it to the palace for a decree from Zhu Youjiao. Subsequently, Jiang Ning returned to his office, and shortly thereafter, his younger brother Zhu Yujian entered, greeting him with a smile. "Elder brother, you seem relaxed. I just visited the office to look for you, but couldn't find you." Jiang Ning chuckled. "Fifth brother, I was at Shiji Paifeng observing the execution." Zhu Yujian brightened. "What a coincidence. I was there too. How did I not see you?" Jiang Ning grinned. "I stood back, fearing the blood would splatter on me." He gestured for Zhu Yujian to take a seat. However, Zhu Yujian appeared slightly puzzled. "Elder brother, the executed Hanlin was named Sun Jixia, wasn't he? I have heard whispers that his grandfather was involved with the Japanese pirates, and he himself engaged in petty misdeeds since childhood." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Yujian continued. "Yet, how could the Ministry of Justice and the Supervisory Court resolve the case in just 2 days? A man has been killed. This contradicts the court's legal procedures, does it not? Elder brother, did you orchestrate this behind the scenes?" Jiang Ning calmly admitted. "Indeed. I was the one who facilitated it from behind." Zhu Youjian's expression was one of confusion. "Elder brother, why? How could a mere Hanlin pose a conflict for you?" Jiang Ning, at a loss for words, could only reply earnestly. "Fifth brother, consider this a minor indulgence of power." Zhu Yujian, suddenly agitated, slammed the table and asserted, "Elder brother, this cannot be permitted. You are a first-rank official, the right hand of the emperor. How can you act so recklessly? Are you not afraid of inciting criticism?" Jiang Ning smiled and countered. "Fifth brother, since I entered the court 4 years ago, I have pursued my objectives diligently. From Tianjin to Shaanxi, and then to the southwest, have there been no dissenters? Certainly, there have been, unless they are indifferent to their own positions. However, all my actions have been for the sake of the Ming dynasty, the court, and the people, and not for my own gain. Many matters within the court are not merely black or white. Rather, they exist in the nuanced gray between the two extremes. A rational perspective is essential when addressing issues, and one must not cling too rigidly to their views." Zhu Yujian nodded in a semblance of understanding. Though he commanded troops, his involvement in political affairs was minimal, leading to a limited comprehension of governance. However, he had observed his second brother, Jiang Ning, diligently serving the court over the years, and he could not fault him for that. Chapter 5:25. The issue of the royal family. The following morning, Jiang Ning summoned Wu Xiang and Su Yunjin to the Wujuan Duda mansion. Shortly thereafter, The two hastened to the Grand Hall, where they found Zhang Weixian, Jiang Ning, Chen Su, and Shun Yurong awaiting their arrival. They promptly approached to pay their respects. Jiang Ning smiled and gestured for them to be at ease, stating, "I have called you both here today to discuss an important matter." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiang and Su Yunjin exchanged anxious glances. As a scion of the nobility, Su Yunjin had long been relegated to a nominal role within the capital's military, merely a bystander. During Jiang Ning's restructuring of the capital's forces, he had briefly stood guard at the gates alongside Zhang Zhiji, the heir of the Duke of England. Yet, while Zhang Zhiji had ascended to the esteemed position of Dudu Qianshi, Su Yunjin found himself merely elevated to the title of commanding Qianshi, yet still relegated to patrolling duties. Previously, he could rely on his father, Duke Su, for support, but since his father's retreat to Shanhaiguan to evade danger, he had not returned. After the military restructuring, power had been thoroughly redistributed, and the Duke of Su's house had lost its voice in the capital. He pondered grimly, having fallen so low. Could he really be relegated to merely tending to horses? As for Wu Xiang, his heart was even more tumultuous. He had emerged as a top graduate in the first year of the Tianqi reign, yet his peers, Sun Chuanting, Chao Bianjiao, and Lu Xiangxing, had all amassed significant power and established their own dominions. Meanwhile, he merely held the title of commanding Qianshi, tasked with menial chores. With the court's firm stance towards Liaodong and the previous abolition of the Liaodong tribute, and considering his familial ties to the military clans of that region, he feared he might ultimately become a political sacrificial lamb. Reflecting on his 3 years of diligent service within the capital's military, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In the midst of their private musings, Jiang Ning interjected with a smile, "Su Yunjin, Wu Xiang, your performances since joining the capital's military have not gone unnoticed by me, the Duke of England, and the other lords. You have both done commendably well. Therefore, after deliberation, we have recommended you to His Majesty for positions as General and Deputy General in Hunan." Upon hearing this, the previously anxious pair stood in stunned silence. They were not being sent to tend to horses or return home to farm, but rather, they had been promoted. Observing their astonishment, Zhang Weixian chuckled and asked, "What is it? Are you unwilling, or do you have other concerns?" Snapping back to reality, the two quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. "We thank the Duke of England, Lord Jiang, Lord Shun, and Lord Shin for your recommendation. I will certainly give my utmost effort and ensure that the capital's military does not suffer disgrace." Pleased with their response, Jiang Ning nodded approvingly and added, "In that case, prepare yourselves. The orders will be issued in a couple of days, and you are to depart for Hunan immediately upon receipt. Remember, you are representatives of the Jingying and the court, no matter where you go. Should you fail in your duties, you might as well tend to the horses on the grasslands for the court." The two men promptly thumped their chests in assurance, saying, "Rest assured, my lord, we will dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly in Hunan. If we do not fulfill our responsibilities, there will be no need for your command. We shall pack our belongings and go to the grasslands ourselves." After this exchange, they took their leave. Subsequently, Jiang Ning summoned Chao Wenjiao for a private meeting. Upon entering Jiang Ning's office, Chao Wenjiao hurriedly offered his respects. Jiang Ning waved his hand, saying, "Old Chao, no need for excessive formalities. Please, have a seat. There is an important matter I must entrust to you, so listen carefully." A sense of urgency gripped Chao Wenjiao, and he quickly replied, "Please, my lord, give your orders." Jiang Ning's expression turned serious. "Old Chao, you are well aware of the current situation at the Five Armies Command. The Duke of England is advanced in years, and both Lord Chen and Lord Shun are also aged. Were it not for the court's shortage of personnel, they would likely have retired to enjoy their twilight years at home. Presently, Old Zhao commands the southwest, and the campaign against Myanmar is nearing its conclusion. However, conflicts will persist, and once he returns to the capital after thoroughly pacifying the southeastern nations, he will assume one of the positions of the 5 left commanders. Old Man and Old He are stationed at the Hatao region. Although both have been ennobled as earls, they still need to accumulate more military achievements. Within the Jingying, you are the only one left to bear the weight of responsibility, making you a candidate for the next left commander. Chao Wenjiao was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated such prospects. Initially, in Liaodong, he was merely a guerrilla general with a mere few thousand soldiers, often facing oppression and exclusion from local military families. His fortunes changed upon encountering Jiang Ning, leading to a smooth ascent. Joining the Jingying, He commanded an army, was granted the title of Right Commander, and later, after aiding Jiang Ning in quelling the southwestern chieftains' rebellion, he was ennobled as an earl. The prospect of becoming a left commander had never crossed his mind, given the disparity in experience and qualifications. At this moment, he was rendered speechless by astonishment. Noticing his expression, Jiang Ning smiled, saying, "Old Chow, do not be too surprised. This matter has been arranged from the outset, and I have already discussed it with His Majesty. Your abilities and achievements are evident to all. However, there is a task that requires your attention. Although it may be challenging, the court and the command have not found a more suitable candidate. As a current earl and a commanding general of the Jingying, with your military accomplishments, it is only natural that if you successfully undertake this task, you will ascend to the position of left commander." Qiao Wenjiao quickly rose and bowed, saying, "My lord, I am but a simple warrior, skilled only in battle and charge. I am not well versed in other matters. I have never aspired to the position of left commander, but if you have faith in me, I am willing to give it a try. I only wish to know what task you wish to assign." Seeing his serious demeanor, Jiang Ning reassured him, "Old Chow, do not fret, it is not a difficult matter. You have spent time in Liaodong, so you should be familiar with the situation in the Nine Borders." At last year's court meeting, His Majesty clearly stated that after the new year, a thorough reorganization of the Nine Borders would be undertaken. The issues there have run too deep. Local commanders have formed cliques, receiving pay without service, profiting from soldiers' blood, falsely claiming military achievements, and even colluding with enemy forces to smuggle supplies. These problems persist to this day. Therefore, I intend to send you to lead troops starting from Gyuan town to rectify the military affairs of the Nine Borders, the elimination of the weak and aged, the training of a new army, and the uprooting of the existing local military aristocracy are imperative to transform the Nine Borders into the elite force of the Ming dynasty. Rather than allowing it to languish in a state of stagnation, merely focused on defense without any ambition for advancement. Qiao Wenjiao, with a serious expression, assured, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort and live up to your high expectations." Jiang Ning interjected, "There is no need for you to undertake this alone. I shall petition His Majesty to send Minister of War Li Banghua to accompany you. With his assistance, your endeavors will proceed more smoothly." Concurrently, a selection of young commanders will be dispatched from the capital to be integrated into the Nine Borders, serving as the foundation for a comprehensive reorganization. As for the seasoned veterans and local military clans, any illicit activities will be thoroughly investigated and dealt with severely, while the incompetent shall be relieved of their duties and sent home to retire. Qiao Wenjiao nodded solemnly, and Jiang Ning rose, patting him on the shoulder. "Old Qiao, if you manage this matter successfully, the positions of the Duke of England, Lord Chun, and Lord Shun will soon be vacant, and you shall ascend to fill their roles." Qiao Wenjiao could hardly contain his excitement, for the military governor's office was the highest military authority in the Ming dynasty, on par with the cabinet, and the 5 left governors were the emperor's trusted confidants. This signified his imminent entry into the power center of Ming military affairs, a thought that thrilled him. After Jiang Ning offered further guidance, Qiao Wenjiao took his leave. Once he departed, Jiang Ning sat in contemplation. Thanks to his interventions, the political landscape, military preparedness, public welfare, and taxation within the Ming had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had accomplished nearly all he could, and it was time to entrust the execution to his subordinates. After all, it was impossible for him to manage every detail. A few days later, following the morning court session, Jiang Ning approached the imperial study to propose that Qiao Wenjiao lead an army of 50,000 to reorganize the military affairs of the Nine Borders. With Minister of War Li Banghua assisting him, Emperor Zhu Youjiao readily consented, and to demonstrate his resolve, he conferred upon Li Banghua a sword of authority, granting him the power to act decisively. Such grand gestures signified the court's determination to rectify the situation in the Nine Borders. After all, a high-ranking general from the capital, a current nobleman, along with the Minister of War and the Sword of Authority, would ensure that if the commanders of the Nine Borders remained obstinate, Qiao Wenjiao would have the means to suppress them on the spot. Zhu Youjiao had long since reached his limit with the entrenched issues in the Nine Borders. Each year, the Nine Borders drained a substantial portion of the court's grain and resources, remaining passively defensive while frequently being raided by Mongol tribes, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Ming dynasty. Now that there was finally an opportunity to address these issues, After a brief discussion with Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjiao resolved to reduce the military presence in the Nine Borders. The Ming's future military strategy would focus on proactive offensives rather than maintaining excessive forces in the Nine Borders. Moreover, the new military units in the northern provinces were beginning to take shape. Should the enemy breach the Nine Borders and invade the heartland, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the military governor's office and the capital would be rendered obsolete. After concluding the discussions regarding the Nine Borders reorganization, Jiang Ning prepared to take his leave, but Zhu Youjiao called out to him, "Brother Jiang, do not be in haste to depart. I have another matter for which I seek your counsel." Jiang Ning replied, "Your Majesty, please proceed." Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow. "Brother Jiang, during the court meeting last year, Guo Yinho pointed out that the royal family consumes a vast amount of the court's resources annually, and this has become a significant burden that must be addressed. Although it had previously been permitted for the lower-ranking royal family members to pursue education, engage in agriculture, commerce, or military service, few of those with titles were willing to relinquish their secure positions. Moreover, the population of the royal family continued to grow. If this situation persisted, even with the current treasury's resources, it would not withstand such consumption. In a matter of decades, the court would find itself destitute once more." Jiang Ning pondered for a moment and cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, are you certain you wish to address this issue?" Zhu Youjiao replied with grave determination, "Absolutely, without a doubt. Brother Jiang, spare me the pleasantries and speak plainly." Recognizing Zhu Youjiao's resolute stance, Jiang Ning no longer hesitated, asserting decisively, "Your Majesty, since the founding of our Ming dynasty by the great ancestor, a hierarchy of 8 ranks for royal family members has been established. However, with successive generations multiplying, the population has increased exponentially, with some lines having endured for over a dozen generations and others for at least 7 or 8. Presently, there are 32 princes and 251 dukes within the realm, not to mention the countless generals and lieutenants of various titles. Therefore, it is imperative to reduce the ranks of the royal family. I suggest abolishing the titles of generals and lieutenants of the state and reforming the existing 8 ranks into 6. Furthermore, the method of title inheritance should be changed to a hereditary descending system, with a cap on the number of titles for various princes and generals. When royal family members find themselves without titles to inherit, the court will provide them with compensation in silver and land to facilitate their livelihoods. Additionally, for the princes who currently hold court positions, their salaries may be reduced to half. For instance, His Highness the Prince of Faith, after restructuring, would receive a salary of 15,000 silver coins, but only 7,500 would be disbursed, while he also serves as the Grand Minister of the Imperial Clan, maintaining a first-class salary. This policy will similarly apply to the Prince of Shu, stationed in northern Myanmar, and the Prince of Zhou, overseeing the riverways in Hunan. Chapter 526. The deep affection between uncles and nephews of the Zhu family. Zhu Youjiao contemplated for a moment, somewhat perplexed. "Brother Jiang, it seems that after all this effort, the savings are rather minimal. It appears somewhat redundant, akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart." Jiang Ning chuckled, "Your Majesty, while it may seem that the immediate savings are modest, over the long term, this could result in substantial financial relief for the court in a few decades. More importantly, with the reformation of royal titles, all properties under the royal family must pay taxes according to court regulations. I have already estimated with Gui Yunho that once the royal properties are fully taxed, this revenue would cover a significant portion of the royal salary expenses. Furthermore, the princes bestowed titles during the great ancestor's reign have now been inherited for at least 7 or 8 generations, some even reaching 11 or 12. A radical reform could provoke resistance from the royal family, and your Majesty might face accusations of being harsh towards your kin. Thus, it must be approached gradually. This matter could be led by His Highness the Prince of Faith as an example, while the Princes of Fortune and Jin, who currently serve in the capital's imperial clan, are unlikely to oppose. The Prince of Shu in northern Myanmar and the Prince of Zhou in Hunan would likely be willing to set a precedent as well. Once there is a leader, the rest will follow without concern. This initiative would not only demonstrate your Majesty's grace towards the princes, providing them with an avenue for service, but also encourage them to actively contribute to the state by taking on official positions, especially now, as Zhao Shuai prepares to conquer Myanmar. The next step will involve subjugating the Southeast Asian nations, at which point various vassal kings may relocate their domains overseas." After listening, Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment and nodded. Brother Zhang's words resonate with wisdom. I have indeed been too hasty. If we act too aggressively towards the vassal kings, it will inevitably incite chaos. We must proceed gradually. Moreover, with the allure of overseas territories, I believe the vassal kings will respond eagerly. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhu Youjiao recalled something and said, previously, King Qin, Zhu Tsunjing, was demoted to a commoner and appointed as the left minister in the imperial clan court. I hear he has performed commendably and diligently. I shall speak with him shortly. If he is willing to take the lead, I will restore his title as King of Qin. If he is unwilling, I shall find someone else who is willing to assume the position. Jiang Ning jested. Your Majesty is quite cunning, even plotting against your own kin. Zhu Youjiao awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled. Brother Jiang, how can you say such a thing? My intentions are solely for the benefit of the nation, sacrificing personal interests for the greater good. You may refrain from praising me, but must you also disparage me? The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Jiang Ning then stood and said, Your Majesty, managing matters of the royal family is your personal affair. You may communicate directly with His Highness, the Prince of Xian, and I shall not interfere. With that, he swiftly took his leave. Zhu Youjiao smiled in resignation and quickly summoned Prince Zhu Yujian, Prince Zhu Changshuan, Prince Zhu Qiugui, and the commoner Zhu Tsunjing to the palace. In no time, they arrived in haste at the imperial study. Except for Zhu Yujian, the other princes were anxious, as Zhu Youjiao seldom summoned them. After all, matters of the imperial clan court were mostly overseen by Zhu Yujian, who was known for his fiery temperament and uncompromising approach to affairs, always treating public matters with strict objectivity. In Zhu Youjian's absence, Prince Zhu Changshuan adhered to the established protocols, cautious not to overstep, fearing the return of his formidable nephew. Observing their apprehensive expressions, Zhu Youjiao chuckled. We are all family here. There are no outsiders. Please, take a seat. The princes, albeit nervously, sat down, and Zhu Yujian was the first to speak. Might I inquire why your Majesty has summoned us? Zhu Youjiao replied slowly. Since the founding of our great Ming dynasty by the illustrious Taizu, the imperial family has grown to over 200,000 individuals, including 32 princes and 251 dukes, with countless other members of the clan. Although the court previously permitted royal descendants to renounce their titles and seek their own fortunes, this has not sufficiently resolved the issue of our burgeoning population. Today, I have called you here to discuss how to address the excessive number of royal family members, as the expenses incurred by the court for the royal family each year are exceedingly burdensome. Last year alone, the stipends for the princes amounted to a staggering 1,180,000 taels of silver. If this continues, in a few decades, our treasury will be depleted, and our descendants may find themselves begging in the streets, living as our ancestors once did. The others present understood that this meant drastic measures would be taken against the royal family, yet none dared to speak up. At that moment, Zhu Yujian boldly stated, Your Majesty speaks the truth. The royal population multiplies with each generation. In a few decades, if we add even more hundreds of thousands, our treasury will surely be emptied. By then, should chaos ensue, our Zhu family may find ourselves without a resting place. The words sent beads of cold sweat down the brows of those present, yet Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. Zhu Yujian continued, Your Highness, I am willing to set an example. Witnessing his elder brother's steadfast support in a critical moment, Zhu Youjiao smiled and replied, Fifth brother, this is my plan. The 8 ranks of nobility established by our founding emperor will see the positions of Minister of National Defense and Lieutenant of National Defense abolished. The remaining titles will be modified to hereditary descent, with limitations imposed on the number of titles for the princes under each fief, including the General of National Defense, the Assistant General of National Defense, and their respective lieutenants. For the members of the royal family without titles to inherit, the court will provide compensation, allowing them to seek their own livelihoods while ensuring they receive policy support. Zhu Yujian appeared somewhat perplexed yet intrigued. Your Highness, this approach is admirable. I wholeheartedly support it. The Prince of Fortune, Zhu Changshuan, quickly echoed, Your Majesty, I am in agreement as well. The Prince of Jin, Zhu Qiugui, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, inwardly resenting the situation. Zhu Yujian, lacking a son, was merely the first generation of the trustworthy prince. Zhu Changshuan, being the emperor's own uncle and also the initial Prince of Fortune, had little to lose, but the gene fief had been passed down through many generations. At that moment, Zhu Yujian added, "A true man aspires to the four corners of the world, just as our founding emperor conquered the realm of the Ming with bare hands. I too can carve out a domain for our descendants abroad. Presently, the provinces of Pyongyang-do, Hamgyong-do, and Wanghe-do in Korea are my fiefdom. If any prince wishes to claim them, I can relinquish them. After all, Korea has Gyeonggi-do, Gangwon-do, Chungcheong-do, and Jeolla-do. It would be no challenge to secure enough land to sustain 2 or 3 princes. By the way," he continued, "when I was in Sichuan, the Prince of Shu expressed a desire to establish a fief in Annam or Luzon. I cannot recall the specifics, but that matters not. I will conquer those lands. When the time comes, I shall let the Prince of Shu choose. If he finds nothing to his liking, I will continue my conquests until he is satisfied." Zhu Youjiao understood that his younger brother was signaling his intentions and exclaimed, "Fifth brother speaks wisely. There are indeed bountiful lands beyond the Ming. And establishing our family's legacy there is far superior to merely subsisting within the borders of the Ming. I shall issue an edict to restore the 3 guards under the Prince of Shu, allowing him to govern autonomously overseas with full military and political authority. Fifth brother, manage your fief in Korea as you see fit. If you desire more, choose a target, and I will assign you 3 guards to establish your own dominion overseas, with complete self-governance." Zhu Yujian smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness. However, I have yet to finalize my plans. The invaders in Liaodong remain unvanquished, so I shall temporarily reside in Korea. Once we have eradicated the invaders, I will set sail and conquer the lands of my choosing, at which point Your Highness can adjust my fief as necessary." As the 2 brothers harmonized in their ambitions, Zhu Changshuan felt his breath quicken, his gaze ablaze with fervor. He reminisced about the disheartenment he felt after losing the contest for the crown prince position against Guangzhou. Yet now, he envisioned himself commanding overseas, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Prince Xian speaks wisely. If the descendants of the Zhu family merely subsist within the borders, the spirits of our ancestors would surely be unsettled. It is far better to venture abroad and expand the territories of the Ming." With a focused gaze on Zhu Yujian, he added, "Prince Xian, my dear nephew, I have always cherished you since your youth. However, I lack military expertise. Would you be able to assist me in claiming a territory in the future?" Zhu Yujian confidently assured him, "Do not worry, uncle. As long as you identify the right location, your nephew will promptly secure it for you. A few years later, when my nephew has matured, you may choose for yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhu Changshuan smiled broadly, incessantly praising his beloved nephew for his thoughtfulness. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao turned to the complexly expressive Zhu Kunji and inquired, "Prince Qin, what do you think?" Zhu Kunji was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. However, Zhu Yujian, growing impatient, interjected, "Prince Qin, His Majesty is addressing you. Why the days? Do you intend to languish in the house of nobility for the rest of your days?" Awakening from his reverie, Zhu Kunji hastily replied, "What Your Majesty says is absolutely correct. I wholeheartedly agree and am willing to set an example." Zhu Yujian nodded in satisfaction, while Zhu Youjiao remarked, "Prince Qin possesses great wisdom. Henceforth, we shall restore the title of Prince Qin, with continued service in the house of nobility." Seeing this, Prince Jin Zhu Qiugue grew anxious and swiftly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I too wish to partake. The descendants of the Zhu family, rather than idling away their days within the borders of the Ming dynasty, should venture forth to expand territories. After all, our forefather, the great ancestor, conquered vast lands with bare hands. Though we may not match his greatness, we can certainly secure a small domain overseas." With everyone expressing their intentions, Zhu Youjiao elaborated on the details of the reform within the royal family, including the taxation of princely estates, a measure that felt akin to carving into their flesh. Yet, at this moment, Prince Fu, Prince Qin, and Prince Jin were all focused on overseas fiefs, eager to govern their own lands. They dismissed the notion of domestic taxation as inconsequential, reasoning that even the emperor's estates were subject to tax, making it entirely reasonable for them as well. Zhu Youjiao concluded, "In light of this, I shall have my 5th brother and uncle Prince Fu take the lead in drafting a proposal to submit to me. Once I have approved it, we will notify the various princely houses. Furthermore, please send someone to inquire about the opinions of the King of Shu in northern Myanmar and the King of Zhou in Hunan." Zhu Changshuan mused to himself, "My dear nephew is indeed audacious. The king of Shu is now the governor of northern Myanmar, wielding substantial power, and will surely be in full support. The king of Zhou, though not particularly suited to his position as the governor of the river, nonetheless holds significant authority, far better than being confined within the royal palace. As long as he retains his wits, he will certainly have no objections. As everyone stood to take their leave, on the way out of the palace, Zhu Qiugui quickly approached Zhu Yujian, saying, "Prince Xian, my elder brother has been stationed in Taiyuan for a long time and has limited knowledge of affairs beyond the capital. You must assist him in identifying a favorable location, preferably one that can be secured. Naturally, my elder brother will not ask for your efforts without recompense." Zhu Yujian patted his chest, declaring, "Prince Jin, you underestimate me. We are all brothers here. Just point the way, and I shall conquer it." Zhu Kunji chimed in, stammering, "Prince Xian, could you also lend a hand to my elder brother? He has been in Xi'an for so long and is unaware of external matters. You command troops outside and know more than he does. He will surely compensate you with local specialties from Xi'an." Zhu Yujian chuckled, "Do not worry, Prince Qin. I will find you a suitable place to capture, and you shall manage it yourself." Zhu Kunji was nearly moved to tears. Having initially thought his life was over with the abolition of his title, only to find a glimmer of hope, the prospect of becoming a regional overlord thrilled him immensely. Zhu Changshuan also grasped Zhu Yujian's hand, saying, "Dear nephew, do not forget about Uncle Wang. Although Uncle Wang did not show much affection towards you in your childhood, it was merely a reflection of his youthful ignorance. Now, he surely intends to cherish you well, and upon your return, he will send you some delightful trinkets." Zhu Yujian chuckled, reassuring Uncle Wang that he bore no grudges and would certainly assist him in securing a favorable position. However, as they were all descendants of the Zhu family, they would need to queue, since Uncle Wang of Shu had made his request early. He would have to be aided first. The others silently cursed Zhu Zhishu, the prince of Shu, for his opportunism and lack of decorum. A few days later, during the morning court session, the four most powerful princes of the Ming dynasty, Prince of Xian Zhu Yujian, Prince of Fu Zhu Changshuan, Prince of Qin Zhu Tsuanjia, and Prince of Jin Zhu Qiugui, unexpectedly graced the court, astonishing both civil and military officials. Ordinarily, princes would never attend court sessions, and even Zhu Yujian, who wielded military power, seldom made an appearance due to his sensitive status. Subsequently, the Grand Minister of the Imperial Clan, Zhu Yujian, along with the Left Minister Zhu Changshuan, the Right Minister Zhu Qiugui, and Prince of Qin Zhu Tsuanjia, jointly submitted a petition, candidly addressing the long-standing issues within the royal family and requesting reform. They proposed the abolition of the titles of general and lieutenant of the nation, reducing the 8 ranks of nobility to 6, and setting limitations on the number of titles held by each principality. They also expressed their willingness to voluntarily declare their properties and pay taxes to the court. This matter sent ripples through the court, leaving officials astonished, while only Jiangning understood that this was part of an arrangement made with Zhu Youjiao. Zhu Youjiao feigned reluctance, claiming he could not bear to see his kin suffer, and offered to reduce his own expenditures to support the treasury. The princes made repeated requests, engaging in a back and forth of polite refusals, with Zhu Youjiao even shedding tears, prompting the princes to weep profusely as well. Ultimately, the reform of the royal family passed smoothly, moving the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, to tears of joy. Thereafter, Zhu Youjiao promptly issued an edict, appointing Prince of Fu Zhu Changshuan to lead the reform efforts. With assistance from Prince of Xian Zhu Yujian, Prince of Jin Zhu Qiugui, and Prince of Qin Zhu Tsuanjia. Chapter 527. The medical skills of the Prince of Zhou. Upon returning to the imperial clan court, Prince of Fu Zhu Changshuan collaborated with Prince of Xian Zhu Yujian, Prince of Qin Zhu Tsuanjia, and Prince of Jin Zhu Qiugui to dispatch official documents to the princes within the Ming territory. They first appealed to their emotions and reasoned with them. The Ming dynasty had stood for over 2 centuries, and the population of the royal family had grown increasingly large, rendering the court unable to sustain them. However, His Majesty and the court, along with the heads of the Zhu family, could not bear to see the descendants of the Zhu family begging in the streets. As the court was currently expanding its territories overseas, they urged the princes to actively respond to the court's call by voluntarily reducing their noble titles, while simultaneously registering their properties and reporting them to the Ministry of Revenue, thereby unifying their tax contributions to the court. In the future, the court would bestow upon them a prosperous territory overseas, restoring their 3 guards. thereby allowing them to exercise military and political autonomy. In such a scenario, being a lord overseas would be far preferable to languishing in the Ming territory, merely waiting for death. Should they choose not to venture overseas, the court would not force them. However, they must take care not to violate the laws of the Ming, lest the court and the imperial clan court show them no mercy. Subsequently, they dispatched 30,000 imperial Ming guards to swiftly convey the court's documents to the various princes. Meanwhile, Jiangning hastily mobilized personnel from Xishan to Hunan to assist Zhuguangdou in producing cement to strengthen the riverbanks. After all, Guo Yinhe would soon follow him to the south, leaving the affairs of Hunan entirely in the hands of Zhuguangdou and Prince of Zhou Zhuguangshao. In order to expedite the engineering progress in Hunan, Zhu Youjiao issued an edict to select a group of hydraulic experts from various regions across the nation to be dispatched to Hunan, all under the unified command of Zhuguangdou. At this moment, Zhuguangdou, who was in Hunan, was unaware of the court's actions and remained wholeheartedly focused on advancing the project. It is noteworthy that the newly appointed governor of the river, Zhou Zhuguangshao, displayed exceptional enthusiasm. Although his expertise was somewhat misaligned, it posed no significant issue. Zhuguangdou formulated specific construction plans and maintained the overarching direction, while Zhuguangshao was responsible for overseeing the progress of the works. One day, Zhuguangdou visited the river to inspect the construction progress. He observed dozens of large cauldrons on the site brewing a rich medicinal concoction, emitting a peculiar aroma. Slightly puzzled, he approached and found Zhou Zhuguangshao adding herbs into the iron pots, occasionally leaning in to inhale the scent. Zhuguangdou promptly greeted him, "Your Highness, what are you engaged in?" Zhuguangshao replied with a smile, "Ah, it is Lord Zhou. I have reformulated the invigorating tonic, increasing the dosage of herbs, eager to test its efficacy." Upon hearing this, Zhuguangdou's expression darkened as he inquired, "Your Highness, have you not yet tasted it?" Zhuguangshao shook his head. "I have these monks and captives from the Burmese army sample at first." Zhuguangdou was taken aback and quickly cautioned, "Your Highness, please be cautious. Though these individuals are deserving of their fate, they serve as free labor. Should they perish from poisoning, the court would incur significant losses." Zhuguangshao chuckled. "What are you saying, Lord Zhou? My medical skills are hereditary. How could I cause death? Rest assured." With that, he commanded the distribution of the medicinal brew to the monks and Burmese captives. A group of monks and captives, all appearing lethargic, yawning and shedding tears, lined up to receive their portions, drinking them down in one gulp. Shortly thereafter, they exhibited a heightened state of excitement, with some even daring to request another bowl, only to be met with refusal from the soldiers, reluctantly returning to their labor. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhuguangdou found himself momentarily speechless, pondering whether they were consuming medicine or poison. This was indeed an eye-opening experience. The monks and captives seemed to have become reliant on the invigorating tonic of Zhou Wang. Subsequently, Zhou Zhuguangshao pulled a monk aside to inquire about his sensations. After a moment of contemplation, the monk responded, "I feel an abundance of energy coursing through my body, my spirits are exceptionally high, and I sense an inexhaustible strength." Zhuguangshao nodded in satisfaction and instructed for him to return to work. The monks and captives at the construction site appeared tireless, laboring fervently. Zhuguangdou, astonished and momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly felt that he could delegate all engineering arrangements within Hunan to Zhou Wang, while he himself would head to Shanxi to plan the dredging of waterways, the establishment of irrigation, and afforestation efforts. Thus, he conferred with Zhou Zhuguangshao, who, upon hearing the proposal, was exceptionally thrilled, thumping his chest and declaring, "Lord Zhou, feel free to make arrangements. I shall oversee matters here in Hunan. Should anyone dare to shirk their duties, I shall cease their medicinal supply." Zhuguangdou nodded in agreement, recognizing that the court was currently short-handed. With the engineering demands in the northern provinces being immense, he could not afford to remain in Hunan indefinitely. Immediately, he began to meticulously plan all the projects within the borders of Hunan, entrusting them one by one to Zhuguangshao, while preparing for his journey to Shanxi. In the Luoyang prefecture of Hunan, Xiangfeng, Sun Yunhe, Li Laoa, and others had initially believed that Guo Yinhe would return to Luoyang after the new year. However, after a prolonged wait, they received only an official document appointing Xiangfeng as the deputy director of the Astronomical Bureau, along with a golden badge of the Guanshan Taibao. In the document, Gui Yunho explicitly stated that Xiang Feng was to lead over 1,000 members of the Guanshan Taibao to continue archaeological work within Hunan, providing detailed instructions on various matters. Xiang Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, never anticipating that he would so swiftly assume responsibility, successfully secure a position, and receive a stipend from the court. Thus, brimming with enthusiasm, he set forth with over 1,000 members of the Guanshan Taibao to embark on a grand archaeological endeavor. Meanwhile, in Yinnan Prefecture of Shaanxi, Yang An was enjoying a remarkably lavish lifestyle during this period. He spent his days at the post station, with all expenses covered by the court, and frequently indulged in banquets hosted by his cousin, Li Zicheng, as well as enjoying the company of the newly appointed chief constable of Yinnan, Zhang Xianzhong, who often visited him for drinks. Yang An sometimes found himself in a peculiar illusion, feeling as though he was not in Yinnan on official business, but rather to relish life. Yet, what difference did it make? After all, both Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong were right under his nose. Ever since Jiang Ning personally secured the position of chief constable for Zhang Xianzhong, he had been invigorated, rarely remaining in the office, instead spending his days patrolling the streets with a group of constables to apprehend thieves, significantly contributing to the public safety of Yinnan. This unexpected zeal caught the local officials of Yinnan off guard. Although the court had previously issued an edict to integrate the positions of constables and officers in various provincial and county jurisdictions into the official court system, creating a new rank of the 10th grade, Zhang Xianzhong, who had already been the chief of local operations, found himself in a position of unexpected authority amidst the uproar over the court's military funds. They had anticipated a moment of respite after the storm had passed, only to find that Zhang Xianzhong, an unassuming local constable, had inexplicably been appointed as the chief constable of Yinnan with a rank of the 8th grade. Initially, they thought that Zhang Xianzhong would temper his fervor upon attaining the position, but to their astonishment, he truly began to intensify his efforts. He rarely remained in the office, instead roaming the streets, personally leading teams to capture bandits and resolve cases, seemingly bursting with boundless energy. This left the officials of Yinnan in a state of dismay, yet they found themselves powerless against him. After all, Zhang Xianzhong had once been an obscure constable, and now, having ascended to the rank of chief constable, it was hard to believe he had no backing. However, they lacked the courage to impede him or create obstacles, for the new regulations established by the court allowed chief constables to report directly to the provincial chief constable, and if the provincial chief constable could not address the issue, they could report directly to the Ministry of Justice. This effectively granted Zhang Xianzhong the authority to report directly to the court, plunging the entire Yinnan officialdom into an unprecedented whirlwind of competition. Zhang Xianzhong continued to advance boldly, uncovering long-standing wrongful convictions and cases buried in the archives. Thriving in his newfound role, often, he would vanish for 10 days to half a month, and upon his return, the case would be thoroughly investigated, delivering justice to the wronged, and showing no mercy to those who managed to evade the law, promptly incarcerating them according to the laws of the Ming dynasty. As for Li Zicheng, who worked as a post station attendant, he received considerable support from both the royal merchants of the Ming dynasty and the Qin Merchants Guild. Although it wasn't a fortune, his earnings were steadily increasing. Li Zicheng was somewhat astonished by this sudden attention, but then realized that his esteemed cousin, Yang An, must have lent him a helping hand. Otherwise, how could the royal merchants and the Qin merchants show such concern for him? In gratitude, he upgraded the meals he provided for Yang An from the original 4 dishes and a soup to an extravagant spread of 8 cold and 8 hot dishes. This left Yang An both amused and bewildered, for his wild cousin was indeed exceedingly generous. One day, Zhang Xianzhong had just solved a case involving a wealthy scion who had cruelly harmed the common folk, using his servant as a scapegoat, and personally apprehended the merchant's son. Feeling like a righteous vanguard of Ming law, he hurried to the post station to find Yang An and Li Zicheng drinking together. Once Li Zicheng finished his tasks, he rushed to the kitchen to prepare 16 dishes, 8 cold and 8 hot, along with several jugs of wine, and the 3 men sat together, eating and conversing. Li Zicheng raised his cup and said, "Brother Huanghu, congratulations on your promotion. As the chief constable of Yinnan Prefecture, you are now a respectable 8th rank official. Your reputation has been soaring in Yinnan lately." Zhang Xianzhong, blushing with joy, replied, "Huang Liar, do not only sing my praises. I have heard that you have earned quite a fortune at the post station, with merchants and dignitaries frequently showing you favor. You must be rolling in riches." Li Ziqing laughed heartily at this, and the two raised their cups in a toast to Yang'an. Having spent years in the lower echelons of society, both Li Ziqing and Zhang Xianzhong were keenly aware that their current achievements were closely tied to Yang'an. Although he merely identified himself as the captain of the Royal Merchants Guard, it was clear that his true identity was far more significant. But what did it matter? Zhang Xianzhong regarded Yang'an as a brother, and Li Ziqing was profoundly grateful to this esteemed cousin. Yang'an did not decline the toast. All three raised their cups and drank heartily. At that moment, Zhang Xianzhong jested, "Huang Liar, you have amassed quite a sum of money. What are your plans moving forward? Why not join me as a constable, receive a government stipend, and serve the court while safeguarding the peace of the people?" Li Ziqing shook his head, saying, "Huang Hu, I appreciate your kind offer. However, I promised Jin'er when I set out that I would return to marry her once I had earned enough. Therefore, I plan to work a little longer, then return in style to wed Jin'er. You and our cousin must come to celebrate my wedding." Hearing Li Ziqing's thoughts still consumed with domesticity, Zhang Xianzhong grew frustrated, saying, "Huang Liar, you must cultivate some ambition. Do not let yourself be preoccupied with thoughts of marriage and family. The court is implementing numerous new policies. We must seize this opportunity. As the saying goes, once this village is passed, the shop will be gone. While your current situation may bring you modest wealth, aspiring to greatness will be as challenging as ascending to the heavens." Li Ziqing, however, remained unfazed, unconcerned about the laughter of his cousin and Huang Hu. He declared that all he desired in his life was a warm hearth with a wife and children. Initially, Jin'er's mother had demanded a dowry of 10 taels of silver, but at that time, he was as poor as a church mouse. Now, even if she were to ask for 20, he could afford it. He envisioned returning to his hometown, constructing several grand houses, acquiring dozens of acres of land, and becoming a small landlord. The mere thought of such a life filled him with excitement. Yang'an, sitting nearby, chuckled softly, choosing not to voice any objections. Recently, Jiang Ning had sent him an official notice informing him that Li Ziqing's beloved, Han Jin'er, had engaged in an affair with another, and once Li Ziqing became aware, he would undoubtedly act irrationally, prompting Yang'an to remain vigilant and prevent any chaos. Yet, witnessing Li Ziqing's hopeful outlook on the future, Yang'an found it difficult to dampen his spirits, inwardly lamenting that soon, a pure-hearted warrior of the Ming dynasty might very well fall from grace. Chapter 528. Technological Advancement. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Ming dynasty, affairs were equally busy. Duke Anwu, Chao Wenjiao, along with Minister of War Li Banghua, were dispatched to rectify the military situation in the 9 borders, leading an army of 50,000, armed with the imperial decree, as they departed the city. Accompanying them were several generals drawn from the imperial garrison. Within the court, both civil and military officials understood that the imperial court was poised to take serious action against the 9 borders, as the soldiers there, while receiving the court's provisions, had been lethargic and were cultivating private power, an intolerable situation for anyone. Jiang Ning personally came to see them off, and Minister of Revenue Guo Yunho also joined. Watching the retreating figures of Chao Wenjiao and Li Banghua leading their troops, Jiang Ning turned to Guo Yunho with a hint of dissatisfaction and remarked, "Old Guo, are you so idle that you have nothing better to do? Why are you everywhere?" Guo Yunho, stroking his beard, chuckled nonchalantly, "Your words are misplaced, my lord. Wherever there are opportunities to save or earn money for the court, I must naturally be present. I have roughly calculated that once Duke Anwu and Lord Li conclude their work on the 9 borders, the court will save a considerable sum, and future provisions and military salaries can be spent wisely." The thought of this exhilarated him to the point of sleeplessness. Observing Guo Yunho's money-minded demeanor, Jiang Ning could only shake his head and sigh before returning to the Wujuan Duda mansion. Before long, Zhang Weixian approached Jiang Ning with a list in hand. "My lord, take a look at this. It is the latest list of soldiers and generals from the imperial garrison sent to study at the Royal Military Academy of the Ming dynasty." Jiang Ning opened the list and scrutinized it, discovering that Su Mumu, Wu Lu Yi, and Qi Heng were all included. Once confirming the accuracy of the list, he affixed his name and stamped it with the official seal, instructing a clerk to deliver it swiftly to the palace for Emperor Zhu Youjiao's approval. At that moment, Zhang Weixian, stroking his beard, smiled and said, "My lord, next time you have any thoughts or plans, could you please give me a heads up?" Jiang Ning looked at him, puzzled, as Zhang Weixian continued with a hint of complaint. My lord, you are rather ungrateful. When we pacified the southwest and brought back over 100,000 local soldiers, after organizing them into the elite battalions, the remaining 12,000 troops have been hanging under the imperial garrison's name. Consequently, Minister of Revenue Gua has not stopped grumbling, which often puts me at odds with him. However, it now appears that this contingent of 120,000 troops is the pivotal force for the thorough reorganization of the military within the 9 borders and the northern provinces. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded at the remark. My apologies, Duke of Britain. I have been so overwhelmed with affairs that I completely overlooked greeting you. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence now. The loyal and devoted Marquis and the defending distance Marquis are leading 50,000 soldiers to train the new army of the northern provinces, with grassroots commanders and key personnel drawn from this force of 50,000. Once they complete the training of the military in the northern provinces, it is likely that there will be few left from the original 50,000. Subsequently, General Chao and Li Banghua will be responsible for reorganizing the military affairs of the 9 borders. The 50,000 troops they bring can be removed from the capital's military roster, provided they return successfully. Zhang Weixian stroked his beard and nodded. Rest assured, my lord. I shall arrange for this shortly. Jiang Ning acknowledged with a nod, contemplating to himself. The troops from the local chieftains are valiant and endure hardships with resilience. Initially, bringing back these tens of thousands to the capital to form the 3 guards of the assault camp, each commanding 10,000 troops in left, middle, and right divisions. The remaining 120,000 have immersed themselves in study at the capital and have now become competent soldiers of the capital's army. Deploying them as grassroots commanders in the northern provinces and key personnel in the 9 borders will effectively restructure the military system of the Ming in the north. Currently, maintaining the capital's military strength within 200,000 will help to curtail the court's military expenditures. More importantly, in terms of political strategy, once Chao Wenjiao and Li Banghua have thoroughly reorganized the 9 borders, only Liaodong will remain. At that point, the military families and local gentry of Liaodong will be completely isolated by the court, unless they dare to rebel and align with Nurhaci. Otherwise, they will become mere prey on the butcher's block, subject to the court's whims. If they are wise, they may be granted some dignity. If not, they shall meet their demise. A few days later, Jiang Ning visited the Bureau of Military Equipment for an inspection. Originally, the bureau belonged to one of the 24 offices of the inner court, but Jiang Ning had shamelessly procured it from Zhu Youjiao for urgent needs. For it is said that one person's calculations are limited, while 2 can devise better plans. Previously, the bureau was under the Ministry of Works, where craftsmen suffered exploitation by corrupt officials and lived in conditions worse than beggars, their skills stagnating for decades. With empty stomachs, who had the heart to pursue technical mastery? The Bureau of Military Equipment, however, served the emperor directly as an inner court office, possessing abundant resources and adhering to the standard of excellence that comes from the imperial lineage, undoubtedly boasting superior technology compared to the previous bureau. It was precisely because of the merger of these 2 departments that the production, quality, and technological standards of Ming firearms achieved a remarkable leap in a very short time. Upon arriving at the Bureau of Military Equipment, the newly appointed director and deputy officer by Mao Kong and the chief eunuch Wang Zhua hurriedly came to pay their respects. Jiang Ning nodded to both of them. In order to bring the authority of firearm manufacturing under the 5 armies governor's office, Jiang Ning also recruited firearm expert and deputy minister of works by Mao Kong, and specially requested Zhu Youjiao to grant him the title of deputy director. As for the chief eunuch Wang Zhua, he was also a confidant of Zhu Youjiao, though lacking the life-saving prowess of Old Wei or the meticulous steadiness of Fang Zhenghua. He excelled in obedience and never interfered in professional matters, allowing for a harmonious working relationship between the 2. More importantly, Wang Zhua represents the son of heaven, Zhu Youjiao. Otherwise, the power wielded by the military governor's office, which even oversees the production of firearms, would be excessively formidable. With a trusted eunuch of the emperor overseeing the operations, it creates a balance within the inner court, a situation that is most appropriate. Subsequently, by Mao Kong and Wang Zhua escorted Jiang Ning to tour the newly merged workshop. Before long, Jiang Ning arrived at a colossal iron smelting furnace. Staring at this imposing structure, he was momentarily rendered speechless and quickly inquired, Lord Bai, wasn't the iron furnace at the military bureau 12 feet tall? Yet this one appears to be nearly 20 feet. Bai Maokong chuckled, Your Grace. We owe this to Lord Wang. Jiang Ning glanced at Wang Zhuo with slight confusion, to which Wang Zhuo smiled and explained, Your Grace may not be aware. But when the Ministry of Works managed the military bureau, the subordinate officials were rampant with corruption, oppressing the artisans. Thus, the iron furnace was only constructed to a height of 12 feet. Furthermore, during the Wanli period, the court increased mining taxes, accompanied by various harsh levies, making it impossible for the common folk to dare build tall furnaces for iron smelting. After all, the iron produced from a tall furnace would barely suffice to cover the miscellaneous taxes. However, this does not mean that artisans could only create 12-foot furnaces. The inner court's iron smelting furnaces have already reached heights of 20 feet, producing more than double the output of the military bureau. Jiang Ning felt a mix of astonishment and sorrow, realizing that the technological advancement of the Ming dynasty had been severely hindered by the court's corruption. Yet he was relieved that the situation had improved. Afterward, Bai Maokong and Wang Zhuo led him to observe the grinding machine used for manufacturing flintlock firearms. Jiang Ning was greatly impressed, exclaiming, This contraption is truly a precursor to future machine tools. Workers utilized foot pedals to drill holes in the gun barrels, which was far more efficient than previous manual methods. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the machine. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, and upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng hurriedly approached and saluted, while Bai Maokong promptly remarked, Your Grace. The creation of this grinding machine is largely thanks to Lord Wang Zheng. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Lord Wang, you have truly surprised me and rendered great service to the court. Wang Zheng scratched his head and chuckled, Your Grace, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate discovery. This was originally conceived by my predecessors. I have merely brought it back to life. However, I plan to make further improvements, utilizing wind power similar to a watermill, which would significantly enhance both efficiency and timing. Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. You are welcome to boldly experiment. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek my aid. Wang Zheng, flushed with excitement, replied, Your Grace, may I request permission from His Majesty to observe the Yongle Encyclopedia at my leisure? I assure you, I will not remove anything from the palace. After a moment's silence, Jiang Ning granted, Very well. However, you must produce some tangible results. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to explain to His Majesty. Wang Zheng eagerly nodded in agreement. Bai Maokong then tugged at Jiang Ning's sleeve, his face brimming with anticipation, and asked, Your Grace, may I accompany you as well? Jiang Ning replied with a smile, Of course. As the deputy of the military governor's office, you certainly possess that privilege. Subsequently, Jiang Ning inquired of Wang Zheng, Lord Wang, how is your work on the steam engine progressing? Wang Zheng felt somewhat embarrassed. My lord, I beg your pardon. Although some progress has been made, I still feel it is not sufficiently perfected. I often discuss and deliberate with my colleagues. Jiang Ning nodded, refraining from further inquiry. After all, he was an outsider, and meddling would only lead to the folly of an amateur instructing a professional. He turned to Bai Maokong and inquired, Sir Bai, what is the current monthly production capacity of the flintlock rifle? Can it meet the regular demands of the soldiers in the Divine Mechanism camp? Bai Maokong appeared troubled. In response to your inquiry, my lord, we are currently producing 500 flintlock rifles per month. Should we wish to increase this, the maximum we could achieve with 3 shifts would be 800, and any further escalation would be challenging. The craftsmanship is exceedingly intricate, while the raw materials are manageable. Cultivating the artisans who master the core techniques requires time, and there is no swift solution. Jiang Ning nodded in understanding. In that case, do your utmost. Additionally, ensure that the remuneration and salaries for the artisans are dispersed promptly. They must not endure hardship without receiving their due rewards. Bai Maokong and Wang Zhuo quickly assured him, Rest assured, my lord. Anyone who dares to withhold the artisans' wages will find themselves thrown into the iron furnace. After conversing further with the others and preparing to take his leave, acknowledging that specialized matters should be entrusted to specialists, Jiang Ning was interrupted by the entrance of Song Yingsheng, Chen Zilong, and another middle-aged man. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, they hastily bowed, and he smiled and gestured for them to forego such formalities. He turned to Song Yingsheng, smiling as he asked, Chonggong, I have heard you are compiling a work titled The Exploitation of the Works of Nature. How is that progressing? Song Yingsheng awkwardly scratched his head. In response to your inquiry, my lord, there are some promising developments. but the subject matter is extensive, requiring thorough verification before finalization. Jiang Ning nodded. Please proceed with your compilation. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will certainly lend you a helping hand. Song Yingxing expressed his gratitude. Although they were members of the Ming Dynasty's Royal Academy of Sciences and held official titles, their ranks were too low to access many resources. Having Jiang Ning, a favored figure of the emperor, advocate for them would undoubtedly be a tremendous support. At that moment, Jiang Ning glanced at the middle-aged man behind Song Yingxing and inquired, Changgung, who is this? The middle-aged man promptly bowed. I am Song Yingxing, a student, greeting your lordship. Song Yingxing further explained, this is my elder brother, Song Yingxing, who previously served as a magistrate in Zhujiang. However, due to the corruption within the bureaucracy, he resigned from his position. He has come to the capital to deliver some books and assist me in compiling the exploitation of the works of nature. Jiang Ning nodded, silently noting the name. Meanwhile, Chen Zilong spoke quietly. My lord, I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with. Jiang Ning smiled and replied, what is it? Speak freely. Chen Zilong's face flushed slightly. My lord, although I have learned much at the Ming Dynasty's Royal Academy of Sciences, I have a greater passion for poetry and governance. Might you be able to assist me? Everyone present was taken aback. It was a bold request for Jiang Ning's patronage and elevation. Given the recent uproar surrounding Ho Fangyu, how could Chen Zilong be so oblivious to the gravity of his request? Jiang Ning studied the young man before him, contemplating. Initially, he had sent Hu Dawei to invite Song Yingxing to assist in cultivating new crops, only for Hu Dawei to inadvertently bring Chen Zilong along, thus throwing him into the Ming Dynasty's Royal Academy of Sciences without further oversight. Chen Zilong's role seems to be primarily assisting in the cultivation of new crops. Now that the court has adeptly mastered this technology, it is indeed inappropriate to retain him at the Academy of Sciences. Moreover, Chen Zilong is a renowned young talent and should not be overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning suggested, how about this? I am in need of someone experienced to manage official documents. Would you consider taking a position at the military governor's office? Chen Zilong was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. Thank you, my lord. Subsequently, Jiang Ning took his leave. Chapter 529, The Idea King. Old way as the saying goes, some rejoice while others despair. During this period, Minister of Personnel Yang, he was plagued with worry, his hair turning noticeably gray. The reason was simple. The case concerning the tribute to the Liao had yet to be resolved, with officials continually being exposed for illegally levying taxes and engaging in corruption. This situation directly led to his pool of reserve officials nearly being depleted, leaving Yang He in a state of frantic distress. He first approached the presiding judge of the tribute case, Yuan Kelly, inquiring when the matter might be concluded. Yuan Kelly's response was succinct and straightforward. I do not know. With a serious demeanor, he cautioned Yang He, my lord, allow me to give you a heads up. As it stands, His Majesty shows no intention of halting this investigation. In my estimation, the gravity of this case is comparable to the infamous empty seal case during the Hongwu era. You must be prepared. Upon hearing this, Yang He nearly fainted. He was all too aware of the empty seal case, a monumental scandal orchestrated by the founding Emperor Hongwu, which lasted several years and resulted in the execution of over 40,000 individuals. Given the current state of affairs, even 400 would be enough to bring him to tears. Yet, he understood that the emperor aimed to cleanse the court of corruption through the Liao tribute case. After all, the corruption within the Ming bureaucracy had been a long-standing issue. Without thoroughly eradicating these corrupt officials, no amount of effort would bring about the resurgence of the Ming dynasty. Feeling utterly helpless, Yang He resolved to seek Jiang Ning's assistance. Upon arriving at the military governor's office, he was almost turned away by Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong, who assumed he had come to request personnel. Yang He quickly clarified that he was looking for Jiang Ning, only to be informed that Jiang Ning was absent that day. He hurried to the Jin Yi Wei's pacification office, where Tian Urging also stated that Jiang Ning was not present. Yang He then rushed to Jiang Ning's residence, but again found no one there. In a moment of realization, he made his way directly to the Eastern Depot. Upon arriving at the Eastern Depot, he saw Jiang Ning and Old Wei engaged in tea and discussion. Yang He, upon witnessing this scene, felt overwhelmed with emotion. He was on the brink of despair while these two gentlemen seemed to have the leisure to enjoy tea and converse. Observing Yang He's disheveled appearance, Old Wei smiled and inquired, My Lord Yang, What brings you to our humble Eastern depot today? Please, have a seat. Since you are a well-known scholar, let us engage in a discussion. Yang He took a seat, yet his mind was far from philosophical discourse. He looked at Jiang Ning with tears in his eyes and implored, "My lord, you must lend a hand and save my life." Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow in curiosity, asking, "What has transpired, my lord Yang?" Yang He, with a choked voice, lamented, "My lord, the Liao tribute case has yet to reach a conclusion, and it has already claimed the lives of thousands of court officials. If we count the local bureaucrats and notorious gentry, the numbers soar beyond 10,000. Yet, I find myself without sufficient personnel to fill these vacancies. If this bloodletting continues, the court will soon find itself bereft of capable individuals." Jiang Ning, taken aback by these words, replied, "Master Yang, surely you exaggerate. Wasn't it just a year ago that over 2,000 scholars, distinguished in their own right, were summoned from the northern provinces' academies? Did I not also allocate more than 200 from the capital's military for your service? Have you squandered them so swiftly?" Yang He, overwhelmed with emotion, wept bitterly, exclaiming, "My lord, I swear by heaven, I would gladly split a person in two to make use of them. Yet the reality is as I state. Those 2,000 individuals are nearly exhausted. I recently approached Elder Yuan to inquire when the Liao tribute case might conclude. Yet he confessed ignorance, as the emperor has yet to issue a decree. It is quite possible that this Liao tribute case will become our Tianqi dynasty's version of the infamous blank seal incident during the reign of the Taizu. That scandal resulted in the execution of over 40,000 people. Where shall I find replacements for so many?" As he spoke, Yang He collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Ning, absorbed in thought, acknowledged the truth in Yang He's words. Indeed, Zhu Youjiao seemed to be utilizing the Liao tribute case as a means to cleanse the Ming bureaucracy. Periodically, officials and notorious gentry were brought to the capital for execution at Shijipailu. Under such circumstances, the shortage of manpower was undeniable. However, Zhu Youjiao had clearly stated that, in order to stabilize the court situation, there would be no examinations held in the near future. Soon, he would be heading south to Jiangnan, where the scholars there would certainly be of no use, for otherwise, the court would not have endured to this point. Jiang Ning found himself at an impasse. At that moment, Old Wei, who had been quietly sipping tea, interjected with a smile, "Master Yang, it seems you have become quite foolish from your studies. There is an old saying that goes, 'It is better to rely on oneself than to depend on others.' Why must we insist on seeking others to fill official positions? A three-legged toad is hard to find, yet two-legged humans are everywhere. Perhaps we should consider a different approach. Traditionally, one needed to possess a degree to become a court official. Although the standards have been lowered to fill vacancies, one must still at least be a scholar to serve. Ultimately, we are still reliant on others. Therefore, I propose that the court take it upon itself to cultivate its own officials. In this way, reserve officials would be like chives in a garden. Cut one batch, and another will sprout, even if faced with 10 or 8 Liao tribute cases. As long as there is a continuous supply of reserve officials, the court's stability will not be compromised." Listening to Old Wei's insightful suggestion, both Yang He and Jiang Ning were momentarily speechless. Jiang Ning, in his mind, exclaimed, "Incredible. I had only known Old Wei to think differently. But today I realize he is a fountain of ideas. The notion of the court cultivating its own officials is one I had not considered." Yang He, feeling as though his mind had momentarily stalled, inquired, "Elder Wei, what do you propose as the starting point for the court to cultivate its own officials?" Old Wei's face immediately darkened with displeasure. "Lord Yang, are you the Minister of Personnel, or am I? The foremost criterion for an official should at least be literacy and education, should it not? Even without a formal title, if given the opportunity to learn, even a dog could pick up something worthwhile." Noticing Yang He's continued bewilderment, Old Wei sighed deeply. "Truly, the depths of ignorance are unfathomable. There are thousands of students in the Imperial Academy. Have you forgotten, Lord Yang?" Yang He was momentarily at a loss, but Jiang Ning had already grasped Old Wei's intent. With a smile, he raised his teacup and took a sip, saying, "What Lord Wei means is that we can cultivate the scholars of the Imperial Academy, grooming them to become potential officials." Old Wei's spirits soared at this revelation, exclaiming, "Ah, Jiang Marquis, you truly understand me." Yang He turned to Jiang Ning, seeking clarification. Jiang Ning smiled as he explained, "Lord Yang, this method proposed by Lord Wei is indeed commendable. Rather than relying on others to fill official positions, It would be more prudent for the court to cultivate its own talents. The scholars of the Imperial Academy are well versed in literature. Having fulfilled the primary requirement for officialdom, they can then receive specialized training. Consequently, various departments of the court could arrange for officials to impart knowledge at the academy, allowing the students to learn. Subsequently, they could observe governance in the departments and undergo evaluations with the qualified ones appointed to office. Upon hearing this, Yang He was so exhilarated that he jumped up, exclaiming, "Excellent! What a splendid idea! It is indeed better to rely on oneself than on others. I shall go to the palace with the Marquis and present this matter to His Majesty." Jiang Ning shook his head. "Lord Yang, as a military commander, I can only offer suggestions. It would be best for you to discuss this matter with Elder One of the Cabinet and Elder Shui. Once you establish a framework, then you may report it to His Majesty." Yang He pondered briefly before eagerly nodding. "Thank you, Marquis. Thank you. I shall take my leave now." He then turned to Old Wei with a smile, saying, "Today, your words have made 10 years of study worthwhile. Thank you, Lord Wei." With that, he hurriedly departed. In his heart, he understood that although Jiang Ning did not agree to accompany him to submit a petition, he had directed him to seek advice from Wen Tiren and Shuiguoguan. Everyone knew that these two prominent figures were aligned with Jiang Ning, which essentially meant they supported him. Yang He's mood brightened considerably. Watching Yang He rush away, Old Wei was left in perplexity. This Lord Yang was once so composed and capable. How has he become so frantic? Jiang Ning sighed. Perhaps the complexities of court politics have worn him down to this state. Old Wei sighed in agreement. After leaving the Eastern Depot, Yang He headed straight to the cabinet, where he fortuitously found Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, and others present. He did not hold back and relayed the idea proposed by Jiang Ning and Old Wei. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep contemplation. The challenges faced by Yang He were indeed the challenges of the court itself, and his proposed solution was viable, though many details still required discussion. Subsequently, under Sun Qingzong's leadership, the group convened to deliberate, ultimately reaching a unanimous decision. They would first assign experienced officials from various departments to the Imperial Academy to impart their knowledge to the students. Based on the students' performances and specialties, they were categorized and assigned to respective departments for governance learning. After all, expertise is paramount. Those who can excel across different fields are typically seasoned veterans in court affairs. Take, for instance, the 8 departments. The current 8 ministers were appointed by Zhu Youjiao according to their individual strengths. If the earnest Yang He were to be placed in the position of Minister of Revenue, he would undoubtedly falter, lacking the financial acumen and comprehensive understanding of the Ming dynasty's taxation that Guo Yunho possesses. Conversely, if Guo Yunho were assigned to the Ministry of Justice, he would likely fail as well, given his disdain for the affluent and his avaricious nature, which could lead him to commit grave errors in principle. Subsequently, everyone gathered to present their meticulously prepared memorials to Zhu Youjiao. After reviewing them, he engaged in further discussion with the group, exploring various feasible options before granting his approval. Yang He then hurriedly made his way to the various departments, summoning experienced officials to the Imperial Academy to train the students. The students, previously beleaguered by Su Keqiu's relentless demands, were taken aback by the sudden influx of officials at the academy, bewildered by the court's intentions. Traditionally, personnel adjustments were made by directly dispatching troops from the capital, yet this time no soldiers arrived, leaving Su Keqiu perplexed. Yang He quickly approached Su Keqiu to explain the situation. Su Keqiu, stroking his beard in contemplation, remarked that there must be a reason behind this, and this was the only viable solution at present. He then ordered the compilation and categorization of all student records. Having once served as a provincial governor and risen through the ranks, Su Keqiu was well acquainted with each student's strengths and abilities. Soon, seasoned officials from the various departments began training the students. Upon learning that exceptional performance in assessments could lead to official appointments, the students were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Previously, the court had suspended the imperial examination, leaving them in the academy with no hope of advancement, either confined to endless study or drafted into the military as junior officers. However, the willingness to forsake scholarly pursuits for martial ones was rare, in their minds. All other paths were inferior, with only the pursuit of knowledge holding true value. Thus, the sudden announcement of potential official positions felt like a meteoric rise, igniting excitement among the students. Su Keqiu, the minister of the Imperial Academy, observed the students' exuberance with a cold smirk. do not rejoice too soon. If you perform admirably and pass the assessments, that would indeed be splendid. However, should you fail to meet expectations, I shall ensure you experience the methods I employed in Sichuan to educate the local chieftains. His words instilled considerable fear among the students. If the former minister Wang Xiaowei was akin to a living Yama, then the current Su Kuchio was a devil incarnate. While Wang primarily inflicted psychological torment, Su not only continued this tradition but also emphasized physical punishment, leaving the students utterly distraught, crying out for mercy. To escape Su Kuchio's grasp, the students resorted to extreme measures, hanging their heads in despair and pricking their thighs with needles, determined to study with fervor. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Ning was greatly surprised. However, the outcome was not without merit. As long as they endured this trying period, the court would not find itself in a staffing crisis. Chapter 530, A New Path Forward. In the days that followed, the morning court sessions were filled with harmonious discourse between the sovereign and his ministers. As Jiang Ning anticipated a leisurely return to the Yamen, the Inspector General Li Xian stood forth. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. The assembly was taken aback by this bold voice amidst the ranks, and Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Proceed. Li Xian, with a solemn countenance, addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, since the founding of our great Ming dynasty, the founding emperor explicitly decreed that only those who pass the imperial examinations may hold office. Yet, now, the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, brazenly reallocates officials from various departments to the National Academy, instructing students in the art of governance, with the intent of directly cultivating them into court officials. If this is the case, does it not imply that the imperial examination system is to be abolished as well? Shall the court then appoint personnel for training at will, rendering the scholars of the realm to return to tilling the fields? Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Zhu Youjiao's expression turned grim, while Yang He seethed with indignation, cursing inwardly. How dare he attempt to thwart my painstaking efforts? He could not allow it to stand. He immediately interjected. What nonsense is this, Lord Li? When has the court ever proposed to abolish the imperial examinations? When has it declared that scholars should return to farming? I, in concert with the cabinet, have petitioned for officials to be dispatched to the National Academy to impart governance knowledge to the students, so they may better serve the Ming dynasty. Even if one wishes to hold office, they must undergo assessments. Not just anyone can casually assume a court position. As for your claim that the selection of officials by examination was ordained by the founding emperor, this is indeed true. However, during the 5th year of Hongwu, the examinations were suspended until the 15th year, lasting a decade, during which the court adopted a recommendation system. Why was this so? It was because the founding emperor discovered that those selected through the examinations, while adept at crafting essays, were utterly inept at governance, with many engaging in corruption, oppressing the populace, and acting unlawfully, which led to the suspension of the examinations. Currently, the court is confronted with a similar predicament. The military fund scandal has persisted, implicating thousands of officials, with casualties numbering in the tens of thousands, most of whom are the very scholars you speak of, Lord Li. They excel in writing yet oppress the people, engage in corruption, and are equally proficient in lawlessness. Given this, why should the court not explore alternative avenues to select virtuous talents to serve the nation and benefit the populace? Furthermore, Your Majesty has previously issued a clear decree that officials of the 7th rank and above may be recommended. Then why has Lord Li not put forth a single candidate? Or do you only associate with those devoid of genuine talent and knowledge? Li Xian's face flushed crimson from Yang He's retort, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Behind him, a cadre of reform-minded officials buzzed with anticipation. Ever since the royalists gained prominence and the Donglin party was extinguished, their faction had nearly lost its voice in court, reduced to subservience, with no one daring to lead even in physical confrontations. Today, with Li Xian at the forefront, they were determined to engage vigorously. Yang He, undaunted, took 2 steps back and proclaimed, "What is your intent? Are you, Lord Li, so bereft of arguments that you resort to violence? Let me inform you today that I am well practiced in such matters, and fear you not. Should you dare to lay a hand upon me, I shall ensure you are unrecognizable to your own mother." As Jiang Ning, standing nearby and feeling drowsy, heard the words, he immediately perked up, thinking to himself, "Goodness, the 3rd unrestricted martial arts competition of the Ming dynasty is about to commence. I must prepare myself to witness the spectacle." Li Xian, holding the tablet, stood frozen in place, refraining from making a move. Yang He's audacious declaration suggested that he might have secretly trained alongside his son, Yang Sikang, who served in the capital's military. If Li Xian were to act rashly and get bested to the point of being unrecognizable, it would be a considerable loss of face. Observing Yang He's brazen demeanor, Li Xian found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Suddenly, he felt a push from behind, propelling him directly toward Yang He. Caught off guard, Yang He was astonished that Li Xian was indeed serious. Before he could react, Li Xian struck him across the face with the tablet. Enraged, Yang He disregarded the pain on his face, lunging forward to seize Li Xian by the collar and landed 2 punches, transforming Li Xian's eyes into dark circles, leaving him seeing stars. Witnessing their leader being assaulted, the officials of the Zhenglu faction surged forward to join in the fray against Yang He. Undeterred, Yang He tucked his official robe at his waist and wielded the tablet, standing valiantly against the throng as if he were a lone warrior against an army. This spectacle left Jiang Ning in awe, prompting Zhang Weixian to quietly inquire, "Lord Jiang, shall we descend and assist Lord Yang?" Jiang Ning quickly shook his head, smiling as he replied, "What business do we, as military men, have in a civil dispute? Stand firm and enjoy the show. By the way, does the Duke of England have any sunflower seeds? It is far more delightful to snack while watching." Zhang Weixian shook his head. "I do not partake in such things." Nearby, Chen Su chuckled as he produced a handful of seeds from his sleeve and offered them to Jiang Ning, who immediately lit up and discreetly accepted them to munch on. Seeing this, Xin Yurong and Zhang Weixian hastily approached to grab some seeds from Chen Su's sleeve, and thus, several martial stalwarts stood by, snacking and observing the unfolding drama. As Yang He was besieged by the Zhenglu faction, the vice ministers of the Ministry of Personnel could no longer remain passive and rushed to assist, striking while calling for reinforcements. Soon, officials from the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Justice, and the Inspectorate joined the fray, plunging the court into chaos. The prominent figures of the cabinet could no longer sit idly. Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly hastily called for an end to the brawl, but by that point, Yang He and Li Xian were already too far gone in their fury to heed their pleas. Seated upon the dragon throne, Zhu Youjiao rose, his countenance dark with anger as he bellowed, "All of you, cease this at once." At the sound of Zhu Youjiao's furious command, Yang He and Li Xian halted their skirmish, with the other officials quickly following suit. Although Zhu Youjiao was generally lenient and mild-tempered toward his subjects, he was capable of lethal wrath when truly provoked. Zhu Youjiao sternly admonished, "The court is a place for deliberating national affairs, not a marketplace for ruffians to brawl. Is it merely because we are selecting officials to teach students about governance that the ministers gather here to engage in fisticuffs?" After stating this, his expression softened as he continued, "Yang Iching acted not incorrectly, nor did Li Iching. Both are concerned for the nation. Differences in political views are understandable, but there is no need for violence. I hope this will be the final occurrence. Should there be a next time, severe punishment will surely follow." As Zhu Youjiao personally intervened to mediate with armed authority, Yang He and Li Xian hastily knelt before him, followed by others who bowed in unison, pleading for forgiveness. "We have sinned. Your Majesty, please impose your punishment." Zhu Youjiao waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Esteemed gentlemen, our Ming dynasty has flourished for more than 260 years since the establishment by the great ancestor in the Hangwu era. Yet, throughout the ages, our forebears have never harbored intentions of retreating into self-preservation, nor have they been complacent in isolation. Consider the opening of the seas during the Longqing reign and Zhang Zhuxing's reforms. Both were progressive actions aimed at benefiting the populace by discarding the old and embracing the new. Today, as we reform the court and usher in a new era, the fortunes of the Ming are on the rise. At this critical juncture, we must unite as one, for only then can we witness a renaissance of prosperity in the Ming dynasty. Should we continue to engage in relentless strife, we may find ourselves facing ruin before the revival even arrives. Yang Iching has suggested that officials go to the Guozijian to impart the principles of governance to the students. A proposal I wholeheartedly endorse, and the cabinet is aware of this, finding no fault in it. Currently, with rampant corruption and oppression of the common people, I have delayed the resolution of the Liao tribute case to cleanse the bureaucracy of corrupt officials and restore peace to the citizenry. If any of you deem Yang Iching's approach inadequate, I welcome alternative solutions, or if anyone believes they are fit to assume the role of Minister of Personnel. Feel free to recommend yourselves, and I shall relieve Yang He of his duties." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into silence. It was no jest. The most perilous position in the Ming dynasty was indeed that of Minister of Personnel. Apart from the honest Yang He, not a single prominent figure would presume to possess the capability to navigate such a role. After all, this esteemed Yang has endured with tears for years, and his ability to persevere thus far is nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, seeing the silence among the crowd, Zhu Youjiao continued, "In this pivotal hour, if our Ming clings to outdated practices and remains stagnant, it would be akin to awaiting demise. Gentlemen, should this be the case, it would truly spell disaster for our Ming. When I ascended the throne, I boldly vowed to achieve unparalleled accomplishments, my deeds destined to eclipse those of Yao and Shan. The realm of the Ming, under my reign, shall be without precedent, and I aspire to become an everlasting sovereign. Since my enthronement, I have enacted commercial taxes, reduced agricultural taxes, promoted maritime trade, established the imperial examination, invigorated military recruitment, fortified our defenses, lightened burdens, encouraged commerce, opened channels for discourse, pacified the southwest, reclaimed territories, and expanded our frontiers. This glory shall not be mine alone. It rightfully belongs to our shared legacy as sovereign and subjects." Earlier, Minister Li spoke of ancestral laws. Allow me to inquire about their true intent. They were established to ensure the prosperity of the Ming, the well-being of the people, and peace across the seas, not to confine future generations in stagnation. Yet, where in the world exists a perpetually effective method, only through reform and renewal can we secure the welfare of the populace and the strength of the nation. The times have changed, and many of our ancestors' laws have become inadequate, necessitating continual improvement. Today, I declare to you all, if the Ming desires revival, we must innovate and discard the obsolete. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. I hope you will join me in our united endeavor to create a flourishing era for the Ming dynasty." Upon hearing these words, the ministers promptly raised their voices in a chorus of loyalty. "We shall dedicate ourselves to the Ming, serving diligently alongside your majesty to bring about a prosperous revival." At that moment, Li Xian and several officials of the Qinglu faction raised their voices, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the ancestral laws are the foundation of the eternal state. How can they be lightly discarded? We implore your Majesty to reconsider." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's brow furrowed. His expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn it, I spoke passionately for so long, expecting you to at least absorb some of it. Even if you don't, you could at least refrain from opposing me so blatantly. How utterly disrespectful." His countenance grew colder as he signaled to Tian Urging, who stood at the entrance of the Great Hall. Tian Urging immediately understood, leading a contingent of imperial guards to rush into the hall. As the emperor's personal military force, the imperial guards were staunch supporters of royal authority, and without hesitation, they advanced to seize Li Xian and the other Qinglu officials. Li Xian and the others continued to shout, "The ancestral laws must not be changed." Just then, Zhu Youjiao bellowed, "Hold on." The assembly was momentarily taken aback, and Tian Urging stood frozen, silently questioning whether he had misinterpreted the emperor's intent. Zhu Youjiao coldly asserted, "They are all ministers of the Ming dynasty. How can you treat them so carelessly? Take them out." Upon hearing this, the imperial guards promptly shifted from dragging to carrying Li Xian and the other Qinglu officials out. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao announced the dissolution of the court assembly. Chapter 531. The Poison of Confucianism after Zhu Youjiao departed. The ministers within the Great Hall began to make their way outside. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning was halted after taking only a few steps by Fang Zhenghua. Believing Zhu Youjiao had summoned him again, Jiang Ning proceeded towards the imperial study, but was soon called to a stop by Fang Zhenghua, who said, "My lord, please wait." Jiang Ning, feeling puzzled, inquired, "Isn't His Majesty summoning me to the imperial study?" Fang Zhenghua appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, "Your Majesty mentioned that before you go to the imperial study, you should first clean up the sunflower seed shells on the ground." Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had just eaten sunflower seeds and kept the shells in his sleeve, not yet having the chance to discard them. How could there be shells on the ground? Turning to look, he was instantly dumbfounded. Beneath where he had been standing lay a multitude of sunflower seed shells. He quickly realized that Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong, those old rascals, had set him up. With a smile that was more painful than a frown, Jiang Ning said, Fang Gonggong. Do you believe me if I say these shells are not mine? Fang Zhenghua awkwardly replied, My lord, please do not put me in a difficult position. His Majesty saw everything and specifically instructed you to clean it up. With that, the young eunuch hurriedly handed him some cleaning tools. Faced with this, Jiang Ning helplessly picked up the tools to clean, while Fang Zhenghua assisted him. Once the sunflower seed shells were cleared from the hall, Jiang Ning finally made his way to the imperial study. As he was about to pay his respects, Zhu Youjiao looked up and sneered. Ah, Brother Jiang. Have you finished your task? Please sit, please sit. Fang, hurry, bring some tea. After munching on seeds for so long, I imagine your throat is parched. Do have a cup to soothe it. By the way, Brother Jiang, seeds do not fill one up. Would you like some pastries? Listening to Zhu Youjiao's sarcastic remarks, Jiang Ning chuckled. Your Majesty, what is the matter today? Have you consumed gunpowder? With such a fiery temper and a sharp tongue, Zhu Youjiao rolled his eyes at Jiang. Brother Jiang, I have come to realize that your conscience has been steadily diminishing. Just moments ago in the court, as Yang He and Li Xian were embroiled in chaos, you not only refrained from offering assistance, but also indulged in snacking on melon seeds. In the end, I had to personally intervene to mediate the conflict, speaking until my throat was parched, while you, on the other hand, savored your snacks with great delight. Not only did you munch on the seeds, but you also had the audacity to discard the shells directly onto the floor of the Grand Hall. Is there no decorum left for a minister of the court? Jiang Ning, feeling aggrieved, retorted, Your Majesty, while I do not contest the matter of the melon seeds, I must clarify that the shells were not discarded by me, but by the Earl of England, Lord Chun, and Lord Shun, those three old fogies. Zhu Youjiao interrupted with annoyance. Brother Jiang, I detect a growing penchant for deceit in your words. How old are the Earl of England, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong? The youngest among them is already 65. Do you truly believe they can still partake in such childish snacks? Jiang Ning was left speechless, thinking to himself, how utterly unjust. Perhaps I should summon those three old men and provide each of them with 10 pounds of melon seeds for a live demonstration. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua approached with a teacup in hand, wearing a smile. Jiang Ning accepted the cup, took a sip, and then frantically gestured to Fang Zhenghua to fetch the osmanthus cake from the imperial desk. Fang Zhenghua stood frozen, aware that while Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjiao shared a brotherly bond and often engaged in playful banter, he, as a royal servant, dared not overstep his bounds. Then Zhu Youjiao spoke. Fang, please bring that plate of osmanthus cake to Brother Jiang. It was originally set aside for him. Fang Zhenghua hurriedly lifted the cake from the imperial desk and placed it beside Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took a piece, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Observing his delight, Zhu Youjiao laughed. Brother Jiang, you have eaten and drunk your fill. It is now time to discuss matters of importance. Jiang Ning nodded in response. Your Majesty, please feel free to speak. Zhu Youjiao then sat beside Jiang Ning, sighed deeply. Brother Jiang, Yang He was correct in one regard. Those scholars, while adept at crafting literature, possess scant ability in governance and administration. They excel in corruption and oppressing the common folk, yet remain utterly ignorant of how to ensure the welfare of the populace. Once they don the robes of office, they become reckless and lawless. I suspect that the suggestion to cultivate officials in the court is largely your brainchild, is it not? Jiang Ning quickly interjected. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. This was not my idea, but rather a proposal from Lord Wei. Zhu Youjiao scoffed. Brother Jiang, do you take me for a fool? I am well aware of Wei Zhongxin's capabilities. If he truly had the ingenuity to devise such a plan, you could devour the osmanthus cake, and I would consume the entire platter. Jiang Ning was rendered speechless, a wave of sorrow washing over him as he lamented the tarnished reputation of the old Wei. Zhu Youjiao then sighed. The court is filled with the nobility and scholars, who pride themselves on being superior, deeming all else beneath them, believing that only through scholarship can one attain greatness, endlessly reciting lofty phrases while spouting the wisdom of sages. When it comes to taking action, few prove to be truly effective. In dire situations, they merely resort to sacrificing themselves for the sovereign, yet their actions bear little significance. I do not demand that each official be wholly selfless. At the very least, I expect them to think 7 parts of themselves, 1 part of the court, and the remaining 2 parts for the common folk. Yet what is the outcome? Each one is selfish and self-serving, their words more eloquent than their deeds. proclaiming concerns for the nation before their own interests, while in reality, they are merely self-serving. Jiang Ning sighed in response. Your Majesty, since Emperor Wu of Han exalted Confucianism, it has claimed itself as the orthodoxy, denouncing other philosophies as heretical, striving to maintain its own authoritative status to monopolize resources, ensuring its members live in luxury and abundance. Thus, we have the monarch and the scholar officials sharing the realm. The monarch cannot govern without these literati, who seize the opportunity to exploit and oppress the populace. The rise and fall of countless dynasties have been intertwined with the presence of these scholars. A powerful dynasty often decays from within, rather than collapsing from external forces. What we observe today as Confucianism has long since perished over a millennium ago. Now it is merely the decaying remnants of its once vibrant existence. 1,000 years ago, when various schools of thought contended, there were indeed sages with talents for governance, yet they have long vanished, submerged in the river of history. Our Ming dynasty embraces the world, yet new schools of thought have emerged in regions such as Jiangnan, still facing suppression from the orthodox Confucian faction. Even with the downfall of the Kong family in Shandong, these individuals continue to identify as Confucians to elevate their own status. Parasites of power proliferate through nepotism and connections, saturating the court, wielding absolute influence while monopolizing vast wealth, grain, and resources, thus undermining the very foundations of the Ming dynasty. There is a folk rhyme that aptly captures this. Nobility is inherited from the womb, titles granted before the umbilical cord is severed. The military is filled with those of connections, while the common folk are left as mere fodder. They continuously employ a distorted culture to enslave the populace, convincing them that suffering precedes sweetness, that misfortune is a blessing, yet the people endure hardship year after year. If the common folk do not suffer, from where would they derive their advantage? Their desire is for the populace to remain ignorant and bewildered, facilitating their oppression and exploitation. Ultimately, the court's benevolence is devoured by the petty individuals, while the malevolence they perpetrate is borne by the court. They indulge in excess and extravagance, while the common folk are left threadbare and hungry. Zhu Youjiao sighed. Brother Jiang, I am aware of these issues. Hence, I believe Yang He's South proposal for the court to directly cultivate officials is a commendable approach. Moving forward, the court need not rely on these literati. We can nurture our own officials. After all, as long as they can read and write, the court can educate them on governance and how to benefit the common people, no longer needing to heed their pretentious rhetoric or the words of sages. When our esteemed founder established the Ming dynasty, the South further complicated matters with the southern and northern lists, suppressing all scholars from the north. In response, the founder of the dynasty, in a fit of rage, unleashed a brutal wave of retribution. Yet, even his formidable wrath could not quell the insatiable greed festering in the hearts of men. To this day, although the Donglin faction has been thoroughly suppressed, the scholars of Jiangnan remain restless. Should the court exhibit even the slightest vulnerability, they would seize the opportunity to reassert their control over the political landscape. Brother Jiang, we cannot remain passive. I have resolved that we shall no longer depend on these self-proclaimed intellectuals. Instead, we will take it upon ourselves to cultivate our own officials. When the time is ripe, I shall initiate reforms in the imperial examination system. We shall strive for what the common people cannot achieve and fight for the rights they do not possess. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded. He understood the import of Zhu Youjiao's words. During the founding of the Ming dynasty, the founder Zhu Yuanzhang established a hierarchy placing scholars at the top, yet Zhu Youjiao now clearly intended to dismantle this class structure, intending to trample these intellectuals underfoot. If this news were to spread, chaos would likely ensue across the realm. Zhu Youjiao then smiled and remarked, Brother Jiang, I recall when I visited you at the tavern. You advised me that governance must adhere to the law, rather than relying on benevolence and filial piety. Such an approach yields only the hollow reputation of a ruler, the interests of the gentry, and the suffering of the common folk. During the Warring States period, all nations embraced Confucianism, except for Qin, which favored legalism, and ultimately unified the 6 states. The 6 states, steadfast in their Confucian beliefs, met with ruin and desolation. Jiang Ning chuckled in response, Your Majesty. Although Qin conquered the 6 states, it fell in the 2nd generation, indicating that legalism also possesses its shortcomings. However, Zhu Youjiao shook his head, Brother Jiang, though Qin perished, The notion of unification remains deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Moreover, Qin's downfall was not solely the fault of legalism, but rather its excessively harsh laws. Governance by law must strike a balance. One cannot simply impose severe penalties without discretion. Since my ascension, I have adhered to principles grounded in law. Should we subscribe to the Confucian doctrine of benevolence and filial piety, we would likely still be under the control of the Donglin faction. Had we governed by such principles, the Liao tribute issue would not have resulted in such widespread bloodshed, nor instilled fear within the bureaucratic ranks. Although the founder employed literati to govern, he also wielded legalist methods, renowned for their severity. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Thus, the founder was able to reshape the backbone of China amidst the chaos at the end of the Yuan dynasty and establish the Ming dynasty. Zhu Youjiao then smiled. Brother Jiang, let us engage in a discussion regarding the shortcomings of Confucianism. I have already shared much. Now it is your turn to speak. Do not hold back. Although you may not read widely, your knowledge is profound and your talents exceptional. Had it not been for the fierce party strife in the court and your lack of official titles, I would have surely paved a path for you in the civil service. With your abilities, you would have more than sufficed for the role of prime minister. Chapter 532. The Culture of Confucianism. Jiang Ning chuckled lightly and replied, Since your majesty insists, I shall share a few thoughts. If my words are not entirely appropriate, I hope your majesty will not take offense. Zhu Youjiao, smiling, encouraged him, speak freely. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning began, Your Majesty, during the pre-Qin period, the contention among the 100 schools of thought was indeed a significant event in Chinese civilization. The philosophies of Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, Moism, and the schools of yin-yang and military strategy flourished in their prime. Confucianism truly emerged as the dominant ideology during the reign of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, when Dong Zhongshu advocated for its supremacy, thus establishing it as the orthodox doctrine. However, the ideals of Confucianism are excessively utopian, advocating for benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, while simultaneously categorizing individuals into rigid hierarchies. In contrast, the Mahists, legalists, and Taoists of the pre-Qin era championed the principle of equality among all people. The governance philosophy of Confucianism serves as a tool for monarchs to rule over the populace. What it terms as moral education ultimately amounts to mere subjugation. Confucianism lacks the capacity to embrace criticism. Those who dare to challenge its tenets are branded as deviants and traitors. Consequently, its theories are devoid of truth, resting entirely on fanciful notions without any empirical foundation. The so-called moral gentlemen reveal themselves to be nothing more than a collective of self-serving hypocrites. Confucianism adheres to antiquated traditions, failing to propel societal advancement, while dismissing other scholarly pursuits as frivolous and trivial. It exhibits no courage to resist power, rendering justice an elusive concept. Yet, it remains unwilling to fade into obscurity, eagerly seeking official positions, ultimately becoming a cadre of individuals who can only boast grandiose claims. A few audacious words spoken by subjects resonate with treasonous implications. From the words of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang at the end of the Qin dynasty, do nobles and commoners not share the same essence? The facade of Confucianism was irreparably torn away, further diminishing the sanctity of imperial authority. Fast forward to the late Eastern Han period, when Zhang Jiao proclaimed, The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise, heralding a new era. The end of the Tang dynasty saw Huang Chao slaughtering the aristocracy. By the end of the Yuan dynasty, wielding a steel blade, he vowed to slay the invaders. I am a true man. Why should I serve the Tatar as a beast of burden? The founding emperor of the Ming dynasty declared, From a farmer in the fields by day to the throne by night, the worthy are not born, a man must strive. This illustrates that the governance philosophy and ideology of Confucianism bear no utility for the common people. They incessantly emphasize their millennia-long heritage, claiming the ability to enlighten the uncivilized and educate the masses. Yet, the reality is that foreign foes were vanquished through the valor of Han warriors, while the masses endured oppression and exploitation, ultimately rising in rebellion to overthrow dynasties and initiate change. Yet, after these revolutions, Confucianists re-emerged to claim governmental roles. They assert that human nature is inherently good, yet they themselves harbor ulterior motives. If human nature is indeed good, why the need for moral education? In the end, this education has only served to alienate the populace further. Even their celebrated tenets of self-cultivation, family governance, and national administration are not but empty rhetoric. If they cannot even achieve the first principle of self-cultivation, how can they claim to govern a nation and establish peace? Observing the scholars of the current Ming era, each one harbors lofty ambitions, criticizing the court and the emperor, while they themselves remain unproductive, oblivious to agricultural practices, and disdainful of the laboring populace engaged in agriculture and commerce. Zhu Youjiao pondered deeply upon these words and nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Jiang Ning's assertions. Upon ascending the throne, he too intended to rely on the Donglin party to rectify the long-standing issues plaguing the Ming dynasty, yet he soon discovered that their slogans, while grand and noble, concealed a reality rife with exploitation and misconduct. Their duplicity far surpassed that of a single eunuch's endeavors. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Ning smiled and remarked, "Your Majesty, I must utter a rather disrespectful statement. In the tumultuous times of the past, our founding emperor emerged from obscurity, initially holding a deep respect for scholars. Take, for instance, Li Shanchong, one of the 6 dukes of the founding era. When the emperor rose to power, he treated him with the utmost reverence. However, once the empire was established, the emperor discerned that these scholars, each priding themselves on their lofty ideals, proved to be of little utility in governance. Consequently, he resorted to stringent measures, employing severe laws to govern the great Ming, dismissing scholars with disdain. Why did this occur? It was simply because the emperor recognized the essence of Confucianism as a realm inhabited by hypocrites. Of course, my assertion does not entirely dismiss the entire Confucian doctrine or its esteemed sages, for among them are indeed capable statesmen. For instance, Xuanzi of the pre-Qin period, who, in the eyes of the populace, perceived the Qin state, known for its legalistic governance, as a barbaric land shunning the rights, thus giving rise to the notion that Confucian scholars should not associate with Qin. Yet, Xuanzi was the first Confucian to enter Qin, only to be regarded as an outlier by his contemporaries, even being categorized as a legalist. The reality is that, compared to the obstinate and insular Confucian scholars, Xuanzi possessed a broader perspective and a higher understanding. He did not reject the philosophies of other schools, nor did he blindly adhere to the views of Confucian sages, even positing the audacious notion that human nature is inherently flawed. Xuanzi understood that morality does not stem from an innate sense of virtue, but from the conscious effort to cultivate goodness. Thus, he placed greater emphasis on systems and rules, aligning closely with legalist principles. Upon witnessing the soldiers captured during wars in the Qin state, he harbored no resentment towards Qin. Instead, he found merit in its land ownership policies that encouraged agriculture, fostering production. Military honors were no longer the privilege of the nobility, but accessible to all. The foundation of this transformation can be traced back to a legalist scholar named Shan Yang, whose core tenet was governance by law, ensuring the people's reliance on the state. The notion that one could govern the realm with merely a half volume of the Analects is utterly absurd. What led to the downfall of the Zhao Song dynasty? It was their overemphasis on civil matters at the expense of military strength. Consequently, after nurturing scholars for 300 years, not a single individual came forth to serve the nation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Brother Jiang, your commentary is indeed incisive. This is also why I remain reluctant to conclude the issue of the Liao tribute. If governance were to follow Confucian ideals of benevolence and filial piety, we would merely need to execute a handful of individuals to bring it to a close. However, if I were to continue, I would be deemed a tyrant. Yet, the suffering continues to afflict the common people, while the beneficiaries remain those very scholars." Jiang Ning concurred, acknowledging that Zhu Youjiao's methods of governance increasingly resembled those of the founding emperor, albeit with a touch more compassion. Yet he would not hesitate to wield the sword when necessary. Zhu Youjiao continued, "Confucianism serves the monarch while poisoning the populace. At the dawn of our great Ming, the founding emperor proclaimed that the Son of Heaven shares the world with the common people, not with the gentry. Thus, these scholars shall no longer be relied upon by the court. Rather than beseeching them for official positions, we ought to cultivate our own officials. When the opportune moment arises, I shall reform the imperial examination system, ensuring that those selected are not merely empty talkers who lead the nation astray, but individuals of genuine talent and knowledge, capable of serving the common people with integrity." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement and replied, "Your Majesty, Your wisdom is unparalleled. If we continue to govern the realm with these scholars, I fear that both the nation and its citizens will suffer grievously." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brother Jiang, what do you mean by this affliction?" Jiang Ning responded, "The ailment of ignorance." After pondering for a moment, Zhu Youjiao asked, "Where lies this ignorance?" Jiang Ning, with a serious demeanor, articulated, "It lies in those who are enslaved yet believe themselves to be free, who have never known the essence of equality, who lack self-respect and the capacity to love others. In short, they are unaware of their own servitude." Zhu Youjiao fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he queried, "Brother Jiang, what do you believe to be the root of this ailment?" Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "The roots are manifold. The 4 books poison the souls of the people, the 5 classics dull the heart, the 3 principles give rise to servitude, and the 5 constants bind the nature of individuals. This is the cultural disease of Confucianism. In the world, how many are there who cannot fill their stomachs or keep warm? Meanwhile, the landlords, gentry, and bureaucrats exploit without end, indulging in excess. This is the economic affliction. The overarching cause of all these maladies can be summarized as the political disease." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother Jiang, your insights are indeed profound. When I review memorials, I often encounter reports from local officials regarding troublesome citizens who refuse to pay taxes or resist the government. Yet, it seems there are no troublesome citizens, only a group of pitiable people forced to the brink of survival, with relentless exploitation by officials. The common folk have no recourse for their grievances, and in their desperation, they become the very troublesome citizens they are labeled as, lest they be utterly devoured by these corrupt officials." Jiang Ning acknowledged this with a nod. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "By the way, Brother Jiang, you have spoken so much. It seems there is still more left unsaid?" Jiang Ning shook his head and replied, "Your Majesty, I have said all that I must." Zhu Youjiao, however, looked on skeptically. "Brother Jiang, you are not being truthful. What can we not discuss between brothers? Since you have elucidated the causes, symptoms, and roots of the ailment, surely you must possess an antidote." Jiang Ning hastily shook his head, "Your Majesty, I assure you, I have spoken all I can, and I possess no remedy." Zhu Youjiao remained unconvinced and instructed Fang Zhenghua, "Prepare a meal. From this day forth, Brother Jiang shall remain in the imperial study until he has finished his discourse. If he refuses to speak, he shall stay here to keep me company." Jiang Ning was taken aback and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, how can you do this? I have already stated that regardless of what I say, you shall not hold it against me." Zhu Youjiao, however, played the rogue. "Indeed, I have said as much. But since you have not completed your thoughts, I am not violating my earlier promise." Jiang Ning was left speechless and finally asked, "Your Majesty, are you truly intent on hearing this? I fear that once I speak, you may draw your sword on the spot." Zhu Youjiao, amused, jested, "Brother Jiang, you wouldn't be plotting a rebellion, would you?" Jiang Ning shook his head, "Your Majesty, what are you suggesting?" "I am too disinterested in holding an official position to even consider rebellion," Jiang Ning declared. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao chuckled, "If rebellion is not your intention, then what is there that cannot be spoken?" Jiang Ning, with a hint of hesitation, replied, "Your Majesty, what I am about to disclose may be even more grave than a rebellion, and I fear you may not withstand it." Zhu Youjiao, amused, responded, "How severe could it possibly be? The weight of the 2 capitals and 14 provinces of the Ming dynasty rests upon your shoulders. As long as you can bear it, what could possibly be too daunting for me?" Jiang Ning, now serious, retorted, "Your Majesty, this is your own assertion. Master Fang is here as a witness. Regardless of what I say, you must not turn against me." Chapter 533. The 2 potent remedies. Zhu Youjiao nodded and then smiled, "Let Master Fang be our witness." Fang Zhenghua, upon hearing this, quickly agreed with a smile, though anxiety crept into his heart. Should Jiang Ning utter any rebellious words, he would be powerless to intervene. Being merely a servant of the royal family, Jiang Ning, with a solemn demeanor, stated, "Your Majesty, I possess 2 remedies of equal potency. However, I fear that the Ming dynasty may not be able to endure them. Even if administered forcibly, they could lead to immediate demise." Zhu Youjiao, growing impatient, urged, "Speak swiftly. Your hesitance is trying my patience." Then, Jiang Ning rose and approached the imperial desk, saying, "Your Majesty, I request the use of your revered brush." Zhu Youjiao, complying, also moved to the desk. Jiang Ning laid out 2 sheets of rice paper and, with a flourish, inscribed for characters on each. Zhu Youjiao, upon reading them, was taken aback, his astonishment evident as he exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, you cannot be jesting." Jiang Ning shook his head earnestly. Zhu Youjiao hastily placed paperweights on the sheets and began to pace the hall, his heart racing with anxiety. Would Zhu Youjiao renege on his word? Logically, he should not. He had previously asserted that he would not hold Jiang Ning accountable for anything he said. Yet, recalling the numerous empty promises made by emperors throughout history, particularly by the founder of the Zhou dynasty, the Hongwu emperor, who had issued countless unfulfilled pledges, Jiang Ning's concern grew. After a lengthy pause, Zhu Youjiao sat down, his expression one of complexity. "Brother Jiang, your 2 remedies are indeed potent and fierce. However, given the current state of the Ming dynasty, they are inapplicable. To administer them without caution could plunge the realm into chaos. Perhaps in a few years, these remedies may indeed save the world." Jiang Ning nodded, cautiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, may I take my leave now?" Zhu Youjiao acquiesced. Jiang Ning promptly rose to leave, but just as he took a few steps, Zhu Youjiao called out, "Brother Jiang, wait." Jiang Ning turned abruptly, like a startled rabbit, and with a heavy heart, lamented, "Your Majesty, you previously vowed not to turn against me. Moreover, you compel me to speak. Now you wish to retract your words. Where is your sense of justice? If you intend to unjustly condemn me, then inscribe on my gravestone, 'Here lies the first unjustly wronged minister of the Ming dynasty.'" Zhu Youjiao, taken aback by Jiang Ning's fervor, gaped in astonishment before carefully gesturing to the osmanthus cake beside him, saying, "Brother Jiang, do remember to take your osmanthus cake with you." Upon hearing the words, Jiang Ning gazed at the osmanthus cake that Zhu Youjiao had carefully prepared for him, feeling an overwhelming desire to find a hole to burrow into. After all the commotion, Zhu Youjiao was merely reminding him to take the cake, yet he had mistakenly assumed the worst. What a grand jest this had turned out to be. With a face full of embarrassment, Jiang Ning returned, took up the osmanthus cake, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I was merely jesting earlier. I hope you do not take offense." Zhu Youjiao shook his head in response, "No offense taken." Subsequently, Jiang Ning hastily seized the osmanthus cake and made a swift exit. Akin to a duck taking flight, Zhu Youjiao returned to his throne and spread the 2 pieces of rice paper inscribed by Jiang Ning across the imperial desk, contemplating the 8 characters inscribed upon it in deep thought. After leaving the palace, Jiang Ning made his way directly to the 5 armies commander's office. At that moment, the trio of Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong were seated together, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Upon noticing the delicacies Jiang Ning held, Zhang Weixian sniffed the air and hurriedly took the package from Jiang Ning's hands, exclaiming with a smile, "Lord Jiang, you are exceedingly gracious, knowing we old fellows enjoy tea, and even bringing us some treats." With that, he promptly unwrapped the rice paper and began sharing the snacks with Chen Su and Xin Yurong. Jiang Ning felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. These 3 old gentlemen had just played a trick on him during morning court, compelling him to clean the Fengtian Hall for an extended period. And now they had snatched away his osmanthus cake. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly, Jiang Ning refrained from voicing his displeasure and instead inquired curiously, "Lord Ingwa, Lords Chun and Shun, what brings you such leisure today? Have all matters in the office been resolved?" Zhang Weixian, stroking his beard, replied, "Lord Jiang, the overall situation in the Ming dynasty is flourishing, and the realm is at peace. There are not many military affairs to attend to. Moreover, we old fellows cannot monopolize our positions forever. We must provide the younger generation with opportunities for development, do we not?" Chen Sun nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Lord Ingwa speaks wisely." Xin Yurong also chimed in with a nod of assent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a surge of confusion and stepped forward to investigate. To his astonishment, he beheld Zhang Zhiji, the young lord of the Ingwa estate, Prince Zhu Yujian, Li Ruoyan, and his own nephew Deng Yunfei, all diligently immersed in handling official documents. Chen Zilong, who had recently been transferred to their office, was busily assisting the others in the circulation of paperwork. At this moment, Jiang Ning began to grasp the situation. These 3 old gentlemen had effectively become hands-off managers, delegating their responsibilities to the younger generation, which explained their current state of leisure while they enjoyed tea and conversation. However, Jiang Ning chose not to comment on this arrangement. recognizing that the 3 seasoned generals indeed required the younger individuals to step up. Zhang Zhiji, as the young lord of the Ingguo estate, hailed from a family of military merit and had been well trained under Zhang Weixian's guidance, thus handling official duties with remarkable proficiency. After some recent encouragement from Jiang Ning, Li Ruoyan had also grown adept at managing affairs. As for the young Zhu Yujian, his innate talent had blossomed, enabling him to shoulder the workload of 4 or 5 individuals with ease, producing impeccable results. Yet, his nephew Deng Yunfei wore a troubled expression at that moment. Seeing this, Jiang Ning stepped forward and inquired with a smile, "Yunfei, what troubles you so deeply?" Hearing this, Deng Yunfei quickly lifted his head and beamed at Jiang Ning, saying, "Uncle Jiang, you have returned." Jiang Ning nodded and replied, "Yunfei, do share your concerns with me." Deng Yunfei, upon hearing this, handed over an official document and began. "Uncle Jiang, my father, along with Lord Qin, has completed the training of the new army in Shaanxi and has also inspected Shaanxi. As you are aware, the situation in Shaanxi is stable. They have previously reorganized 30,000 troops, personally trained by the esteemed General Ma Long, so there are no significant issues. The circumstances in Shandong are similar, also without major problems." Jiang Ning, slightly puzzled, asked, "Then this is good news. Why does it trouble you so?" Deng Yunfei, with a crestfallen expression, replied, "This merely signifies that my father will soon return to the capital. Once he is back, my days of peace will be over. Uncle, you may not know, but at home, my father is quick to scold and criticize me, rendering me worthless in his eyes. With his return to the capital, my days of hardship will resume." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. At this, Jiang Ning found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware of Deng Wenming's strict expectations of his only son, as he ardently sought to restore the family's former glory. His rigorous approach to parenting, however, had yielded less than ideal results, proving less effective than his own recent guidance. It was no wonder that Deng Yunfei felt such despair at the prospect of his father's return. Jiang Ning chuckled softly, saying, "Yunfei, do not dwell on it too much. In due time, I shall journey to Jiangnan, and I will take you along for some valuable training. You might even achieve something noteworthy that will earn your father's respect." Deng Yunfei, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Uncle Jiang, truly?" Jiang Ning nodded with a smile. Deng Yunfei quickly seized a brush and pinned his approval on the document. Observing his unfortunate nephew, Jiang Ning felt a pang of sympathy for the lad who had fallen victim to such a stern father, truly a stroke of ill fortune. Subsequently, Jiang Ning approached his younger brother, Zhu Yujian, who was diligently reviewing 2 official documents simultaneously, wielding a brush in each hand. Jiang Ning was astonished. Indeed, this was the historical ruler renowned for his diligence, possessing the remarkable ability to multitask, a rare skill in the entirety of Huaxia. Before long, Zhu Yujian completed his reviews, stood up to stretch, and cheerfully remarked, "Second brother, what a coincidence, you have returned." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "I have been back for a while." Zhu Yujian, realizing this, responded, "It seems I was so engrossed in reviewing the documents that I failed to notice your arrival." Jiang Ning then inquired, "Fifth brother, have you not been tasked with reforming the noble titles along with His Highness, the Prince of Fortune? What has become of the affairs of the Ministry of Rights?" Zhu Yujian paused for a moment before replying, "Second brother, it has already been taken care of. With the auspicious leadership of Prince Fu, alongside the assistance of Prince Qin and Prince Jin, 30,000 imperial Ming guards have been dispatched, bearing official documents to the various feudal lords across the realm. As long as the local princes acquiesce to the court's reformation of the royal family, there should be little cause for concern." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, and then inquired with curiosity, "Fifth brother, is it truly necessary to mobilize 30,000 imperial Ming guards merely to deliver documents to the princes?" Zhu Yujian, with a mischievous smile, replied, "Second brother, although the court has offered generous conditions overseas, it does not imply that every feudal lord possesses the wisdom to seek progress. There will always be a few who are content to languish without ambition. Hence, after discussions with Prince Fu, Prince Qin, and Prince Jin, we decided to deploy all 30,000 imperial Ming guards. If any prince dares to refuse, let our guards engage with these relatives appropriately." Jiang Ning furrowed his brow and asked, "Fifth brother, what do you mean by engage appropriately?" Zhu Yujian chuckled and explained, "They are all our kin. After enduring years of hardship, When they visit their relatives, they deserve to enjoy better food and drink, and perhaps take a little of the good things they encounter. After all, one cannot write two characters Zhu with a single stroke. Jiang Ning began to understand. His younger brother was indeed quite cunning. With over 30,000 imperial Ming guards dispersed, each feudal lord would have at least several hundred at their residence, and since they were delivering documents on behalf of the house of royal relatives, it was akin to a half-imperial envoy. If any prince opposed, these hundreds of guards could certainly stir up chaos within the prince's residence. Zhu Yujian then revealed a sly grin and stated, "So, second brother, rest assured, all the feudal lords within the Ming territory are tightly ensnared in my scheme. If they wish to resist to the end, we can simply unleash the imperial Ming guards upon them. Let them witness the consequences of defiance." Jiang Ning swallowed hard, at a loss for words. His younger brother's ruthlessness was indeed formidable, yet he found this method of operation rather appealing. Although it remained extreme, its effectiveness was undeniable. At that moment, a soldier entered abruptly, saluting and reporting, "Your Highness, there is a young lady outside claiming to be Miss Tian, saying she has brought something for you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian's face lit up with joy. "Quickly, let her in." "No, I shall go to greet her myself." Jiang Ning immediately recognized that it was the young lady Tian Rui, and it was no wonder his younger brother was so elated. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Yujian returned to the office with Tian Rui, their hands intertwined, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Tian Rui quickly withdrew her hand. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhu Yujian, however, seemed unfazed, proudly announcing, "Second brother, Rui has made soup. You must have some." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "In that case, I shall not be polite." Soon after, Tian Rui hurriedly served chicken soup to both Zhu Yujian and Jiang Ning, then prepared a bowl for Li Ruoyan, who was deeply touched by her gesture. Just then, Deng Yunfei, who was reviewing documents nearby, lamented with a tearful voice, "Uncle Jiang, I would like some too." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a pang of disappointment, wishing his younger brother would not be so merciless. At this moment, Tian Rui also heard the voice of Deng Yunfei and prepared to serve him a bowl of chicken soup, only to discover that it had all been consumed, leaving only the chicken. An embarrassed expression crossed her face as she said, "Young lord, I sincerely apologize. It seems I underestimated the quantity of soup today, and only the chicken remains. Perhaps I could brew some more for you another day?" Deng Yunfei quickly responded with a smile, "Miss Rui, you are too courteous. I truly enjoy eating chicken." Jiang Ning, observing the embarrassing display of his nephew, felt an overwhelming urge to have him sent away, and promptly handed over the chicken. Deng Yunfei accepted it and began to eat with his hands, completely disregarding the decorum expected of someone of his status, which elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers. Chapter 534. Wang Gongchang. Time swiftly passed, drawing closer the day when Jiang Ning would embark on his journey to Jiangnan. At this juncture, the two sisters, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qinyan, were also nearing their time of delivery. To carve out more time for his family, Jiang Ning decided to submit a formal request, citing illness as the reason for his absence from the morning court sessions. In response, Zhu Youjiao graciously granted Jiang Ning a 2-month maternity leave, complete with pay. As for his official duties, Jiang Ning made a point to visit the office intermittently, for while he could skip the morning court, work still required his attention. One day, as Jiang Ning arrived at the entrance of the 5 Armies Commander's office, he noticed a middle-aged man, approximately 30 years of age, standing there. The man had a square face, dark skin, sharp phoenix eyes, and a piercing gaze, with a beard that lent him the air of a poised tiger ready to pounce. He was clad in a coarse cloth robe, accompanied by several attendants who appeared weary from travel. Curious about the identity of this man, Jiang Ning was soon approached by the middle-aged figure, who, upon noticing Jiang Ning in his official first-class military attire, promptly bowed and introduced himself. "I am Yushi Hui from the Yulin Guard, and I pay my respects to Lord Jiang." His attendants quickly followed suit in greeting. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing the name Yushi Hui, he recalled having ordered his transfer from the Yulin Guard in Shaanxi to the capital not long ago. To his surprise, he had arrived so swiftly. With a welcoming smile, Jiang Ning replied, "General Yu, there is no need for such formalities. It seems you have just arrived in the capital today?" Yushi Hui nodded eagerly. "Indeed, my lord. I have just reached the capital and have come to the 5 Armies Commander's office to report." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he said, In that case, let us proceed inside together. He led Yu Shihui into the 5 armies commander's office and into the main hall. The British Duke, Zhang Weixian, was on duty and, noticing Jiang Ning accompanied by another, inquired with curiosity, "Lord Jiang, may I ask who this gentleman is?" Jiang Ning smiled and introduced. "This is the valiant General Yu Shihui from the Yulin Guard." He then turned to Yu Shihui, saying, "General Yu, this is the British Duke." Yu Shihui quickly clasped his fists in salute. "I pay my respects to the British Duke." Zhang Weixian responded with a smile. "Indeed, you are truly a tiger general." He gestured for Yu Shihui to dispense with further formalities. Yu Shihui promptly presented a document, and after Zhang Weixian reviewed it to confirm its accuracy, he remarked with a smile, "General Yu, your reputation precedes you. Both I and Lord Jiang have heard of your exploits throughout the capital." He continued, "Across the entire 9 borders, only Yinsui town dares to take the initiative, pursuing those Mongolian foes beyond the frontier. The rest of the border towns leave much to be desired." Upon hearing this, Yu Shihui could not help but smile wryly, exclaiming, "Your Grace, you flatter me." The town of Yinsui and Yulin Guard have historically been known for their fierce and robust spirit. Positioned at the frontier, the local populace often takes to arms, alternating between being soldiers and civilians. They frequently venture beyond the borders to engage Mongolian foes, claiming enemy heads in exchange for silver rewards. Ultimately, it is merely for sustenance, and thus does not warrant such commendation from your Grace. Zhang Weixian, upon hearing this, stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh, stating, "What our Ming dynasty lacks at present is precisely such valiant young men who dare to venture out and confront the enemy." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, sharing in the mirth. After a round of cordial exchanges, the official appointment of Yu Shihui was announced, following a joint recommendation from the 5 armies command. Emperor Zhu Youjiao personally decreed the appointment of Yu Shihui as the commander of the Xianjin camp, overseeing the left, central, and right guards, totaling 30,000 elite troops, all meticulously selected from the local tribal forces. Yu Shihui, upon receiving the news, was overwhelmed with excitement. He had initially anticipated being assigned to a mere nominal position, considering his modest reputation in Yulin Guard, while the capital was replete with formidable generals. Given the ongoing conflicts in the capital over the past 2 years, truly talented generals were abundant. He had simply hoped to secure a position as a commander, and to find himself in command of an entire army was beyond his wildest dreams. Observing Yu Shihui's fervent expression, Jiang Ning remarked with a smile, "General Yu, while the Xianjin camp may number only 30,000, each soldier has been handpicked from the southwestern tribal armies, renowned for their bravery and resilience. They are indeed a handful, and to instill discipline among them, you will need to showcase your true capabilities." Yu Shihui quickly nodded in affirmation, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall manage the Xianjin camp with utmost diligence." Jiang Ning, fully aware of Yu Shihui's prowess, recalled how, in the annals of history, this very general had once routed the courier Li Xiaogo with just a few thousand men, leaving him in disarray. Even the Qin army under Sun Quanting had been formed primarily from the soldiers of Yulin Guard. At that time, Yu Shihui had already met his demise, and after taking command of Yulin Guard, Sun Quanting restructured and expanded the remaining troops, transforming them into an elite force of the late Ming dynasty. This illustrates the immense capability of Yu Shihui. Had he not succumbed to illness at a critical moment, he might well have thwarted Li Xiaogo right at Yinsui town. Thus, entrusting him with command of an army posed no concerns whatsoever. Subsequently, Jiang Ning arranged for his nephew, Deng Yunfei, to escort Yu Shihui to assume his new position. 2 days later, Lu Xiangxing and Ma Xianglin returned to the capital to report to Jiang Ning and the others. Observing the two after a 2-year absence, Jiang Ning noted that Lu Xiangxing had shed his scholarly demeanor, now exuding a more composed and commanding presence, truly embodying the qualities of a general. Ma Xianglin, the sole heir of Qin Lianyu, had inherited his mother's martial prowess, and after 2 years of honing his skills in northern Myanmar, he had made remarkable progress, earning the nickname Little Ma Chao. Seeing the weary yet determined expressions of the two, Jiang Ning welcomed them to take their seats and inquired, "Jindo, I had thought you would require more time before returning to the capital, yet here you are so swiftly." Lu Xiangxing smiled in response, "Since receiving your Grace's orders, General Ma and I have hastened our return at full speed." Jiang Ning nodded and further asked, "What is the current situation in northern Myanmar?" Not long ago, Old Zhao sent a formal document, stating that Myanmar was on the verge of being conquered. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiangxing's expression turned slightly awkward. He scratched his head and chuckled. In response to the Lord, General Zhao is indeed close to securing Myanmar. Currently, half of Myanmar soldiers have surrendered to the Ming dynasty, having been coaxed and deceived by General Zhao, while the remaining soldiers have lost their will to fight and are preparing to capture King Anabalong of Myanmar to seek refuge with the Ming. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Goodness, it seems that when it comes to deception, old Zhao reigns supreme." Zhao Shuijiao truly deserves the title of the foremost con artist of Liaodong, able to deceive wherever he goes, toppling a nation with nothing but his silver tongue. No one else possesses such an extraordinary talent. He then nodded and said, "In that case, you two have just returned to the capital. It would be best for you to rest for a few days." The two nodded in agreement and then took their leave. At this moment, Jiang Ning sat in his office, deep in thought. The Liu sisters, Liu Ruoyan and Liu Qingyan, were soon to give birth. Once the children arrived safely, he would need to travel to Jiangnan. Presently, within the capital garrison, there were several formidable generals, including Liu Xiangxing, Ma Xianglin, and Yu Shiwei, alongside seasoned veterans Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong overseeing the situation. The five armies' general command was undoubtedly secure, as they had both funds and military forces at their disposal. Along with capable commanders, he began to reflect on whether he had overlooked any details. After all, the depths of Jiangnan's waters were unpredictable. He needed to ensure that everything was meticulously arranged before departing the capital. If chaos were to erupt in the capital upon his arrival in Jiangnan, the consequences would be dire. Should Zhu Youjiao and his godson Zhu Taiden be exposed, Jiang Ning would have no reason to continue living. Subsequently, Jiang Ning mentally revisited the potential historical events that could unfold. Suddenly, he sat upright, slapping his forehead. The catastrophic explosion at Wang Gongchang. Such a monumental event, and he had nearly forgotten it. In history, the explosion at Wang Gongchang occurred on the 6th day of the 5th month in the 6th year of the Tianqi era, with a blast radius spanning nearly several miles and resulting in the collapse of 19,000 houses. As for the casualty figures, the official record in the Ming Shirlu cites 537 identified victims. However, many were obliterated beyond recognition, leaving no means for identification. Yet, the Tianbian Dabaos recorded over 10,000 deceased, while Mingji Bailu noted more than 20,000 fatalities. Accounts of the incident varied widely, with some records mentioning strange celestial phenomena, and one even stated that a 5,000-pound stone lion in front of the government office was blasted over 100 miles away. Thousands of men, women, and children were left utterly naked. The one-year-old crown prince, Zhu Zijiang, was said to have died from fright, and even Zhu Youjiao narrowly escaped death. According to historical texts, the explosion's force was likened to that of a nuclear bomb, although such destructive power was not something the Ming era could engineer. If it were merely gunpowder, that would still be an exaggeration. After all, Jiang Ning had reviewed the relevant records from the Ministry of Works, which indicated a daily production of only a few hundred pounds and a total stock of around 100,000 pounds. Furthermore, after restructuring the Armament Bureau and the Military Equipment Bureau, he had already ordered the gunpowder storage to be relocated outside the city, considering that Wang Gongchang was perilously close to the palace. According to historical records, the explosion possessed a force equivalent to several thousand tons of TNT, the precise causes of which remain a topic of much speculation and an unresolved enigma. However, Jiang Ning distinctly remembers the aftermath of this cataclysm, which resulted in the untimely death of Zhu Youxiao's only son from sheer fright, while Zhu Youxiao himself narrowly escaped death. The court was engulfed in turmoil, with even the once powerful Old Wei's followers splitting into two factions. One faction remained steadfastly loyal to Old Wei, while the other fervently petitioned Zhu Youxiao, asserting that this calamity was divine retribution, demanding a reduction in corvée labor and taxes, as well as the pardon of the Donglin party members imprisoned in the imperial dungeons. Their language was notably forceful, bordering on threats, warning that if Zhu Youxiao did not issue a self-condemning edict, further divine wrath might befall him. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, Zhu Youxiao ordered a thorough investigation into the matter, with Old Wei personally overseeing it, concluding that the incident was merely an explosion caused by a fire in the gunpowder depot. However, the Donglin officials in the court clearly disagreed with this assessment. instead propagating the idea that it was a manifestation of heaven's anger. Incensed, Zhu Yuxiao, under his directive, had all the Donglin members imprisoned in the dungeons executed. Meanwhile, rumors among the populace grew increasingly fervent, suggesting that this event was a divine warning to the ruler. This implies that beneath the surface of this explosion lay a political conspiracy. Whether it was an accident exploited by scheming individuals to portray it as divine punishment aimed at political adversaries is debatable. The common folk were swayed by public opinion, believing it to be a sign of heavenly wrath. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuxiao maintained a resolute stance, even commissioning the construction of temples dedicated to Old Wei across the nation after the Tianqi explosion, a grand endeavor that clearly bore Zhu Yuxiao's imprimatur. Otherwise, Old Wei would not have dared to proceed with such audacity. Thus, it can be inferred that the Donglin officials' narrative of divine anger was met with Zhu Yuxiao's calculated plan to deify Old Wei, a powerful figure in the court, evidently intending to suppress this discourse through imperial authority. As a result, Old Wei ascended to the pinnacle of his career, basking in unparalleled acclaim. However, just a year later, while leisurely boating on the Tai pool in the Western Garden, Zhu Yuxiao inexplicably fell into the water, subsequently succumbing to illness, and before long, passed away under perplexing circumstances. The date of Zhu Yuxiao's fall into the water is a matter of much debate, with claims ranging from the 5th to the 7th year of the Tianqi era. The true circumstances remain elusive to Jiang Ning, but political intrigue undoubtedly permeated the situation. Presently, the capital, both inside and outside the palace, is under the vigilant surveillance of the Jinyue, Dongchong, and even the Shichong and Jini secret guards. Any sign of disturbance, be it concerning himself, Old Wei, Fang Zhenghua, or Zhu Yuxiao, would be swiftly reported. Chapter 535. Where did the gunpowder go? Reflecting on this, Jiang Ning could no longer remain seated. As for the true cause of the Wang Gongchang explosion in history, it remains untraceable. However, the consequences of that explosion can be said to have directly shattered half of the Ming dynasty, even indirectly collapsing its fortunes. In the present day, although the gunpowder depot has been relocated from Wang Gong factory to the outskirts of the city, he still felt the need to personally inspect the premises for reassurance. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning promptly instructed Li Ruoyan to notify Tian Urging, Su Xianshun, and Gao Wenkai, requesting them to lead the imperial guards in awaiting him at Wang Gong factory. Subsequently, Jiang Ning set off for Wang Gong factory as well. Before long, Jiang Ning arrived at Wang Gong factory, where Tian Urging, Su Xianshun, Gao Wenkai, and Li Ruoyan had already assembled with several hundred imperial guards. Upon Jiang Ning's appearance, everyone hurriedly paid their respects, but Jiang Ning waved his hand, signaling that formalities were unnecessary. Tian Urging was the first to speak. "My lord, what has transpired? Why have all the brothers been summoned?" The others looked expectantly at Jiang Ning, awaiting his response. However, he said little and led the way toward the gunpowder depot. Upon reaching the entrance, the gunpowder depot envoy, Tian Jingyun, was already terrified, feeling utterly out of place as a mere ninth-grade official amidst such esteemed company. Including the left deputy of the military governor's office and several prominent figures of the imperial guards. He hastily approached and bowed, introducing himself. "I am Tian Jingyun, the envoy of the gunpowder depot. I greet you, my lord, and all esteemed officials." Jiang Ning inquired, "Envoy Tian, since I ordered the relocation of the gunpowder depot to the outskirts, what purposes does Wang Gong factory serve now?" Tian Jingyun quickly replied, "In response to your command, my lord, the minister has converted Wang Gong factory into a warehouse for storing iron and copper materials." Nodding, Jiang Ning asked, "May I enter to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Tian Jingyun eagerly exclaimed, "Of course, my lord. Not only may you enter to observe, but you could even reside here if you wished." However, before he could finish, Li Ruoyan sharply interjected, "Impudent! How dare you speak so recklessly in the presence of the Lord? What status does he hold to reside in such a place?" Realizing his faux pas, Tian Jingyun quickly apologized, "I beg your pardon, my lord. I misspoke in my moment of folly." Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. Given his current status, he deemed it unnecessary to take offense at someone like Tian Jingyun, as it would tarnish his reputation. Following this, Jiang Ning led the group inside, where he observed that each storage room was sealed. He methodically opened them one by one, discovering that they were indeed filled with heaps of iron materials. After completing his inspection, Jiang Ning fell into contemplation. Tian urging inquired, "My lord, what exactly are you searching for?" Instead of answering directly, Jiang Ning posed a question. "Old Tian, Old Su, as you are both natives of the capital and scions of official families, could you recount the history of Wanggong Factory for me?" Su Xianshun responded with a smile. "My lord, Wanggong Factory indeed has a long history. After the Yongle Emperor relocated the capital to Shuntian Prefecture, it was established in the 15th year of Yongle, under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works, specifically for the production of gunpowder for the use of the Divine Machine Camp. Its scale gradually expanded, reaching a peak production of 2,000 pounds of gunpowder daily, with storage capacity soaring to 2 million pounds. However, with the decline of military generals and the decrease in court warfare, the demand for gunpowder by the Divine Machine Camp has steadily diminished. No longer comparable to the Yongle era. Jiang Ning nodded, well aware of these matters. When the gunpowder depot was relocated outside the city, he had examined the Ministry of Works records, which indicated a daily production of 500 pounds of gunpowder, with a storage capacity of 100,000 pounds at that time. At this juncture, Tian Ergang interjected, "My lord, there is an aspect that Old Su did not fully disclose. Due to rampant corruption within the court, coupled with the Ministry of Works being notoriously affluent, many officials began to privately sell gunpowder. Some even embezzled raw materials, resulting in the majority of the gunpowder produced by the craftsmen being substandard. Of course, while these deficiencies meant it did not meet the usage standards of the Divine Machine Camp's weaponry, its potency remained relatively formidable." Jiang Ning seized upon the crucial point and hastily inquired, "Old Tian, do you have any knowledge of the quantity of substandard gunpowder produced previously?" Tian Ergang shook his head. "My lord, I truly do not know." Su Xianshun added, "My lord, even if you were to inquire with Old Tian or myself, we would be at a loss. Many accounts in the ministry are already muddled, particularly regarding the gunpowder depot's records." Jiang Ning nodded, fully aware of the ministry's disarray, which he had personally attempted to rectify, nearly paralyzing the entire institution in the process. He sighed, lamenting, "What a pity, most of the officials from the ministry have already been executed. Now, even if one wished to ask someone, there is no one left to consult." Just as he finished speaking, Gao Wenkai beside him remarked, "My lord, although the officials from the ministry have been killed, the craftsmen who produced the gunpowder are still here. Perhaps we can seek their insights." Jiang Ning suddenly smacked his forehead, having completely overlooked this detail. Standing nearby, Tian Jingyun quickly added, "My lord, when the gunpowder depot was moved outside the city, some older craftsmen did not follow and remained behind. I shall fetch them at once." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Before long, a dozen gray-haired craftsmen were brought forth by Tian Jingyun, all kneeling before Jiang Ning. He inquired, "Which of you is in charge?" An elderly man stepped forward and replied, "Your humble servant is responsible, my lord." Jiang Ning smiled and asked, "What is your name? How long have you worked in the gunpowder depot?" The elder promptly responded, "Your humble servant is named Zhao Yiping, and I have worked in the gunpowder depot for a full 30 years. For several generations, my family has produced gunpowder for the court." Jiang Ning nodded and further inquired, "Master Zhao, I would like to ask how much gunpowder you were able to produce daily?" Zhao Yiping pondered for a moment and replied, "My lord, we previously produced 500 pounds of gunpowder daily, and the regular storage capacity was around 100,000 pounds. Jiang Ning nodded again and continued, "What was the pass rate for the gunpowder you produced?" Zhao Yiping's expression tensed, and he hastily replied, "I beseech your lordship to discern the truth. Previously, the officials of the ministry embezzled raw materials, and despite our best efforts, only 30% of the gunpowder we produced was of acceptable quality for the Divine Machine Camp's weaponry. The remaining 70% was substandard." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a wave of dismay wash over him. As the elite force of the Ming dynasty, the Divine Machine Camp was supplied with a mere 30% of usable gunpowder, underscoring the depths of corruption that had pervaded the bureaucracy. He inquired again, "Master Zhao, what has become of the 70% of substandard gunpowder produced? Do you have any knowledge of it?" Zhao Yiping shook his head and replied, "To the Lord, this humble servant truly knows nothing. It has all been handled by the esteemed gentleman. You may inquire with Lord Tian." Jiang Ning turned his gaze towards Tian Jingyun, who promptly stated, "To the Lord, what Zhao Yiping has said is indeed the truth. However, I have only recently been transferred here, and as far as I know, that substandard gunpowder has been privately sold off by the gentleman. Not only that, but even a considerable amount of the qualified gunpowder has been sold illicitly. And this case was initially handled by you, my lord. Jiang Ning nodded. Indeed, he had personally overseen this matter in the Ministry of Works. Yet, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. Tian Ergang had mentioned earlier that while the 70% of substandard gunpowder did not meet the standards of the divine mechanism camp, it was not entirely worthless and still possessed considerable potency. The court maintained strict control over gunpowder, and it was implausible that a significant quantity could circulate in the market without the knowledge of the Jinyui and the Eastern Depot. If the claim were that this substandard gunpowder had been privately sold by the officials of the Ministry of Works, it was nonsensical, even if sold to enemies. They could not possibly possess an arsenal as vast as that of the Ming dynasty. Thus, where had this substandard gunpowder truly gone? Contemplating this, Jiang Ning turned to Zhao Yiping, only to find him evading eye contact, gripping the hem of his garment tightly, and appearing exceedingly anxious. Jiang Ning meticulously recalled the scene when Zhao Yiping had answered the questions. He had responded with an unnerving calmness that felt decidedly unnatural. It was not only Zhao Yiping, a mere gunpowder craftsman, who displayed such fear. Even Tian Jingyun, the chief of the gunpowder depot, had shown utmost deference in his presence. Subsequently, Jiang Ning signaled to Gao Wenkai. Gao Wenkai understood immediately, stepping forward to place a hand on Zhao Yiping's shoulder, sneering, Zhao Yiping, lying before the Jinyui will yield you no favorable outcomes. Speak the truth of what you know, or I shall employ methods to compel you to disclose it. Zhao Yiping, taken aback, hastily protested, this humble servant is wrongfully accused. I have already divulged everything I know. I implore the Lord to discern. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gao Wenkai exerted force, and with a sharp crack, crushed Zhao Yiping's shoulder bone. Zhao Yiping collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. This spectacle startled all present, save for Jiang Ning, who maintained an impassive demeanor. Gao Wenkai rose, sneering, whether you have lied or not, others may be unaware. But we Jinyui shall not be deceived by your ruse. When you answered the Lord's question, your entire body was tense, your eyes instinctively rolled downward, and your grip on your garment was excessively forceful. Such behaviors are indicative of deceit. Moreover, your overly composed demeanor is not characteristic of a mere gunpowder craftsman. Yet Zhao Yiping continued to plead, Lord, spare my life. What I have spoken is the truth. Even if you were to kill me, I would have no further words to offer. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. He had always trusted Gao Wencai's abilities. Gao Wenkai was bold yet meticulous in his work, with considerable experience in the martial world. He then crouched down again, placing his hand on Zhao Yiping's other shoulder, and said, Zhao Yiping, confess honestly. To speak frankly, given your advanced age, I, as an official, have no desire to inflict torture upon you. Yet, Zhao Yiping continues to proclaim his innocence. Observing this, Gao Wenkai exerted his strength once more, crushing the other shoulder of Zhao Yiping. The latter collapsed onto the ground, emitting heart-wrenching screams, yet he still claimed ignorance. Jiang Ning crouched down and said, Zhao Yiping, I do not relish the thought of inflicting punishment. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you fail to cooperate, I will have the Jinyui take you to the Zhaoyuan, and I shall summon Lord Wei of the Dongchang and Yang Lian, the foremost interrogator of the Jinyui, to personally attend to you. Surely, you have heard of their formidable reputations? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yiping was instantly filled with terror. Both Wei and Yang were notorious figures in the capital, akin to living demons. Numerous corrupt officials ensnared in the Liao tribute case had met with excruciating fates at their hands. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Zhao Yiping hastily implored, Your Grace, spare my life. I confess everything. He admitted that the substandard gunpowder produced was indeed 70%, a portion of which had been clandestinely sold by the officials of the Ministry of Works, while the remainder had been covertly disposed of by the workers. After all, the officials often withheld raw materials yet demanded that the workers produce compliant gunpowder, which was utterly unfeasible. Faced with an excess of substandard gunpowder, the workers would be held accountable. Thus they had no choice but to conceal the flawed materials. Jiang Ning quickly inquired, Where did you hide it? Zhao Yiping's complexion turned ashen. In response to Your Grace, it is concealed beneath the Wanggong factory. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning abruptly stood, his brow furrowing deeper as he coldly remarked, Zhao Yiping, even when death is imminent, you dare to be obstinate. How could the Wanggong factory possibly harbor such a vast quantity of substandard gunpowder? Moreover, This issue with the gunpowder has not arisen overnight. Zhao Yiping hastily replied. Your Grace, please be discerning. A decade ago, while sorting the warehouses, we inadvertently discovered a ground collapse, initially intending to refill it, but the pit only grew larger. Eventually, we mustered the courage to explore, and to our astonishment, we uncovered an underground passage, evidently an artifact from a bygone dynasty. We intended to report it, but someone suggested that we utilize these tunnels to conceal the substandard gunpowder, thereby avoiding penalties from the officials of the Ministry of Works. After all, the mismanagement of the gunpowder storehouse was not a recent phenomenon, and given that the officials frequently engaged in the clandestine sale of gunpowder, as long as we retained enough for the court's use and their illicit trade, concealing the surplus would raise no further inquiries, thus shielding the workers from punishment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt as though his mind might explode. The existence of a passage beneath the Wanggong factory, coupled with the accumulation of substandard gunpowder for a decade, must have resulted in a staggering quantity. He dared not ponder further and pressed on. How much substandard gunpowder have you actually stored underground? Zhao Yiping grimaced. In response to your Grace, I truly cannot say. We merely deposited it without keeping a record, but it must amount to several 100,000 pounds. Upon hearing this figure, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Wanggongchang was a mere few miles from the imperial city. Should anything go awry, the very heavens of the Ming dynasty would surely collapse. Observing Jiang Ning's grim demeanor, Zhao Yiping hastily interjected, My lord, in fact, this matter was known to Lord Su 2 years ago. However, he suppressed it and instructed us to never speak of it, lest we invite mortal peril. Thus, I had no choice but to withhold the truth. I beseech you to show mercy. Jiang Ning inquired. Are you referring to Minister of Works Su Guangqi? Zhao Yiping quickly shook his head. No, my lord. I speak of Lord Su Ji. Jiang Ning paused, slightly taken aback. He was aware of Su Ji, the son of Su Guangqi, who had earned a position as an assistant minister of works, a reward for his father's contributions. How could he be entangled in this affair? If the excuse was to shield the craftsman from punishment, it was fundamentally flawed. To claim it was to protect his father. Su Guangqi, from accountability, was equally nonsensical. Su Guangqi had only recently assumed his position, and had he reported the issue promptly, he would have faced at most a symbolic reprimand. Yet, he chose to suppress the matter, which clearly raised suspicions. One must consider that the underground of Wanggongchang housed an immense stockpile of gunpowder, should disaster strike. The entirety of the Su family would not suffice to pay the price. Jiang Ning's mind was in turmoil. He turned to Gao Wenkai and commanded, Xiao Gao, immediately lead a contingent to the Ministry of Works, surround it completely, and apprehend Su Ji, bringing him into the imperial prison for your personal interrogation. Furthermore, seize all the craftsmen and bring them in as well. Gao Wenkai accepted the orders and hurried away. The Jinyui swiftly escorted the craftsmen and Zhao Yiping toward the imperial prison. Subsequently, Jiang Ning directed Tian Urging and Su Xianshan, Old Tian. You must urgently enter the palace and report this matter to His Majesty. Tian Urging nodded and departed in haste. Jiang Ning then turned to Su Xianshan, Old Su. Lead a team to evacuate all nearby citizens and seal off the entire street. No one is to enter or exit indiscriminately. Su Xianshan complied and quickly left. Afterward, Jiang Ning instructed Li Ruoyan, Old Li, take your men and soak all these iron materials with water. Once wet, remove them. Li Ruoyan obeyed without hesitation. Jiang Ning then stood at the entrance of the gunpowder storage, lost in contemplation. What lay behind this incident? Were the craftsmen merely acting out of self-preservation? Or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? What role did Su Ji play in all of this? Meanwhile, Gao Wenkai led the Jinyui swiftly to the Ministry of Works, surrounding it in layers. Before Su Guangqi, they audaciously apprehended Su Ji. Su Guangqi, furious, demanded, Lord Gao, I ask you, is the encirclement of the Ministry of Works and the arrest of a court official under the orders of Lord Jiang or His Majesty? If it is the latter, present me with the imperial edict. Gao Wenkai shook his head. Lord Su, please calm your anger. I do not possess an edict. I act under the command of Lord Jiang. Su Guangqi, unable to contain his rage, declared, then I shall seek an explanation from Jiang Ning myself. What madness is this? Yet, he was obstructed by the Jinyui. Gao Wenkai, maintaining his composure, replied, Lord Su, please do not be agitated. His Excellency has decreed that no one is to enter or exit. I implore you not to make it difficult for me. With that, He escorted Su Ji directly to the imperial prison. Before long, Tian Ergang, Wei Zhongxian, and Fang Zhenghua hurriedly arrived at Wang Gong factory. Observing Jiang Ning standing at the entrance, Fang Zhenghua promptly remarked, "My lord, His Majesty is currently in a state of great wrath. He has relocated to the residence of Prince Exine, accompanied by the Crown Prince, the Empress, and the esteemed ladies of the harem. His Majesty has instructed us to convey that regardless of who is involved, a thorough investigation must be conducted." Jiang Ning nodded, fully aware of the tempestuous anger of Zhu Youjiao. He could easily envision the turmoil, akin to having an atomic bomb detonated beneath Zhu Youjiao's very bed. It was no surprise that he was furious. At that moment, the solemn-faced old Wei spoke gravely, "My lord, I sense that there is undoubtedly a colossal conspiracy lurking behind this matter." Jiang Ning, taken aback by these words, inquired, "Wei Gonggong, do you hold a different perspective?" Old Wei shook his head. "I am merely speculating based on my intuition." Jiang Ning rolled his eyes, finding old Wei's unreliability as consistent as ever. Several hours later, Li Ruoyan led the imperial guards in emptying all the iron and copper materials from the storerooms. Ultimately, Jiang Ning ordered the guards to pry up all the floor tiles within the storerooms. For safety's sake, they were to utilize wooden tools throughout the process, strictly forbidding the use of iron implements or open flames. Li Ruoyan took the lead in this excavation. After another 2 hours, Li Ruoyan hurriedly approached, "My lord, we have now reached the entrance of the tunnel, but I have not dared to let the men enter recklessly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning glanced at the darkening sky and replied, "In that case, we shall wait until tomorrow to proceed. Let the men come out first." Li Ruoyan promptly called the imperial guards back. Thus, Jiang Ning, Fang Zhenghua, Old Wei, Li Ruoyan, Tian Ergang, and Su Xianshun stood vigil at Wang Gong factory until the dawn of the following day, when the first light broke. Jiang Ning directly commanded that the storeroom be dismantled. Finally, he gathered several hundred imperial guards and solemnly declared, "Brothers, you are well aware of what lies ahead. Despite the inherent dangers, it is imperative that someone undertakes this task, for it concerns the very safety of our Ming dynasty. I cannot guarantee your safety, so any brother unwilling to descend need not feel compelled. For those willing, I shall petition His Majesty to commend you." Listening to Jiang Ning's words, the assembled imperial guards fell into deep contemplation. They were acutely aware of the peril that lurked beneath Wang Gong factory. Even the emperor had relocated, a clear indication of the gravity of the situation. Just then, Li Ruoyan burst into laughter. "What are you saying, my lord? For both public and personal reasons, I shall be the first." With that, he shouldered a bamboo basket and brandished a wooden spade, leading the way toward the tunnel. Jiang Ning hurriedly called out, "Old Li." Li Ruoyan turned his head, smiling, "My lord, if I return safe and sound, you must treat me to a drink. If misfortune befalls me, please take care of my family." With that, he plunged into the tunnel without a backward glance. With Li Ruoyan leading, the imperial guards began to voice their support. "If we are fortunate enough to return, we humbly request a feast from you, my lord. And if we do not, please look after our families." They all shouldered their baskets and took up their tools, following him into the tunnel. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning's eyes brimmed with tears as he called out, "Brothers, I entrust this to you. May you all be safe and sound." Shortly thereafter, he commanded his men to quickly fetch water to douse the tunnel, for the situation below remained uncertain. Even Zhao Yiping could not elucidate the specifics. Before long, a commotion arose outside the door. Jiang Ning turned to see Guo Yunho shouting from the entrance. He stepped out and inquired with a furrowed brow, "Old Guo, what brings you here?" Guo Yunho chuckled, "My lord, the departments in the capital are in an uproar." The Jinyui first surrounded the Wang Gongchang and cleared the streets. Then they besieged the Ministry of Works. The emperor has even moved to the Xian Wangfu. Several cabinet ministers and military officials have gone to the Xian Wangfu to seek an audience. Yet His Majesty has instructed everyone to return to their offices, promising an explanation soon. I surmise there must be treasures buried beneath the Wang Gongchang or the Ministry of Works. When it comes to excavating underground treasures, I am quite the expert. Look, I even brought a Luoyang shovel." Jiang Ning, infuriated, retorted, "Old Guo, for heaven's sake, can you refrain from causing chaos? I am preoccupied and have no time for your nonsense." Guo Yunho, displeased, replied, "How can you say such a thing, my lord? I've traveled a great distance to assist, and yet I am met with reproach. Who among you is more skilled at unearthing treasures than I? Jiang Ning snapped back. Old Gua, if you wish for your demise, feel free to jump into the city mode or hang yourself at the Ministry of Works. But do not bring calamity upon us. Do you have any idea what lies beneath? No less than hundreds of thousands of pounds of gunpowder. One shovel strike, and the palace would surely collapse. Gua Yunho, taken aback, stared in disbelief. My lord, you cannot be jesting. Would I joke about such matters? Jiang Ning responded sternly. Observing Fang Zhenghua and the serious countenance of Old Wei, Gua Yunho understood Jiang Ning's words to be true, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, how can that old fool Su Guangqi serve as the Minister of Works? Such a grave situation arises, and he remains oblivious. Old Wei, standing nearby, interjected with a sardonic tone, Old Gua, do you still place your hopes in Su Guangqi? 2 years ago, his son Su Ji discovered a substantial cache of gunpowder beneath the Wang Gongchang, but failed to report it, instead suppressing the information. What on earth is Su Ji thinking? And what about Su Guangqi? Gua Yunho, rendered speechless by this revelation, was astounded to learn that even Su Guangqi's son was implicated and had remained silent. Su Ji was surely doomed. As for Su Guangqi, it was uncertain whether he could preserve his own life, for the consequences of this matter were far too severe. And even his position as the prime minister would not afford him protection. Not long after, Li Ruoyan emerged, covered in mud, with a bamboo basket half filled with gunpowder trailing behind him. Jiang Ning approached to inspect, finding that much of it had already solidified into clumps. Li Ruoyan inquired, my lord, how shall we dispose of this excavated gunpowder? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, load it all onto carts and transport it to the West Mountain coal mine outside the city. Old Wei's face turned pale at this, and he quickly exclaimed, my lord, the West Mountain coal mine cannot possibly utilize such an abundance of gunpowder. Wei Gonggong, Jiang Ning countered, pray tell, where else could we suitably store this gunpowder besides the West Mountain coal mine? It is merely hundreds of thousands of pounds. Instruct the men to be swift, and it will soon be utilized. Old Wei, overwhelmed, found himself in disarray, for this was no mere handful of gunpowder, but rather an immense quantity. If the explosives were to be fully utilized, it would likely devastate Xishan, and the loss of life would be incalculable. However, upon reflection, apart from the Xishan coal mine, there were indeed no other locations capable of accommodating such a quantity of gunpowder, and storing it within the city posed an even greater risk. He could only nod in agreement. Li Ruoyan promptly led the Imperial Guards to load the excavated gunpowder onto vehicles, personally escorting it to the Xishan coal mine. As darkness fell, Li Ruoyan emerged from the excavation, covered in mud, while Jiang Ning ordered a halt to the digging, allowing everyone to rest. During this time, Fang Zhenghua made 8 trips in a single day, representing Zhu Youjiao, to continuously inquire about the situation. Observing the hundreds of carts of gunpowder that had already been transported, Jiang Ning fell into deep contemplation. Given this scale, the potential devastation if the underground gunpowder were to be ignited was indeed formidable. Subsequently, he issued orders to Gao Wenkai, permitting the use of torture during the interrogation of Su Ji. At dawn the next day, Tian Urging and Su Xianshun personally led the team into the tunnels. Jiang Ning had intended to join them, but was firmly restrained by the others. Should anything happen to him, the consequences would be no less dire than an explosion of the underground gunpowder. Lao Wei and Fang Zhenghua were especially adamant in their opposition, resolutely preventing him from descending. With no other option, Jiang Ning reluctantly acquiesced. As the Imperial Guards continued to haul baskets of gunpowder from the depths below, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grave. Fang Zhenghua and Lao Wei trembled, looking at Jiang Ning with quavering voices. My lord, we are fortunate you discovered this in time. Otherwise, with hundreds of thousands of pounds of gunpowder buried beneath Wang Gongchang, the consequences of an incident are simply unimaginable. Jiang Ning's expression was equally somber. What began as a routine inspection had unveiled a staggering hidden danger, and he silently rejoiced at his diligence. Had this been exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, igniting the vast stockpile of gunpowder could have endangered the lives of Zhu Youjiao and his adopted son, Zhu Taidan, within the palace. At that moment, Gao Wenkai hurriedly arrived, bloodied and breathless, reporting to Jiang Ning, my lord, Su Ji has confessed. Jiang Ning urgently inquired, what did he confess? Gao Wenkai responded. He admitted that he discovered the craftsmen secretly storing substandard gunpowder beneath Wang Gongchang. Su Ji initially intended to report this, but deemed the matter too grave. So he consulted with Long Huamin and Yang Mano of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau. They persuaded him to suppress the issue, claiming that reporting it could implicate Lord Su Guanqi. And ultimately, Su Ji chose to conceal it. Furthermore, I have uncovered that Su Ji is a devout Catholic and has a close relationship with Long Huamin and Yang Mano. Before entering the court, he often interacted with Western missionaries in his hometown of Songjiang, engaging in scholarly discussions. His wife, from the Gu family, is also a Catholic, maintaining a close association with Western missionaries, and even their daughter has taken a Western missionary as her teacher, adopting the name Su Gandhi. As he spoke, he produced a silver necklace from his bosom. Jiang Ning squinted. The insignia on the necklace was all too familiar. Su Ji's Catholic faith, along with the devoutness of his wife and daughter, and their close ties with Western missionaries, confirmed his earlier suspicions. Those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. Such actions warrant punishment. As for Su Guanqi's previous claim of being a non-Catholic, its veracity must now be re-evaluated. He pressed on. Xiao Gao, what else have you discovered? Gao Wencai's expression was complex, as if he bore an unspeakable burden. Observing this, Jiang Ning's heart sank. Gao Wencai has always been composed, with few occurrences capable of revealing such a countenance, indicating the profound implications behind this matter. After a brief moment, he quietly responded, Your Excellency, I have further investigated and found that the officials executed for trafficking gunpowder were predominantly from Jiangnan. It is highly probable that they sold this gunpowder to Western missionaries, along with various other items. From Zhao Yiping, I learned that the secret tunnel was not a mere coincidence, but rather a hidden suggestion from a Jiangnan official that led to its discovery. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's hands began to tremble. According to Gao Wencai, this was indeed a shocking conspiracy aimed at subverting the Ming dynasty's imperial authority. One must remember, since the Yuan dynasty, Westerners have continuously infiltrated China, the most renowned. Marco Polo resided here for an astonishing 17 years, with countless missionaries following suit. Even after the fall of the Yuan, a significant number of missionaries remained active within the Ming territory. Thus, it stands to reason that the tunnel beneath Wang Gongchang may have long been known to these missionaries, who colluded with the gentry of Jiangnan, enticing Zhao Yiping and the other craftsmen to conceal defective gunpowder within the tunnel to evade punishment. At the opportune moment, it could be detonated, and with the eloquence of Jiangnan's literati to propagate the narrative, the consequences would be unfathomable. Jiang Ning hastily inquired, Xiao Gao, have Long Huamin and Yang Mano been apprehended? Gao Wencai nodded. Your Excellency, I have already instructed the capture of all relevant individuals for interrogation in the imperial prison. Jiang Ning acknowledged, You have done well. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Su Datsai mentioning during his inspection of the Armory Bureau that the missionaries Tang Ruang, Li Madu, and Nan Huiran were deceased. In light of this, it appeared that these three foreigners might not be truly dead. If someone had conspired to assist them, they could very well be feigning death to escape. He quickly ordered, Xiao Gao, immediately dispatch someone to investigate the missionaries at the Armory Bureau, Tang Ruang, Li Madu, and Nan Huiran, and exhume their remains for re-examination. Gao Wencai complied and departed. Jiang Ning's mind was in turmoil. He had never anticipated that a spontaneous inspection would unravel such a vast web of individuals and affairs. Initially believing it was merely lower-tier craftsmen concealing gunpowder to evade punishment, he now realized the intricate connections that lay beneath. Just then, Li Ruoyan, accompanied by a throng of imperial guards, rushed in, each bearing a grave expression. Jiang Ning promptly approached. Old Li, what troubles you? Li Ruoyan gasped for breath. Your Excellency, there is an unpleasant stench of rotten eggs below. It nearly suffocated us. I led my brothers up here in haste. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, was momentarily rendered speechless as he surmised the source of the foul odor. Historical accounts indicate that vast reserves of natural gas and oil lie beneath the capital and its vicinity, with natural gas alone amounting to 3 billion cubic meters. He fell into contemplation. If memory serves, since the Yongle era of the Ming, there have been over 80 recorded earthquakes in and around the capital. In such circumstances, the mixture of natural gas and copious amounts of gunpowder, whether ignited intentionally or triggered accidentally, could indeed yield a force equivalent to that of a nuclear bomb, as chronicled in historical texts. As for the accounts of the deceased being found entirely unclothed, it is not altogether strange. The tremendous force would suffice to rend the garments from their bodies. Certainly. The exaggerated accounts of the Jiangnan literati and the Donglin party could not help but inflate the incident of the Wang Gongchang explosion into a divine retribution, compelling Zhu Youjiao to bow his head and suppress the old Wei and his faction. However, historically, Zhu Youjiao did not yield. Instead, he orchestrated a fabricated deity plan that elevated the old Wei to prominence, only for himself to inexplicably fall into the water and, after a series of haphazard treatments, succumb to an unclear demise. Ultimately, Old Wei was also disgraced and later granted death by Chongzhen. To validate his suspicions, Jiang Ning disregarded the objections of others and personally descended into the tunnel for inspection. The tunnel was notably spacious, filled with numerous stone chambers, many of which had been cleared of gunpowder. Continuing his exploration in the dark, the familiar scent grew increasingly potent. It was undoubtedly natural gas. Jiang Ning promptly led Old Wei and Fang Zhenghua to retreat decisively and ordered the arrival of water trucks to douse the underground. At that moment, Gui Yinho, observing the three men whose eyes were streaming with tears from the fumes, inquired curiously, "My lord, Master Fang, Master Wei, what have you encountered down there to appear in such a state?" Old Wei and Fang Zhenghua were too preoccupied with wiping their tears and noses to respond. Jiang Ning rubbed his eyes and asked, "Old Gua, are you aware of underground fires or gas wells?" Gui Yinho was taken aback, of course. During the Warring States, Li Bing, the governor of Shu Commandery in Qin, discovered gas wells, which the people of Sichuan used for cooking, as documented. During the Shu Han, Zhuge Wuhou even utilized gas wells to boil salt, doubling the yield. Records exist from the Eastern Jin and Northern Song as well. No sooner had he finished speaking than he gasped in astonishment, "My lord, you can't be suggesting that below." Jiang Ning nodded. Gui Yinho immediately lost his footing and collapsed to the ground, clutching Jiang Ning's sleeve in a desperate attempt to flee, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness." Jiang Ning quickly reassured him. "Old Gua, do not panic. Whether it is a gas well or underground fire, at its core, it is merely subterranean gas that will not ignite without an open flame. We have currently flooded the underground with a considerable amount of water, so there is no immediate danger." Only then did Gui Yinho release his grip, exclaiming in terror, "My lord, this could very well become the greatest case of our dynasty." Jiang Ning, unwavering, responded, "Old Gua, be confident, it is not a possibility. It has already become the foremost case of our dynasty." Gui Yinho swallowed hard. "Then you must expedite the removal of this gunpowder. Once we finish, we shall strike with great force." Noting his old habit resurfacing, Jiang Ning retorted impatiently, "First, we must resolve the immediate issue before entertaining such thoughts." Through continuous efforts of adding water, venting, and aerating, the natural gas underground gradually diluted. Subsequently, Jiang Ning instructed Li Ruoyan to lead the Imperial Guards, equipped with water-dampened cloths, to re-enter the underground for excavation, adding a layer of precaution. Following relentless efforts over 5 days, they finally managed to clear all the gunpowder stored underground. Upon tallying the amount, it astonishingly reached a staggering 450,000 pounds. Jiang Ning then ordered the delivery of stones and soil to completely seal the secret passage. After accomplishing all these tasks, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Zhenghua was the first to relay the news of the danger being averted to Zhu Youjiao, who subsequently returned to the palace with Empress Zhangyan, Crown Prince Zhu Siren, and a host of concubines. Shortly thereafter, the first imperial edict he issued was to imprison Minister of Works Su Guangqi in the imperial prison, to be jointly reviewed by the Imperial Guards, the Eastern Factory, the Ministry of Justice, and the Court of Judicial Review. Upon the dissemination of this news, it could be likened to a stone cast into a placid lake, creating ripples of tumult. Last year, the Liao compensation case had merely implicated individuals of the rank of the Right Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Wei Jun, and the Right Censor of the Inspectorate, Zhu Dadian. However, this year, even ministers of the 8 departments have fallen from grace. The meticulous investigation commissioned by Gao Wenkai indeed corroborated Jiang Ning's suspicions. The Jinui unearthed the burial sites of Tang Ruowang, Nan Huiran, and Li Medu, revealing 3 corpses that, upon examination, were confirmed not to belong to Westerners but to 3 individuals of the Ming dynasty, all having succumbed to poison. Following extensive inquiries, it was ultimately verified that these 3 Western missionaries had feigned death with the covert assistance of Su Ji. Jiang Ning swiftly reported this matter to Zhu Youjiao, who was utterly enraged and issued a decree. He commanded the Jinyui's commander, Tian Urging, and the Eastern Factory's captain, Wei Chaoqing, to lead forces to Songjiang Prefecture to apprehend Su Guangqi's entire clan for trial in the capital. The news spread, sending shockwaves throughout the court and the entire capital. Chapter 538. Interrogation of the criminals within the ominous confines of the Jinyui's prison. An air of foreboding prevailed. This marked Jiang Ning's second entry into this fearsome place since assuming command of the Jinyui. Accompanying him were Old Wei, Fang Zhenghua, the Minister of Justice, Wei Guangwei, the left censor of the Inspectorate, Zhu Dadayan, the Minister of the Dali Temple, He Zhongyan, along with Tian Urging, Su Xianshun, and Gao Wenkai. Zhu Youjiao had entrusted the entire case to Jiang Ning, with the officials from the 3 judicial departments present merely to lend a semblance of legitimacy to the proceedings, given the case's unprecedented significance and gravity. Subsequently, Jiang Ning summoned the 2 Western missionaries, Yang Manhua and Long Huamin, from the Astronomical Bureau. Before long, the 2, battered and bloodied, were brought forth, trembling in fear upon encountering the high-ranking officials present, repeatedly proclaiming their innocence. Jiang Ning's expression was as frigid as ice as he addressed them. "Gentlemen, I did not expect to see you again so soon. You have indeed delivered a monumental surprise to me. Underneath the gunpowder depot of Wanggongchang lies a vast accumulation of explosives, and you chose to conspire with Su Ji to suppress this matter. Truly audacious." Hearing Jiang Ning's words, the 2 fell to their knees, their foreheads striking the ground as they pleaded for mercy. "My lord, spare us." This was all Su Ji's intent to suppress. He feared implicating the venerable Su Guangqi. He assured us that should this matter be silenced, the venerable Su Guangqi and the artisans of the gunpowder factory would be safeguarded. We, being of lowly status, dared not speak out, fearing we might provoke disaster. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully. "On the brink of death, you continue to weave tales. Do you truly believe me to be a fool? You have resided in the Ming for many years and are well acquainted with its customs and affairs, having frequently interacted with court officials, ultimately securing positions within the Astronomical Bureau. Now, you wish to absolve yourselves entirely, placing all blame upon Su Ji? Such delusions are exceedingly improbable. Do you think a mere Su Ji can shoulder the entire burden of guilt? Not even Su Guangqi could manage it. Are you still unaware of the reality? In this current moment, Su Guangqi has been imprisoned, and it won't be long before he faces punishment. Therefore, I advise you to confess honestly." Upon hearing these words, the 2 men were overtaken by a profound sense of dread. They had never anticipated that even Su Guangqi, a high-ranking minister, would be incarcerated. Yet, they remained obstinate, persistently proclaiming their innocence. Observing their unyielding demeanor, Jiang Ning smirked and remarked, "In that case, allow me to speculate on your plans. Since the Yuan dynasty, Western missionaries have frequently traversed the lands of China, with countless known and unknown figures among them. One wonders what schemes and conspiracies you have harbored on this sacred soil. Even after the establishment of the Ming dynasty, your presence has not waned. I boldly conjecture that you are already aware of the tunnels and secret chambers beneath the gunpowder depot at Wanggongchang. Furthermore, you have maintained close ties with officials from Jiangnan, conspiring together to achieve your nefarious objectives, even going so far as to convert court officials and local gentry to Catholicism to serve your interests. A decade ago, you colluded to exploit the artisans of the gunpowder depot, manipulating their fears of punishment from the Ministry of Revenue. You orchestrated the leak of information regarding the hidden tunnels and chambers, leading these artisans to stockpile inferior gunpowder within. During this time, you also uncovered the existence of fire wells and geothermal heat underground, all in preparation for a future insurrection against the Ming dynasty to fulfill your clandestine ambitions. Su Guangqi's son, Su Ji, fortuitously serving as an assistant in the Ministry of Works, provided you with advantageous access to facilitate your scheme. You even orchestrated the escape of Tang Ruowang, Nen Huaijin, and Li Madu, previously condemned by me, using a ruse of feigned death to extricate them from the Bureau of Weapons. Now, tell me, have I erred in my deductions?" As Jiang Ning spoke, both men were visibly taken aback, their expressions betraying their guilt. Recognizing the accuracy of his assumptions, Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh and declared, "Though I have inadvertently uncovered your plot and deduced its entirety, I still wish to hear your confession in your own words." At this, Yang Manhua seemed to resolve himself, and suddenly, he spat blood and collapsed onto the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock, while Gao Wenkai and Su Xianshun rushed forward to subdue the remaining Longhua men. Within moments, Yang Manhua lay convulsing on the ground, lifeless. Gao Wenkai grimly reported, "My lord, Yang Manhua has committed suicide by biting his tongue." Hearing this, Su Xianshun immediately grasped Long Huamin's chin and, with a swift motion, dislocated it to prevent him from following Yang Manhua's tragic example. Witnessing the self-inflicted demise of Yang Manhua, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed, while Long Huamin trembled uncontrollably, his head bowed in silence. In light of this, Jiang Ning coldly remarked, "I implore you, Master Wei, to proceed with the interrogation." Upon hearing these words, Old Wei nodded, then took a heavy wooden box from the hands of an Eastern factory guard. He stepped forward and commanded his men to securely bind Long Huamin to a pillar. Meanwhile, he leisurely selected his instruments of torture, all the while grinning ominously as he remarked, "Ah, Long Huamin, you are indeed fortunate. We have recently devised a new technique, and it seems you are the lucky recipient. But fear not, I assure you that we will attend to you most thoroughly." With that, he retrieved a gleaming curved blade from the toolbox and began to brandish it near Long Huamin. Long Huamin's expression contorted with terror, his body trembling violently as he screamed, "You devil! God will not spare you. Divine retribution awaits. You shall not die a peaceful death." In response, Old Wei chuckled darkly, saying, "The God you speak of is unknown to me and has no authority over my affairs. Should he dare to come, I would not hesitate to deal with him myself." With that, he took the curved blade and commenced etching a cross upon Long Huamin's chest. Soon after, Old Wei donned gloves and began his gruesome performance. In a short span, he expertly peeled away a piece of skin from Long Huamin's chest. At this moment, Old Wei remarked with a sinister smile, "Next, we shall extract your heart. But fret not. Even after its removal, you shall not perish immediately." Hearing Old Wei's macabre words, the onlookers were filled with dread, as the extent of Old Wei's sadism surpassed their darkest imaginations. The torment continued, blood staining Old Wei's hands, while Long Huamin writhed in agony. Moments later, Old Wei exclaimed with glee, "Found it! Found it! I have located your heart. But do not rush, let me observe it closely." Long Huamin emitted heart-wrenching cries, amplifying the already chilling atmosphere of the dungeon. Yet, Old Wei did not hasten to act. Instead, he had a basin of salt water brought forth. He then soaked a cloth in the brine and began to rub it across Long Huamin's chest. The salt water provoked increasingly desperate screams from Long Huamin, whose body convulsed violently until he ultimately lost control of his bodily functions, reduced to a pitiable state. Continuously muttering about God, seeing that Long Huamin showed no inclination to confess, Old Wei pondered for a moment, then smiled malevolently as he picked up his tools, severing the tendons in Long Huamin's hands and feet before hastily attending to his wounds. Long Huamin succumbed to the torment, losing consciousness. Observing Long Huamin's battered state, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, astonished at the resilience of this foreigner. Despite Old Wei's personal intervention, Long Huamin remained silent. After his ordeal, Old Wei approached Jiang Ning, sighed, and said, "My lord, if this foreigner continues to resist, I cannot guarantee his survival." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows even tighter. Initially contemplating summoning Yang Lian, he reconsidered, realizing that Yang Lian's methods were far more ruthless. It was likely that Long Huamin would not even have the chance to speak before being subjected to Yang Lian's torment. The prominent figures behind him also appeared pale, their expressions somber. Jiang Ning stood up and began to pace within the confines of the cell, the sound of his official boots echoing against the tiled floor, resonating like the heavy toll of a hammer upon the hearts of those present. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Ning, as if suddenly struck by an epiphany, spoke, "Elder Wei, have someone strip Long Huamin and Yang Manhua of their trousers." Upon hearing this, Elder Wei gasped in shock, and the assembly of dignitaries fell into a stunned silence, uncertain of Jiang Ning's intentions. Noticing their bewilderment, Jiang Ning stepped forward himself, directly removing the trousers of both men. Following a thorough examination, he sneered repeatedly, declaring, "At last, I comprehend who they truly are." He then addressed Elder Wei, stating, "Elder Wei, I have uncovered the origins of these individuals." Elder Wei, upon hearing this, was immediately enveloped in confusion, as were the other esteemed figures, yet none dared to inquire further. Subsequently, Jiang Ning instructed Elder Wei to continue the torture of Long Huamin, threatening that should he remain uncooperative, he would be executed without hesitation. Jiang Ning then led the others to a different cell to interrogate Su Guangqi's son, Su Ji. Upon entering the cell, they found Su Ji battered and bruised, lying prostrate on the floor, his breath shallow. Observing the arrival of Jiang Ning and his companions, Su Ji's expression was one of numbness, and he remained silent. In response, Jiang Ning coldly remarked, "Su Ji, out of respect for your father, I am reluctant to resort to torture. It would be wise for you to confess honestly, otherwise it may lead to unfortunate consequences." After a moment of silence, Su Ji finally spoke, inquiring, "May I ask, my lord, what has become of Long Huamin and Yang Mana?" Jiang Ning replied icily, "They are currently being interrogated under torture by Elder Wei of the Eastern Depot." Upon hearing this, Su Ji let out a bitter laugh and then asked, "My lord, if I disclose everything I know, will my father be spared from repercussions?" Jiang Ning shook his head coldly, stating, "You are well aware of your own actions. As for your father, Su Guangqi, even if he remains entirely unaware, he cannot escape the charge of negligence, especially since he is entangled in other matters." Hearing this, Su Ji forced a grim smile and murmured to himself, "Never did I expect that the Su family of Songjiang would also embark on the path of Su Jia's descendants." Finally, as if having made a resolute decision, Su Ji declared, "Very well, I shall divulge all I know, but I cannot guarantee who or what else may be implicated." Chapter 539, The 10-Year Plan in Response. Jiang Ning coldly replied, "You need only to share everything you are aware of. The rest shall not concern you." Su Ji nodded and then leaned down, seemingly lost in thought, slowly beginning to recount. "This matter is rather lengthy. It is well known that Jiangnan is affluent. It would not be an exaggeration to say its wealth rivals that of a nation. Previously, the treasury of the Ming dynasty was fundamentally supported by Jiangnan. The path to prosperity for the gentry of Jiangnan, as you and the esteemed gentlemen are aware, has been through smuggling maritime trade, amassing vast fortunes. It was at that time that the gentry of Jiangnan began to engage in frequent interactions with Western missionaries, who, having come from afar, possessed far more detailed knowledge of foreign affairs than we did. Under their auspices, everyone prospered immensely, including my family, the Su clan, which, through the diligent efforts of several generations, had also become quite affluent. With this wealth, rivaling that of nations, our ties with the Western missionaries grew increasingly intimate. Through them, we amassed considerable riches from overseas, and in return, we provided a plethora of Ming literature, books, historical records, and various technologies held by the court, including firearms technology. Over time, this culminated in the formation of a vast web of mutual interests. Furthermore, many individuals converted to Catholicism, leading to a growing number of adherents in Jiangnan, spanning from high-ranking officials to common merchants. However, despite our vast wealth, we lacked the means to safeguard it adequately. Take, for instance, the incident when Emperor Shenzong dispatched internal monitors to collect mineral taxes from various regions, which incited widespread discontent, particularly in Jiangnan. Subsequently, there were instances of popular uprisings against taxation, which alarmed us, as the court could easily turn against us. Historically, when the treasury faced deficits, it either targeted merchants or the common people, but the latter had little to spare. Ultimately, the focus would inevitably shift to us. Faced with such a predicament, we resolved not to sit idly by, and thus began to leverage our wealth to forge various connections, sending our own members to serve in the court, securing high positions, and gaining a voice in the imperial discourse. The missionaries played a significant role in facilitating these connections for us. The Donglin faction became a pawn we positioned within the court. Consequently, with Emperor Shenzong neglecting court affairs for decades, factional strife erupted among officials, with the Donglin, Zhujiang, Qi, Chu, and northern factions locked in fierce battles. Observing this turmoil, we decided to undertake a bold and daring move, should the need arise. We would replace the sovereign seated upon the dragon throne with a more compliant ruler. However, employing assassination or poisoning would inevitably invite scrutiny from the successor. After all, when Emperor Wuzong Zhengde passed away, Emperor Shizong Jiajing ascended the throne and ruthlessly suppressed the old ministers of the Zhengde reign, even resorting to using Yen Song as an enforcer against the Jiangnan aristocracy. Naturally, the Jiangnan gentry would not remain passive, retaliating several times. Yet each attempt was deftly evaded by Emperor Shizong, resulting in even harsher repression of Jiangnan. Thus, we resolved to adopt a different approach, which we commenced a decade prior. With the assistance of the missionaries, we received intelligence regarding hidden tunnels and secret chambers beneath the gunpowder depot at Wanggong Factory. Subsequently, we engaged Jiangnan officials from the Ministry of Revenue to first withhold essential materials for gunpowder production, while compelling the craftsmen to produce sufficient quality gunpowder, under the threat of accountability should they fail to meet the standards, thereby forcing these artisans into a desperate situation. Subsequently, arrangements were made for individuals to inadvertently uncover the tunnels and secret chambers beneath the Wanggong factory, guiding them to deposit the substandard gunpowder within. Although the quantity accumulated each time was minimal, given sufficient time, the resultant power would be earth-shattering. More significantly, within these tunnels, we stumbled upon a fire well, which was a most fortuitous discovery. Later, through the conjectures of Western missionaries, it was determined that if the need arose, detonating all this gunpowder in conjunction with the fire wells would be sufficient to bring the imperial palace crashing down. At that juncture, utilizing our allies within the court, we would steer the populace to attribute this calamity to divine retribution, compelling even the emperor to bow his head. Thus, this plan unfolded covertly over the span of a decade. Throughout these 10 years, regardless of the changes in the Ministry of Revenue officials, it remained under the control of officials from Jiangnan. Fortuitously, upon your lordship's assumption of office, you executed a purge of the ministry officials, leaving us initially distressed about how to position our own people within the ministry. After all, my father had not participated in these machinations. He merely engaged in scholarly discussions with the Western missionaries. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon me as His Majesty decreed my appointment as an official in the Ministry of Revenue. Leveraging my father's connections, I successfully secured control of the gunpowder depot. Later, your lordship ordered the entire gunpowder stock to be relocated outside the city. At that time, to ensure all contingencies, I feigned an accidental discovery of the collapsed tunnels and chambers, seizing the opportunity to inquire about the gunpowder amassed within and other related matters. After receiving a response from Zhao Yiping, I provided them with a sum of silver, subsequently issuing a gag order, warning them that should this information leak, their lives would be forfeit. Thus, they complied with remarkable obedience to keep this secret. Originally, Yi Xianggao and Zhao Nanxing had conspired to incite rebellion, attempting to elevate Prince Fu through a coup. We had also positioned individuals within the capital to ignite the gunpowder beneath the Wanggong factory when the moment was ripe. However, we later learned of a significant presence of Jinyue spies within the capital, and that the court had quietly mobilized troops back from Datong and Shaanxi. Aware that the court had made ample preparations, we refrained from reckless actions, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. Should Zhao Nanxing and Yi Xianggao's plans proceed smoothly, that would be splendid. If not, it mattered little, for we had contingency plans in place to avoid a complete descent into passivity. Recently, a message arrived from Jiangnan indicating that if the court maintained its hardline stance towards the region, we should seize the opportunity to detonate the gunpowder beneath the Wanggong factory. Initially, we were deliberating the timing of the detonation when, unexpectedly, your lordship discovered our intentions. At this point, Su Ji's countenance turned ashen, his entire being seemingly drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground. The prominent figures behind Jiang Ning were rendered speechless, their minds in tumult, finally grasping the reason behind the court's recent rigidity towards Jiangnan, while the local gentry remained remarkably composed. They had previously assumed the gentry were merely intimidated, unaware that preparations for countermeasures had been set a decade prior. Fortunately, it was discovered by Jiang Ning. Otherwise, the very heavens of the Ming dynasty would have crumbled. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming surge of tumultuous waves within his heart, never anticipating that these gentry from the south had been preparing for this since a decade ago. Contemplating this, he felt a chill ascend from his feet to the crown of his head. Thankfully, in order to ensure absolute security, he had specifically inspected Wang Gongchang. Otherwise, by the time he departed the capital, it was likely that before he even reached Jiangnan, the gunpowder beneath Wang Gongchang would have been ignited, and at that moment, the heavens of the Ming would have indeed collapsed. At that instant, Jiang Ning inquired, Su Ji, I must ask you, those Western missionaries, who have exerted considerable effort in smuggling and negotiating within the court, Are they merely seeking to exchange various materials and technologies held by the court? Upon hearing this, Su Ji pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "My lord, you jest. As long as there is silver, what cannot be purchased within the Ming dynasty? Not only the various technologies held by the court, but even the Yongle encyclopedia could be acquired. If it were merely for these items, the Western missionaries would not exert such immense effort. Their initial conditions were that once the gentry of Jiangnan gained complete control over the court, they would be allowed to bring their kin to reside in the Ming, preferably with a parcel of land designated for them. This was our initial exchange condition. Of course, some missionaries did not make such a demand, and I am unaware of their ulterior motives. The missionaries within the Ming do not seem to be united. They appear to be divided into factions, yet all are deeply entangled with the gentry of Jiangnan." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded. Subsequently, he instructed for a confession to be brought forth, requesting Su Ji to sign it, as this matter must ultimately be reported to Zhu Youjiao, allowing no room for ambiguity. Su Ji showed no hesitation, carefully reviewing the confession before promptly signing it, and then, with a choked voice, said, "My lord, I am deserving of death 1,000 times over, and seek nothing but mercy for my father, who has no involvement in this matter." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning maintained a stoic expression, uttering not a word, and led everyone out of the prison. As they stepped outside, they encountered Old Wei, his face a mask of fury, vigorously wiping the blood from his hands with a white cloth. Jiang Ning inquired, "Elder Wei, what of Long Huamen? Has he confessed?" Old Wei retorted angrily, "My lord, do not even mention it. He has been killed by us." Although I had anticipated the outcome, I still felt a surge of curiosity. What significance does the death of a Western missionary hold? Why such fury? "My lord, you do not understand." Wei Zhongxin's anger flared further. In his last moments, Long Huamen became delirious, shouting that he wished to see God. But who among us knows who God is? Where could we find him? In the end, he insulted us as fools. When has our house endured such humiliation? Even His Majesty has never insulted us. Who does Long Huamen think he is to dare insult us? Unable to find God, we sent him to meet Yama instead. Jiang Ning was momentarily speechless, yet he refrained from further comments. Having grasped their comprehensive scheme, the fate of a single Western missionary was ultimately inconsequential. Chapter 540. The Prison of Edicts. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ning led the group to the prison cell where Su Guangqi was detained. As they approached the door, they heard Su Guangqi exclaim with great agitation, "Lord Jiang, you have finally arrived. What on earth has transpired? Why have I been unjustly confined in this edict prison? I demand to see His Majesty." His disheveled appearance and frantic demeanor revealed his difficulty in accepting his dire circumstances. Observing this, Jiang Ning sighed, "Minister Su, at this juncture, there is no need for such outcries. You are well aware of my character, which abhors deceit and treachery. Were it not for irrefutable evidence and the emperor's decree, I would never dare to imprison a high-ranking minister such as yourself. Look around at the officials from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Supervisory Office, and even the emperor's closest aides. Do you truly believe I am jesting with you?" Upon hearing these words, Su Guangqi appeared struck by lightning. Staggering backward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. He understood all too well that without the imperial edict, Jiang Ning would not have dared to act against him. The weighty presence of those assembled signified that only the gravest of matters could warrant such an assembly. Subsequently, Jiang Ning ordered the cell door to be opened and led the group inside. He made himself comfortable, sitting directly on the overgrown grass, and lamented, "Minister Su, I have long cautioned you about the Western missionaries, each brimming with ulterior motives, seeking to usurp our rich Chinese culture. I urged you to distance yourself from them, yet you dismissed my warnings as mere noise." Su Guangqi struggled to rise, fervently replying, "My lord, I have always held your warnings close to my heart. Since your counsel, I have severed ties with those Western missionaries." Jiang Ning shook his head in exasperation. "Minister Su, your son Su Ji has joined the Catholic Church and maintains close relations with the Western missionaries. Even your granddaughter has taken them as her mentors, adopting the name Su Gandhi. Surely, you cannot be oblivious to these developments?" Su Guangqi paused, then retorted, "My son merely engages with them for academic exchange. There is no significant interaction. I have repeatedly advised him to keep his distance. As for the matter of joining the Catholic Church, I have already instructed him to withdraw." Listening to Su Guangqi's almost childlike responses, Jiang Ning sighed, and turned to Wei Guangwei, the Minister of Justice, saying, "Minister Wei, please present Su Guangqi with his son's confession." Wei Guangwei nodded and handed over the document. Trembling, Su Guangqi received it and hastily perused its contents. As time passed, his expression shifted from shock to disbelief, ultimately turning ashen. After a lengthy silence, Su Guangqi managed a bitter smile, casting the confession to the ground, and suddenly erupted into a hollow laugh. The sound tinged with desolation, growing louder with each moment. "It is said, what rises by this will surely fall by this. My family's wealth was built on smuggling and maritime trade. Yet who could have imagined that we would be dragged into this quagmire, leading to our ruin? I never anticipated that this wretch would dare to collude with Western missionaries and local gentry to plot the downfall of the Ming dynasty. How I regret my earlier choices. How I regret it all." Hearing his words, the expressions of those present were laden with complexity. At that moment, Old Wei, his face pale with anger, spoke up. "Su Guangqi, since your entry into the court, His Majesty has treated you with considerable favor. Initially, you were appointed as the Minister of Works despite widespread opposition. Reflecting the high regard in which you were held, acknowledging your advanced age, your only son was also promoted to the rank of Assistant Minister of Works. Little did we anticipate that this was how the Su family would repay His Majesty." Fang Zhenghua's expression turned as cold as frost. "Master Su, His Majesty wishes to inquire of you, in what manner have you felt wronged by the Su family?" Upon hearing these words, Su Guangqi was overcome with tears, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he raised his gaze toward Jiangning, his murky eyes filled with complexity, resentment, and helplessness. Trembling, he said, "My lord, if I were to claim ignorance of my son's heinous deeds, would you believe me?" Jiangning offered no reply. Observing Jiangning's demeanor, Su Guangqi managed a bitter smile. "I have failed His Majesty and the Ming dynasty. A father's debts must be repaid by his son. Whether I knew or was oblivious to this wretched child's actions is now inconsequential. I admit my guilt. I only beseech you, my lord, to convey to His Majesty that I never intended to betray the Ming or conspire against him." Jiangning nodded, refraining from having anyone take Su Guangqi's statement. The testimony from Su Ji alone was sufficient to see the Su family annihilated tenfold. As for Su Guangqi, whether he was truly deceived by his son or complicit in silence was of little importance now. Subsequently, he rose slowly and led the group outside. "My lord, please wait," Su Guangqi suddenly called out. Jiangning turned, his expression a mixture of emotions. "What else does Master Su wish to say?" Su Guangqi, with a wry smile, replied, "My lord, soon you will journey to Jiangnan. It is said that those nearing death speak words of wisdom. This may be our final meeting. I have one piece of advice. When dealing with Jiangnan, the only answer is to slay. Only through ruthless extermination can this malignant tumor be excised from the Ming dynasty. I am a testament to this truth. The Su family prospered through smuggling and maritime trade. And though I rose to the position of Minister of Works through the imperial examination, I ultimately fell prey to the treachery of those from Jiangnan. Understand well the depths of their waters." Jiangning nodded, then led the group away, making his way directly to the imperial study to report the case's developments to Zhu Youjiao. Upon reviewing Su Ji's testimony, Zhu Youjiao erupted in fury, kicking over the imperial table and shouting, "This is outrageous. These people are audacious enough to endanger my life and undermine the Ming dynasty." Witnessing Zhu Youjiao's wrath, the assembly fell silent. Typically gentle and tolerant, even his closest aides had never before witnessed such a display of anger. Once he had vented his frustration, Zhu Youjiao coldly commanded, "Yuan Aiqing, take the lead and direct the Ministry of Justice, the Supervisory Court, and the Grand Court to thoroughly investigate the Ministry of Works. All officials who have retired, been promoted, or reassigned, as long as they are alive, must be scrutinized, especially those from Jiangnan." Yuan Kelly hurriedly bowed. "This old minister will comply with the decree." At this juncture, the Minister of Justice, Wei Guangwei, interjected, "Your Majesty, Su Guangqi's son, Su Ji, has colluded with Western missionaries in a plot to assassinate you and overthrow the throne. The evidence is irrefutable. However, how shall we deal with Su Guangqi, who serves as Minister of Works?" Zhu Youjiao replied coldly, "Su Ji's treasonous intent to commit regicide is a crime of utmost severity. Execute his entire clan and confiscate their assets. As for the Minister of Works, Su Guangqi, he was commanded to take his own life in the imperial prison." Upon hearing these words, The hearts of those present tightened with apprehension. Although it had been anticipated, the chilling effect of Zhu Youjiao's pronouncement still sent shivers down their spines. Simultaneously, there was a sense of pity for Su Guangqi, who, after decades of navigating the treacherous waters of court life to attain the rank of Minister of Works, found himself ensnared in such a calamitous affair, ultimately betrayed by his own son. Zhu Youjiao's decree for him to end his own life was, in fact, a gesture of mercy. Otherwise, he would have inevitably faced the grim prospect of a visit to the Zizipalu, where luck might have placed him in the hands of either Old Wei or Yang Lian wielding the blade themselves. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao ordered Fang Zhenghua and Old Wei to conduct a thorough investigation of the palace and its surroundings, ensuring that no further threats lingered. After the others had taken their leave, only Jiang Ning remained. Inside the imperial study, Zhu Youjiao, Jiang Ning, and Fang Zhenghua were present, with Fang Zhenghua standing guard outside the hall. Zhu Youjiao looked at Jiang Ning and remarked, "Brother Jiang, once again you have saved both me and Iron Courage from peril. Had you not discovered the gunpowder beneath Wang Gongchang, I fear both of us would have faced dire consequences." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Your Majesty and the Crown Prince are blessed with immense fortune, entrusted with the prosperity of the Ming dynasty. How could you be harmed by the likes of petty villains?" Zhu Youjiao chuckled, "Brother Jiang, you are becoming increasingly disingenuous, merely uttering platitudes." Jiang Ning laughed in return. "Well, I cannot say that your Majesty is exceptionally fortunate. Thanks to me, your good brother. Otherwise, one day you might find yourself blown to the heavens." Such words would hardly be appropriate. Zhu Youjiao laughed heartily. The truth may be unpalatable, while sweet words may not reflect reality. After a leisurely conversation, Zhu Youjiao rose and spoke solemnly, "Brother Jiang, I have underestimated the people of Jiangnan. I believe they feared the court, yet they have placed the blade to my throat. This reveals the extent of their madness. Perhaps you should refrain from going to Jiangnan. It is far too perilous. If they dare act so in the capital, what chaos might they unleash in Jiangnan?" Jiang Ning shook his head with a smile. "Your Majesty, I must go to Jiangnan, regardless of the circumstances. While Lord Wei may handle matters with violence, the complexities of Jiangnan require a more nuanced approach." Zhu Youjiao's expression grew grave. "The people of Jiangnan have gone mad. If you were to encounter misfortune, how would we manage? I cannot allow you to take such risks." Jiang Ning reassured him, "Your Majesty need not worry. As long as the people of Jiangnan do not raise the banner of rebellion, they remain subjects of the Ming. Moreover, this time I shall lead an army of 50,000. Unless they can annihilate my troops, I shall remain unharmed." Zhu Youjiao pondered for a long moment before sighing. "Brother Jiang, I am deeply remorseful. Each time there is trouble, it falls upon you to intervene. I owe the world much, but I owe you even more." Jiang Ning responded with a smile. "In that case, your Majesty may compensate me handsomely upon your return." Zhu Youjiao nodded earnestly and then asked with gravity, "Brother Jiang, is there anything else you require from me for your journey to Jiangnan?" Jiang Ning replied, "If so, I shall not be modest. I wish to exercise control over the military and civil affairs of the southern provinces." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. "Very well." Hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, have you understood correctly? I am requesting control over the military and civil authority of the southern provinces." Zhu Youjiao was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, he had understood clearly that he was to oversee the military and governance of the provinces in Jiangnan, not the entire empire. Jiang Ning let out a sigh of relief. Extending his hand for power had always been a taboo for the master, yet Zhu Youjiao acquiesced so readily. Just as he was about to take his leave, he was called back by Zhu Youjiao. "Brother Jiang," Zhu Youjiao said, "please personally escort Su Guangqi for his final journey, and grant him some dignity." Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, but nodded in agreement. Upon leaving the imperial palace, Jiang Ning returned to the prison, ordering a feast to be prepared, and sat opposite Su Guangqi in his cell. He gazed at Su Guangqi with a complex expression, while Su Guangqi appeared to have found peace, inquiring, "My lord, how does His Majesty intend to deal with this old man?" Jiang Ning replied, "His Majesty, in recognition of your years of unwavering service to the court, has commanded you to take your own life in prison." Su Guangqi nodded, solemnly performing 3 kneels and 9 bows in the direction of the palace, saying, "This old minister thanks His Majesty." He then poured himself a drink, and they conversed as they drank. Su Guangqi, well versed in both Eastern and Western knowledge, often spoke in ways Jiang Ning found difficult to comprehend. Jiang Ning silently lamented. This old Su, a quintessential scholar official, ought to be engaged in scholarly pursuits at home rather than serving in the court. After several rounds of drink, Su Guangqi composed himself and said, "My lord, the time has come. Please see me on my way." Jiang Ning nodded and instructed someone to fetch a length of white silk. Turning his back, he averted his gaze. Su Guangqi glanced at the silk, smiled, shook his head, and secured it to a beam before stepping onto a chair. As the chair toppled, Jiang Ning closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened them to find Su Guangqi lifeless. He exited the cell and instructed Su Xianshun, "Old Su, prepare a proper coffin for Lord Su's burial." Su Xianshun nodded. Jiang Ning then departed the prison and returned home. 3 days later, Su Ji and the late Long Huamin, along with Yang Manoa, were escorted to Shiji Palu. Old Wei personally wielded the knife for the execution, while Yang Lian was responsible for the dismemberment. The court openly declared the crimes of the three, as per Zhu Youxiao's directive, exposing their treasonous plots and assassination schemes against the emperor. After all, they had already placed the knife to Zhu Youxiao's throat, and any attempt to conceal the truth would only lead the gentry of Jiangnan to perceive him as weak and easily manipulated. Furthermore, the court was soon to take action in Jiangnan, rendering any further subterfuge unnecessary. Subsequently, the Vice Minister Yuan Kelly took the lead, coordinating with the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Inspectorate to thoroughly investigate the Ministry of Works, leaving no stone unturned, even scrutinizing the dogs at the entrance. They also initiated an exhaustive probe into those officials who had retired or were transferred from the Ministry of Works, unearthing over a dozen individuals closely associated with Jiangnan. This caused the usually just and upright Yuan Qingtian to become genuinely enraged, leading him to round up these individuals and send them to Shiji Palu for execution. Jiang Ning had been sequestered at home, spending time with his family. One day, feeling rather idle, he decided to take a stroll. As he stepped outside, he encountered Zhu Yujian. "Fifth brother, where are you headed?" Jiang Ning inquired with a smile. Zhu Yujian replied, "Second brother, I had no plans today and intended to visit your residence. But seeing you in this state, it appears you are preparing to go out?" Jiang Ning nodded, expressing his boredom from staying at home these past few days, and decided to take a stroll outside. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian instantly replied with a smile, "Brother, what a coincidence. I too have been feeling quite dull lately. Why don't we explore together?" Jiang Ning agreed, leading Zhu Yujian aimlessly through the streets. And before they knew it, they found themselves in a bustling area of the capital known for its entertainment. A throng of wealthy young men and aspiring scholars surrounded the entrance of a brothel, where the sign read Tianqi Pavilion in gilded characters, accompanied by a plaque inviting literary gatherings. A middle-aged matron greeted them with a smile, announcing, "Today marks the grand opening of Tianqi Pavilion. We have 4 exquisite courtesans, Chunqin, Xiaqi, Xiushu, and Donghua, who invite you, gentlemen, to showcase your talents. Should you win their favor, you may become a guest in their chambers." The young men and scholars straightened their postures, brimming with confidence. Soon after, 4 graceful maidens dressed in white emerged from the second floor, their veils adding an air of mystery that captivated the onlookers. Just as the crowd attempted to enter, the matron halted them, stating, "To enter Tianqi Pavilion, you must pay 5 silver dollars." The wealthy young men eagerly produced their coins, and even some scholars began to gather money, quickly making their way inside, leaving only common folk outside to watch the spectacle. At that moment, the matron noticed Jiang Ning and Zhu Yujian, adorned in fine clothing, and assumed they were affluent young gentlemen. Approaching them with a cheerful demeanor, she asked, "Why have you two not entered? Do you find the courtesans unappealing?" Jiang Ning shook his head firmly, stating, "I am already married. How could I linger in such frivolous places?" The matron chuckled, "But that is not quite right. It is said that a wife cannot compare to a concubine, and a concubine cannot compare to an affair. Besides, today the courtesans merely wish to engage in literary exchange. Do you not wish to witness this?" Jiang Ning remained resolute, shaking his head with determination. Finding her attempts unfruitful, the matron turned her attention to Zhu Yujian. Zhu Yujian shot Jiang Ning a pleading glance, contemplating entering if Jiang Ning would join him. Yet, Jiang Ning's refusal made him hesitant. He feared the consequences should Jiang Ning later reveal his actions to Zhu Yujian's family. "Brother, you are a man with a family and must tend to your household. You, however, are unencumbered. What need do you have to indulge in this frivolity? Jiang Ning remarked, pulling Zhu Yujian towards a nearby tavern. Zhu Yujian cast a lingering glance at Tianqi Pavilion, while the matron resigned to her fate. They arrived at the tavern and chose a private room on the second floor with a clear view of Tianqi Pavilion, ordering food and drink. Yet, Zhu Yujian's thoughts were elsewhere, his gaze frequently drifting towards the establishment across the street. A true man should aspire to great ambitions, wielding a 3-foot sword to achieve remarkable feats. How can one become enraptured by such indulgences, lost in romantic entanglements? Jiang Ning declared earnestly. Zhu Yujian, however, wore a look of disdain. Brother, how can you critique me? You were the most captivated of all, and had that matron not interrupted, you would likely still be standing below. Jiang Ning's face flushed with embarrassment. Where did you learn such twisted reasoning? I am a man devoted to my family. How could I be seduced by such frivolity? Besides, you are still unbound. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhu Yujian was displeased, exclaiming, who says I have no home? I am no beggar. Jiang Ning chuckled. Fifth brother, your royal residence can only be considered a house, not a home. What constitutes a home? A loving wife and children gathered around a warm hearth define a true home. After residing in the palace for these years, have you not felt a sense of emptiness or loneliness? Zhu Yujian pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging, what you say does hold some truth. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. Jiang Ning continued to enlighten him. As your elder brother, I now have a wife and will soon have children. Though you share a deep affection with Miss Ru Yi, you must not make any fundamental errors. Upon hearing the name Tian Ru Yi, Zhu Yujian's face turned crimson, and he retorted, Elder brother, do not speak solely of me. I am well aware that when you first entered the court, you often frequented brothels, spending lavishly. Was it not in a brothel that you were nearly assassinated by the son of the Marquis of Wuqing? Do not assume I am ignorant of your past. With his secrets unveiled, Jiang Ning hastily defended himself. Fifth brother, I merely sought to experience life through a critical lens. Zhu Yujian regarded him with skepticism. At that moment, a melodious female voice, as sweet as a nightingale, floated across the room. Gentlemen, today I wish to make friends through music, and I would appreciate your insights. If you can discern the emotions conveyed through my performance, I would be delighted to spend a moment in private. Amidst the applause, a woman clad in white gracefully took her seat and began to play the qin. The music ebbed and flowed, at times reminiscent of lofty mountains and flowing waters, at others like a surging river, enrapturing all who listened, including Jiang Ning and Zhu Yujian in their private chamber. As the music concluded, the woman unveiled her face, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Jiang Ning quickly produced a telescope for a closer look, and Zhu Yujian, noticing, urged, Elder brother, let me have a glance. After a prolonged observation, Jiang Ning reluctantly passed the telescope to him. Zhu Yujian marveled. This woman is truly a rare beauty. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. After a while, Zhu Yujian sighed. What a pity that no one can discern the sentiments within her music. It is indeed a loss. Soon after, a second woman showcased her prowess in chess, effortlessly defeating each opponent as she played against several at once. Zhu Yujian exclaimed, this young lady possesses remarkable chess skills, truly a master. Jiang Ning reflected, if we were to judge solely by beauty, there are countless women in this world. However, to find one who excels in both beauty and talent is exceptionally rare. No wonder the Tianqi Pavilion is so bustling on its opening day. With the telescope in hand, Zhu Yujian gasped again. Heavens, this woman's beauty surpasses even that of the previous one. Jiang Ning quickly seized the telescope and was equally astonished. If his two wives, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan, were already unparalleled beauties, this woman's allure was even more striking. The two men wrestled for the telescope, their eyes transfixed. After several rounds of competition, no one could best the second woman. The third lady then took the stage, gracefully inscribing calligraphy on 4 blank screens simultaneously. In no time, she completed 4 distinct pieces, each showcasing a unique style that left the audience in awe. When she unveiled her face, the crowd exclaimed that such a beauty could only exist in the heavens, seldom seen on earth. Even those who dared to challenge her were easily defeated. In the private chamber, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yujian were utterly entranced by the woman before them. Her beauty was striking, devoid of any trace of worldly allure, resembling a celestial being from the Moon Palace, ethereal and transcendent. Zhu Yujian sighed, proclaiming her to be the fairest among the 4. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. When the final woman made her entrance, showcasing the 4 gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, upon the 4 folding screens with exquisite artistry, the audience was compelled to shower her with generous accolades. Jiang Ning was immensely impressed by her talent and beauty, yet Zhu Yujian remarked, though her skills are commendable, she is too youthful. Her beauty still carries a certain naivety, falling short of the previous contenders. How can you be so narrow-minded in your appreciation of beauty? My 5th brother? Jiang Ning replied with a smile. One must remember the 5 virtues of a gentleman: benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. These should also guide our perceptions of women. Zhu Yujian retorted, 2nd brother, when admiring beauty, simply admire it without invoking the 5 virtues of a gentleman. That is quite a stretch. I have never heard of evaluating women through such a lens. Jiang Ning chuckled. You may be unaware, but allow me to elaborate. To cherish a young girl without disdain for her petite stature is benevolence. To appreciate a maiden without dismissing her innocence is righteousness. To admire a married woman without scorn for her past is sincerity. To respect a mature woman without disparaging her age is constancy. To love a courtesan without regret for the challenges she presents is wisdom. Thus, I declare the 5 virtues of a gentleman: benevolence, righteousness, sincerity, constancy, and wisdom. Zhu Yujian was rendered speechless, staring in astonishment, unable to respond for a while. Eventually, he asked, 2nd brother, what is your aspiration? Jiang Ning paused momentarily before replying. To establish a foundation for young girls, to bestow purpose upon married women, to continue the legacy for wives, and to bring peace to widows. Zhu Yujian was taken aback, nearly dropping his chopsticks. 2nd brother, you have so audaciously reinterpreted Zhang Zai's 4 lines. If this were to spread, scholars across the land would drown you in their spittle. Should Zhang Zai rise again, he would surely seek to strangle you. Jiang Ning, however, remained unfazed, responding, in life, aspirations differ. To condemn someone to death merely for differing ambitions is utterly unreasonable. Zhu Yujian found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the 4 women had exited, leaving the audience within the pavilion sighing in admiration as affluent young gentlemen generously opened their purses. Jiang Ning mused, the owner of Tianqi Pavilion is truly a commercial genius. First, he lures patrons under the guise of literary gatherings, charging a $5 admission fee. Then, he showcases these 4 women's talents, prompting generous donations. And the unveiling of their beauty elicits further astonishment. Ultimately, no one can compete with these 4 women, thus elevating Tianqi Pavilion's reputation, ensuring it will soon reap immense profits. He suddenly turned self-deprecating, reflecting, how did my own tavern close so inexplicably? Should I have opened a brothel instead? Zhu Yujian chuckled, 2nd brother. The closure of your tavern was entirely due to Wei Zhongxian's machinations. He secretly had the entire street shut down for 3 months. Not only would a tavern fail, but even a brothel would falter under such circumstances. Jiang Ning was astonished. 5th brother, you jest. Why would Lord Wei target me? Zhu Yujian recalled Zhu Youjiao's previous caution, and with a serious demeanor, he replied, 2nd brother, consider the political landscape when our royal brother first ascended the throne. As his closest aide, Wei Zhongxian naturally sought to alleviate his burdens. Previously, when the elder brother visited your tavern, every word you uttered left him in awe. It appears that Lord Wei has developed a fondness for talent, and if he were not to disrupt your establishment, how could you possibly comply and serve in the court? Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed. How dare you? Wei Zhongxian, I share a bond with you, yet you toy with my mind. Sensing Jiang Ning's rising fury, Zhu Yujian hurriedly interjected, 2nd brother, it has been quite some time since the matter occurred. It would be unseemly to rekindle hostilities now. Moreover, what would you have the elder brother do? Should he resign and return to running a tavern? That is hardly practical. With a deep sigh, Jiang Ning lamented. Once one enters the court, it is like plunging into an abyss. From henceforth, freedom becomes a mere passerby. Subsequently, Zhu Yujian settled the bill, and the 2 departed from the tavern. Zhu Yujian intended to visit Jiang Ning's residence to soothe his anger, but just as they exited, Jiang Ning suddenly inquired, 5th brother, do you have any silver on you? Zhu Yujian nodded, I do. What do you intend to do, 2nd brother? The young ladies earn their keep through hard work. We ought to reward them, Jiang Ning replied. Zhu Yujian was displeased, 2nd brother, the young ladies earn their living through toil. Do you imply that my earnings are any less arduous? We haven't even entered the Tianqi pavilion. On what grounds should we offer a gratuity? Jiang Ning had initially intended to pay out of pocket, but realized he had left in haste without any money. Seeing Zhu Youjin's obstinacy, he was left with no choice but to lead him back home. Brothers, I urgently seek assistance. Jiang Ning's children are about to be born. Please help me suggest 2 names, one for a boy and one for a girl. Chapter 542, Joyous Events Abound, Brothers. Where is everyone planning to travel for National Day? It has been a while since I last provided an update. Today, I offer an additional chapter to express my gratitude for your support. During the season of the locust trees in the capital, the atmosphere was even more vibrant than the blossoms themselves. The lingering issues from last year's tribute case remained unresolved. While the incident involving the Wang Gongchang's gunpowder depot had stirred up tremendous turmoil, Zhu Youjiao decisively ordered both cases to be investigated concurrently, with the blade of scrutiny directed toward the officials in Jiangnan. Any official entangled in these matters found themselves on a list for purification. This sent shivers down the spine of the Minister of Personnel, Yang He. Fortunately, the case was handled by the incorruptible Yuan Kelly, known for his unwavering integrity, who managed to keep the fallout within reasonable bounds. The citizens of the capital had grown accustomed to this since the tribute case began last year. The bloodshed at Shijipailu had scarcely dried, yet the people's fortunes seemed to flourish. This year, when certain prefectures in northern Jili and other northern provinces faced disasters, Zhu Youjiao generously exempted them from taxes, garnering thunderous acclaim from the populace. Yet, the most prominent figure of the court, Jiang Ning, spent his days at home as a devoted father. Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan had just blessed him with a son and a daughter, whom he named Jiang Tingyu and Jiang Lingyu, respectively. Zhu Youjiao eagerly volunteered to bestow nicknames upon the children. The boy was dubbed Taiping, and the girl, Nan. Though not entirely absurd, Jiang Ning accepted the names with a nod. Since the arrival of his children, the threshold of the Ho residence had nearly worn thin from the constant stream of visitors offering their congratulations. The prominent figures in the court would frequently come to extend their well wishes, and Zhu Youjiao often rushed out of the palace, unwilling to part with his godson and goddaughter. Jiang Ning, content to play the role of the carefree steward, benefited from the capable assistance of an experienced nanny, which allowed him to manage the situation without chaos. The most absurd situation involves Shun Shuzi, who spends his days revolving around the 2 children, incessantly muttering that this disciple is as unyielding as mud, insisting that one must start with the next generation. Jiang Ning finds great amusement in this, as it prevents the old fellow from indulging in debauchery all day long. On the day the child turns 1 month old, Jiang Ning hosts a grand banquet, inviting all those of note from the court. Zhu Youjiao arrives with Zhang Yin and the crown prince Zhu Siren to extend their congratulations. After several rounds of wine, Zhu Youjiao produces 2 jade pendants engraved with the child's name and publicly declares Jiang Tingyu as the heir to the title of Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness. The entire assembly is left astounded, for it is well known that in the Ming dynasty, inheriting titles is far from simple. Typically, marquises and earls must wait for their legitimate heirs to reach adulthood, often enduring delays of 3 to 5 years, and the succession of royal titles can take even longer. Yet here, this infant has been designated as heir merely a month after birth, clearly demonstrating Zhu Youjiao's high regard for Jiang Ning. The revelry continues as the banquet flourishes, with Zhu Youjiao playfully sifting through the dishes before leaning closer to Jiang Ning, whispering, "Brother Jiang, I trust you did not prepare today's meal yourself? The flavor leaves much to be desired." Jiang Ning retorts with a hint of irritation, "Your Majesty, are you complaining while feasting? With dozens of tables laid out, if I were to cook, I would be at it until the wee hours." He adds, "Make do with it for now. I shall treat you to a personal culinary showcase another time." Zhu Youjiao chuckles, then proposes, "Now that you have a son and a daughter, shall we arrange a marriage alliance? When Ting Yu is older, let him enter the palace to study alongside Tai Dan, fostering a bond between the two. How splendid it would be if Ling Yue could wed Tai Dan in the future. Your Majesty, that seems rather premature." Jiang Ning quickly waves his hands in objection. "When the children grow and find affection for one another, I have no objections. But what if they do not? Should we force them into a union?" Zhu Youjiao, somewhat displeased, retorts, "What? Do you look down upon Tai Dan? He is a remarkably handsome young man, a mirror image of myself, wise and valiant, and soon he will be calling someone father. Your Highness possesses extraordinary talent. How could I dare to look down upon him?" Jiang Ning hastily smooths things over, insisting that this matter cannot be rushed and should be discussed later. Seeing Jiang Ning steadfast in his refusal to concede, Zhu Youjiao reluctantly abandons the topic. As the guests depart and darkness envelopes the sky, Jiang Ning returns to his chamber, gazing at the two sleeping children in the cradle. Unable to suppress a smile, he then steps into the courtyard, spotting Shen Shuzi sipping tea while gazing at the moon, and approaches to sit beside him. Master, you must live for many more years. Pingyi and the children are eagerly awaiting your teachings. Shen Shuzi, puffing his cheeks in mock indignation, retorts, do you speak human language? Wishing for your master to depart this world sooner? How could you? Jiang Ning, with a playful grin, replies, your disciples are fervently hoping for your long life. Long life. Shen Shuzi's expression darkens. I am already 123 years old. If you wish for my demise, just say it. Realizing he has misspoken, Jiang Ning quickly backtracks. Then may you live for 9,999 years. When that day comes, I shall have His Majesty bestow upon you the title of 9,000 years. Shen Shuzi's eyes light up. Really? Of course not. Jiang Ning bursts into laughter. If you truly live to see that day, I will have long turned to ash. And whether the Ming dynasty still exists by then is debatable. Who would bestow such a title upon you? Let's just hope you aren't captured for alchemical experiments. Shen Shuzi was momentarily rendered speechless, finally exhaling a sigh after a while. If the court's affairs are not pressing, perhaps it would be best to linger at home a little longer. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, Master, is something the matter? Shen Shuzi, with a complex expression, shook his head slightly. Jiang Ning sighed in response. Do you not yet understand your disciple's disposition? I prefer to recline rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. However, given the recent developments in the Ming dynasty, I find it quite difficult to withdraw myself. Now that the child has reached a month old, I will likely have to depart for Jiangnan shortly. Would you be so kind as to divine whether this journey will bring fortune or misfortune? Shen Shuzi retorted impatiently. What nonsense! Those who encounter you have suffered 8 lifetimes of misfortune. If they are not utterly ruined by your antics, it is merely a testament to their ancestors' virtue. What calamity could possibly befall you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning chuckled heartily. In the subsequent days, Jiang Ning continued to live a content life with his family. While the court was abuzz with joyous news, General Zhao Shuijiao had successfully subdued Myanmar. King Anabairong and a host of civil and military officials were being escorted to the capital. Remarkably, this victory came at minimal cost. With few resources expended and a bounty of nearly 100,000 able-bodied men captured as free labor. All this was due to Zhao Shuijiao's cunning strategies, which had effectively toppled a nation with mere words, thus solidifying his fame. Soon after, Zhu Youjiao announced the establishment of the Yunnan South Province, which would encompass 4 prefectures, 1 state, and 28 counties, personally paying homage to the ancestors in the ancestral temple. The Ming dynasty had now expanded to include 2 capitals and 15 provinces. Under Zhang Wenhe's stewardship, the Tianqi Times extolled these events to the heavens, making it the primary topic of conversation among the capital's citizens. While the ministers believed that the southwestern conflicts were drawing to a close, Zhu Youjiao issued another decree. He commanded Zhao Shuijiao to withdraw 50,000 troops to garrison Yunnan South, while the remainder continued the campaign against Siam. Contrary to expectations, there was scarcely any dissent among the court regarding Zhu Youjiao's decision. Even the previously pacifist Qinglu faction fell silent, instead delving into historical texts to assist in drafting proclamations for the campaign against Siam. After all, the Ming dynasty was now reaping the benefits of war, and even the self-proclaimed noble Qinglu officials had transformed into ardent militarists. To stabilize Yunnan South, the court decided on a massive resettlement initiative. They planned to relocate 500,000 people each from Sichuan and Guizhou to Yunnan South, while 80,000 would be moved from Hunan to replenish Sichuan, and another 500,000 from Shandong to bolster Guizhou. Such a large-scale migration would have caused chaos in other dynasties, yet the Ming dynasty was well versed in this practice, having never ceased migration since its inception. The choice to first relocate from Yunnan and Guizhou was due to the unique climate of Yunnan South. Sending populations from the Central Plains or northern regions might lead to difficulties in adaptation. Sichuan and Guizhou were in close proximity and compatible in various aspects. Moreover, Sichuan, known as the Land of Abundance, had been slow to recover after the Southwestern War, with overpopulation being a significant issue. As for Guizhou, characterized by its unpredictable weather and challenging geography, the court had seen little improvement after 2 years of support. Relocating some of its populace would provide much-needed relief. The benefits offered to the migrants were indeed generous. They would receive compensation for their homes and land at double the market price. Upon arriving in Yunnan South, they would be granted free land, given settling funds, provided with housing, and exempted from taxes for 3 years. The common folk across the land were enviously eager, overwhelming the gates of the government in their fervent applications. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuaijiao was leading troops to the Mekong River, as the court promised to build houses for the immigrants, compelling him to hasten and seize some free labor. The surrendered Burmese troops from earlier had been organized into construction teams, fervently building homes for the future citizens of the Great Ming. The court was bustling with activity, the sound of abacuses clattering, focused solely on swiftly establishing order in the newly acquired province of Myanmar. While the court was occupied with its relentless pace, the Great Ming Chamber of Commerce was equally industrious. The Ministry of Revenue and the Taxation Department spearheaded initiatives, offering various tax reductions and a plethora of favorable policies regarding land, hoping to entice these entrepreneurs to invest in the northern and southern provinces of Myanmar. The newly appointed governor of southern Myanmar, Cheng Xiao, was particularly impetuous, rallying the local populace to wield their hoes and repair the official roads, asserting that only with proper access could wealth flow in, thus paving the way for prosperous trade caravans. The citizens of southern Myanmar, once fiercely defiant against the Ming forces, swiftly altered their stance. Why? Because under Anabairong, the nobles reveled in opulence while the commoners struggled to secure a meal. Since the establishment of northern Myanmar province by the Ming, its citizens began to enjoy the benefits of being Ming subjects, their lives visibly improving. Now, the people of southern Myanmar were enviously eyeing this prosperity, calculating their own prospects. Regardless of who held power, they would support whoever could ensure their well-being. As for the once mighty chieftains, they had been rendered powerless by Zhao Shuaijiao, stripped of their military might, akin to a tiger without its teeth. The court bestowed upon them nominal titles, effectively turning them into mere symbols of good fortune, rendering them incapable of rebellion. Meanwhile, the common folk were coaxed and persuaded by the authorities, receiving land allocations and instructions on conduct, gradually transforming into compliant subjects. The chieftains, now devoid of authority, had no choice but to acquiesce. To dare to challenge would likely lead to their swift demise at the hands of the Ming forces, for without troops, they were nothing. The appointment of the overall commander for southern Myanmar was deliberated for several days by Jiang Ning, ultimately reaching a consensus with veteran generals Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong, deciding on the recommendation of Qin Bangping, the vice commander from Sichuan. He was the brother of Qin Liangyu, known for his martial prowess, unwavering loyalty to the Ming, and his familiarity with the local terrain, making him perfectly suited to govern southern Myanmar. Just as the commander was settled, the governor of northern Myanmar, Zhu Jishu, also rose in stature, becoming the overarching governor of both northern and southern provinces of Myanmar. Accompanied by a contingent of 2,000 standard soldiers, Zhu Jishu's task was not particularly arduous: to pacify the populace and promote education. This was his forte, as the first generation of the Shu kings had gained the trust of the chieftains through extensive enlightenment efforts in Sichuan. Having spent some time in northern Myanmar, he had learned Zhao Shuaijiao's cunning tactics and, combining them with his own educational expertise, distilled his approach into 2 words: persuasion. He engaged fervently in his work, continually contemplating how to influence the minds of the Burmese people. In a fleeting moment, the recently integrated southern expanse of Myanmar exhibited a flourishing vigor. Chapter 543. Unending calamities. A succession of joyful tidings reached the capital, imbuing the court with a jubilant spirit and the populace with exuberance. After enduring generations of hardship, the world began to transform dramatically following the ascension of Zhu Youjiao, leading to an improvement in the lives of the common folk. Presently, the citizens of the capital likened Zhu Youjiao to the venerable Emperor Hongwu, the founder of the Ming dynasty. Reflecting on the days of the old emperor, when blood flowed in the hall of supreme harmony, it ultimately brought peace and prosperity to the realm, endearing him and his court to the hearts of the people. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning spent his days in the manor, cherishing the company of his wife and children. As the day of his departure to the south approached, he treasured this rare opportunity for family reunion. One day, while playfully engaging with his children, a servant hurriedly entered to inform him, "My lord, there are royal envoys in the palace requesting your immediate presence to discuss matters." Jiang Ning paused momentarily but thought little of it, for such summons were not unfamiliar to him. He promptly donned his official robes and made his way to the palace. Upon arriving at the outer chamber of the imperial study, he was taken aback by the sound of Zhu Youjiao's furious voice resonating from within. This was the first time Jiang Ning had witnessed such wrath from the emperor. Pushing the door open, he found the inner cabinet, along with the heads of the 8 ministries and the 5 armies command, assembled in the hall. Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon Zhu Youjiao, whose countenance was so dark it seemed capable of squeezing out water, his eyes ablaze with fury. The other dignitaries wore solemn expressions. Curiosity nagged at Jiang Ning, yet he approached respectfully and performed his bow. Seeing Jiang Ning arrive, Zhu Youjiao's expression softened slightly, and he gestured for him to take a seat. As Jiang Ning settled in, he inquired, "Might I ask, Your Majesty, why have I been summoned to the palace?" Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, slammed his palm on the imperial desk, exclaiming with anger, "This morning, Governor Lu Zhongzhou of North Zhili delivered urgent news. Yesterday, the granaries in Tongzhou, both the east and west warehouses, simultaneously fell victim to a fire. Although Lu Zhongzhou swiftly organized personnel to combat the blaze, preliminary assessments reveal that 200,000 pickles of grain have been reduced to ashes. He has detained all officials of the granaries and the soldiers for interrogation. Furthermore, the fire destroyed 875 civilian homes, claiming the lives of over 100 citizens." Jiang Ning inhaled sharply at this revelation. Tongzhou served as the granary for the capital, where a significant portion of the court's and military's provisions were stored. Such a catastrophic event occurring right under their noses was alarming. It was evident that foul play was afoot. Otherwise, how could 3 major granaries ignite simultaneously? Zhu Youjiao then continued in a grave tone, "I have just received urgent news from Zhu Tongming that Lin Danhan has mobilized an army of 100,000 cavalry with intentions to invade the Hetao region." Jiang Ning was not surprised. Lin Danhan's resurgence was anticipated, as the Ming had long since closed trade with the Khalkha. With so many to sustain, war with the Ming was his only recourse. The court had already assembled a formidable force in Hetao, with troops from Xianzhou and Datong ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. Unexpectedly, Zhu Youjiao shifted the conversation. 5 days prior, the governor of southern Zhili, Wang Shaohui, had sent an urgent report. While transporting grain along the Grand Canal to the north, a shipwreck occurred in the Shuzhou section, resulting in dozens of large vessels sinking into the canal and colliding with several merchant ships. A staggering 250,000 stones of grain were lost, and the canal became blocked, making it difficult to clear in the foreseeable future. Currently, the docks in Tianjin, Tongzhou, and various southern canal regions are overwhelmed with merchant ships and goods, creating an insurmountable backlog. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. This series of events seemed orchestrated in advance. One could surmise, with minimal thought, that it was the machinations of those in Jiangnan, evidently intent on severing the capital's grain supply and further obstructing the canal, thereby inciting chaos. At that moment, the chief minister, Sun Qingzong, rose and clasped his hands, stating, "Your Majesty, the pressing matter at hand is to immediately command the Grand Canal Transport Supervisor, Yang Yipeng, and the Grand Canal Transport General, Tianqi, to organize personnel to clear the waterways and ensure the canal remains navigable." Zhu Youjiao scoffed, saying, 3 days ago, the Grand Canal Transport Supervisor Yang Yipeng submitted a report stating that the canal has long been neglected, and clearing it would require at least 3 months. General Tianqi claimed that with a shortage of grain and pay for the transport troops, it would take at least 6 months to clear the waterways, suggesting that if the canal were to be excavated, it could be cleared within 3 months. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback. Surely, Tianqi was not in his right mind. To excavate the canal would likely inundate several prefectures near Shuzhou, a cost too great for the court to bear. At this moment, Jiang Ning finally comprehended why Zhu Youjiao and the others bore such grim expressions. The court was currently engaged in a resettlement initiative in the Central Plains and the north, consuming vast amounts of silver and grain. The Lin Dan Khan's 10,000 cavalry loomed at the borders, and a great war was imminent. Northern provinces were suffering from natural disasters and urgently required the court's aid. To make matters worse, 3 out of the 4 granaries in Tongzhou had burned, resulting in a loss of 200,000 stones of grain. The most critical issue was the blockage of the canal, which rendered the transport of goods between the north and south impossible, presenting the court with an enormous dilemma. Observing the serious expressions of those present, Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before rising and clasping his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, since the canal is already blocked and cannot be cleared in the short term, we might as well allow it to remain so while the court seizes this opportunity to transition from canal transport to maritime transport. Maritime transport not only saves time, but also reduces costs and increases speed. Currently, maritime trade thrives in Tianjin, Shandong, and Denglai, with merchant ships constantly in transit. And with the protection of the Imperial Navy, if some policy incentives are provided, merchants would certainly prefer maritime routes, as canal transport is both slow and costly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. At that moment, his younger colleague, Wen Tiran, hastily added, "Your Majesty, what the loyal and righteous Marquis has stated is indeed correct. As early as the 35th year of Jiajing, the then Chief Minister Yan Song proposed transitioning to maritime transport due to the excessively high costs and significant losses associated with canal transport. But he faced vehement opposition from court officials, and the matter ultimately fell through. Now, with the canal blocked, the court has the perfect justification to shift from canal to maritime transport, and it also provides an opportunity to clear the sediment from the canal. After all, the annual expenditure on the canal by the court is astronomical." He continued, "For instance, in the 5th year of Jingde, there were 8 transport guilds along the canal, each governing their own areas, and they were issuing unauthorized transport documents at the Linqing sluice, demanding silver for the release of both official and merchant vessels. The salt and grain transported by the court suffered an astonishing loss of 50%, with 30% embezzled by the 100,000 transport troops and various canal offices, while the remaining 20% was divided among the 8 transport guilds. The number of contraband goods being smuggled was countless. Currently, the Northern Transport Guild has been fragmented and rendered virtually ineffective by the court, yet the Southern Transport Guild continues to operate unabated in the Lianghuai region, colluding with the government and extracting an immeasurable amount of money and grain from the canals each year. In the 7th year of the Jingde reign, after the court suppressed the 8 transport guilds, a raid on the residence of a guild leader who had only served for 3 years uncovered a staggering 1,500,000 taels of silver, revealing the extent to which the guilds had siphoned resources from the court. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and declared, "If that is the case, let us shift from canal transport to maritime transport. Since the canals are blocked, let them remain so for now. I shall gradually cleanse the malevolent spirits within at a later time." At this moment, Jiang Ning interjected, "Your Majesty, the court is currently relocating citizens in Hunan and Shandong, incurring substantial expenditures. The treasury can manage the silver, but for grain, we can temporarily utilize the military rations bound for the southern province of Myanmar." Sun Qingzong, hearing this, hastily inquired, "Lord Jiang, what will General Zhao Shuijiao and his tens of thousands of troops consume?" Jiang Ning smirked slightly and replied, "The banks of the Mekong River are fertile, yielding rice thrice yearly. Zhao Shuijiao and his multitude of soldiers are no fools. They will not starve, and perhaps they might even return some grain to the court." Zhu Youjiao appeared taken aback, then smacked his forehead. "I had forgotten about that. Currently, Zhao Shuijiao is leading troops to attack Siam. From this day forth, let him procure his own provisions." The others present felt a chill, yet none dared to object. They understood the implication of self-sourcing provisions. It would mean suffering for the Siamese populace, while the blame would rest on Zhao Shuijiao, whose reputation was already tarnished. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, rose and said, "Your Majesty, may we utilize the grain stored in several granaries near the capital to stabilize the grain prices in the capital and northern regions?" Zhu Youjiao nodded. The purpose of storing this grain was indeed for emergencies, and now it is time to put it to use. The Ministry of Revenue and the Cabinet shall oversee this matter, ensuring that grain prices remain steady across the northern regions. We must not allow the common people to go hungry. Guo Yunho and Sun Qingzong promptly accepted the decree. Then, Zhu Youjiao's tone grew more somber. "I command the Ministry of Revenue, the Supreme Court, the Inspectorate, and the Ministry of Justice to collaborate with the Great Ming Commerce Association, dispatching personnel to oversee the northern provinces to stabilize grain prices. Should anyone dare to artificially inflate prices, they shall face execution without mercy." At this proclamation, the atmosphere tightened. The once gentle emperor was increasingly displaying a ruthless disposition, his methods growing reminiscent of the founding emperor Hongwu. Jiang Ning, however, smiled faintly. He had intended to remind Zhu Youjiao of this, but the emperor had already issued the order. After all, the establishment of the Great Ming Commerce Association was intended to monitor local prices and prevent civil unrest due to price inflation. Zhu Youjiao then turned to Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and others, and stated with gravity, "Gentlemen, your military command must also prepare. This year's calamities in the north have only just begun, and no one knows if further disasters lie ahead. At critical moments, aside from ensuring the rations for local officials and soldiers, any remaining military provisions must also be made available for urgent needs." Jiang Ning and his companions promptly accepted their orders, although the immediate issues had found resolution. Zhu Youjiao's expression remained grim. He spoke in a low voice. "Now that we have countermeasures for these problems, it is time to discuss our forthcoming plans. The people of Jiangnan have dared to act so brazenly under my very nose. If the court continues to turn a blind eye, then there is no need for me to remain emperor." His words dripped with menace, a sentiment that those present had long anticipated. After all, the court was already fraught with chaos, and the people of Jiangnan not only refused to assist, but actively sought to undermine efforts. Zhu Youjiao and the dignitaries were already seething with frustration. With a hint of regret, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiang Ning, "Minister Jiang, have you finalized the candidates who will accompany you to Jiangnan?" Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. Zhu Youjiao continued, "In that case, we shall depart in 5 days, and I shall personally see you off." Jiang Ning hastily accepted the decree. Subsequently, the others took their leave, leaving only Jiang Ning behind. Once the room was clear, Zhu Youjiao approached Jiang Ning and sat beside him, sighing, "Brother Jiang, the people of Jiangnan are no longer even pretending to conceal their intentions. They are clearly prepared to challenge me. Once you arrive in Jiangnan, you must decisively quell their arrogance. Whatever schemes and deceptions they employ, do not hold back. Unleash all that you have. I shall provide you with support, and even if it results in rivers of blood, I will not hesitate." Jiang Ning was taken aback and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, what are you saying? I am an honest man. How could I engage in deceit or treachery?" Zhu Youjiao paused, then looked at him with disdain. "Brother Jiang, there are no outsiders here. It is just the two of us. You think I am unaware of your true nature? You are full of guile." Jiang Ning protested his innocence, pondering inwardly, "What on earth have I done to deserve such a reputation?" Chapter 544. The army moved south to Jiangnan in response to Zhu Youjiao's jest. Jiang Ning suppressed his amusement and said earnestly, "Your Majesty, schemes and trickery cannot lead to great accomplishments. It is easy to flaunt power and display cruelty, but learning to endure, forgive, and tolerate is the true challenge. We must demonstrate to the world that the court is sincere in resolving these issues. That is the righteous path." His words were filled with righteousness and fervor, leaving Zhu Youjiao momentarily speechless, then astonished. "Brother Jiang, do not be foolish. You understand well how complicated the issues in Jiangnan are. Do you really intend to advocate for tolerance and forgiveness? Not even I could untangle this mess if I went myself." Jiang Ning smiled gently. "Your Majesty, I merely express my thoughts. The issues in Jiangnan are deeply rooted and convoluted, and I possess no remarkable solutions." Zhu Youjiao, at a loss for words, remarked, "Then why speak so passionately, as if you have a brilliant strategy?" Jiang Ning chuckled. "Your Majesty, have you ever heard the saying? If you cannot resolve a problem, eliminate the one who creates it. That is the fundamental solution." Zhu Youjiao, momentarily taken aback, soon laughed while shaking his head. "Brother Jiang, I see that your audacity has truly reached new heights. You have taken all the flattering words for yourself." Jiang Ning smiled in return. "I serve the people of the world. Only they understand my intentions. A decade is too long. We must seize the moment. While murder may not resolve all issues, it can indeed address the majority of them. At present, it appears to be the most viable solution." Zhu Youjiao nodded, his tone growing somber. "Those who worry for their country are invariably mournful figures throughout history. Brother Jiang, you truly have it difficult." Jiang Ning smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Given the bond he shared with Zhu Youjiao, there was no need for formalities. He soon rose to take his leave. The court's actions followed in swift succession. Merchant ships amassed at Tongzhou and the Tianjin docks, redirected to maritime routes under the court's directive, escorted by naval forces along the way. The Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, waved his hand decisively, reallocating grain from several secret storage warehouses near the capital to various northern regions to stabilize grain prices. The Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Inspectorate joined forces with the Great Ming Chamber of Commerce to dispatch personnel to the north to ensure price stability. As for the case of the Tongzhou fire that consumed the granary, it was entrusted to the factory guards for joint investigation, led by the notorious Su Xianshan, known as the most ruthless among the Jinyue. Although old Su lacked Jiang Ning's vision and Tian Ergang's composure, when he became fierce, even Yang Lian felt overshadowed. The details surrounding the fire were known to all, yet the court needed to demonstrate resolve. Someone had to be held accountable, and bloodshed was required to quell the unrest. Su Xianshan was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. 5 days later, Jiang Ning, Zhu Yujian, Old Wei, Guo Yunho, Wen Tian, and several accompanying officials gathered at the military parade ground. Jiang Ning selected 50,000 troops, comprised of the long-established but untested Xianjing camp's 3 divisions, along with 10,000 from the Divine Machine Camp and 13,000 cavalry. Old Wei brought along 2,000 Eastern Depot guards. Jiang Ning also requested that Gao Wenkai and Yang Lian dispatch 2,000 Jinyue to accompany them. Zhu Yujian led the most elite 3,000 from the Zhu family's Imperial Guard. On the day of departure, Zhu Youjiao personally came to bid farewell and conferred upon Jiang Ning the title of Special Envoy, Governor of 5 provinces, granting him military and administrative authority over the military affairs of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Fujian, Guangdong, and Jiangxi, along with a treasured sword, allowing him the freedom to act as he deemed fit. As they parted, Zhu Youjiao, with reddened eyes, cautioned, "Brother Jiang, as you head to Jiangnan, please exercise utmost caution. Those individuals have become utterly deranged. There is no limit to what they might do." Jiang Ning nodded with a smile. "Your Majesty need not worry. I shall be vigilant. Please take care of yourself in the capital and watch over my family." Zhu Youjiao agreed, and Jiang Ning hastily added, "By the way, Your Majesty, please refrain from rowing a boat unless necessary." Zhu Youjiao paused, asking, "Why do you advise against me rowing a boat, Brother Jiang?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, my master, Shinshuzi, once mentioned that you are in conflict with water, hence my reminder to avoid idling by rowing or swimming." Zhu Youjiao, perplexed, listened intently as Jiang Ning, with a resolute tone, declared, "Should I utter a single falsehood, may my master be struck down by thunder and meet an untimely end." Seeing him swear upon his master's life, Zhu Youjiao hastily assured, "Brother Jiang, rest assured, I shall never row a boat, nor will I swim." Only then did Jiang Ning nod in satisfaction, reminding Fang Zhenghua to remember this well, to which Fang Zhenghua repeatedly agreed. Just as Jiang Ning prepared to issue the command to depart, a commotion erupted outside the camp gates. Shortly thereafter, 100 household hurried in to report, "Your Majesty, there are dozens of officials outside seeking an audience." Zhu Youjiao frowned slightly, but nodded, "Let them enter." 100 officials received their orders, and, moments later, dozens of them stood before Zhu Youjiao. Jiang Ning raised his gaze, and, with a cold smile, noted that they were all members of the Qinglu faction. Leading them was Li Xian, who, after bowing, inquired, "Might I ask, Your Majesty, why the loyal and righteous Marquis has been commanded to lead 50,000 troops to Jiangnan?" Zhu Youjiao replied icily, "It is, of course, to inspect the regional military and civil affairs." Li Xian quickly responded, "Your Majesty, even for an inspection, is it necessary to mobilize 50,000 troops? This is not a military campaign. How will the people of Jiangnan perceive the Marquis's sudden descent with such a formidable force?" Zhu Youjiao sneered, "How the people of Jiangnan perceive it is beyond my concern, but you seem excessively anxious." Li Xian's face flushed with indignation as he protested, "Your Majesty, the mobilization of the imperial troops is no trivial matter. I beseech you to retract your command. 50,000 troops must not head south, lest Jiangnan be plunged into chaos." The other Qinglu officials murmured their agreement. Enraged, Zhu Youjiao retorted, "Are you officials of the Ming dynasty, or merely representatives of Jiangnan? You stand in the imperial court, yet your hearts are fixated on Jiangnan. It seems keeping you in the capital is indeed a waste of talent." At this moment, Old Wei seized the opportunity to interject sternly, "Li Xian, you are being outrageous. Today marks the day of the loyal and righteous Marquis's expedition. And yet you dare to interrupt with your nonsensical rhetoric. What do you hope to achieve? You speak of chaos in Jiangnan, but I must ask, in this era of peace across the Ming, where is this chaos to arise? Do you possess knowledge of a rebellion brewing in Jiangnan? Li Xian retorted coldly, Lord Wei. When have I ever claimed there to be a rebellion in Jiangnan? I merely advise His Majesty against sending the troops south to prevent inciting fear among the populace. Old Wei scoffed, your words are more melodious than sincere. Li Xian, your pretentiousness is apparent. You neglect your duties and instead concern yourself with Jiangnan. The decision for the loyal and righteous Marquis to inspect the military affairs in Jiangnan has already been made. Why did you not voice your opposition earlier? Now, gathering so many officials to obstruct this is clearly an act of factionalism for personal gain. I see through your collusion, Li Xian. You are nothing but a petty man. Li Xian shot back angrily. I serve the Ming dynasty. I need not seek your approval, Lord Wei. The multitude of officials present today did not come at my summons, but out of genuine concern for your Majesty and the Ming, unwilling to see you act impulsively, thus prompting us to advise you to heed wise counsel to prevent the suffering of the common people. At this juncture, Inspector Lin Hai stepped forward, affirming, indeed, we are not here at the behest of Lord Li. We have come of our own volition to advise. It is precisely out of our concern for your Majesty and the Ming that we wish to prevent a grave mistake. Before our arrival, Lord Li even advised us against coming, stating he would gladly sacrifice himself to counsel you today. Such loyalty to the emperor and love for the nation is truly commendable. Upon hearing this, Old Wei was on the verge of erupting but was restrained by Zhu Yushao, who fixed a cold gaze upon Li Xian and declared, if I choose to disregard your counsel today and insist on allowing the loyal and righteous Marquis to lead the troops south, what will you do? Li Xian, with a grave expression, declared, jade may shatter but cannot alter its purity. Bamboo may burn but cannot obliterate its integrity. I can only await my death. Yet, before I meet my end, I must implore your Majesty to refrain from sending the grand army southward. Zhu Youjiao, in a fit of rage, retorted with a mocking smile. Oh, are you challenging me? Unfazed, Li Xian responded, I merely speak out of righteousness. A family with loyal sons shall not perish. A nation with loyal ministers shall not fall. Zhu Youjiao scoffed. So, according to your reasoning, if I disregard your counsel, the Ming dynasty is doomed? Li Xian, gritting his teeth, replied, if not now, the future remains uncertain. These words incensed Zhu Youjiao further, and he drew his sword from his waist in Jiangning, shouting, I shall have your life. Jiang